Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Hanging Judge murder case. Tonight we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder, brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in the Hanging Judge murder case. The story opens as the famous Judge Hatch, known far and wide as the Hanging Judge, is seen striding rapidly and impatiently along one of the corridors of the Cyrus Blackstone Museum in a quiet residential section of New York. And with the judge is his young and obviously puzzled daughter, whom we hear saying,
"Father, what's this all about? Why did you insist on coming here to the museum today?"
You'll soon find out, Barbara.
But I want to know now. After all, you've never come near this museum before, even though Cyrus Blackstone was your cousin. And then suddenly you decide that you have to come here this afternoon. Father, are you listening to me?
I've seen that man before.
Which man do you mean?
Yes, I've certainly seen him before. Barbara, come in this room, quickly.
But Father, what
Come
is this?
in here, quickly. I don't want him to see me. I'll pretend to look at this antique wooden box.
But Father, the sign there says do not touch. All these things are very valuable.
Never mind the sign. I'm going to look at this box. Then I propose to have a little talk with the head of this museum, Miss Priscilla Ames.
Miss Ames?
Yes. Incidentally, this box is a work of art. Come and look at it, Barbara. Come.
Father! Father! Oh, good heavens, he's dead! He's dead!
And a little later we find Mr. Chameleon, the astute and dreaded detective, entering the still room where Judge Hatch lies lifeless. And he is saying to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold,
"What a place for murder, Dave. Quiet sanctuary like this, surrounded by wonderful works of art. Never expect violence to take place within these walls. But it did, all right. Bullet hole in his left temple."
Shall I have the doors locked, Mr. Chameleon?
"Yes, please, Dave. No one is to leave the museum under any circumstances."
Okay.
Who's that weeping? Oh. Are you Judge Hatch's daughter?
Yes. I'm Barbara Hatch.
I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Were you with your father at the time of the murder?
Yes. He was looking at that antique wooden box when I suddenly heard a shot.
You didn't see who fired it?
No, I was so startled. Mr. Chameleon, who could have killed my father? I was always afraid something like this would happen.
Why?
He was known as the Hanging Judge. Hard but just. He sent many men to prison.
Yes, that's very true. Did he receive any threats recently?
He wouldn't have told me.
Miss Hatch, I'm sorry to have to question you, but of course I must. Cyrus Blackstone, who founded this museum, wasn't he a cousin of your father's?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, then you came here often?
No, we didn't. This was the first time we ever visited here.
What?
Yes. But today Father insisted on coming here. He wouldn't tell me why, except he said that he wanted to see Priscilla Ames. Just a moment before he was shot, he mentioned her name.
Who is Priscilla Ames?
She's in charge of the museum. Father's whole behavior lately was very strange, Mr. Chameleon. For a whole week he'd been absent-minded and worried.
Now, you say that he was disturbed by something. Have you any idea what?
No. But just today, he told me to put his gun in the shopping bag I carried. That bag there on the chair.
Oh, let me see the gun, please.
Father had never taken the gun out of the house before. He kept one there because it's a big, lonely house.
But it was evident that your father expected trouble in this museum today.
Here at the museum?
Mm-hmm.
But why, Mr. Chameleon? And Mr. Chameleon,
Mm-hmm.
Father's gun. It's not in my bag.
What? Let me have the bag, please. Miss Hatch, think hard. Where was this bag at the time that your father was shot?
Why, I'd laid it down on the chair.
The chair is right by the door, and the bag is a loose one.
Someone could have slipped the gun out.
Who?
It must have been someone in the museum. All I know is Father said something about Priscilla Ames just before he was killed.
And you think this Priscilla Ames could have taken the gun?
Well, I don't
Why would
know.
I take your gun, you malicious girl? Are you trying to make trouble for me the way your father did?
Oh, so you are Priscilla Ames. I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Miss Ames, suppose you tell me how Judge Hatch made trouble for you, and why yours was the last name he mentioned before he was murdered.
So Barbara Hatch told you that, did she?
I said Father mentioned your name, Miss Ames, and he did.
Just before he was shot, Miss Ames. You said Judge Hatch had made trouble for you. What sort of trouble? I asked you what sort of trouble.
I don't understand why I should be subjected to this inquisition, Mr. Chameleon. Everybody knows that Judge Hatch was called the hanging judge, and I'm certain that there wasn't a man in New York more criminals wanted to murder than him. It seems quite obvious that one of them killed him.
Miss Ames, I am still interested in what was the trouble between you and this murdered man.
Mr. Chameleon, to you this place is just a museum. But I knew it when it was a magnificent private house. And I should have been the mistress of that house, Mr. Chameleon, instead of working here on salary.
You're a very beautiful woman, Miss Ames, and I presume you mean that the founder of this museum, Cyrus Blackstone, thought so too.
Cyrus Blackstone loved me. We were engaged to be married, and Judge Hatch broke it up.
Father? Really?
How? Miss Hatch, do you know anything about this?
Don't ask her. I'll tell you, Mr. Chameleon. I didn't tell Cyrus about my brother. He was a confidence man who spent time in prison. His name was Archie Craig.
Archie Craig? I knew him well, Miss Ames. So did Judge Hatch.
Exactly. Judge Hatch told Cyrus Blackstone I was mixed up with my brother Archie's schemes. I was innocent. I didn't know my brother was doing anything dishonest. But Cyrus believed Judge Hatch. He broke our engagement.
So, in your mind, Miss Ames, Judge Hatch cheated you out of Cyrus Blackstone's fortune?
In my mind. It's true. On his deathbed, Cyrus relented and saw to it that I had a permanent job here at the museum.
But that was not good enough for you. You hated Judge Hatch with a hatred that grew and grew until
Until what? If you mean I murdered Judge Hatch, I didn't. If I'd wanted to kill him, I'd have done it long ago. Besides, what about his daughter?
Miss Ames, please.
Barbara didn't tell you, I suppose, that her father tried to wreck her life. He stopped her marriage just as he stopped mine.
Mr. Chameleon, don't listen to her. You're a wicked woman, Miss Ames.
You mean your father was a wicked man, Barbara? He couldn't bear to see anyone happy. He wanted to keep you to himself. He didn't want you to have a husband.
Is that true, Miss Hatch? Or did your father have another reason for preventing your marriage?
Mr. Chameleon, he said there was something wrong with John Clark. But there wasn't. There wasn't.
You still love this boy, I take it. And your father stood in your way, and you had a gun in your bag.
Mr. Chameleon, what are you saying? I wouldn't kill my father. Whatever he did, I loved him.
You also loved that boy, John Clark, and that is the strongest love of all. You were faced with empty years in a lonely house with only your father, and it was too much for you.
No, that isn't true. And why would I pick this museum as the place to kill him?
On the other hand, Miss Hatch, you carried a gun with you, and that gun has mysteriously disappeared. You had plenty of time before the police arrived to hide it somewhere.
I told you someone took the gun, Mr. Chameleon. I remember now. There was a man. When we first came in, my father seemed upset because of some man we saw here in the museum.
Upset in what way?
Father said, I've seen that man before. That's why he suggested we step into this room. That's why he pretended he was looking at that antique box.
Why didn't you mention this before, Miss Hatch?
It slipped my mind.
Could
Mr.
you
Chameleon.
identify this man? He must still be here. I gave orders that no one was to leave the museum.
Why, I'm not sure, but I can try.
Miss Hatch, you and Miss Ames wait here, please. I'm going to find Detective Sergeant Arnold. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. I was just coming in to see you. Mr. Crosley and I have been looking for the murder weapon.
Who are you, Mr. Crosley?
Philip Crosley at your service, Mr. Chameleon. I'm Priscilla Ames' assistant. I help her run the museum.
So you've been looking for the murder weapon. Any luck?
Not yet.
Tell me, how many people were here at the museum at the time of the shooting, Mr. Crosley?
Oh, quite a few. School teachers, tourists. They're all in a room upstairs, as you instructed.
Any men? Judge Hatch mentioned seeing a man who looked familiar to him just before he was murdered.
Oh, of course. There was one very distinguished-looking man. Looked like, a Hollywood conception of a foreign diplomat, Mr. Chameleon. Gold-headed cane, Homburg hat, striped trousers.
Foreign diplomat. Wait a minute, Mr. Crosley. Does he also sport a monocle?
Why, yes, he does.
Mr. Chameleon, you don't think...
Indeed I do, Dave. Go and tell the distinguished gentleman that I want to see him. Oh, Dave, after that, call the police commissioner. Send someone to Judge Hatch's house. Go over his effects and see if he'd received any threatening letters.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chameleon, this will probably be one of the easiest cases you've had to solve.
Why?
Because Judge Hatch was known as the hanging judge, and from everything I've ever read about him, a lot of criminals would have liked to kill him. It looks as if all you'd have to do is check up on the people he's given stiff sentences to. Check on them, and among them you'll find your man.
So you're interested in criminology, Mr. Crosley?
No, I'm afraid that's a little far removed from the quiet occupation I follow in a museum.
Well, your hunch may be a good one at that. Dave, you send in our friend with the monocle, please.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Particularly anxious to see him.
Mr. Chameleon, do you mean that you know this man?
Mr. Crosley, unless I am much mistaken, he's Andy Matthews, a well-known fence and confidence man. And I see that I am not mistaken. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Mr. Chameleon. Well, this is a pretty mess. I walk into a museum to get a little culture, and what happens?
Some man is murdered. Police all over the place. Oh, it's awful tough on you, Andy. But tougher on Judge Hatch.
Now, look, Chameleon, I'm going straight.
You haven't had much chance yet. You were just released from prison after serving an 8-year term.
Judge Hatch didn't sentence me.
No, he didn't. But he sent your best pal and partner, Shorty Mason, to the chair. Now, what do you know about this murder, Andy? What were you doing in this museum, and where's the murder gun?
Why don't you search me, Chameleon?
Because I think you're too smart to kill a man and keep the gun on your person.
And I think you're too smart, Chameleon, to even dream that I'd kill Judge Hatch. You haven't forgotten, I hope, that he was well known as the hanging judge. When I was in stir, at least 20 men said their first act on release would be to knock off that old beak. Did you get my point, old man?
The point is that those 20 suspects you so kindly present, Andy, are still in stir, but you are out and on the scene here. And I'm quite sure that Judge Hatch's daughter will identify you right now, Andy. Miss Hatch, you step in here, please, to identify someone.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Miss Hatch, is this the man that your father saw just before he was shot? Is this the man who disturbed him so that he ducked into a room to avoid being seen?
I don't know, Mr. Chameleon. I honestly couldn't say.
Sorry, Chameleon, your mistake.
Miss Hatch, you go back into that room, please, and ask Priscilla Ames to step out here.
Yes. Miss Ames, Mr. Chameleon wants you.
Miss Ames, is this man familiar to you?
What do you mean? How would I happen to know a cheap crook?
You forget, Miss Ames, that your brother was a crook. A confidence man just like Andy.
Well, I never saw this man before. I never laid eyes on him.
That's very odd, because at one time he and your brother were partners. Mr. Crosley.
Yes, sir.
What's that in that showcase on the wall?
Why, that's a display of antique guns, Mr. Chameleon.
Let me look at them. Antique guns? Well, you don't say. And is that little automatic in the corner an antique? When'd you put it in there, Andy? When'd you hide the murder gun in that case?
I didn't, Mr. Chameleon. I never saw it before.
Mr. Crosley, open the case, please, so I can get the gun.
Well,
What are you waiting for? I said open the case.
I can't, Mr. Chameleon. I don't have the key.
Who has?
The only person in the museum, Mr. Chameleon, who has the key to that case is Priscilla Ames.
Well, Miss Ames, how do you explain this?
Mr. Chameleon and the hanging judge murder case continues in just a moment. When you're suffering from an ordinary headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain, you want two things. First, you want something that will give you fast relief. And second, you want something that will give you dependable relief. So listen. People everywhere know that because it's actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds, Bayer aspirin provides fast relief. And they know that because it's gentle to the system, it also provides dependable relief. The fact is that no other pain reliever can match Bayer aspirin's record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. And that means that of all pain relievers, Bayer aspirin is one you can take with complete confidence. So when you have a headache, don't experiment with drugs that have not been proved by years of successful use. For the two most important kinds of relief, the fast relief you want and the dependable relief you need, do as millions do. Be sure with Bayer aspirin. And when you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the hanging judge murder case. It is a few seconds later in the Blackstone Museum where Judge Hatch was mysteriously shot to death. Mr. Chameleon is facing a group of badly frightened suspects, and he is saying to the white-faced Priscilla Ames, the curator of the museum,
"Give me the key to that showcase, Miss Ames. The one with the antique guns and the murder gun among them."
I haven't got the key with me, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Crosley, your assistant says you are the only one who has a key.
But I must have left it somewhere. I haven't got it with me.
I don't intend to wait while you look for it, Miss Ames. I'll have to smash the glass case. And here is the disappearing gun. The gun that killed Judge Hatch. Miss Ames, you're the only person who had the key to this case.
Someone could have stolen my keys, couldn't they? I left them in my desk.
You just told me that you didn't know where they were.
Don't try confusing me, Mr. Chameleon. Barbara Hatch could have taken them and hidden the gun after she'd killed her father.
And so could Andy Matthews here.
Look here, Chameleon, what is this?
Suppose you tell me, Andy.
Mr. Chameleon, I'm certain Andy Matthews had as little to do with this murder as I did.
Well, awfully nice to meet two such completely innocent people. Andy, get out of this room and wait for me upstairs.
That suits me, Chameleon.
Get going, Andy.
Okay.
Mr. Chameleon, why do you dismiss a person like Andy Matthews and hold me here?
Mr. Chameleon, look what I dragged up from the basement.
Yes, Dave?
Let go of me, you big bully! Let go of me!
Not till Mr. Chameleon has had a little chat with you.
Who is he, Dave?
Mr. John Clark, the former fiancé of Barbara Hatch.
Just why were you hiding in the basement, young man?
I was trying to keep out of sight while Judge Hatch was here. If you knew what a so-and-so he was, you wouldn't blame me.
Judge Hatch has been murdered by an unknown killer. And you were here in the museum at the time he was shot.
Sure I was. So what? What does that prove? A lot of people were in the museum.
John, be careful. I mean, don't be so disagreeable.
Keep out of this, Barbara. I know what I'm doing.
I'm beginning to see why Judge Hatch objected to you as a possible son-in-law, John.
Are the police going in the romance business, too? What affair is it of yours if Barbara and I have been... had been...
You mean that you and Barbara have been meeting here secretly in this museum? That's what you've been doing, meeting here, isn't it?
Is that a crime?
John, don't you see what you're doing, acting this way?
I told you to stay out of this, Barbara.
I think that she said enough to reveal that you and Barbara have been using this as a secret meeting place. And you, Miss Ames, you knew about these meetings, didn't you? In fact, you encouraged Barbara to meet this young man.
Mr. Chameleon, Judge Hatch broke up one romance, mine. I took great pleasure in helping along his daughter's romance, yes.
And Judge Hatch got wind of it. He came here, Miss Ames, to tear you to pieces. And possibly he thought he'd run into John, too.
But he didn't run into me, Mr. Chameleon.
I wonder.
Go on wondering, Mr. Chameleon. Let's see the great brain work.
That's enough out of you.
Let him alone, Dave. Let him alone. I only hope that he's talking himself out of Barbara's affections.
You may finally catch on to the idea, Chameleon, that Judge Hatch was known as the hanging judge, and plenty of guys were after him.
I was waiting for that from you, John Clark. It's what everybody in the case has told me so far. And it makes me wonder. More and more.
Mr. Chameleon, in the name of heaven, give us a rest from this constant insinuation and questioning.
Miss Ames, there won't be rest for anyone till Judge Hatch's murderer is caught. Get that straight, all of you.
It is now the next day, and we find Mr. Chameleon at Central Police Headquarters in the office of the Commissioner of Police. He is saying,
Good morning, Commissioner. Tell me, have the boys picked up anything for me?
Well, the newspapers have certainly picked up plenty, Chameleon. The idea of the hanging judge being murdered seems to be most intriguing to them. Putting you and me in the same sack as a couple of nitwits.
Don't take it so much to heart, Commissioner.
Well, anyway, here's what the boys picked up, Chameleon. First, this partly burned letter taken from Judge Hatch's room.
Oh, thanks. A note that definitely reveals the judge had been tipped off that his daughter Barbara was meeting the unsavory John Clark at the museum.
And that, of course, is why the judge took his daughter there yesterday, Chameleon.
That and perhaps something more, Commissioner.
What more?
Is there a report yet on whether Barbara had been carrying any packages or anything else from the museum after meeting the boyfriend, John Clark?
It just came in, and your guess was right, Chameleon. Got the story from the doorman at the museum.
So she has been carrying things away. Where'd she take them, Commissioner?
To the Apex coffee shop down the street from the museum. A hangout for Andy Matthews and a number of other crooks, including a couple of fences.
The Apex coffee shop, Well, well.
Chameleon, you don't think Judge Hatch's daughter killed her own father, do you? Incredible. Ghastly.
It's happened before, Commissioner. Love-crazed girl, domineering, arrogant father. Anyway, it gives me an idea. Commissioner, order that museum reopened to the public right away.
Open to the public? Why take that chance?
Because it'll draw a big crowd of morbid curiosity seekers and give me the chance to go in there disguised as one of them. I want to draw the Apex coffee shop and that museum closer together.
Yet even as Mr. Chameleon is talking to the police commissioner, a trembling girl is waiting in the Apex coffee shop down the street from the museum. And Barbara Hatch half rises to her feet as Priscilla Ames swoops down upon her.
Well, Miss Hatch, my dear little Barbara, I thought I'd find you here. And I came to warn you.
What about Miss Ames?
You know what about Barbara. So help me, I'll kill you if you say one word to Mr. Chameleon that implicates me in your father's murder.
I didn't mean to, Miss Ames.
I'll see that you don't. I've had enough of your sanctimonious family interfering in my life.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
You should be, Barbara. I suppose Chameleon will be coming to the museum in disguise. That's his specialty. But if he does, I'll recognize him. I'm sure I will.
And then what?
I don't know. But don't forget this. I know a lot about you, Barbara. And don't you ever forget it.
Now we find Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as a senile old man, Mr. Wheeler. And he is entering the museum, saying to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, who is with him,
All right, Dave, the coast is clear. I don't think anyone's seen me with you. Or if they have, I'm just an old man who's been asking a few questions. So keep out of sight. Have your gun in readiness.
Don't worry, Mr. Chameleon. I'll be... Uh-oh. Here comes Priscilla Ames.
Just the one I want to see. Beat it, Dave.
Okay.
Just in time, Dave ducks out of sight behind a curtain, and Mr. Chameleon shuffles forward to intercept Miss Ames, and he speaks in the quavering voice of his disguise.
Good morning, ma'am. Is this the room where Judge Hatch was killed?
Oh, good heavens, I'm sick and tired of answering that question. People come here now out of morbid curiosity, instead of wanting to see these beautiful works of art.
Can't blame him much, can you? Human nature being what it is. Was this the room where Judge Hatch was murdered?
Yes, it is.
My. Think of that. My name's Wheeler. What's yours?
Miss Ames, I'm the curator of the museum. And now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, that's a pretty box.
What?
I say that antique box is mighty pretty. Mind if I look at it?
Well, certainly I mind. I run this museum. Nothing is to be touched.
Be careful. You get mad because people come here out of morbid curiosity. Then you get mad when people look at your works of art.
Mr. Wheeler, that antique box is not to be touched. Don't you see the sign, do not touch?
I'm not hurting it, Miss Ames.
Put it down.
You've got no call to speak to me like that. All I want to do is look inside the box, and I'm going to.
Got him, Dave? Yes, I've got him, Mr. Chameleon. Your shot nicked him in the arm.
And bring him out.
Mr. Chameleon. You are Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Miss Ames, and here is John Clark, the murderer of Judge Hatch.
Barbara Hatch's fiancé.
No. Your accomplice.
Priscilla, help me. Help me.
She won't help you, John. Instead, she'll tell me everything. She wants to save herself from a murder rap. It was she who gave me my first clue when she lied about not knowing where her keys were.
Mr. Chameleon.
Judge Hatch had picked up this antique box. He was raising the lid, just as I did now. And hidden inside this box was a fortune in stolen jewels, like these. He was murdered because, quite by accident, he found those jewels.
Are you saying that I handled stolen jewels?
That's exactly what I'm saying, John Clark, and I'm also saying that you killed Judge Hatch.
But the gun was Barbara's gun.
The gun you sneaked from Barbara's shopping bag, you mean?
No, I...
John Clark, you and Priscilla Ames were working together, passing stolen jewelry. And this is how it was done. Barbara Hatch used to come in here to meet you, John. And if you weren't here, she took a small package from that antique box and turned it over to a messenger at the Apex coffee shop, who in turn gave her a love letter from you. To Barbara, it was a romantic game. She'd no idea that she, your judge's daughter, was being used by criminals to pass stolen loot.
I'm saying nothing, Chameleon.
Oh? Well, I am. We found a half-burned note in the judge's room. A note for Barbara from you, John Clark, which thanked her for following instructions. Well, the judge found it, too. He suspected what was happening. He followed his daughter and saw her meet a known criminal at the coffee shop. And you, Miss Ames, were in on the whole scheme.
I didn't murder Judge Hatch. It was John Clark.
Why, you...
Hold him, Dave!
Enough
Take
of
your
that.
hands off.
All right, that's all.
Thank you, Miss Ames. I can use your testimony.
And I'm not a jewel thief either. I was just afraid to interfere.
Afraid? You're enjoying it. It was sweet revenge, a bitter joke. A bitter joke to both of you that the daughter of the judge you so hated should have been tricked into helping a ring of criminals. What you didn't know was that it would lead to murder and your own arrest. You, John Clark, as the actual killer. You, Priscilla Ames, as a possible accomplice.
No, I had nothing to do with it.
You had full knowledge that crime was being committed, and your failure to report it is in itself a crime.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. It's only natural that when you have an ordinary headache, you want fast relief. And to find out how quickly Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work, all you need do is test it in a glass of water. What happens to a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass also happens in your stomach, and the speed with which it disintegrates indicates the speed with which it's ready to go to work. When you make this test, you'll see that Bayer aspirin tablets start disintegrating almost instantly, are actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds. Hence, they provide remarkably fast relief. So when you need something to relieve pain, be sure of how quickly it will act. Be sure with Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Friendly Divorce Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer and Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
To millions, tooth decay means suffering, worry, expense. But now, thanks to a remarkable scientific discovery, you can actually cut down tooth decay simply by using new ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Based on a formula developed by University of Illinois scientists, it actually destroys bacteria Lactobacillus acidophilus, which cause tooth decay. As a result, dentists by the thousand recommend this type dentifrice. So to cut down tooth decay, to have sounder, healthier, handsomer teeth, use ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Both regular Dr. Lyon's tooth powder and new ammoniated Dr. Lyon's are at all drug and toilet goods counters.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Friendly Divorce Murder Case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm Pat Novak, for hire. That's what the sign outside my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Or you can set it to music or put it up in neon. But down here on the waterfront in San Francisco, you're too busy staying alive to worry about the next guy unless he's pointing a gun. Most of the time, you got as much chance as a fly-papered fly on his solo flight. But it works out. Oh, I rent boats and do anything else to keep my stomach and my conscience running even. It's like juggling hot marbles on a high wire. But it's a living, and you haven't any more kick coming than a swimmer diving into an empty pool. I found that out last Tuesday night. I was sitting in my office after dinner, watching the fog stream through the gate and wrap up the bay for the night. Up on Russian Hill, the lights were just going on in the $1,000 a month apartments, and right away you got a picture of warm rooms and cold martinis. I guess I was feeling sorry for myself, so I started to page through an old address book full of bad debts and tired memories. I was getting older by the page, and the regrets were piling up around my knees when the phone rang. Novak talking.
This is Father Leahy, Patsy. Are you busy?
Yeah, Father. Tearing up old phone numbers.
Are you reforming or angry?
Neither one, Father. They just wore out.
You sound sad, Patsy. Expect them to last forever?
Nothing's that good. What's on your mind?
I want to ask you a favor.
Make it a small one, Father. I'm all out of big ones.
It's a small one, Patsy, for you.
Yeah, another customer told me the same thing, Father. His brother was on the way to the chair. He wanted me to smuggle in some rubber underwear.
I'm asking, Patsy, not begging.
Okay, Father. What do you need?
Can you see me in about an hour, right after the evening rosary?
When's it over?
Oh, about 8:30. But don't be afraid of coming early.
No, I'll take a rain check on that, Father.
That's what Noah's friends used to say. I'll see you at 8:30.
It was a little before 8:30 when I started up the steps of Father Leahy's parish church. I figured the services were over, so I hung around in the vestibule for a couple of minutes, trying to look like a part-time bell ringer. The last few people straggled out, and then an altar boy came out and gave me the high sign. He was a clean, Irish-looking little kid with a face the size of a minute and just about as young.
Are you Mr. Novak, sir?
Yeah, that's right. You the lookout?
I'm an altar boy, Mr. Novak. My name's Jake Siegel. Little Jake, Father calls me.
Yeah. Well, where's Father Leahy now, Jake?
He's back in the sacristy, Mr. Novak. He wants you to wait inside here.
No, this'll do. I'll wait right here.
No, sir, Mr. Novak. I'm sorry. Father says to be sure and bring you inside.
Okay, little Jake, lead the way.
This way, Mr. Novak, down this aisle.
I guess I was too busy trying to act like I knew my way around to pay much attention to a fat, chunky little guy when he stood up in the back pew a couple of aisles over. Little Jake seemed to peg trouble in the air.
Mr. Novak, that man back there, what's he doing?
All right, Quinlan, here's your payoff. Turn around and take it.
Jake, get down.
Mr. Novak, look out, look out!
Down on the waterfront, you learn early to look for trouble, any place, any time. You can find it at the top of the mark or at the bottom of the bay, but this is the first time it caught up with me in the middle of a church. The lead got as thick as confetti on New Year's Eve. I spun around and I made a dive for little Jake, but I wasn't soon enough. He went down like young wheat in a hailstorm. When I grabbed for him, I must have hit my head in the base of a marble pillar or something, and things got dark for a minute. I stumbled down the aisle and into the street after the guy, but the odds were all on his side. The fog was so thick you couldn't read a newspaper with a Klieg light. I guess I covered every alley and street in the neighborhood, but it was like running after a hat full of feathers in the middle of a windstorm. Oh, I don't know how much later it was when I stopped for a minute in an empty doorway and I tried to remember what I was chasing. A siren was crying somewhere in the distance, so I started back for the church. The coroner's wagon was just pulling away when I got there, and Father Leahy had disappeared. I saw a light in the rectory, so I went upstairs and rang the bell. He came to the door in his shirt sleeves. He just stood there for a minute looking at me. Then he motioned me inside. You want to see me, Father?
Yes, in here. Sit down.
The kid, Father. Little Jake.
What do you think?
Yeah. They go fast?
Instantly.
I'll get the guy, Father.
I'm not asking that, Patsy. I'm not asking you for anything anymore, unless I need trouble.
No, somebody told you a bad story, Father. That wasn't my gun.
I should have known better than to call you. I should have known it meant trouble. It's your middle name, Patsy. You're married to it.
You're looking at the wrong man. It wasn't my party.
I called you here tonight to ask you a favor, Patsy.
Anything you want, Father.
It's too late now. We were going to have an altar boys' picnic tomorrow. We're at Paradise Cove. I wanted to borrow one of your boats. We won't be going now, Patsy. We've got a funeral instead.
Yeah. What do you want me to say?
Don't say anything, Patsy. Just listen for a minute. I asked you to come up here tonight, but I didn't tell you to bring your friends. If you've got any private fights with those waterfront hoods, that's your business. But don't bring your beefs into the church.
And I tell you, I never saw the guy before. I don't know anything about it.
He was shooting at you when he hit little Jake, wasn't he? What else am I supposed to think?
Yeah. They find the murder gun?
Nothing your playmates are neat, Patsy.
I liked you better without the temper, Father.
And I liked you better before your hands got dirty, Patsy. I warned you about that waterfront crowd, the cheap thugs, the cheap women. I told you, Patsy, roll around in dirt long enough and some of it's bound to stick to you. You got it all over your face and your hands, and it's working inside you, Patsy. It's working in deep.
At the end of the sermon, Father?
I tried to warn you, but you had it figured. We'll figure this one, Patsy. There's a 9-year-old kid on his way to the morgue. He stepped in front of a bullet and saved your life. Now go ahead. Figure it.
Yeah, I will, Father. But you better be on call when I catch up with the guy. He's going to have a lot of praying to do. When I left Father Leahy, I checked in at the church for one more look around. A couple of red-faced Irish cops in uniform were wandering around the vestibule, trying to look at home and chewing gum like mad to kill the beer on their breath. And over in one corner, half a dozen old women had their heads together, clucking like hens over a square egg. Outside of them, the place was deserted. I gave the course a quick rundown. A couple of aisles over, where I figured the gunsel must have passed, I picked up a matchbook. The ad on the front said Max Joint, Cicero, Illinois. And there was a phone number scrawled inside the cover. I was just about ready to toss it away when a bell rang, and I took a closer look. It was my phone number. I put the matchbook in my pocket, and I started home for the apartment. Maybe the cab wasn't going fast enough, because halfway there, 3 years' stock of headache caught up with me, and the ceiling started to jump. Oh, the cab driver was kind, though. When we got to my place, he offered to help me as far as the curb for an extra 4 bits. By the time I made it to my front door, I was feeling lower than N-man at an Irish wake. The reception committee didn't help much. They were short and dark, all 3 of them, with rolls of loose, oily fat where their necks should have been, and small pig eyes that squinted through the cigar smoke rolling out of wide nostrils and up their faces.
Hiya, Novak. How do you feel?
Lots better after you find the door.
Hey, Dex. Novak don't like us.
He'll cultivate a taste.
No, they don't build stomachs that strong.
Be nice. It's easier that way.
Now look, Buster, I don't know who you 3 pigs are, but
Novak. Remember, be nice.
Yeah, I'll remember.
You West Coast punks are all alike, Novak. Couple of taps and you cry. Ain't that right, Lud?
Maybe Novak's tired, fellas. Help him into a chair.
Yeah, Novak. Sit down. Lud wants to say something.
All right, then say it and get out of here.
We want the gun, Novak. And we want the papers that go with it.
Sounds like a great puzzle. Sorry, I can't help with the answer.
You better tell Lud, Novak. It's liable to get rough.
All right. My gun's over there on the desk and the paper's on the wall.
Be nice, Novak. Just once more, Novak. Where's the gun and where's the papers?
Look, I'll spell it for you. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Dex, Mac, get his arm.
Yeah.
All right, hold his head up.
Yeah. Okay, Lud, there.
This the way they do it in Cicero?
Last time round, Novak.
The gun and the papers, where are they? I don't know. The gun, Novak. The papers. No use, boss. We lost them. All right. It's a big flaw. Let him find his own way back. Well, it was a long night for summer. When I woke up, the sun was bleeding through a rip in the blinds, and there was a funny smell in the room. My stomach felt like a piece of practice rope at a Boy Scout class. And then the room got noisy.
You wake up slow, Novak. Have a hard night?
Oh, you're never on time for the party, are you, Hellman?
I'm choosy, Novak. I don't like your friends.
All right, then take up social work. What's the occasion?
I've got a phone tip. When I drop up for a visit.
You having fun?
Yeah. There's a gal in the kitchen bored to death.
Huh?
Take a look.
She took it hard. Who is she?
Sally Kimbrough. That's what her driver's license says. She a friend of yours?
How would I know? Even her mother couldn't tell.
Messed up, isn't she, Novak? Must have been a rough party.
I wouldn't know, Hellman. I closed early.
At your joint, what happened?
I said I closed early. 3 Gunsels were drinking my scotch when I got home about 10:30. They were anxious about a gun and some papers, and they figured I could put them straight. I couldn't, so they laid me out. Now tell me how sorry you are.
I bleed for you, Novak. Now let's have it straight.
That's as straight as you're going to get it, Hellman. If it's not exciting enough, try Esquire.
You talk brave for a punk in hot water.
I'm not going to scream till it burns.
Then you better start practicing, Novak, because I'm going to burn you.
You better hurry, Hellman. Your pension's catching up with you.
Watch your mouth, Novak. You're not talking to your Gunsel friends.
Now, that's hard to tell, Hellman. You both use the same technique. Now, show me the warrant before I start charging your rent.
That dame's body is all the warrant I need, Novak. Now talk. How did she get so dead?
I told you once. Pick up the 3 Gunsels and ask them.
What they look like?
Like you. The size smaller. They're from the east, around Chicago.
What else?
They wouldn't leave their birth certificate.
Go ahead, smart boy. Get in all the laughs you can. But don't ask me to con the parole board for you.
Oh, I don't know, Hellman. You won't be there. Maybe I'll like prison life. When you're knee-deep in the rain and your boots spring a leak, you might as well throw them away and take your chances barefoot. Hellman and his boys left with the body, and I grabbed a handful of aspirin and a cold shower. Then I started out to look for the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. A pretty smart man until he found out you can poison your worries at $4 a fifth. I finally found him sitting in the middle of a bourbon fog in a little Spanish joint somewhere on the edge of the Excelsior district. He was down at the end of the bar trying his best to make time with a plaster bust of Queen Isabella.
Pepsi, you're just in time for a short one. Bartender, hand me that vase.
Come on, Jocko, sober up. I got to talk to you.
Patsy, here's to your own peculiar brand of happiness.
Jocko, will you cut it out?
Patsy, I don't mean to be rude or ungentlemanly, but I don't think I altogether approve of the clientele in this place.
Yeah.
Shh, this woman next to me, Patsy, the one with the stony gaze. She's been here ever since I came in, and I don't mean to be uncharitable, but I think she's the picture of a perfect boy.
All right.
Patsy, to a member of the old Castilian school, there can be no excuse for the conduct she's exhibited. Why, do you know I was even good enough to buy her 3 rounds of Portuguese brandy, imported, mind you. But what do I get for my pains? Not even a civil thank you.
All right, Jocko.
I've been sitting here in the most gentlemanly way, sipping this delicate nectar in great mouthfuls and trying to keep the party going. But does she help? No. I've talked to her about politics, medicine, literature, Keats, Byron, Shelley, Nick Kenny. Well, I've even talked about the weather.
Jocko, she's a statue.
She's a simple oversight, Patsy. Might happen to anyone.
Listen a minute, will you? I'm in trouble.
You're always in trouble, Patsy, and that's the way you'll stay till you find some kind of moral rudder. You've got to find direction instead of trying to be so righteous in an evil sort of way. Get in tune with our decaying civilization. Like me, Patsy. Why tempt the fates? It's much more practical to buy off your destiny with a good fifth of Irish whiskey.
You all through, Jocko?
Yes. What kind of trouble this time?
3 Gunsels from the east. They're shooting up the town, and I'm running front for their murder raps.
Patsy, why not plead guilty? The rest might do you good.
Somebody shot a 9-year-old kid, an altar boy.
Oh. Where did that happen?
In Father Leahy's church. The Gunsel took me for somebody else and started shooting.
Problem's getting bigger, Patsy. What am I supposed to do?
I want you to check on a guy by the name of Mike Quinlan. Also a girl, Sally Kimbrough. Tagged by the Examiner and the Chronicle morgues and nose around the horse parlors out on Eddy Street, will you? Find out everything you can.
Well, all right, Patsy, but you've broken up a beautiful party. You've disillusioned me about Queen Isabella here, and I've suddenly grown dreadfully thirsty again. Let's have 4 or 5 for the road, shall we?
Later, Jocko. We haven't got time.
Well, only if you say so, Patsy. But every time I leave the hallowed confines of a barroom, I'm a poor pilgrim caught up in the vices of the crass everyday world. A tattered orphan leaning disconsolately against the bitter winds of chance, tossed and buffeted about endlessly by the cruel storms of fortune. By the way, I'll need car fare.
All right, here, half $1.
But, Patsy, refreshment.
Later. Now get going, will you, Jocko?
Where can I find you?
I'm going to check by my office, then I'm going to see Father Leahy.
Well, as soon as he mentions taking the pledge, that's your cue to leave. Good night, lover.
When I left Jocko, I caught a cab downtown, and on the way I started hunting for just a piece of the answer. But all I got was questions. Who were the 3 Gunsels, and what was the stuff they were after? Mike Quinlan, where did he fit in? And that dead girl in my apartment, who did she belong to? Well, the zeros were piling up faster than flies on donuts when the cab pulled up for a stop sign at 16th and Mission, and a little guy with a worried mouth and a loud sports shirt jumped in. His lips were wound around a phony kind of smile, like a head waiter just before he hands you the check for a big party.
It's okay, driver. We're friends.
How are you, Patsy? Friendship comes easy for you, mister. You got a name?
This is for keeps, Novak. I want to talk.
You've got until the next corner.
We both mean it, Novak. Me and the gun.
Now, look, Junior, if you want to play the heavy, go find a melodrama.
Who you working for? Sandell?
That's as good a name as any. All right, here's your corner.
Sally Kimbrough. Where is she, Novak?
You're fast with a question, mister. Let me ask you one. Who's Sandell?
I got the gun, Novak.
Yeah, well, who's Sandell?
I'll do the asking. You sit there and make the answers.
Oh, you're running out of tickets, Junior. Come here. All right, now reach down for that gun and I'll jam you through the floorboards. Who's Sandell?
He's a Chicago hood. He's out to get me. It works both ways.
That's a good plot. Now, who are you?
Mike Quinlan. All right, now what about Sally Kimbrough?
They mopped her up off my kitchen floor this morning.
Somebody's going to get Sandell.
Maybe we're on the same train. What's he look like?
Fat men all look alike.
All right, you can leave any time now.
Sure, Novak. Fare's getting higher. See you later.
Well, the whole thing went faster than a Mexican divorce. The black sedan pounded by on all 12, and Quinlan folded up like a playpen in a high wind. We tried to follow the car, but it would have been easier to win the Kentucky Derby on a pogo stick. So I went back to the corner where Quinlan was still hugging the cement. He was draped over the curb like a tired carpet, and if his suit was a brighter yellow, he could have passed for a loading zone. Hellman was there with all his relatives in uniform, so I told the cabbie to drive on. I just couldn't seem to shake the picture of little Jake when he went quiet in that church. Well, when I got close to a phone, I paid off the cabbie and I put in a call to Jocko. I called Newton at the Examiner morgue, and he said that Jocko had just left, so I called Breen's. I asked for the guy who was drinking the cheapest whiskey in the tallest glass.
Jocko Madigan speaking.
This is Novak. How'd you make out?
Let me tell you about this pack of newspaper men down here. Men of high birth, Patsy. True breeding. They like scotch almost as much as I do.
What'd you find out about Quinlan?
My Eddy Street informants tag him as an ex-con, Patsy. Sent up for armed robbery in 1940 and paroled about 2 weeks ago from Joliet. Quinlan had a few dealings with a man named Lud Sandell. From what I can gather, Quinlan's supposed to have taken the rap for Sandell and his brother.
What else?
Quinlan's a local boy out of Bernal Heights. He has a sister, Patsy. She belongs to Sandell. She's probably the only salesgirl in town with a 6-room apartment in the best part of the marina.
Did you get the address?
Oh, the Bayview Towers, down at the foot of Fillmore Street.
Sounds good.
Maybe she has a friend.
Did you get anything else on Sandell?
The Turk Street set tells me he's out here to set up a slot machine route. I gather he's the pushy type.
Thanks, Jocko. I'll see you at the apartment.
Oh, Patsy, on your way home, pick up something for dinner at the delicatessen, will you?
There's stuff in the icebox. Fix yourself a sandwich.
Patsy, dinner without bourbon is life without hope. I'll borrow from the neighbors. Good night, lover.
ID car out on Van Ness Avenue, and I headed down into the marina. The answer box was still fat with questions, and little Jake's killer held a 4-lap lead, but at least the field was getting thin. I figured it was 1 out of 3. Sandell or either one of his gunsels, but which one? Well, when I got down to the foot of Fillmore Street, the fog was thicker than ankles at a fat ladies' convention, and the foghorns out beyond Yacht Harbor started on overtime. The Bayview Towers was one of those swanky, new-looking places that gets old in a hurry. It saw lots of brass and brunettes during the war, but now the only uniform left belonged to the doorman. I found Quinlan's sister in the penthouse apartment. And when she opened the door, you felt like Clyde Beatty with a broken chair. Her lounging pajamas reminded you of a good butler. They came in and went out at the right places, and they stayed close to the job. I felt like the Fisk boy after somebody blew out his candle.
Ah, talent on the loose. Won't you come in?
Yeah, it'll save time. My name's Novak. I got some news for you.
I'm Bobby Quinlan. Don't go so fast.
I'm looking for answers, lady. If you want a companion, advertise. Your brother's dead. Sandell shot him.
My, such a big imagination, Mr. Novak. Why don't you relax? Here.
Look, I got proof in my pocket, baby. You want the rest of this couch now?
I've been lonesome, Novak.
It's going to get worse with your brother gone. Take a look at the paper.
Later,
Yeah, you've been practicing.
You're getting weak, Patsy. I can feel your heart pounding.
Yeah, now let's quiet down and talk murder, shall we?
Patsy, you're hurting. You're hurting me.
Where's Sandell?
Please, Patsy.
Where's Sandell? Where is he?
Patsy, my arm. You'll break it.
I'll tear it off and throw it away. Now, where's Sandell?
I don't know. I swear I don't.
He killed your brother. He shot him down on the street.
It's a bum joke, Novak.
All right, if you won't believe me, take a look at this chronicle. Right there on the front page.
You're lying, Novak.
Look at it.
No. Sandell promised he wouldn't touch Mike.
Why complain? Think how Mike feels. Now, where's Sandell?
He's down at the hotel. The Durban Arms on Eddy Street. He lied to me, Novak. I played it straight, but he lied to me.
Yeah, you're a mistake, baby. I'll see you later.
Don't leave, Novak. Body's just died.
Dex, why'd you do it? You lied. You and Sandell, you promised me. And you killed him.
Him or us, sweetheart. Somebody had to go.
Like that altar boy, huh?
Got it once, Novak. It's tougher the second time.
There's no second time, Dex.
All right, sweetheart. Now take him back.
Yeah. You finished even, baby.
They promised me, Patsy, but they lied. He and Sandell, they killed Mike and they lied. Patsy, hold me. Hold me, Patsy.
Sorry, baby. You make this trip alone. There wasn't anything I could do for them, so I took a cab down to the Durban Arms on Eddy Street, but Sandell had checked out an hour before. The clerk told me his baggage was still around, though, so I figured that could only mean one thing. I put in a call for Hellman, and then I grabbed a cab and headed for Father Leahy's. By the time I got up on the hill, the fog had taken a lease on most of the town. You can always tell when it's thick because all the sounds out in the bay get a free ride. Halfway there, the driver was ready to quit, but for an extra $2, he threw the cab in second, and we crawled the rest of the way till we got a block from the church. By that time, the fog was so thick you could have sold it with a pound. I did the last block on foot. I was just about 20 yards away when I spotted Sandell and Mac the Gunsel standing under a streetlight just outside the door to the church. They waited a minute, and when they turned and started up the steps. Don't bother, Sandell. You called too late.
Huh? Who is it? Who's out there? It's a smart punk, Lord Novak. Novak, come closer. I can't see in the fog.
Come on out and get me, Sandell.
There he is, Mac.
You're flying blind, Sandell. You made the trip for nothing. I got the gun and I got the papers.
He's lying, Lord. Come on out, Novak. We'll make a deal.
I said you're late, Sandell. I already made the deal with Mac.
You're funny, Novak. This'll shut you up.
Not even close, Mac. Which one have you got the altar boy?
You sound worried, Novak. You want to tell him, Lud, or should I?
Mac deals a lot better than you shoot, Sandell. Ask him about it.
Huh? What's he saying, Mac? He's saying nothing, Lud. He's talking crazy. Let's go out and get him.
Ask Mac about this afternoon, Sandell. Ask him where he was when Dex got it. Ask him how I got the gun and the papers.
He's crazy, Lud. I'm not so sure, Mac. Don't be a sucker, Lud. Novak's playing cute.
Sorry, Mac, you took the chance.
He's conning you, Lud. He's lying. Could be, Mac, but I can't chance it. God, you fool!
All right, Sandell. Now it's just you and me in the fog.
Come on in, Novak. We'll work a deal. Come in where I can see you.
All right. That's 5 shots, Lud. You got 1 left to make good on. All right, Sandell, now we're even. Come here.
Let me go, Novak.
Yeah.
Lay off, Novak. What did I do to you? Cut it out, will you? You didn't get hurt.
Talk to that altar boy, huh?
I didn't mean to hit the kid.
Oh, I'm sick of your mouth.
All right, Novak, that's enough. Novak, I said that's enough.
Yeah.
Let go of him. This Sandell?
Yeah, that's him.
A few minutes ago, we could have booked him for murder.
You can have him now, Hellman.
You saved the state some money, Novak. Neck's broken.
That you, Patsy?
Over here, Father, on the steps.
Hello, Inspector.
Father?
This the man, Patsy?
Yeah, Father, that's him.
I'll pray for him, Patsy.
Why waste it, Father? He wasn't worth it.
They said the same thing about 2 men on a hill in Calvary.
When the fog lifted the next morning, things got lots clearer for everybody. The story was the cheap earthy kind, but then so were the characters. After Mike Quinlan joined up with Sandell and his boys back in 1940, they pulled a bank job in Chicago, and instead of cutting in Mike on the take, Sandell framed him to take the rap for the 3 of them. Then Sandell came west to operate and lined up Quinlan's sister for his girlfriend. By the time Quinlan was paroled, he was fast on Sandell's game, and he had lots to beef about. He lined up enough good evidence to put Sandell and his 2 boys away for life, and then he threatened to spill it if Sandell didn't cut him in for his share of the job and stay white of his sister. Sandell wasn't generous, and he wasn't genteel, so he played along with his tongue in his cheek and a gun in his pocket. When the time came to swap money for evidence, Quinlan picked the church for a trading ground because that's where he'd hidden the box with the evidence. That's where we finally found it. The deal was all set to go when something scared Quinlan off, and Sandell came in, mistook me for Quinlan, and hit little Jake. Sandell's boys tried to get at Quinlan through his girl, Sally Kimbrough, and when she wouldn't spill, they killed her and planted the body in my apartment to take care of the opposition. Mac and Sandell were in the black sedan when it finally caught up with Quinlan in the alley off Mission Street. Well, what did I get out of all this? Nothing. Father Leahy took Jocko to dinner at Lupo's a couple of days later. Jocko's bar bill read like a Social Security number. Hellman asked only one question. How could Father Leahy ever pay for a dinner check that big? I don't know, but when he got back to his church, I noticed he slipped an IOU in the poor box.
Pat Novak for Hire was previously released by ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, for listeners in the United States, and rebroadcast for our men and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a man who was blind and ended when he saw his blindness went deeper than his eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It was after 11 when I turned into that section of North Clark that begins to wake up then. Tonight it was jumping no more than usual. It just seemed that way. I threaded my way through the visiting playboys from Keokuk and St. Louis and the whining panhandlers and the sad-eyed gals. Then I stopped for a minute to watch old Pop. There he stood as I'd seen him stand night after night before the little burlesque theater, sawing away at the same old tune and the same old battered fiddle. I walked up to him, listened for a moment, and then...
Thank you, thank you.
Business good tonight, Pop?
Randy.
Uh-huh. You never miss, do you?
Not my regulars. How have you been?
Oh, good, good. You?
All right.
Business good?
Lousy.
Well, still early. Midnight shows ought to bring in some tariff.
Uh-huh. What's it look like tonight, Randy?
I don't have to tell you, Pop. I think you can see more than I can.
Yeah, that's the trouble with being blind. It's not what you miss without eyes, but what you do see. I can feel them, Randy. The cheap sports. The ones who drop a penny in my cup. Drop it in from way up because it sounds heavier when it hits. Big shots. The ones who drop $50 when they're with a girl and pass me up when they're alone.
Where do I fit in, Pop?
You never change. Always a quarter. Night you drop in something else, I'll know something's wrong.
Well, the show's breaking. Here come the girls.
Dancers, they call themselves. Dancers, cheap,
Oh,
shoddy.
careful, Pop.
Well, if it ain't Horace Greasy.
Greeley. It's Horace Greeley. How are you, Pearl?
Feet are killing me.
From what? Standing in one spot?
So I should move around? Here.
Thank you.
For nothing. Ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, Randy.
Well, you have to wait your turn.
See the show?
No, should I have?
Nah, new one's moving in tomorrow. Bigger and better.
And bearer.
When I'm paid to wear more, I'll know I'm washed up.
How's it going?
Same old grind. Ha, get it?
Every night the same lousy joke.
So what? Every night you play the same lousy tune.
Oh, who asked for hyper?
Long time ago, I played better.
Yeah, I played fiddle for the Tsar, so comes the revolution. Honest, Pop, you know anything else?
Who'd recognize it around here if I did?
So where's your hi-hat?
Oh, shut up.
Now, listen.
Cheap burlesque dancer.
Hey, wait a minute. Who you calling a
You, all of you.
Hey, Bob, now, Bob, take it easy. What's the matter with you?
Now, let me alone. Just let me alone, that's all.
Hey, wait a sec. Well, what's eating on him?
He blew up like a boiler.
Yeah. He ain't never done that before. And calling me a cheap dancer. Who does he think he is? Plays for nickels and sops himself in cheap wine when he's got the price. Hey, Randy.
What?
No wonder. He was sober.
Yeah, I saw that, too.
First time I ever seen him come out from under that cloud. He's sick.
Well, maybe there's something else, Pearl.
Nah, he'll take his nickels and dimes, buy a bottle, and soak in it. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with Pop that a wet cork won't cure.
I don't know. There was something else.
Honest, you give me the willies.
Okay, Pearl, I'll throw in a cup of coffee. Come on. So we had coffee and we talked about Pop. No one knew where he'd come from. He just showed up one night with a battered fiddle under his arm and started playing. It was a half hour or so after I left Pearl. I moseyed through the street, found myself back at the same place I started, but Pop wasn't there. I told myself he was well in the middle of the pickling process, nothing to get excited about. He'd show up tomorrow night. But that ever-loving curiosity rang up a tilt inside me. I went hunting. I didn't find Pop. And when I passed an all-night hock shop, something in the window sent me inside.
Yes, sir. You see something you like?
Yeah, that violin in the window.
The violin? Oh, sure. You want to see it?
Yes, I'd like to.
Sure. It ain't often I get a piece like this. No, sir. It ain't often I get a chance to offer something like this. Horowitz himself couldn't want one any better.
Yeah, I'll tell him when he gives up the piano.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where'd you get this?
From a collection. It's a fine old violin, maybe 100 years. A few scratches.
How much did you give him for it?
Give who?
The blind man who brought it in.
Yeah, how come you know where I got it? Huh? How come?
I'd know this violin in 100. Now, come on. How much do you want for it?
$20.
15.
I paid that.
Okay, 20. Give me the receipt.
Just take it. Give me the money and take it.
The receipt, Buster. I need it for my expense account.
You a copper?
Why ask that?
If you ain't, why you asking all the questions? Why,
What's bothering you? If you got this violin legitimately, you'll sell it without all this ping-pong.
I got it legitimately.
Okay, then. The receipt. Neither of us is getting any younger.
Well, yeah, I ain't got a receipt.
Oh? Why not?
Look, the guy comes in. He wants to hock this fiddle. I can't give him no dough on it, not like he wants anyway.
So?
We make a deal, a swap.
For what?
Look, I'm only telling you this because I don't want no trouble. But he wants a rod, a heater.
You let him have a gun?
Yeah, but...
Was it loaded?
Maybe a couple of shells in it, but...
Got anything on paper? His address, maybe?
No.
But you let him have a gun?
He was blind. I ain't going to give anybody a rod if they look like they're going out for a heist. I got a legitimate business. What could a blind guy do with a gun?
Figure it out.
Look, I'm trying to tell you that I'm clean. I tell you I'm clean.
I had no idea where to look for Pop, but I thought maybe one person might know. Pearl. I found her backstage just about ready for her last turn.
You like it, boys? Come on, boys. Hey, Randy, grab yourself a fan and cut in any place.
Pearl, this has got to be quick. You know where Pop lives?
Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong?
He traded his violin for a gun.
What for?
I'd like to know. Now, come on. You got any idea where he lives?
No. But I walked a couple of blocks with him one night. He was too stiff to do it alone.
Yeah?
Then he turned off in some street. I didn't go no further. Feet were killing me.
Which street?
I never look at street signs. There was a candy store on the corner.
So you know the street?
I guess so.
All right, then let's go.
But my aunt...
Forget it for now. Pop's liable to do something with that gun.
Okay, I'll fix it. Don't make no difference anyhow. New show opening tomorrow. Hey, Gracie! Gracie!
Yeah?
Come here.
Sure. Oh, pleased to meet you.
You ain't. And you ain't gonna. Now listen, you gotta go on in my place.
Me?
You've been yammering how good you are. Now's your chance, honey.
I don't know nothing.
It ain't education they want out there. Here, take my balloon. Blow it up a little bigger. You need it.
Oh, but I can't.
All you gotta do is be careful of the guy in the first box. He's got a rubber band and some bent pins. Let's go, Randy.
We tore out of the theater before she had much more than just time to throw on a coat. I'll say this for Pearl. She didn't catch cold easily, but if there was a wind blowing, she'd have been a sensation. Anyway, she found the street, and a few questions and answers sent us to what is politely known as a theatrical boarding house. And then outside Pop's door...
Bust it in, Randy.
Pop! Hey, Pop, it's Randy. Open up.
Bust it in.
Okay, look out.
Wait. Pop.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. What do you want?
Oh, we're coming in, Pop.
No.
We're coming in.
Yo, Sponge, what's the idea of throwing a scare in
Wait a
there?
minute, take it easy, Pearl. All right, let's have the gun, Pop.
There it is, Randy.
Give it to me.
You look better in a fiddle.
Crying Jack, that's what it is, a crying Jack.
No, he's sober.
And for this, I let Gracie do my act. I'm ruined.
Get out of here, both of you. Leave me alone.
Just a minute.
Randy, don't point that.
You couldn't fire this in a million years. The firing pin's filed off.
He cheated me.
No wonder he let you have it. Okay, Pop, what's the idea?
I thought I could kill myself.
Okay, you thought you could kill yourself. Why?
I wanted to stop living this way. I wanted to stop lying to myself.
So all of a sudden you don't like the way you've been living?
Shut up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Pop, you want to talk about it?
Well, he already did. He already said
No. That's not the whole story.
You know, don't you, Randy?
I know there's something else. What is it?
Yes, there is. There's 9 years of lies and cheating. 9 years of running away from something I want to face but can't. Tonight, I want to stop it.
Stop what?
Stop the whole thing from coming down. Coming down and killing me. And her.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on the Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. The stories presented on Cavalcade of America feature Hollywood and Broadway stars who portray the many men and women responsible for the building of our country. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
For a moment after Pop said that, he stared into space. His sightless eyes seemed to be seeing something neither Pearl nor I could sense. And then...
Over on the dresser, Randy. Picture, face down. Get it?
Okay. You mean this one of a girl?
Yes, bring it here.
Gee, nice.
Here, Pop.
I haven't seen it in 5 years. Since my eyes...
She's a beautiful girl, Pop.
That's Vicky, my daughter.
This classy-looking dame?
Yes.
You know, I've seen her someplace.
She's famous.
What about it, Pop?
I'm a great old man for a kid like that. Busted, broken down, blind, playing for nickels and dimes.
Look, if she's the right kind, what difference does it make what you did?
I lied to her. For 9 years, I've lied.
Well, what about? And when did it start?
Well, when she was a kid. I was playing in the vaudeville house. She was going to school. That and learning to dance.
And her mother?
Left. Ran out. But I didn't care. I had Vicky. On days when I didn't have to be at the theater, we had big dreams. Great big dreams. I'd play for her. She'd dance. You're not allowed to get tired. Now, come on. Once more.
It's too fast.
Just right, Vicky.
That's enough, Dad.
Okay, lazy. Come here. What's the matter, honey?
Nothing.
Now, come on. Let's have it.
I can't dance as good as the rest of the kids.
Who said so?
Me?
What's your teacher say?
Nothing.
What do you want her to do? Hang flowers on you? Now, listen. Listen. What do we always say?
We'll go all over the world together.
That's right. And you'll be the greatest ballerina in the world. I'll lead the orchestra for Vicky. France, Italy, England. Great big oysters full of pearls. You wouldn't let me down now, would you, honey?
I don't want to.
Besides, we've always got each other, Vicky. No matter what happens, we've always got each other.
I don't ever want to leave you.
You won't, honey. Never. Now, come on. Let's try it again. Better. Better. Yeah, she got where I said she would, Randy. Famous.
But you, what happened between the two of you?
Things got bad. I had to take a job with a cheap band. Traveled. I kept her in school, and then...
Go on, Pop. Then?
I hit a grease toboggan.
Bottoms up, huh?
Yeah. and my eyes. But I kept writing to her, telling her I was doing all right. I sent her money, all I could. I lied to her, told her I was playing with a big orchestra. 1,000 times I tried to pull myself together. I didn't.
Where is she now?
Coming here, to Chicago.
How do you know that?
Randy, on the table there, a copy of the billboard. Get it? Turn to the personals.
Mm-hmm.
I get it every week. No matter where we were, we'd keep in touch that way. I pretended to keep moving around. I mailed in fake addresses so she wouldn't know.
What's in this one, Pop?
I always had somebody read the column to me, and this morning, you'll see it, Randy.
Oh? Dad from Vicky. That it, Pop?
Yes.
Dad from Vicky. We'll be in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me Washington Boulevard and State under the clock at 10 in the morning. Please be there.
But I can't.
How did she know you were here?
It was my last address. She just put it in, hoping.
Well, look, what's so tough? Just meet her. Like I said, if she's any good at all, she won't care what you...
No, I won't.
Pop, you've been running away for 9 years. You can't keep on doing it.
Let her see me? No, don't you see, Randy? She's famous. She's my Vanya.
Wow, she is famous.
And it's still 10 to 1. She's got legs like a piano.
Oh, come on, hold it, bro. The ballet's here in Chicago, huh?
Yes, I heard that their first American tour in 10 years. Randy, I want to meet her. Talk with her. Touch her face again, but I can't. Not now.
Pop, you're going to meet her tomorrow.
No.
She'll be here for only 3 days. During that time, you'll be what she thinks you are. She doesn't have to find out anything else.
I never told her I was blind.
Well, is that a crime?
Oh, Randy.
Pop, you're going to be under the clock tomorrow morning at 10. It was easy to say, just like that. But I wondered what would happen. Playing with other people's lives is like splitting an atom and including yourself in the chain reaction. But I wanted Pop to meet Vicky. I stayed with him that night, got him into a clean press suit, made him shave and stay out of striking distance of anything that looked like a bottle. And then it was 10 in the morning.
That's 10, Randy. That's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Give her time, Pop.
Let's go, Randy, before it's too late. Let's go. Take me away from here.
You look all right. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
She's bound to find out.
Not from me or you.
She'll want to know what I've been doing, where I've been. Randy, I've told so many lies.
I'll have a few more on me.
Do you see her?
Not yet.
I hope she doesn't come. I hope she does.
She will.
What'll I say? Randy, tell me what to say.
You'll know, Pop. Nobody'll have to tell you. Now stand still. Take it easy.
Help me. Help me tell one more lie.
He didn't have to tell one more. Vicky didn't show up. Not at 10, not at 10:30, or not at 12 when we finally left the corner. I didn't want to leave Pop alone, so I took him to my apartment. I left him there in the lobby with the clerk keeping an eye on him while I went calling. Calling on a lady named Vanya. My press card works magic, especially backstage. I got in to see him, Vanya, all right.
It is so charming, Monsieur Stone.
Yes, of course, charming. I expected to meet you earlier.
Oh, so? I'm glad you did not. I'm afraid I do not look my best before noon or later.
Maybe that's why you didn't show up.
Pardon? Show up?
Hello, Vicky.
You called me what?
Just Vicky, for the present. I may think of something else later.
I do not understand.
Look, baby, I got a hunch you were there this morning. You saw him and decided not to stop. Is that it?
Well, if this is a joke, Monsieur Stone, I do not appreciate it.
Oh, please, let's stop the polite tennis.
But you're insane. Now it is tennis?
He was blind. You saw that. He wasn't what you expected after all these years. Or maybe, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, maybe you didn't recognize him.
You will please to excuse me one moment. Igor, please come here. You would like maybe a drink?
No, thank you. Look, Vicky, you can drop the Iron Curtain disguise. You see,
Oh, Igor, please come in.
A pleasure.
Igor, this man is crazy. He says he's from a newspaper.
Oh, that is very nice.
And who are you?
I am the ballet master. What else?
We'll leave that unanswered for the time. To get back to you, Vicky.
He calls me Vicky.
Hmm? Why?
Well, that's her name. Now, look, don't give me any more of this now.
Yes?
Well, you're a brunette.
A little gray, perhaps, but on the stage.
Wait a minute. Let me get a closer look.
Igor, keep him away.
I will go for help.
No, never mind. You're not Vicky, are you?
Please, monsieur, I am Mivanya.
Ludmila Mivanya Krochenko.
One of those is enough. Okay, I'm sorry. It's all a mistake. I thought you were someone else.
But that is impossible.
I know. I apologize again. I made a very bad mistake. Please forgive me.
Oh, it is nothing. Please to come again.
Sure. Invite some fawns over. We'll spend another afternoon. She wasn't Vicky, but she was Mivanya. I felt a little like the guy who opened the wrong door in a Turkish bath. I hurried back to Pop, took him up to my apartment, sat him down, and told him what had happened.
I'm not lying, Randy. I'm not.
I saw Vicky's picture. I saw Mivanya. At first, a guy could make a mistake, but not with a good second look.
Randy, I swear to you.
Come on, Pop. Give it to me straight. What's the deal?
Why should I make up such a story?
That's what I'd like to know. Brother, I bid. Hook, line, and sinker. I took the bait. Why'd you throw it?
For the last time, Randy, I didn't lie to you.
A gun with no firing pin, a fine, long story about a daughter. Great builder.
I'm going, Randy.
Okay, Pop, go ahead.
You still think I...
Excuse me, won't you? Yeah. Pearl. Oh, sure, we were there. We had a... What's that? Oh, now, look, honey, if you're... Give me that again. Now, hold on a minute. Pop!
What?
Pop!
What?
Sit down, wait a minute.
I'm going.
You're going to sit down and you're going to wait. Now, come on.
Oh, what's the matter, Randy? Is that...
No. Okay, Pearl, give me the rest. Yeah? What's the address? I got it. Now, look. I'm going to bring Pop to you. Hold on to him like a mink coat. Don't let him out of your sight, and then I'm going to go to that address.
Yes?
How do you do? My name is Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star. Here's my press card, Social Security.
What do you want?
May I come in?
But...
Thank you.
Hey, you've got a nerve.
Yeah, today I've got to have. May I sit down?
And if I say no?
Well, I'll have to stand. I can say what I want standing up.
All right, what do you want?
I want to know why you weren't under the clock at 10 this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dad, from Vicky in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me.
Where'd you find that out?
Billboard magazine, personal column.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I do. And so does your dad.
Where is he? How is he?
Well, first tell me why you didn't show up this morning.
Is he all right?
I guess so.
You guess. Don't you know? Answer me.
Vicky, you are Vicky, aren't you?
Yes, what about Dad?
Well, you want to see him, don't you?
More than anything else in the world.
I thought so. Now, how about tonight?
Tonight? But...
I'll fix it.
You know who I am?
As far as I'm concerned, you're Vicky. That's all I care about. That's all he cares about.
I want to believe that.
Well, you can. Now, how about tonight?
But what'll I say?
Vicky, you'll know what to say when you see him.
I wanted to be there this morning.
Now, look, don't give me the excuses or reasons. Just meet me tonight.
Where?
I'll pick you up. A date?
Why are you doing this?
Human interest stuff. Let it go at that, huh?
But...
Tonight, and Vicky.
What?
Maybe you'll be a little shocked.
I will?
Yes, maybe you will. Well, I'll see you tonight, and this time, show up. I stayed with Pop all the rest of the day. I had a story now, right up to the final paragraph. What the tag would be, I didn't know. I wouldn't know until that night. All depended on how things turned out, and I wasn't at all sure. When you play Mr. Fix-It with people's lives and emotions, you're cooking up a surprise party. Anyway, I had to try it. And so that night...
Randy, what are you doing?
Now, take it easy, Pop. Everything will be all right. I hope.
Well, why did you bring me back here?
Well, this is where you always stand, isn't it? Right in front of the burlesque theater?
Yes, but I can't...
Pop, you've got to trust me. Do you?
I guess I have to, Randy.
Okay. Here, take this.
What is it?
You'll know what it is.
But My violin.
Yeah, it was lonesome in that hock shop. It needs a chin to cuddle up to. Try yours on for size.
No, I don't want it. Randy, take me away from here.
Now, look, Pop. Today I stood under a clock for 2 hours. I made an idiot of myself in front of two people I never saw before in my life, and all for you. Now you're going to do something for me. Now you get ready to play that violin.
Randy?
Yeah, hiya, Pro.
Come here. Excuse us, Pop.
Randy.
I will be a second, Pop. Well?
Yeah. It's all set.
Good. How long?
Just a few seconds. Randy?
What?
You got your fingers crossed?
All 12 of them.
Run for your lives, boys. The dam is burst. Here they come, the gals of the chorus. 8 luscious beauties. Count 'em, boys. 8.
All right, stand over there.
Randy. Randy.
Yeah, I'm right here, Pop. I'm right next to you. Now, listen. Remember that piece you used to play for Vicky when she was a kid, learning to dance?
This one?
That's it. Play it, Pop, huh? Now?
Why?
Oh, Pop, play it. Now, go on.
But...
Play it. Play it for me, huh, Pop? Hello there.
You...
Recognize the tune?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Randy, who's that?
Ask her.
No, it's... Dad.
Vicky. Vicky.
Oh, Dad.
Yes, Pop. Vicky.
Here. No.
Yeah. Here, Pop. She's a big star, all right, but not quite in the same line you figured. But it's still dancing.
Dad, forgive me. I've been wanting to write to tell you, but I've been lying all these years. I pretended
You
that
lied. You pretended.
I was tired of lying, running away. I knew you'd find out I wasn't with the ballet when it came over here. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not dead.
You're not.
Why should she be, Pop? Now, how about you?
Vicky, my baby.
Pearl.
Huh?
Come on.
But we waited for this.
We didn't wait 9 years, Pearl. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
See you later, Pop.
He didn't even hear you. Come on.
Worked, didn't it?
Could have gone haywire.
Oh, I don't know. The odds were with us.
Yeah. I gotta apologize to her.
Hmm? What for?
No muscles in those legs.
So there's the finish. It's funny. Two people lying to each other, dodging, pretending, when all it took was a couple of words to end years of fear and doubt. Well, it just goes to show you. Blood's thicker than water, and pride is a lot thinner than love. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes with music by Frank Worth. The part of Pop was played by Charles Seal. Others in tonight's cast were Lou Krugman, Charlotte Lawrence, Betty Moran, Veronica Pataki, and Ann Whitfield. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, 3 Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began on an elevated train and ended in eternity.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
night is just about washed up. The sky is getting that tattletale gray around the edges. Another hour or so, 3 million alarm clocks will start yakking against the eardrums of Chicago's dear hearts and gentle people. And a goodly number of said dear hearts and gentle people will stumble to the front door for their copy of the Morning Star. I'm wondering what they'll say when they read the opening sentence of the Night Beat story for today. The line that goes, "This is a love story with the happiest ending I've ever heard." I guess they'll figure spring has got me in its perfume clutches, and more than likely I'll wind up around the bologna sandwich, and that'll be that. Only if they just keep reading, maybe they'll be in for a strange kind of surprise. It started a little after 10 o'clock last night. I just boarded an elevated train and was on my way to the Loop. The train was pretty crowded, but I saw an empty seat up front, and I hurried for it. I started sitting down without looking.
Anton, where have you been?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I've waited so long, Anton.
The girl sitting next to me. I noticed her for the first time. About 20, maybe. And so beautiful, so delicately beautiful, it was like your eyes had hit the jackpot, and somehow the grinding elevator train suddenly sounded like a gypsy violin.
Oh, Anton, you shouldn't have gone away.
Look, I hate to tell you this, but I think you've got me mixed up.
Oh, it's so good to hear you, to be near you, Anton, so good.
Yeah, it's good to be near you too, kid, but...
Won't ever go away again, will you?
I'd like to stay here forever.
Promise me, Anton. Promise me you'll never go away.
Beautiful as she was, it started giving me the creeps. If I'd been Anton, I'd have enjoyed it immensely, but being as how I was two other guys, I didn't see it. And also there was something about her eyes, a disturbing brightness. I didn't know what to do about it, and before I could decide, I'd reached my transfer station. I started getting up.
Anton, no, don't go.
Oh, lady, look, it's my station.
Don't leave me again, Anton, please, no.
Oh, now, take it easy. Let go of me. What's wrong with you? This is my station.
Anton, I can't let you leave me again. I won't.
Well, you'll just have to, kid, or I'll let go. My station's on. She folded up like a little rag doll into a dead faint. I bent over her, picked up her arm to massage her wrist. It was like touching a hot stove. She was burning up with fever. Passengers in the car were crowding around. The conductor still hadn't given the signal for the train to leave the station. I picked the girl up in my arms. It was like lifting a 10-year-old kid. She must have weighed a fast 90 pounds. I carried her out of the train onto the platform. Someone called for an ambulance. She was still unconscious when the ambulance came. She looked so small and so lost and so alone. And, well, according to her, I was Anton, so the least Anton could do would be to sit beside her on the long ride to the hospital. She was still out cold when we reached County Hospital. They found her name and address inside her purse. Mrs. Marisha Novak, 612 Larrabee Street. I waited around to see what was wrong with her. After almost an hour, they said I could go upstairs and talk to the doctor.
Mr. Stone?
Oh, yes. Doctor, I wanted to see you about that girl I brought in, Marisha Novak.
Yes. A relative of yours?
Oh, no. I just met her tonight.
No. I'm afraid we've got to contact some relative right away.
Nothing you can do for her, huh?
Do for her? Poor kid's been sick for years and waits till she's dying before she comes to a hospital.
Well, it takes money to go to a hospital, Doc.
Not here. Why didn't she come here? What's wrong with these people? Are they proud or stupid? 3 years ago, maybe we could have done something for her, but now...
Well, yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Stone. I don't know. It's completely frustrating. You study medicine, what good does it do? Sometimes life doesn't seem to make any sense.
Since when is it supposed to make sense?
I sound like this is my first patient. Not very professional, I'm afraid.
But don't worry about it. It's human.
Now, this girl keeps talking about her husband, Anton.
Well, she was talking that way when I met her.
Yes, he's supposed to take her away someplace to Mexico, she says, where it's warm and she'll get well. What do they expect? Miracles?
Oh, sure, miracles. Maybe Mexico was going to be her miracle.
Do you have any idea how to contact her husband?
But doesn't the girl know where he is?
Doesn't seem to, even when she's not delirious. Got an address from her purse, a place over on Larrabee Street, north of Chicago Avenue.
Yes, I know that neighborhood. Furnished rooms with kitchen privileges. Bring your own mousetraps. Lovely.
No phone listing. I was thinking of calling the police.
Yeah.
Trouble is, there's so little time.
Well, how much time?
I don't know.
Could happen 5 minutes from now. 5 hours.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll drop by her address and see what I can find out.
Doctor, she's conscious again. Rational. She wants to talk to you.
All right, nurse. Care to see her, Mr. Stone?
Yeah. The doc turned and walked into the room, and I followed him. That's a nice, promising beginning for a love story with a happy ending, Only when we got inside Marisha Nowak's room, the joke was on me. There was no hearts and flowers. She was even more beautiful than before. Her black hair spread out on the white pillow, her delicate face, and the lovely eyes following us as we came into the room. No fear in those eyes. None at all. Just a sort of questioning.
Doctor, have you found him yet?
Not yet, Marisha. We're still trying. This is Mr. Stone. He's trying to help us locate your husband.
Oh, I hope you find him. Poor Anton. He'll feel so bad if you don't find him in time.
Well, of course he will. That's why the doctor'd like you to tell me anything you can that might help us find him.
But I told the doctor. He went to find work, my Anton. So he could take me away where I could get well and could be a wife to him.
Does it bother you to talk? Does it tire you?
No. No, I like talking about him. And there's so little time.
Doctor said you were planning on going to Mexico.
To Las Flores. The little town of the flowers in Veracruz. My ring is from Mexico. See? Silver and turquoise.
It's nice.
We were married with 2 rings. Exactly alike. Silver and turquoise.
You think Anton could have gone there, to Mexico?
No. No, he'd never have gone there without me. The little town of the flowers. Like we planned on our honeymoon. Just like it said in the travel folder. With thousands of blossoms on the water. Perfuming the air. But we went to a real hotel here in Chicago on our honeymoon. Anton insisted on it. Even though we couldn't afford it. It was in the winter and it was cold in Chicago like now. Icicles hung from the trees, breaking the branches. But in the room it was warm. And we had each other.
Look out the window, Marisha. You know, I've never seen the lake from up high. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, Anton. I'm so happy, Anton. But wasn't it extravagant coming here to a hotel? I'd have been just as satisfied going straight to our room.
On Larrabee Street? Nah, Marisha, not on our honeymoon. We'll have time enough for that. How could you possibly imagine anything beautiful from a furnished room on Larrabee Street?
Darling.
But here, this is different. It's more than a hotel room in Chicago overlooking the lake. This is what we've dreamed of. Imagine it's Las Flores.
Oh, yes.
The little town of the flowers. Look out there, Marisha. That isn't snow. It's thick tropical foliage. And those aren't icicles hanging from the trees. They're blossoms. And the wind is warm and soft outside. Oh, you'll get well, Marisha. And we don't need money. We can live for practically nothing. Fresh fruit growing on trees. All we can eat.
Oh, we will go there, Anton. We will. And I'll get well there. I'll be a wife to you, Anton. Just you wait and see. But we didn't go to Mexico. And then Anton went away.
And you haven't heard from him since?
No. But I don't blame him. Why should a man stay with a wife who's sick?
Oh, no. You said yourself he went away to earn money for your trip.
Yes. Yes, that's it. But now if I could only see him once more, just once, to tell him not to feel badly, to be happy for what we had. If I could only tell him not to feel sorry. Because it was the same as if we really had been to Las Flores.
Well, you better rest now. I'll try to find him. It's tough when they know they're going to die. It's not that they're scared. But suddenly there's something they feel they've got to do when time is running out. That's how it was with Marisha Nowak. She had to find her Anton to tell him it was okay about a little town in Mexico that neither one of them had ever seen or ever would see. How do you find a guy like that, and what was I doing looking for him? Oh, well. I took a cab back to the Loop. I picked up my car and drove over to the Larrabee Street address. It was a rooming house, all right, and the poorest-looking one on the block. I rang the bell and I waited. A middle-aged woman came to the door.
What is it?
Are you the manager?
If you're looking for a room, I got no vacancy.
Oh, no, I don't want a room. You have someone living here by the name of Novak?
Yes, but she ain't home. She ain't been here all day.
I know that. She's in the hospital.
The hospital? Oh, the poor thing. I was worried about her. She's never been out late like this.
Is her husband here, Anton Novak?
Oh, I know. He ain't been here for a long time. Working someplace out of the city, I think.
Well, do you have any idea where? I've got to find him. Mrs. Novak is... Well, they don't expect her to live. He's got to be notified.
Oh, no. Oh, that poor little girl. For such a long time she's been sick. Come on in, please. Maybe there's something in here written down. Or maybe Mr. Nowak's brother would know.
Brother? Where does he live?
Well, now, I don't know exactly. He's the one that's been sending Mrs. Nowak money to live on while her husband's been away.
That was a beginning. We found an envelope from the brother in the girl's room. Paul Nowak. He lived on Clark Street in the Lincoln Park neighborhood. I drove over. There was a man coming down the steps as I got out of my car. I stopped him when he got to the sidewalk. I beg your pardon?
Yes?
I saw you coming out of that building. You wouldn't be Paul Nowak, would you?
Why do you ask?
Well, I'm from the Chicago Star. I'm trying to locate Anton Nowak.
Well, I can't help you. I don't know anything about him. Excuse me, I'm late to work.
Mr. Nowak. You are his brother, aren't you?
Oh, yes, but...
Well, what's the matter with you?
I don't know anything about him. He's gone away someplace to work.
Look, fellow, I got to find her. Marisha's very sick.
Marisha?
She's in the hospital.
Oh, I didn't know.
I got to find your brother right away.
I told you, I don't know where he is. My brother and I... Well, we don't see each other. I haven't seen him since he left.
But he's written to you. He must have. You've been sending money to his wife.
All right. It's none of your business, but I'll tell you. I had one letter from him. He asked me to do what I could for Marisha until he could send for her.
Where was the letter from? Say where he was working?
Someplace in Montreal. He didn't give any address. Some fur company, like Chicago Montreal Furs.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're telling me the truth, Mr. Nowak, but I can't see why you'd want a thing like that on your conscience.
I'm telling you the truth.
Well, okay, but don't take it so hard.
Oh, Marisha. That poor kid. I'll see you the first thing tomorrow.
Well, you better make it tonight.
I can't. I just can't. We're right in the middle of our tax work.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I see your point. Only thing is that tomorrow she'll be dead.
It's not true. Doctors are notorious for saying things like that. I don't believe it for a minute.
Would you believe it if you weren't in the middle of your tax work, Mr. Noir?
Now, you had no right to talk to me like that. No right at all. I'll see you tomorrow, I tell you. I'll see you tomorrow. You get out of my way. Get out of my way and stay out of my life. Stay out of my life or you'll regret it, Mr. Stone.
Now, what was that for?
NBC is presenting Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A love story with a happy ending. Yes, that's what the man said. Only right at the moment, if there was any happiness in the world, it was staying out of my sight. Almost midnight, and Marisha Nowak up at the hospital, hanging on to life by her fingernails until I could find her husband, Anton. Nothing to go on but the name Anton's brother had thrown at me, the Chicago Montreal Fur Company. I looked it up in the phone book. It was there, all right. I started dialing the number. I didn't imagine anybody be around this time of the night, but it was the only lead I had at the moment. There weren't too many moments left. All I could think about was what the doctor had said. Maybe she's got 5 hours. 5 hours. No, nobody's going to answer.
Hello?
Hello. This is a reporter on the Chicago Star.
There's nobody here. All gone home.
Look, I'm trying to locate a man who's working for your company.
There's nobody here. I'm cleaning woman. Call tomorrow.
No, wait, please. Listen, I don't have any time. This is very important. Can you tell me how I can locate the manager of your company?
Manager gone home at 5 o'clock. This is the cleaning woman.
Oh, yes, I understand that, but can you please tell me the manager's number? I've got to telephone him now.
Oh, just a minute.
I waited. Seemed like forever while she went for the number.
Hello?
Yeah, were you able to find it?
George Swanson. Lakeview 42311.
Lakeview 42311. Thank you very much.
Tell him I didn't give
not the number, only because it's an emergency.
Yes, all right. I'll tell him. Thank you. Goodbye. LA 42311. Hello, Mr. Swanson.
Yes?
I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Swanson, but it's very important. My name is Stone. I'm a reporter on the Star. I'm trying to locate a man who works for your company, an Anton Noack.
We have no one by that name working for
What?
us. What was that name?
Anton Noack.
Never have had since I've been with the company. Of course, we're an old firm. May have been a way back.
Oh, no. This would have been in the last year or so.
No, sorry.
Would you have any way of knowing if he worked at your Montreal branch?
We have no Montreal branch.
Isn't your company the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company?
Yeah, that's right, but we haven't had a branch in Montreal for years. That used to be our headquarters when the company first started, but we're strictly a Chicago firm now.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry to trouble you.
Oh, not at all. Oh, if it's going to be printed in the papers, don't forget to mention our name.
No, I won't. Goodbye, Mr. Swanson. Something was beginning to smell, and it wasn't just the west wind out of the stockyards. I checked the vital statistics on deaths. No Anton Noack since 44. Checked the police records for amnesia cases. In the Central Bonding Company files, Paul Noack was listed as a night auditor with the Great Lakes Bank Reserve over on State Street. I drove around to State Street and rang the night bell of the Great Lakes Reserve. The watchman wouldn't let me in, but in a couple of minutes, Noack came out of the building alone. His face was white as he came toward me.
Why did you come here?
Well, your brother doesn't work for the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company. I thought you'd want to know.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about him.
Your own brother?
You had no right to come here. No right. Do you hear? This is my work.
Well, sure, but I didn't think you'd mind. After all, you've got nothing to hide.
Of course I have nothing to hide. They know me here. I'm respected. I have a position of trust. You had no right to come here and make trouble for me. It's taken me years to get where I am.
All right, now, just take it easy. Nobody's interested in making trouble for you. But I am interested in finding Anton Noack, and whether you like it or not, that's what I intend to do.
Well, then find him. Find him, only stay away from me. Stay away from my work. I can't help you. I told you that. Now stay away from me.
I didn't have time to twist his arm. As a last resort, I headed across town to police headquarters, Bureau of Missing Persons, of my old friend, Sergeant Adams.
No, Randy, no. He's never been listed as a missing person. Somebody would have had to report him, his wife or a brother, for us to have a record on him.
Yes, Adams, I know that, but the guy is missing.
You say you checked the death records.
That's right.
How about hospital records?
Well, there's nothing to go on and not enough time, Adams. I tell you, I gotta find the fellow tonight, tomorrow, the latest.
Yeah. Date of disappearance, May 10th, 1948. Did you check the arrest records for that date?
Nothing under Noack.
How about John Doe's?
John Doe's? No, I never thought of that.
Yeah, well, come on. It won't take much time. You never can tell.
Just might be something.
Usually you find something on these John Doe's after you had them a while. FBI prints, pictures, or else they just break down, tell us who they are. Of course, if they're just John Doe drunks, just a matter of sobering them up. Right in here, Randy. Hi, Mac.
Hello, Adams.
Arrest records, 48, May 10th.
Okay.
You better make it May 11th, too.
You the guy that phoned earlier?
Yes, I phoned.
Nothing under those names you asked about.
Yeah, Mac, we want to have a look at the John Doe's.
Here you are.
Yeah. May 10th. A's, B's, C's, D. Day. Dalton, Denver, Dill, Doe. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk.
Must have been kind of drunk out there.
Here's one, John Doe, armed robbery. Let me see the file on this one, Mac. 192701.
Right. You think there'd be any information in the file?
You never can tell, Randy. Personal property slip sometimes has information you can use.
Here you are. 192701.
John Doe, age 23, hair dark, eyes brown, height 5'10", 3/4, no identifying scars.
Well, that age is right. It could be Noack. What'd he do?
Hold up. Captured by the victim. Must have been new at the game.
Let's look at what else you got, huh?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the personal property list. Stuff he had on him when he was booked. Brown suit, white shirt, blue striped tie. No hat, white handkerchief.
What is this under jewelry?
One only, hand ring, Indian.
Silver and turquoise. What else?
Cash, 8 cents.
Identification?
No. That's about all. Oh, here's a note. I guess he was trying to get away. One only, travel folder on Mexico.
I'd found him. Anton Nowak was John Doe, arrested for robbery May 10th, 1948, convicted and sentenced to Joliet for 2 to 5 years, still under the name of John Doe. It was beginning to fit together, sure. He didn't want her to know. That's why he hadn't written. That was the reason for the lie about the job in Montreal. He was afraid it would hurt her. And the prison record, that's why his brother wouldn't tell where he was. Afraid that somehow Anton's crime would reflect on his own bank job. I jumped into my car and headed out Ogden Avenue towards Joliet, over 30 miles away. It was the middle of the night. I had no idea what I could do when I got there. All I knew was I had to get there fast. Maybe he'd been released. Maybe I could talk the warden into letting him out with me under guard. Maybe I could put a call through to the hospital. He could at least talk to her on the phone. I didn't know. When I got to Joliet, the place was lit up like Soldiers Field. The guard took me inside to the warden. He was dressed. He seemed to have been expecting me.
Now, you're a little late, Stone.
Doesn't anybody go to bed around here?
Well, the rest of the boys have been and gone.
Rest of what boys?
The other papers.
You mean they got here ahead of me?
Oh, why, of course. The break happened a couple of hours ago.
A break? I thought there was something funny about all those lights and everybody being up at this time of the night.
Isn't that why you're here?
No, I came up to see a fellow. What happened?
One of the men suddenly decided he wanted out. Grabbed a gun away from a guard and started blasting away. Had to shoot him to stop him.
Not an organized break?
No, he was alone. Can't understand it. Model prisoner. Coming up for parole in a month. And tonight he just blows up. Poor fellow.
His name wouldn't be John Doe, would it?
One of many. How did you know?
Well, he might be the fellow I was coming up to see. Chicago number 192701.
Yeah. So that's a shame. He's in a hospital cell down the hall.
I see him?
He's pretty bad off.
I'd like to see him if you don't mind, Warden.
Come on.
Thank you.
Funny about these John Does. Did you know him?
No, I don't. I think I know his wife.
Usually something pretty decent about them. Trying to protect their families mostly. Can't hardly blame them either. Oh,
hello, Warden.
Doctor, this is Mr. Stone.
Mm-hmm.
One of the Chicago papers. All right if we go in and talk to him for a minute?
Well, I'm afraid it won't make much difference, Warden.
Go ahead, Stone.
Thank you. Hello, fella.
Hi.
I don't want to bother you, but I came up here tonight looking for a fellow named Anton Nowak.
My name's John Doe.
Yeah, this Anton Nowak, I never met him, but from what I hear, he's quite a guy.
I wouldn't know.
I had it from a girl named Marisha, his wife, I believe. She loved him quite a lot. By the way, that ring you were wearing, where'd you get that?
I stole it.
Really? Why would anyone steal a cheap little bit of silver and turquoise?
I happen to like it.
Uh-huh. I saw one like that on a girl once. It was a wedding ring. The girl liked it, too. This fellow Nowak gave it to her, but then he got into some sort of a jam. He had to go away for a while. Didn't tell her anything about what happened. He was afraid it might have hurt her.
Would have killed her.
No. Would have made her unhappy, maybe. But she would have understood. She loved him an awful lot. She would have been glad he was squaring things up. She loved him an awful lot.
What do you want, mister?
Well, like I said, I was just looking for a fella. Just one question for the paper. I'm sorry I have to ask you, but how did you happen to pick tonight to break out? Why didn't you wait for your release?
I don't know. Something made me. Something kept telling me she needed me.
Doctor, quick.
Marisha. Flowers on the water. How beautiful in the sunlight.
He's gone.
Instinctively, I looked down at my watch. 2:35 in the morning. A nice lonely time to make your curtain call. 2:35 a.m. Fine little night I've been having. I really felt low. I telephoned the story into the paper and went back to the hospital. I wasn't going to be much help to Marisha Nowak, but I promised I'd come back. The doctor was in the hall working over some reports at the night desk. He looked up when I stepped out of the elevator.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Hello, Doc. I found our Anton, all right.
Hmm?
A little too late, though. Dead.
Really? Wouldn't have made any difference.
She,
Yeah? I'm making out the report now.
Oh, great.
Wasn't so bad, Stone. Wasn't bad at all. She was happy. I've never seen anyone so happy.
What did she have to be happy about?
Who knows? But right at the last, this wonderful smile came across her face. I guess it was delirium. She kept saying something like, flowers on the water.
How beautiful in the sunlight?
Yeah, that's what she said. How did...
That report that you're making out, Doc, tell me. What was the time of death? Tell me, Doc, please.
Oh, it's 2:35 a.m. Why?
2:35 a.m. Yeah. So here I sit, watching the dawn creeping up on Chicago, tapping out 30 to my story for the night. A love story, no less. A very pessimistic fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, it could be. But then again, maybe that pessimistic fellow used one word too many. Maybe when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Oh, who knows? You pays your money, and you takes your choice. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Joyce McCluskey, Vic Perrin, Jack Edwards, Jerry Harsner, Rena Craig, Larry Dobkin, and Charles Seal. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Dragnet, High Adventure, and...
Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Case of the Dance of Death. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Now let me tell you just who Mr. Chameleon is. A college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force, where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. The listener invariably knows who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter which disguise he assumes. But the criminal he's tracking down seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Case of the Dance of Death. New York City is full of small, intimate nightclubs, each with its own devoted following. And the Club Savoy is considered one of the best, noted for its discovery of talented performers. And one of the most talented, Claude Berkeley, is now in the spotlight on the tiny dancing floor. He stands there, young, attractive, smiling. And a roll of the drums announces his specialty, tap dancing without any musical accompaniment. And as the drum beat stops, he begins to dance.
What happened? He's been shot. Someone shot Claude Berkeley. He's dead.
He can't be.
Yes, he's dead.
And so, Claude Berkeley's career comes to an end with his crumpled body still holding the spotlight. Half an hour later, Mr. Chameleon, the great detective, is bending over that body, which has been carried to a dressing room, while Claude's pretty wife, Marilyn, sits sobbing in the corner.
Where were you at the time of the shooting, Mrs. Berkeley? Here in your husband's dressing room?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. I was preparing a little celebration. It's the first anniversary of Claude's debut here at the Club Savoy.
I see.
The manager had sent us a bottle of champagne. Oh, we were so happy. Why do things like this have to happen?
That, my dear, is what I intend to find out. Your husband was a very talented man, and... didn't you used to dance with him?
Just at the beginning. You see, he was a pupil at the Grayson Dancing School, and that's where I met him.
I see.
I was one of the teachers. We got married and formed a dance team, but Claude went way beyond me. I was only too happy to be just his wife.
Did you say the Grayson School?
The Grayson School of the Dance.
Mm-hmm.
They specialize in tap and ballroom dancing. The school's in a brownstone house in the West 70s.
I don't believe I've heard of it before.
I'm sure you haven't, Mr. Chameleon, though Carl Grayson wouldn't like you very much for saying it. He's the director of the school and kind of a tyrant. He considers that he made Claude.
Did your husband agree?
Oh, Claude, my husband, was very loyal to the Grayson School. He still studied there. Really out of kindness to Carl Grayson. Oh, if he'd only...
Well, go on, Mrs. Berkeley. What were you going to say?
Nothing.
Your husband has been murdered. If you want me to find the murderer, you'll have to give me any information that you can. Now, did he have enemies at the dancing school?
Mr. Chameleon, I don't want to cast suspicion on anyone.
Mrs. Berkeley, your husband was murdered.
I know. There's a girl named Rita Montez who teaches at the school. She teaches the rumba. She was terribly in love with Claude.
I see.
At the time he married me, she tried to kill herself. Lately, she's been following him and making scenes. Claude didn't know what to do about her.
Is Rita Montez her real name?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Chameleon. All I know is if she loved Claude, how could she want to kill him? How could a woman kill the man she loved?
It seems to happen surprisingly often. Mrs. Berkeley?
Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, that must be Detective Sergeant Arnold. Dave?
Say, Mr. Chameleon, I just heard something very interesting.
Oh?
What do you suppose was here at the Club Savoy tonight? The head waiter recognized him. Johnny Moreno.
What? Is he sure?
Positive. Moreno slipped out after the shooting, but how do you like that? Some nerve, eh?
Who's Johnny Moreno?
He's a murderer and a bank robber, Mrs. Berkeley. The police have been after him for months. Where was he sitting, Dave?
Against the wall, on the left-hand side of the room.
And Claude Berkeley was shot by someone standing to the left of him. Mrs. Berkeley, are you positive you never heard of Johnny Moreno?
Oh, yes. And I'm sure that Claude, my husband, couldn't possibly have known him.
Maybe it was a coincidence, Mr. Chameleon. You know how those crooks are? They stay in hiding just so long, and then they go nuts. They have to get out.
Dave, in my book of rules, there's no such thing as coincidence. That is, it's not coincidence until it's proven to be. I want Moreno picked up and brought into Central Headquarters.
But, Mr. Chameleon,
I haven't forgotten Rita Montez, either. I'm going to the Grayson School of the Dance first thing in the morning.
And next morning at the Grayson School of the Dance, Mr. Chameleon is saying to Rita Montez,
Come on now, Miss Montez. Tell me everything you know.
Mr. Chameleon, it's unbearable that I should be questioned. I, Rita Montez, I who loved Claude Berkeley.
Nevertheless, I am questioning you. Where were you last night, Miss Montez?
I was home in bed. My dancing classes ended at 10 o'clock, and I went home to bed. I am a hard-working girl.
Do you manage to make a decent living, Miss Montez? This dancing school looks pretty shabby and run down.
That is because Carl Grayson, the great Carl Grayson, will not spend money on paint and repairs. And yet he has an apartment on the top floor that...
Yes? What about his apartment?
I do not know, Mr. Chameleon. I have not been in it. But it is unbearable that I should be questioned when I loved Claude. I loved him.
And you were insanely jealous of him.
Who told you that? That Marilyn, that little milksop of a wife? So sweet and pretty with the yellow curls.
Were you jealous?
A lot of people were jealous of Claude. For a lot of reasons, Mr. Chameleon. It was not I alone.
What reasons and who?
Well, Bert Crane, for one.
Hmm?
Bert is a tap dancer, too. Very good. But not as good as Claude, and he hated Claude for it. He studies here to school, too, and he always thought that he should have worked at the Club Savoy, not Claude.
The Grayson School of the Dance seems to be full of temperament.
All except me. I am not temperamental.
Oh.
But even Carl Grayson, even he was jealous. The other day, Mr. Chameleon... Oh, no, maybe I should not say this.
I think you should, Miss Montez. In fact, I insist on it.
Well, the other day I heard their quarreling. Claude and Mr. Grayson. They were in Mr. Grayson's apartment, but their voices were so loud we could hear them down here. And Mr. Grayson was saying, Claude, I will not have it. I will not have you try to take business away from me. It was I who made you. You are an ungrateful wretch.
Only my wording was a little bit different, my dear Lita. I said he was an ungrateful puppy, not a wretch.
Mr. Grayson.
Really, Lita, you do talk too much. Such a pity. Such an unattractive quality in a woman. How do you do, Mr. Chameleon? I'm Carl Grayson. I own the Grayson School of the Dance.
Well, I'm very glad to know you.
And you. When I heard the great Chameleon, the famous detective, was here in my modest little school, I was delighted. Though heartbroken, of course, at the circumstances which brought you here.
The murdered man's widow is heartbroken, too.
Oh, yes, poor child. Run along, Lita.
Mr. Grayson.
Run along.
Yes, sir, and I'm sorry I said what I did.
Pretty little thing, so full of fire. And she was telling the truth, Mr. Chameleon. It's all true. I did quarrel with Claude. He was planning on starting a dancing school of his own. I felt it was most ungrateful. He'd take all my pupils away from me.
Well, have you many pupils, Mr. Grayson? I mean, the place looks so shabby. Do you mind if I look around?
Oh, not at all. Come along. I'll show you the rooms where we give our lessons.
Well, thank you.
As for pupils, I have sufficient to pay my living expenses. That's enough. I'm primarily an artist.
But you didn't relish losing what you have.
Oh, exactly. And I have an alibi for last night, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
At the time Claude Berkeley was killed in that nightclub, I was working out a routine with another pupil of mine, a very talented young man.
No, wait a moment.
What is it?
That dancing. I want to listen.
Oh, it's just someone practicing a tap dance.
Be quiet, please.
That sounds as if it might be the young man I spoke of, Bert Crane.
Oh, don't interrupt him.
Bert! Mr. Chameleon, the detective wants to talk to you.
Mr. Grayson, I told you not to interrupt him.
But why not, Mr. Chameleon? Bert can practice any time. This is important. Bert, my boy, this is the famous Mr. Chameleon. He's here investigating Claude's tragic death.
Yeah? Well, I've got an alibi. I was here at the school with you, Mr. Grayson. I was practicing my new routine until after midnight.
Yes, I've already been told that, Mr. Crane. Mr. Grayson here was very quick to supply both you and himself with an alibi.
And you doubt us, Mr. Chameleon? What suspicious minds you detectives have.
Yes, haven't we? Unfortunately for the criminals of this world. Mr. Crane, I am not an authority on tap dancing, but it sounded to me as if you had a brilliant technique.
Thanks, pal. It's nice to have someone appreciate me.
Well, I do. I wish that you'd repeat those steps.
What?
That dance that you were doing when I came down the hall. I would like to see it.
Well, I'm kind of winded right now.
I'd like to see it if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Bert. Dance for Mr. Chameleon.
Okay, Mr. Grayson. Here goes.
Wait a moment. Is that the step you are doing? It doesn't sound quite the same.
That's it. That's the routine Mr. Grayson's been teaching me.
Now, a few minutes later, at the office of the Commissioner of Police at Central Headquarters, Mr. Chameleon says...
The point is, Commissioner, that dancer Bert Crane was lying. That wasn't the tap dance routine that he'd been practicing. At least I don't think it was.
Yes, but what difference does it make, Chameleon? What's the connection between a dance routine and Claude Berkeley's murder?
I think there is a connection. Though what it is, I don't know yet. Just as I think there's some connection between Claude Berkeley's death and the presence of that gangster, Johnny Moreno, at the Club Savoy.
But this dance routine...
Commissioner, I couldn't swear to it, but I am almost certain that Bert Crane was tapping words in Morse code.
What?
Yes, sounds fantastic, doesn't it? But I know the Morse code so well, and I'd swear that he was spelling out the word midnight.
Chameleon.
And when I asked him to repeat it, he didn't, of course. He improvised something else. And Oh, hello, Dave. I was just telling the commissioner about the Grayson School of the Dance.
Never mind the Grayson School, Mr. Chameleon.
Hmm?
What do you think happened to Johnny Moreno? He got out of the country.
What? How?
I don't know how, Mr. Chameleon. Anyway, we got his girl and one of his gang, but they simply laughed in our faces and said Johnny had skipped the country. He's probably in South America by now.
I wonder if he learned to rumba before he left.
You certainly have that dance school on your mind, haven't you, Chameleon?
Fascinating place, Commissioner. Full of fascinating characters. Rita Montez, who loved the murdered man, Claude Berkeley. Bert Crane, who was jealous of him. And Carl Grayson, who accused him of taking business away from him. And besides, the school itself has a strange, shall we say, atmosphere. I think I'll have to start taking rumba lessons myself.
You mean you're going there in disguise, Mr. Chameleon?
I am, Dave. I want to see that dancing school when they're not on guard against the police. I shall take the name of Harry Parks. Harry comes from Illinois. He owns a hardware store in the town of Greenville. And he's in New York on business. And before he goes home, he is determined to learn the latest dance steps. And who knows? While I, as Harry Parks, am learning to rumba, maybe I, Mr. Chameleon, will learn who killed Claude Berkeley.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the Dance of Death continues in just a moment. If you ever take anything to relieve an ordinary headache, remember this about genuine Bayer aspirin. Its single active ingredient is so gentle to the system that mothers give it even to small children on their doctor's advice. Now, this is important, for it means that Bayer aspirin is something you can take with complete confidence. It means that besides fast relief, Bayer aspirin also offers you the dependable relief that's important to your health. For Bayer aspirin is not only ready to go to work in 2 seconds, but also has an unmatched record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. So don't experiment when you're in pain. Take no chances with drugs that have not been proved by years of successful use. For the 2 most important kinds of relief, use something you know is completely dependable, genuine Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the Dance of Death. Mr. Chameleon is convinced that the Grayson School of the Dance is a strangely sinister and mysterious place. And he believes that the answer to the mystery of the death of Claude Berkeley, the tap dancer, lies within the walls of the brown stone front which houses the school. And so we find him, in his disguise as Harry Parks, taking rumba lessons from Rita Montez, one of the murder suspects. A very subdued Rita, who mechanically instructs her pupil.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, my. Just a minute, Miss Montez. I have to catch my breath. Remember, I'm a boy from the country. I'm not doing bad, huh? I'll knock 'em cold when I get back home to Illinois.
Yes, you're a very good pupil.
You're a very good teacher. You know something? It seems to me, though, you're looking kind of peaked. Where's the old pep and fire? Got something on your mind?
Oh, no, Mr. Parks.
Well, you almost act scared. Come on, tell old Harry Parks. You know, everyone in town comes to my hardware store and tells me their troubles.
Oh, you're very kind, but... Oh, just a minute. Someone I know just passed the door. The widow of Claude Berkeley.
What? You mean the tap dancer that was murdered in that nightclub?
Yes, and I want to speak to her. Marilyn. Oh, Marilyn.
Yes, Lita?
Why, I had to tell you. Oh, this is Mr. Parks, Mr. Harry Parks, a pupil of mine.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, Mrs. Berkeley.
What did you want to tell me, Lita?
Well, I heard that you've been very kind to Bert Crane, that you saw to it that he got Claude's old job at the Club Savoy.
That's right. Bert's a good dancer. There's no reason why he shouldn't have the chance he needs.
Just the same, it was very generous of you, Marilyn, to help him, and I wish... Marilyn, I'm not a bad girl. Please believe me, I had nothing to do with your husband's death.
Well, Lita,
I know you think so. I do not blame you for thinking so, but soon I may have proof that I did not kill him.
Lita, nothing would make me happier than for you to find evidence against Claude's murderer. And I don't think you're bad. You couldn't help loving Claude. But this must be very embarrassing for Mr. Parks.
Well, no, I don't mind. You ladies go right ahead.
No, I think we've said enough. I'll be seeing you, Lita.
Yes, Marilyn.
And believe me, dear, I don't think you're bad.
Sweet-looking girl.
Yes, she is. Mr. Parks, would you like to take another half-hour instruction in the rumba?
Miss Montez, if you don't mind, I think I'll call it a day. You know something? I'd like to see Mr. Grayson.
Carl Grayson, the head of this dancing school?
Well, he's the only one around here, isn't he? Don't he have an apartment on the top floor?
Why, yes, but Mr. Grayson seldom sees people up there.
Well, he's going to see me. I want to tell him that I like his dancing school. And when Harry Parks wants to do something, he goes right ahead and does it.
And now, Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective, still in the disguise of Harry Parks, mounts the stairs to Claude Grayson's apartment on the top floor of the dancing school, the apartment to which very few people have been invited. And as he approaches the door, Mr. Chameleon hears someone dancing, tapping out a routine with rhythmic precision. And Mr. Chameleon smiles. Then, looking every inch the small-time peeper, he pushes open the door to the apartment and enters.
What the devil are you doing here?
Who is it, Bert?
How do you do?
Oh, well, who are you, sir? How dare you come pushing in here this way?
Well, my name is Harry Parks. Are you Carl Grayson?
I am. And I asked you why you came bursting in here this way.
Well, I didn't. I knocked a couple of times, and this young man here was dancing. I guess he couldn't hear it. I'm one of your pupils, Mr. Grayson. That is, I'm Lita Montez's pupil, and I just wanted to tell you I think your dancing school is fine.
I'm very happy to hear that.
Yes, sir. I can rumba with the best of them now. Little old Harry will knock him dead when he gets back home in Illinois.
That's fine, but
of course, I still can't dance like this young man here. You a professional?
Yeah?
He's a very talented boy. His name is Bert Crane. You'll be hearing about him. He opens tonight at the Club Savoy.
Is that so? Too bad I won't be here to see him. I'm taking the sleeper back home to Illinois. Well, so long, Mr. Grayson. Nice to have met you. And, Mr. Crane, I wish you lots and lots of luck.
Now, at police headquarters, a short time later, Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold greets Mr. Chameleon.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, did you get anything at that dancing school?
Dave, unless I am much mistaken, that tap dancer Bert Crane will need all kinds of luck tonight when he opens at the Club Savoy.
You're sure they didn't see through your disguise, Mr. Chameleon?
Quite positive. If they had, I wouldn't have gotten out of that dancing school alive, Dave. Not after what I saw there.
What about this Lita Montez?
She worries me, Dave. I've sent one of the boys from headquarters to her apartment. I want her kept under constant guard.
Oh, well, I could have gone up there, Mr. Chameleon.
No, I want you with me at the Club Savoy tonight. I've already reserved a table. Though not in my name, you can be sure. Oh, I'll take that. Hello? Oh, yes, Detective McLean. What? What? Well, how did it happen? I see. No, of course I don't believe it. Leave the body just where it is.
What is it, Mr. Chameleon?
Lita Montez has been killed.
Mr. Chameleon.
Detective McLean got no answer at Lita Montez's apartment, Dave. The superintendent let him in, and they found her body shot through the heart.
That's a cold-blooded outfit.
That is an amazing outfit, Dave. That is one of the strangest criminal organizations I've ever been up against. But tonight, when you and I are at the Club Savoy, I hope to get the whole lot of them, including the murderer of Claude Berkeley and Lita Montez. Well, quite a crowd here tonight, Dave. Club Savoy is doing all right. Nothing like a murder to boost business.
What time does Bert Crane do his tap dancing act, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, in just a minute now. I imagine his nerves are pretty on edge. I think I'd be pretty nervous if I were in his dancing shoes.
Mr. Chameleon, look. Over there to one side. Butch McCarthy.
Well, I haven't heard about Butch since he pulled that bank hold up and then went underground. The Club Savoy has an interesting clientele.
Yeah, but our boys are right behind Butch. He can't possibly get away.
Well, here's the master of ceremonies. Bert Crane is about to make his dancing debut.
Ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in presenting that great new find, Mr. Bert Crane, a tap dancer extraordinary who will present first a little number entitled Steps Without Music. And here he is, Bert Crane.
Okay, Dave, here we go. Sit quietly until I say the word.
Right, Mr. Chameleon.
13. West. Clay. Street. 13 West Clay Street. That's what he's tapping out in the Morse code, Dave. Oh, come on, stand up. Give the signal to the boys near Butch McCarthy. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like your attention. Everyone stay exactly where you are, and you, Bert Crane, don't move. I'm Chameleon of the police. I'll kill the first person who moves. Dave, bring in Carl Grayson, please.
Detective McLean, bring in Carl Grayson.
You, Bert Crane, come on. Get off that stage. Come with me to your dressing room.
What's the meaning of this, Chameleon?
You'll find out quickly. Come along, Crane.
I demand an explanation from you, Mr. Chameleon. Just why was I dragged down here to the Club Savoy?
Because I ordered the police to drag you here, Grayson.
But why? Why?
Because you were operating a criminal ring here, a vicious and dirty business that's let hundreds of desperate criminals escape from this country scot-free.
Oh, that's nonsense, Chameleon. I demand to be released.
Your game was to teach tap dancing routines to dancers like the murdered man Claude Berkeley.
Is that a crime?
And those tap dancing routines were rarely Morse code messages. Messages which rapped out addresses, telling escaping criminals where to pick up forged passports to get them out of the country.
We've arrested Butch McCarthy outside with $5,000 cash on him. He confesses he was listening for Bert Crane to tap out the address where to pick up a phony passport to get him out of the country.
What? If there's anything like that going on here, I never knew it. That's something the boys are doing themselves.
Mr. Chameleon, he's lying. Now I know, Grayson, why you made me learn such strange steps. You dirty dog trying to...
That's right, Bert Crane, but don't you worry. Move your hand any nearer to that light switch, Grayson, and I'll shoot you down. Put your hands up.
You big-mouthed fool, Crane. I'll kill you for trying to frame me.
Yes, just as you killed Claude Berkeley, eh, Grayson? Well, I'm afraid you won't get the chance. Keep those hands up.
I didn't kill Berkeley.
You didn't. Who did?
If you're such a smart copper, why don't you find out for yourself?
I will. And quick, Grayson. You killed Claude Berkeley because he caught on to your passport racket and tried to start one of his own. Dave, you bring in the murder man's wife, Madeline Berkeley, please.
Yes, sir. She's just outside the door here.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, what is this? Have you found poor Claude's murderer? Oh, Carl. Carl, it can't be you. Claude trusted you so.
What's that?
Carl, how could you? Oh, how dreadful, how terrible.
Why, you two-timing little devil trying to pin this on me? Listen, Chameleon, she's the one who killed him.
Why, sure she did.
That's a lie. Grayson, I'll...
Dave, get that gun away from her.
Let go of that.
Let me go.
You bite my hand again and I'll knock you over. Okay, I've got her, Mr. Chameleon.
I didn't want to tell you, Chameleon, but I felt I had to. It's hard to believe at first. Such a nice, innocent girl.
You lying double-crosser, Grayson. You helped me kill Claude. I tell you, Chameleon, he helped me.
I know that too, Madeline Berkeley. And more than that, you and Grayson were in the whole thing together. The traffic in forged passports, the phony dance school, this Club Savoy with the tap dancer really tapped out Morse code messages to criminals.
I tell you, Carl Grayson did it. Oh, haven't I been through enough? My husband murdered. I loved him so much.
Cut the act, Madeline. You were in love with Grayson.
In love with Grayson? What a lie.
Yesterday, when I walked into Grayson's apartment, I saw you in his arms in a very passionate embrace before you ran into the next room.
Now we've got you, Chameleon, you lying cop. You were never in my apartment.
Oh, yes, I was, Grayson. I was disguised as Harry Parks.
You were Harry Parks, that hick from Illinois who was taking dancing lessons?
Yes, nifty disguise, wasn't it, Grayson?
You sneaking cop. That doesn't prove I committed murder being in Carl's apartment.
No, but it helps. This gun Detective Sergeant Arnold took from you is the same caliber that killed your husband.
I got it from Carl.
She's lying again, Chameleon. It's her gun.
Careless of you, Madeline, to have carried that gun around, but you were getting careless on all fronts. You were so anxious to kill Rita Montez, who knew too much about you and Grayson, that you left your fingerprints all over her apartment.
What?
And she was killed with a bullet from an automatic, just like this one.
Marilyn, you crazy fool. I told you to be careful.
Yes, you had gloves on, didn't you, Carl?
I think that's quite enough. No more arguments, please. You'll both be tried for murder. You, Marilyn Berkeley, is the killer of your husband, Claude Berkeley, and of Rita Montez. And you, Carl Grayson, as her accomplice. Dave, you take them along, please. Not nice people at all.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. it's only natural that when you have an ordinary headache, you want fast relief. And to find out how quickly Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work, all you need do is test it in a glass of water. What happens to Bayer aspirin in the glass also happens in your stomach, and the speed with which it disintegrates indicates the speed with which it's ready to go to work. When you make this test, you'll see that Bayer aspirin starts disintegrating almost instantly, is actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds. Hence, it provides remarkably fast relief. So when you need something to relieve pain, be sure of how quickly it will act. Be sure with Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Curious Murder of Clubfoot Louie. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
Listen, everybody. Thousands of laboratory tests on scores of individual teeth show that new Lion's toothpaste actually gets teeth brighter. 2.5 to 5.5 times brighter than any of the 5 leading brands, brighter by far than any other toothpaste. And the reason is that it's not just another old toothpaste with an added ingredient, but is completely new and radically different in formula. A new kind of toothpaste that cleans without soap and polishes without chalk. So get more brightness in your smile. Go to any drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Lion's toothpaste.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Curious Murder of Clubfoot Louie next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Next, Mr. Chameleon and The Custody of the Child Murder Case. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder, brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Custody of the Child Murder Case. A New York City courtroom is a solemn place. And to Janet Drew, this particular courtroom is like something in a nightmare. For as she stands side by side with her ex-husband, Donald Drew, she hears the judge saying,
Donald Drew, I award the complete custody of your son to you, instead of to his mother, Janet Drew.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that.
I base this decision, Mrs. Drew, on the facts which have been fully presented to this court. The evidence was all against you, Mrs. Drew. I have no choice but to award full custody of your child to his father.
Thank you, Judge.
No, wait. Wait, this isn't right. Judge, you can't take my son away from me. I love him.
You should have thought of that sooner, Mrs. Drew. Your son is 4 years old. According to the evidence, you are unfit to be the mother of any child.
But the evidence was faked. My husband Donald faked it. Those things they told about me, they were lies.
You had plenty of opportunity during the trial, Mrs. Drew, to refute the evidence. You didn't, however, which seems to me to prove the evidence is true.
But it isn't. Judge, you don't understand. I have a greater reason than any that's been presented to want this child. For Donald has no right to him. He is not Donald Drew's legitimate child.
What?
Yes, now the truth is out.
Order, please. Mrs. Drew, this is a very serious statement. I hope you know what you're saying.
I do.
Then why didn't you mention this fact before? Why didn't you bring it up during the trial that your boy is not Donald Drew's legitimate child?
Because it's not true, Your Honor. It's a desperate lie. She knows the boy is mine, but she won't stop at anything. She'd rather injure my son's good name than let him go.
You're lying, Donald.
Isn't the very fact that she would do such a thing? Isn't that final proof, Judge, that all the evidence against the character, that it was all true? She's not fit to touch my boy.
No! Donald, before I let you get away with this, I'll kill you. I'll kill you!
That's enough, Mrs. Drew. The decision of this court is final, and you must accept it. And in the future, if I were you, I wouldn't be so quick to threaten people.
The following morning at Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Chameleon, the great detective, is summoned to the commissioner's office. And as he enters the room, he says to the commissioner,
"Well, you caught me just as I was going out, Commissioner. What's up? Something interesting?"
Yeah, it looks that way, Chameleon. I want you to take Detective Dave Arnold and go immediately to the Donald Drew home on Park Avenue.
Donald Drew?
Yes. Murder's been committed there.
So, she did it. Janet Drew killed her husband just as she threatened to yesterday in court.
No, Chameleon, for once you're wrong. It was Janet Drew who was murdered.
Not her ex-husband?
No, not the father who received the custody of that child, but the mother, Janet. Her body was discovered this morning in the library of the Drew home. So go to it, Chameleon. And if you ask me, this is going to be a real twister of a murder case.
And so, a short time later, we find Mr. Chameleon kneeling beside the lifeless body of Janet Drew. And he is saying to Donald Drew, who stands dazedly beside him,
"Well, whoever strangled her, Mr. Drew, approached her from behind. See, the way the scarf is knotted around her throat shows us that."
Yes, but who? Who, Mr. Chameleon? For all our terrible differences, Janet was once my wife. This is a frightful shock to me.
Yes, I can well believe that, Mr. Drew. Well, there's no need for us to stay here. Let's step into this room here. Your study?
Yes. It was a frightful shock for Janet's sister, too. Her sister Mildred, who lives with us. She's nearly prostrated, Mr. Chameleon.
Do you mean that even after your divorce, Janet Drew's sister continued to live in this house?
I suppose that does seem odd, but Mildred's been our housekeeper for several years. And I needed someone to run this house, quite apart from Etta Hilton, my son's governess.
Yes. Well, you really do have quite a household, don't you, Mr. Drew? Tell me about your ex-wife. When did you last see her?
Last night, Mr. Chameleon, about 9 o'clock. Janet came storming in here in a perfect frenzy.
Mm-hmm. What'd she have to say?
Oh, the usual hysterical threats. She said she'd kill me for having dragged her through the courts.
For having dragged her through the courts, Mr. Drew?
Yes. She said she'd never live down the disgrace. She went on, getting more hysterical every minute.
Were you alone with her at the time?
Yes, I was. Though I have a feeling Etta Hilton, the governess, was listening in the hall.
Mm-hmm. And your sister-in-law?
Oh, Mildred's a very discreet woman. She kept out of sight. Well, finally, I couldn't take any more of it, and I walked out of the library and left Janet there.
And that was the last time that you saw her alive?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Where did you go, Mr. Drew, after you left the library?
Upstairs to my room, where I bolted the door. Janet was in such a state I was frankly afraid of her.
Whereas she was the one who had reason to be afraid, because later she was murdered. Mr. Drew, who discovered your ex-wife's body?
Etta Hilton, the governess.
Well, I'd like to question the governess and also your sister-in-law.
Mildred?
Yes, Mr. Drew, will you ask her to come here to the library, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chameleon.
Dave?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, right here. What do you make of that bird, anyway? Do you think he murdered his ex-wife?
Well, I have no idea. I noticed one thing extremely odd. Donald Drew said that the murdered woman was furious with him because he dragged her through the courts. Whereas the thing that must have really enraged Janet Drew was the fact that she had lost the custody of her child. Yet Donald Drew failed to mention that at all.
Mr. Chameleon?
Yes?
I'm Mildred Lewis, Janet's sister.
Oh, come in, Miss Lewis.
Mr. Chameleon, what I have to say is very brief and to the point. I know nothing whatsoever about my poor sister's murder, except I'm convinced that Donald, my brother-in-law, couldn't have done it.
Who else was in the house beside you and Donald Drew and Etta Hilton, the governess?
No one. But it could have been a prowler, couldn't it? Someone who'd broken into the house?
Perhaps. Miss Lewis, you've had a lot of tragedy in your life, haven't you? I remember reading in the papers, several years ago, that your fiancé, a prominent diplomat, was killed in England.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon. I first went to live with Janet and Donald after that. Janet was in England at the time. She was very good to me.
Yet you testified against your sister in court, didn't you?
I had to, Mr. Chameleon. Nearly killed me to do it, but Janet was not a fit mother for her child. There's such a thing as right and wrong, and I had to put that first.
Well, I'd say that you had very rigid moral standards, Miss Lewis.
I do. Some people might call me prudish, but nevertheless I believe in high moral standards.
Does Etta Hilton?
I beg your pardon?
Tell me something about your nephew's governess.
I prefer not to, Mr. Chameleon. She can speak for herself. Though most men are so busy looking at her, they fail to hear what she says.
Come in.
Mr. Chameleon, I'm Etta Hilton. I understand you sent for me.
Oh, really, Miss Hilton? Oh, that's very interesting. Since I didn't send for you.
She was probably afraid that I'd be saying something against him.
Why, Mildred, that's not kind.
But it's true, isn't it, Etta?
Ladies, please. No time for personal quarrels. Miss Lewis, thank you very much.
You mean you're through questioning me, Mr. Chameleon?
For the time being, yes.
Very well. I'm sure you'd much prefer to question Etta alone.
Miss Hilton, I noticed that you and Mildred call each other by your first names.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chameleon. We all went to school together. Janet, Mildred, and I in England.
In England? Where were you at the time that Janet and Donald Drew's child was born? The boy was born in England, wasn't he?
Yes, and that's where I was. My father had left me penniless. That's how I happened to go to work in Janet's home in Bournemouth as governess.
I see. What sort of person was the murdered woman, Janet Drew?
Oh, very gay and fun-loving. So different from her sister Mildred. I mean, Mildred's always been very prim and prudish.
And you're the one who discovered Janet Drew's body?
Yes. Still makes me ill to think about it. But, Mr. Chameleon, Donald Drew couldn't possibly have done it. Oh, I heard them quarrel. Janet was hysterical because she was dragged through the courts. But Donald couldn't have caused her death. Mr. Chameleon, you're so silent. What are you thinking?
You're a very beautiful girl, Miss Hilton. You're disturbingly beautiful.
Oh, good gracious, is that all? I thought you'd solved this murder case.
No. But I may be one step closer. Dave, where is Donald Drew?
I just saw him in the hall, Mr. Chameleon.
I'd like to speak to him. Thank you very much, Miss Hilton. Mr. Drew.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chameleon. Are you making any progress?
Mr. Drew, will you please tell me why no one, not even you, has mentioned the fact that Janet Drew, your murdered ex-wife, must have been wild with rage not because you dragged her through the courts, but because she'd lost the custody of her child to you.
Well,
And furthermore, she said in court only yesterday that you were not the father of the child. Do you think I hadn't read about that?
Of course not, Mr. Chameleon, but Janet was lying.
Oh, was she? Are you sure it might not have been another man's child? You any idea at all who the father might have been?
I'm the father of my son. Janet was lying. She was simply desperate.
I wonder. It's possible, too, that when she cried out in court, that was the first time that you had learned that you weren't the father. Is that so, Mr. Drew?
In other words, Mr. Chameleon, you think I murdered Janet because I just learned that she'd been unfaithful.
Also, Mr. Drew, by saying such a thing, she cast a shadow over the child. You must have hated that, too. You know, if I were you, I'd plead self-defense.
What?
I'd plead self-defense. Everyone knows that she threatened to kill you.
No. This is a trick to make me behave as if I were guilty, and I'm not guilty.
Mr. Drew...
Your efforts to trap me won't work. I suppose I can't order a police officer out of my house, but at least I don't have to stand here and take it any longer. Good day, Mr. Chameleon.
Shall I bring him back, Mr. Chameleon?
No, Dave, let him go. Well, at least I provoked Donald Drew into an emotional outburst.
Yeah, but what does it all add up to? Not one of them has really given us anything to work on.
No. We've simply learned that Mildred Lewis, the murdered woman's sister, is a rigidly moral woman, and that Etta Hilton, the governess, is a very pretty woman, and that Donald Drew... Dave.
What's the matter, Mr. Chameleon?
Maybe the dead woman, Janet Drew, can help us more than anyone.
How?
Come along. We're going to look up the statement that she made in court yesterday. I want to see the exact wording of that statement.
But what for?
Because, Dave, I think I remember something. It seems to me that Janet Drew, when she cried out in court, she didn't say that Donald Drew wasn't the father of the child.
Sure she did. I read it in the papers.
No, Dave. I'm under the impression that she said that Donald Drew wasn't the legitimate father of the child. Now, if I'm right, if that's what Janet Drew said, then that throws a strange and sinister light on this murder case.
Mr. Chameleon and the custody of the child murder case continues in just a moment. Here's advice about colds that we think your own doctor will tell you is sound advice. No matter how you try to stop or shorten a cold, the first thing to do before you do anything else is to take genuine Bayer aspirin. You see, a cold is almost invariably accompanied by muscular aches and pains and a headachy, feverish feeling. And for your own good, you need a medication that will relieve these distressing symptoms with the greatest possible speed. Because Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work in 2 seconds, it brings you this relief, makes you feel better fast. That's why millions take it the moment they feel they're catching a cold. In addition, Bayer aspirin's single active ingredient is so gentle to the system that doctors regularly prescribe it even for small children. That's why it's been used by millions of normal people without ill effect. So at the first sign of a cold, before you do anything else, take Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the custody of the child murder case. The brutal murder of Janet Drew poses many new questions about her sordid divorce from Donald Drew and her desperate fight to keep the custody of the child. And now at Central Police Headquarters, we find Mr. Chameleon at his office with Detective Dave Arnold. And Mr. Chameleon is saying,
I was right, Dave. I was right. When Janet Drew launched into that tirade in court yesterday, her exact words were, Donald Drew is not the legitimate father of the child.
Still, in her excitement, Mr. Chameleon, she might have misspoken.
Yes, maybe. But on the other hand, Dave, she might have meant that the child was Donald Drew's illegitimate child.
Then who is the mother?
Dave, Etta Hilton, the governess, was in England at the time the child was born. Beautiful girl. Exceptionally beautiful. Anyway, I've sent for both her and Mildred Lewis, the murdered woman's sister. Send Miss Lewis in first, please, Dave.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, there's only one thing.
Yes?
Maybe I'm just soft because Etta Hilton is so pretty, but, you know, that sister Mildred Lewis may not be fair about her.
But you mean because she's so, prim and proper?
Well, sure. And I also got the feeling Mildred Lewis was kind of sweet on Donald Drew, her brother-in-law. I don't know, just the way she spoke his name, but maybe I'm nuts.
No, on the contrary, Dave. That may be a very valuable observation. Yes, let's talk to Mildred Lewis and see what happens.
Will you come in, please, Miss Lewis?
Yes, certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chameleon.
Good morning, Miss Lewis. Sit down, please. Miss Lewis, who's the mother of Donald Drew's child?
What was that?
I think you heard me, Miss Lewis. Your murdered sister Janet declared in court yesterday that Donald Drew wasn't the legitimate father of the child. meaning that he was the father, but the child is illegitimate. Janet Drew was not its mother. She only adopted him as her own.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, you must be out of your mind. This is perfectly shocking. Why, of course the child's legitimate.
Your murdered sister said otherwise.
Janet was frantic. Either that or you misunderstood her meaning.
No, on the contrary, Miss Lewis. I understood. Who is the mother of Donald Drew's child?
Mr. Chameleon, I just can't go on with this conversation. This whole thing's been a horror to me. My sister Janet and I come from a respectable family with definite ideas of right and wrong, and this whole ugly mess has been more than I can bear.
You testified in court, however, that your sister Janet was immoral, not a fit mother.
I had to, so that the child would have a chance to grow up decently. But just the same in my heart, I loved my sister. Now she's dead. In the name of heaven, Mr. Chameleon, can't we let her rest in peace?
Be no rest for any of us till we find a murderer, Miss Lois. What about the child's governess, Etta Hilton?
What about her?
Well, has there been anything between her and Donald Drew?
It's fantastic to claim that Janet wasn't the mother.
Has there ever been anything between Etta Hilton and Donald Drew?
There might have been, yes, Mr. Chameleon. I've suspected it for years, but I've never been sure.
Well, apparently only your dead sister really knew the truth about the situation. Well, I'll see what Etta Hilton has to say about it.
Mr. Chameleon, you're not going to tell her what I just said.
Well, I must, Miss Lois. Miss Hilton, you come in, please.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Miss Hilton, I have a theory that Janet Drew was not the mother of the child for whose custody she fought. Donald Drew was the father, but someone else was the mother.
But that's ridiculous. Mildred, that is ridiculous, isn't it?
I think so, Etta.
Also, Miss Hilton, I must tell you that Mildred Lewis here is very much afraid that there was some emotional relationship between you and her brother-in-law, Donald Drew.
And I told Mr. Chameleon I wasn't sure, that I only suspected there was something between you and Donald, and it might have been my imagination.
Well, Miss Hilton, what do you have to say to that?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, come on now, Miss Hilton. You must have something to say. Maybe it was Mildred Lewis that Donald Drew was in love with.
Detective Arnold, I'm a governess in that home, that's all. It was not my business to know anything about the personal affairs of the family.
It's my business to know, Miss Hilton. Janet Drew was murdered.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chameleon. I can tell you nothing.
Good girl, Etta. Mr. Chameleon tried to trap us, but he failed.
Not entirely, Miss Lois.
You failed, and you know it. Come along, Etta. That is, if you've finished questioning us, Mr. Chameleon.
For the time being, yes. Again, thank you for your help, Miss Lois.
For their help? What kind of help were those two, Mr. Chameleon?
Don't rub it in, Dave. Miss Lois was quite right when she said that I'd failed. It's interesting I failed to trick Donald Drew, too. Tremendous amount of strength and willpower in all three of them.
Well, at least you've learned that.
Yes, that's true. Dave, I'm going to cable Bournemouth, England. Try to learn the facts of that child's birth. And meanwhile, I think the testimony about the murdered Janet Drew's loose morals will bear some very close investigating. I'm beginning to suspect that may have been faked.
And the following day, in the early afternoon, we find Mr. Chameleon back in his office at police headquarters. And as Dave Arnold walks in the door, Mr. Chameleon is saying over the telephone...
That's so. Well, that's very interesting. Thank you, Detective Foley. No. That gives me quite enough to go on for the present. Dave, Detective Foley just rounded up some professional fixers who admitted the testimony against Janet Drew in the divorce case was fixed. They were paid to defame her character.
But who paid them, Mr. Chameleon?
No. They were hired by telephone and received cash in the mail. They swear they can't tell who it was who hired them. What's that you've got, Dave?
A cable from Bournemouth, England.
Oh, let me see it. Well, the records simply say that 4 years ago a son was born to Mrs. Donald Drew. That tells us nothing. No, wait, Dave. The head nurse may still be at that hospital. We'll send pictures to her of the 3 women, the murdered Janet Drew, her sister Mildred, and Etta the governess, and she'll identify one of them.
Hey, that ought to do it, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, but that'll take several days, Dave. I don't want to wait. I have a feeling that we ought to close in on the killer fast. Dave, I'm going to the Drew home and pose as one of the fixers who testified falsely against Janet Drew. Very, rough customer named Ed Roberts.
You think you can trip them up?
Well, this time I may be able to crack their self-control. But, I'm going to need your help, Dave. And we dare not wait. We daren't wait another day.
And so that evening, in the library of Donald Drew's home, we find three tense people facing a rough-looking character, Mr. Chameleon in his disguise of Ed Roberts, the fixer. And as he gazes at Mildred Lewis and Donald Drew and Etta Hilton, Mr. Chameleon speaks in the voice of his disguise.
Come on now, kiddies. Don't play hide-and-seek with me. You're the one who paid me, Mr. Drew, to testify falsely against your wife.
Can you prove that, Mr. Roberts?
I suppose I can't. You think the police won't believe me if I tell them you hired me to say your wife was a bad woman? Poor thing, I feel kind of sorry for that dame. She was murdered.
You still can't prove anything.
No. Might go hard with you if I go to the police.
He's trying to blackmail you, Donald.
Be quiet, Mildred. I'll handle this. Mr. Roberts, do you realize if you tell the police you testified falsely that you'll be sent to jail for perjury?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's right.
So get out of here. Get out of here, Mr. Roberts, and fast.
Yes, get out. You shouldn't be allowed in a decent person's home.
Decent? You call yourself decent, Miss Lewis? You suppose the cops don't know all about you and your brother-in-law, Mr. Drew?
What?
Don't get excited, Donald. This sounds like another trick. One of Mr. Chameleon's.
That's no trick. The cops know all about you, too. Your friend here, Miss Hilton, told them all about you. How the baby was born of you, Miss Lewis, and your sister Janet took it and raised it as her own to save you from disgrace.
Etta, did you tell the police a thing like that?
No, I swear I didn't, Mildred.
All right, Mr. Roberts, whatever your game is, it didn't work. And now for the last time, I'm telling you to get out.
Wait a minute, Mr. Roberts. Don't anyone move.
Detective Arnold.
How did you get in here?
The door was unlatched, so I walked in, Miss Lewis. I don't know this character you call Mr. Roberts, but I want you all to stay right where you are.
Why?
What's the matter?
Mr. Drew, I just received some pictures from the hospital in Bournemouth, England, identifying the mother of your child.
Pictures?
Yes, pictures of your child's real mother.
Could I have a look at them?
Sure, buddy.
No, Donald, get those pictures.
But Mildred,
destroy them. I'll take care of Detective Arnold. The world's never going to know that baby was mine.
Put down that gun, Miss Lewis.
No, not until I get those pictures.
Drop it, Miss Lois. I have my own gun, and if necessary, I'll use it.
Mr. Chameleon.
Drop the gun, Miss Lois.
Why, you're Mr. Chameleon in disguise.
Yes, you were broken down at last, Donald Drew and Mildred Lois. The truth is out. Dave, you got the gun?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. She can't hurt anyone now. The respectable Miss Lewis can't fool the world anymore.
It's too bad that she managed to do it as long as she did. She did it with Donald Drew's help. Child was theirs, and they wanted it for themselves.
That's not true.
So, Miss Lewis, between you and Donald, you worked out a dreadful scheme. You dragged Janet into the courts. You paid to have false evidence presented that would take the custody of the child from her and give it to you.
It's a lie. We didn't.
Poor Janet Drew sacrificed her life to you, her sister, Mildred. You who bore the child out of wedlock. That she accepted, and even accepted the horrifying fact that her husband was the father of her sister's child.
But why should we have killed her? Tell me why.
Because she couldn't bear to lose the child she'd brought up from infancy and turn its custody over to you. You killed her before she could tell the real truth and show you both up for what you are. The most vicious murderers I've ever seen. Dave, you handcuff Donald Drew and Mildred together. The justice of God and man will lead them to the execution chamber.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Mothers everywhere, listen carefully. Now, genuine Bayer aspirin is available in a new children's-sized tablet containing half the amount of the regular-sized Bayer aspirin tablet. These new children's-size Bayer aspirin tablets make it possible for you to conveniently give your children the proper dosage as prescribed by your doctor. To do this, all you need use is one children's-size Bayer aspirin tablet, because each tablet is full dosage. In addition, these new children's-size Bayer aspirin tablets have another feature that appeals to wise mothers. They are neither flavored nor colored, so that they cannot be mistaken for candy, and they can be used with complete confidence. For the fact that doctors prescribe Bayer aspirin's single active ingredient even for the smallest children shows how gentle and dependable it is. The bottle and carton are plainly marked children's size Bayer aspirin, 30 tablets for 25 cents. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Insured Jewels Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
The only sensible way to help prevent tooth decay is to keep your teeth thoroughly clean at all times. For teeth that are really clean, free of decay breeding deposits and film, actually resist decay. And the best way that you can get your teeth really clean is with powder. There's no dentifrice you can get that cleans teeth like powder. To prove this, try Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Almost instantly, it helps remove deposits and film in which bacteria form, bacteria that cause tooth decay. So to help prevent tooth decay before it gets started, to whiten and brighten your teeth beautifully, use either regular or ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Insured Jewels Murder Case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Here we are once more in Dr. Watson's firelit study. The wind is howling outside, but inside the heavy red curtains have been drawn across the windows, and the only sound we can hear is the cheerful crackling of the logs in the fireplace. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
You don't know how lucky you are that you don't have to go out on a night like this.
Yes, it's one of the advantages of having retired from active medical practice. You know the old adage, man works from sun to sun, but woman's work's never done. It's a base libel as far as doctors are concerned. You never know when Mr. Smith is going to acquire a black eye, or Mrs. McTavish may decide to present her an addition to the clan.
Never a dull moment, eh, Dr. Watson?
Oh, dear me, no. That's one thing I've never complained of. If it wasn't a patient who disturbed what little routine I had, it was Sherlock Holmes. I remember one bitter February evening. It was the second winter after my marriage. I just settled down to my after-dinner pipe when the doorbell rang. It was a note from Holmes. It said, "Come at once if convenient. If inconvenient, come all the same."
And you went, of course.
Now, Mr. Bell, you'll hear all about that in good time, but haven't you something to tell our listeners?
Yes, Dr. Watson, I have. Men, attractive, well-groomed hair does a great deal to give a man self-assurance, to say nothing of helping his appearance. And I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing more about this modern trend in hair grooming, which has become such a nationwide favorite among America's most successful men. It's called Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a combination of hair grooming ingredients which has never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. Yes, that's exactly why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look and keeps it in place longer. Keeps every hair in perfect order from morning till night. Yet Kreml never gives hair that greasy, patent leather look. Kreml keeps hair looking mighty handsome with a rich, healthy-looking luster. yet it always feels and looks clean on your hair and scalp. No other hair tonic keeps hair more handsomely groomed, yet it never looks greasy. So, men, for better groomed hair, change to Kreml. Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, when you received the mysterious message from Sherlock Holmes, you at once went round to Baker Street, I suppose.
Yes, curiosity has always been my Achilles' heel. Well, when I arrived at Baker Street, I found Holmes huddled in his armchair, his knees drawn up and his pipe in his mouth. He was sunk in a profound reverie, and I'd been in the room several moments before he became aware of my existence.
Oh, so there you are, Watson, there you are.
Obviously. I've been here for 7 minutes, as a matter of fact.
Unimportant, completely unimportant and uninteresting. Watson, have you ever speculated on the importance of a knowledge of dogs in detective work?
Dogs? Well, naturally. Bloodhounds, sleuthhounds...
No, I'm not interested in that phase of the subject. It's too obvious. There is another side, far more subtle.
I suppose there is, but I'm dashed if I know...
You recollect in the case you so sensationally wrote up as The Adventure of the Copper Beeches?
Yes, but the case was sensational. In that instance, it wasn't the dog. It was the fact that the master of the house was willing to pay a sizable sum to...
Don't prattle, Watson, don't prattle.
Prattle?
I was about to point a moral. In the case of the Copper Beeches, I was able, by noting the actions of a rather vicious child, to draw some startling deductions as to the criminal instincts of its father, who was considered a thoroughly respectable citizen.
Of course, yes, I remember, but what's that got to do with...
My line of thought about dogs is analogous. Whoever saw a frisky dog in a gloomy family, or a sad dog in a happy one? Snarling people have snarling dogs. Dangerous people have dangerous dogs.
Surely, Holmes, you didn't rout me out on a night like this to discuss the temperaments of dogs?
Not in general, no. What interests me is why Professor Presbury's faithful wolfhound Roy endeavors to bite him.
You mean Professor Presbury, the famous Camford's physiologist?
Quite. The dog, until recently a most devoted animal, has attacked his master twice.
Huh?
What do you make of it?
The dog is ill.
Possibly. But he attacks no one else. Nor does he molest his master save on very special occasions. Curious, Watson, very curious. Ah, that must be Mr. Bennett, Professor Presbury's assistant. He is before his time. His appointment was 8:30. Come in, come in. Ah, good evening, Mr. Bennett.
Good evening.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. I couldn't consider undertaking a case or solving an enigma without his invaluable aid.
Oh, Holmes, really, pay no attention to Mr. Bennett. He's pulling my leg again.
Delighted to meet you, sir. I hope you'll forgive me arriving so early, Mr. Holmes, but Edith is so worried about her father, and naturally
Quite so. Edith, my dear Watson, is Professor Presbury's daughter, to whom Mr. Bennett is engaged to be married. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I have that honor.
Oh, congratulations, young man, congratulations. Ideal state matrimony.
Watson, stop chattering.
Oh, I was only going to say that I've only been...
Now then, Mr. Bennett, I believe you gave me the salient points of the case in your letter, but I've not had the opportunity to relate them to Dr. Watson. So if you will be good enough to go over the matter again...
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. The professor, as you may know, Dr. Watson, is a man of splendid reputation.
Yes, indeed he is.
A trifle positive, I might even say combative, but there has never been a breath of scandal, at least until a month ago.
Dear me, don't tell me that old Presbury has started to sow his wild oats at his age. I always considered him the soul of respectability.
Well, you see, early last fall he became attached to the daughter of Professor Morphy. It was not the reasoned courting of an elderly man, but rather the passionate frenzy of youth.
In short, his family considered the infatuation rather excessive?
Exactly. And so I gathered did the young lady, although her father, Professor Morphy, favored the match.
Yes. Presbury is fairly well-to-do, I understand.
Yes. About a month ago, Professor Presbury did something he's never done before. He left home without telling anyone he was going. A fortnight later, he returned rather travel-worn.
Oh, where'd he been?
Well, he refused to say. By chance, however, I received a letter from a friend of mine in Prague, saying he'd seen the professor at a distance.
And now comes the remarkable part of the story.
Oh?
Yes, Dr. Watson. From that time on, a curious change came over the professor. Those around him had the inexplicable feeling that he was under some influence that darkened his better nature.
You don't think that he was hypnotized, possibly, or mentally unbalanced in some way?
No, on the contrary. His lectures were more brilliant than ever. His mind was singularly alert. But there was something new about him, something sinister. His daughter tried again and again to penetrate the mask he'd put on, but in vain.
Extraordinary.
He behaved to her almost as though she were a stranger. In fact, all of his friends and co-workers noticed a rather singular change of personality.
And the incident of the letters, Mr. Bennett. Don't forget that.
I was just coming to that. You see, Dr. Watson, the professor has never had any secrets from me. I handled every paper which came in to him and opened all his letters.
Yes, of course.
Shortly after his return, all of this was changed. Certain letters began to arrive, marked with an X under the stamp. These I was in no account to touch.
What was the handwriting like?
Decidedly illiterate. The envelopes had the EC mark.
East Central, huh? Not exactly the portion of London one would expect the professor to be in touch with.
The letters were curious enough, but not more curious than the little wooden box.
Wooden box?
Yes. One of those quaint carved things one associates with a visit to Germany. I discovered it one morning in the drawer of Professor Presbury's desk. He had sent me into his study in search of a cannula.
I put it on my desk, Bennett, in front of the inkwell.
It's not here, Professor Presbury. I'll try the drawers. It's usually in the upper right. No, not here. Perhaps the left one. No. I say, Professor, what a curious box. I've never seen that in here before.
What box?
This one with the carving. You must have got it on your trip to Germany.
What trip to Germany? Who said I was in Germany?
Professor Presbury, I didn't mean to...
You sniveling little cad. You contemptible snooper.
I didn't...
What do you mean by poking about among my things? Put that box down.
Let me explain.
Put that box down, I say. Now get out of here. Get out before I break every bone in your body.
Jolly chap, the professor. Sounds as if he were heading for an apoplectic fit.
Do you remember the date of that outburst, Mr. Bennett?
It was December the 2nd. It was on that very day that Roy the Wolfhound made his first attack on the professor.
An attack? Do you mean that the dog actually bit him?
Well, he certainly tried to.
When was the next attack?
December the 11th, and again on December the 20th. After that, we had to banish Roy to the stables.
Singular, most singular. Those dates were new to me.
There have been some even stranger developments since I wrote you, Mr. Holmes.
Yes?
What I speak of occurred the night before last. It was really a terrifying experience.
Yes, go on.
I live with Professor Presbury, as you know, Mr. Holmes. I had retired rather early and was correcting the papers of a lecture I was to deliver in the morning. At 11:30, all was quiet, and I blew out my lamp and went to sleep. A little after midnight, I was awakened by a curious shuffling and muttering in the corridor. It was followed by a series of dull knocks on what I took to be Edith's door. I heard her open the door. There was a gasp, and then she uttered a terrible scream.
Edward, help!
It's all right, darling. I'm coming. What's the matter? Don't look so terrified.
Oh, Edward, it was horrible. Like a nightmare.
What was? Oh, darling, don't tremble so. I'm here now. Tell me what frightened you.
I thought I heard someone knocking at my door.
I heard it, too.
I got up and opened the door, and there it was, leering up at me.
It? What do you mean? Was it a man?
I don't know. I only know it was something dark and crouching. I screamed, and it hurried down the hall, not quite on its hands and knees, with its face sunk between its shoulders.
How awful. You lock yourself in, and I'll have a look.
No, don't leave.
But, darling, I... Shh.
Do you hear anything?
No. Nothing that...
There it is again. In the ivy outside the window. As though someone were climbing up the wall.
But that's impossible. The window's a good 20 feet from the ground. Nobody would dare.
Look. On the windowsill. A hand. It's drawing itself up.
Here comes the head. Good heavens, what a horrible face. The eyes that leer.
Oh, Edward! It's Father!
Well, Watson, what do you make of that? The professor crawling about in this curious fashion.
Lumbago, probably. I've known it to double a man up.
Oh, rubbish, Watson. To Did you ever hear of a man with lumbago scaling a 20-foot wall?
Well, now that you mention it, no.
Mr. Bennett, how did Professor Presbury explain his actions the next morning?
He seemed to have no recollection of them. No recollection of them at all.
When did you say this happened, Mr. Bennett?
The night before last.
The 4th of February, huh? That rather complicates matters. And last night, did anything further happen?
The only unusual thing I heard was Roy, barking furiously a little after midnight. Poor fellow, he's been chained down to the stable. I must confess, if anything else happened, neither Edith nor I would have known it. You see, we both had a feeling of impending danger and slept with our doors locked and the shutters barricaded.
Very sensible procedure. I would suggest that you get Miss Presbury out of the house for a few days. Send her away until we can clear this matter up.
I've already persuaded her to pay a visit to her aunt in Cambridge.
Splendid. Now, as to the dates of these seizures, you will say the first was December the 2nd, the next December the 11th, and the third...
Here's a list of the dates. When I first observed abnormality in the professor's behavior, I felt it my duty to obtain all possible data about the case.
Excellent. Let me see. Yes, as I thought, the intervals are regular. Putting 2 and 2 together, let us say that every 9 days the professor takes some strong drug, which has a passing but highly poisonous effect. He learned to take this drug while in Prague, and is now supplied by an intermediary who resides in the East Central District of London.
Yes, but the dog and the creeping man in the passage. Holmes, the thing's too fantastic to be explained by simple addiction to drugs.
It's not simple, not in the least. But patience, Watson, patience. We've at least made a beginning. Our next step is to obtain an interview with the professor himself. What is the best time to catch him in, Mr. Bennett? When would he be free to see us?
About 11 in the morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good. You may expect us at that time tomorrow.
In just a moment, we'll keep our appointment with the professor. But first, men, remember, if you want your hair to look healthy and handsome, one of the first requisites is a hygienic scalp. And when you buy a hair tonic, be smart. Enjoy the extra advantages of a highly specialized hair tonic like Kreml. Kreml contains a combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why it keeps unruly hair neatly in place longer, with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look. It never leaves hair feeling sticky or dirty. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate the cutaneous circulation of the scalp. Notice how alive your scalp feels, how it tingles. And if your hair is so dry it breaks off and falls, start using Kreml at once. Because Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling softer, more pliable, makes it look as if it had some body to it. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Dr. Watson, what happened next in the strange case of Professor Presbury?
Well, early the next morning found us near the town of Camford, approaching a large, rather gloomy house.
This must be the house, Watson. Notice the ivy vines reaching up to the bedroom windows. See? Some of the leaves have been torn away. The vines look decidedly the worse for wear.
Oh, but surely no man could possibly climb up that way.
No normal man, Watson. No normal man. But look, I fancy that is the professor peering at us from behind the curtains in that second window. Doesn't seem to be too well pleased at our presence.
Fierce-looking chap. Tremendously vigorous for his age. I say, Holmes, do you think we ought?
Ought what?
Well, I mean, what excuse are you going to give for our call?
Assuming that Professor Presbury's memory is a trifle defective during his bad spells, how is he to know that he didn't send for us himself?
Well, isn't that rather skating on thin ice?
Possibly, my dear Watson, possibly.
I must say, I don't relish this interview at all.
Shh! Someone's coming. It's Presbury himself. For heaven's sake, Watson, pull yourself together. You look as though you'd been caught stealing sheep. Good morning. Professor Presbury, I believe?
Yes.
I'm Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, the detective.
Oh, yes, I believe I've heard of you. Won't you come in?
This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Oh, all right.
Come this way, gentlemen, into my study.
Oh, Thank you, sir. Thank you. What a charming room. Delightful, eh, Holmes?
Pray sit down, gentlemen. Now, what can I do for you?
Why, that was the question I was about to put to you.
To me, sir?
Yes. Apropos of the communication you sent me.
A letter? I sent you a letter?
No, not exactly a letter.
A telegram, then? Have you got it with you?
No, I can't say I have.
No, I dare say not. Because I sent you no telegram.
Impossible. Why, then someone's been playing a practical joke on us both.
That statement, Mr. Holmes, is highly questioned.
Really, Professor Presbury, I can only apologize for this needless intrusion and hope that you will forgive me.
But that is hardly enough, Mr. Holmes. What kind of fool do you take me for?
Why,
You know I didn't send for you. You can't get out of this so easily.
I say, steady, sir.
I'll
steady.
show you, you scoundrel.
Put down that paperweight, Professor.
I shall...
Consider your position. You can't afford a scandal. After all, I'm rather well known. You cannot possibly afford to treat me with such discourtesy.
I should think not.
Come on, Watson. The interview's closed. Good day, Professor.
Phew. What a narrow escape. The professor was certainly in a dangerous mood.
Yes, our learned friend's nerves are somewhat out of order. Highly inflammable temper.
Maniacal, I should say. And yet his mind seemed perfectly clear.
Too clear. That was my miscalculation. His memory is quite reliable, unfortunately. Strange. Very strange.
I must say, Holmes, I'm a bit disappointed in you. All that trouble for nothing.
Not quite for nothing. We have seen the gentleman and have gained a personal contact. We have also discovered the address of the intermediary in London.
Have we? Well, how in thunder...
The professor wrote to him this morning. I deciphered the name from the blotting pad on the professor's desk.
I say.
The gentleman's name is Dorak, and he lives in the Commercial Road. And now, Watson, I'm a busy man. We will drop this case until next Tuesday evening.
Tuesday? But why Tuesday?
On that date, if my calculations are correct, the professor should have another of his curious spells. We must be on hand to notice the developments and to prevent a catastrophe.
Mr. Holmes, this isn't my idea of the way to spend a pleasant evening. Look at those clouds cutting across the moon.
Yes. I told you to bring your greatcoat. I suspected it might be a trifle draughty.
Draughty? My legs are quite numb from crouching behind this gooseberry bush. Why did you have to pick this particular night?
If the cycle of 9 days holds good, we shall have the professor at his worst tonight. Moreover, I ascertained that he received a packet from the man Dorak this morning. Yes, we shall see. We shall see.
Look. Someone has lit a light in the corner bedroom.
That must be the professor. So I was right in my calculations. Things are beginning to happen. I warned Bennett not to try to interfere with him, but to follow him at a safe distance.
Safe? You don't think that he's as dangerous as that, do you?
I don't think so. I know it.
What?
Have you your revolver handy?
Well, yes, but you don't think I shall be obliged to use it? Huh?
Oh, control your nerves, Watson. I can hear your teeth chattering.
It's not nerves. It's a cold.
The professor's symptoms are particularly interesting. Apart from these fits, he has more energy and vitality than ever. And then his knuckles. Did you notice his knuckles?
No, I can't say that I did.
Thick and horny. Quite unusual for a man. Very curious knuckles that can only be explained by the mode of progression observed in... The knuckles. But of course. And the dog. And the ivy. Why didn't I think of that before?
Holmes. Look. He's opened the side door. There he is. Standing in the doorway, leaning forward with his arms dangling.
Of course.
Now he's coming down the drive. Wait, he's not walking, he's crouching, running and skipping along on his hands and feet. Holmes, it's uncanny. It's almost as if he were possessed by some strange, unnatural force.
There he goes, round the corner of the house. Quick, Watson, we must follow him.
Here comes Bennett.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, have you seen him?
Yes, he went this way. Come along.
He's worse than usual tonight. I could hear him through my door, chattering and jabbering to himself.
There he is. He's crouching at the foot of the ivy.
Now he's climbing, actually springing from vine to vine, his dressing gown flapping in the wind.
How horrible. He looks like some huge bat glued against the side of the house. It's uncanny.
Now he's swinging himself over to that tree. He's coming down again. He's heading for the stables.
Come along. We mustn't lose sight of him. We can't let him get away from us.
The dog has caught sight of him.
Oh, you'll kill him if you can get at him.
No, the professor's staying out of reach. Look at him crouched on the ground like that.
He's teasing the dog. He's throwing stones at it. Oh, this isn't human.
Quite, Watson, quite. Professor Presbury isn't human.
Great heavens, Holmes, what do you mean?
Look out! Roy's leash is broken. He's after the professor. He'll kill him.
Come on.
He's got him by the throat.
Drag them apart. Come on, drag them apart.
Down, I say. I've got him by the collar.
Watson, help me carry the professor into the house. His throat is badly mangled. Come in, Watson, come in. I've been looking over the professor's laboratory while you were treating his injuries. How's he coming along?
As well as can be expected. He'll pull through, I fancy. The wound was dangerously near the carotid artery. The hemorrhage was rather serious, but I say, what's that you got in your hand?
The professor's little German box. Curious, isn't it?
Yes, but it's open. You've broken the lock. Really, Holmes, you think that you ought to go...
Probably not. But not being deterred by your scruples, I've gone ahead. The contents are quite enlightening, if your conscience will permit you to look.
2 files, one empty and one nearly full. And a letter with a cross under the stamp.
Yes, that's from our Mr. Dorek, the London intermediary. It contains another note that completely solves the mystery. Here it is. It's signed H. Lowenstein.
H. Lowenstein? But I say, that's the Lowenstein.
Obviously, Watson, obviously.
I mean, it's Dr. Lowenstein, the famous Prague physician, who claims to have discovered a serum that will rejuvenate people. It's been tabooed, of course, by the medical profession because he refuses to reveal its source.
And for a good reason. Here, read the letter.
Let's have a look. Honored colleague, since your visit, I have thought much of your case. I beg you report fully to me on the results of my treatments. It is possible that the serum of anthropoid would have been better. I have, as I have explained, used black-faced langur because a specimen was accessible. The langur is, of course, a crawler and a climber, while anthropoid walks erect and is in every way nearer to man. But I say, Holmes, this is beastly. The langur is an ape.
Quite. It is found on the slopes of the Himalayas and is the biggest and most human of the climbing monkeys.
Then that serum explains the professor's recent peculiarities. He used it in an attempt to regain his youth.
Yes, giving himself a dose at 9-day intervals, with the curious results we've witnessed. It's dangerous to trick nature, Watson. When man tries to rise above it, he is liable to fall below it. Even the highest type of man may revert to the animal if he leaves the straight road of destiny.
What a curious story, Dr. Watson. But did Holmes manage to stop the treatment?
Indeed. He wrote to Dr. Lowenstein and told him that he would be held criminally responsible if he continued to circulate his poisons. And that was the end of that.
Why do you suppose the dog noticed the change in his master before anyone else did?
His sense of smell told him. It was the monkey and not the professor whom Roy attacked, just as it was the monkey who teased the dog.
It's fantastic. I didn't know such things were possible, Dr. Watson.
Oh, dear me, yes. Both in detection and in medicine, things are apt to happen that it is difficult for the lay mind to believe.
And between you and Mr. Holmes, you covered both fields. Yes, 221 Baker Street must have been an exciting place to reside when you both lived there.
Yes, Mr. Bell, as you remarked a few minutes ago, we never had a dull moment.
Dr. Watson will be back in just a moment to tell you about next week's story. Here's some sensational information for our lady listeners. I'm sure we all know or have heard how divinely beautiful Powers models are. But did you know these famous beauties make up to $35,000 a year?
Which shows they have brains as well as beauty. But seriously, Joe, what impresses me most is that Powers models can afford to spend a fortune on their hair. Yet when they wash it, they rely on inexpensive Kreml shampoo.
Which proves how wonderful Kreml shampoo really is. Powers models were among the first to discover that no other shampoo leaves hair more shining bright with natural gloss and luster.
But under no circumstances does Kreml shampoo ever dry the hair.
Kreml shampoo is not a drying detergent. Kreml shampoo is entirely different.
And you know, after a Kreml shampoo, the hair actually radiates natural, brilliant highlights. And Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base, which helps hair from becoming dry or brittle. It rinses out so easily and positively never leaves any dull, soapy film.
So, ladies, always wash your hair with Kreml shampoo. It leaves hair a vision of shining, sparkling beauty, yet in no way hurts its texture. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week. Next week, I think I'll tell you a story about international intrigue in Paris and how, in a vile apache den, I met a beautiful, glamorous spy and almost...
Almost what, Dr. Watson?
Well, now, Mr. Bell, you'll have to wait next week to find out. I call this story The Adventure of the Scarlet Worm.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Creeping Man. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Scarlet Worm. There are 80,000 patients in our veterans' hospitals. Your Red Cross contribution helps place the volunteer efforts of the community at their service. This is just one part of the Red Cross story. Give generously to the Red Cross. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Pat Novak, for hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak, for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak, for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, billing doesn't mean much. Everybody's got the same act. They're all out to turn a fast buck, and when you're in business down here, everything but murder is a parlor trick. Once in a while, your eyelids get sore from winking it too much, but it's a living. You get to meet the best people in town. There's only one hooker you're liable to wake up some morning dead. Because around the waterfront, you don't need a union card for trouble. It sneaks up and paws you like a wet ghost. I found that out when I met Bruno Zweiss. I closed up early Tuesday night, and I went home to catch up on last month's sleep. I don't know how long I was in bed. Must have been about 11 when I woke up. The room was dark and as stale as last year's Christmas candy. I had the goofy feeling that somebody was in the room with me. I was breathing kind of hard, and I stopped to have a listen. Somebody was sitting on my bed. Either that or the landlord had put in an echo. I listened again.
Hello, Novak.
You're mixed up, friend. I pay the rent here.
Get your hands away from the light, Novak. Just be a good boy, and you can collect your old age pension.
Now, look, I'm not crazy about waking up with strangers sitting on my bed, especially if they got baritone voices. Now, say your piece and beat it.
Don't get jumpy, mister. When your eyes get used to the dark, you're going to see a gun about a foot away from your nostrils. I want the keys to your boat, Novak.
Get them in the morning at $25 a smell.
I want them now. Just tell me where they are. I'll do the rest.
Don't get big-hearted.
I don't want chatter and cocktails. I want those keys. Unless you want your face to look like a rump roast. you'll start talking.
The keys are in the bottom drawer of the desk.
That's the boy. Gonna borrow your boat a while. You'll get it back by noon tomorrow. There's the boat keys.
2 of them are. The rest open the front door of the U.S. Mint.
Sorry I can't stay around, Novak. You sound like a card. Sleep tight, Novak. This will have to do for a lullaby.
He didn't even give me time to pick a dream. I stretched out on the floor as dead as a Philadelphia nightclub. I don't know how long I stayed out of the ball game. Must have been a couple of hours, because when the phone rang, it was past midnight. I reached over to pick it up, but my hands were as steady as a maple leaf in a hurricane, and my head was big enough to sell by the pound. I finally found it in the dark and started talking. Hello?
Hello, Novak. This is Joe Powers down at Pier 19. You awake?
Sure.
You sound groggy.
No, it's a sedative. What's on your mind?
One of your boats just drifted in. Guess what?
I don't have to. It's smashed up, and you want to offer me $50 salvage.
Hey, that's right, Novak. You're psychic.
I'm a patsy, you mean? Some gunsel borrowed the boat a couple of hours ago. Came in here, told me a bedtime story, and took the keys.
Well, you better hop right down here.
It'll keep, Joe.
No, it won't. Hurry up or you'll run a dead heat with homicide. There's a dead guy in the boat.
Well, it must be my playmate.
I don't know. He didn't say. But you better grab a cab and get on down here. There's going to be a lot of questions.
Sure, if you meet any good answers, save a couple for me. From now on, there was no waste motion. I knew that. If homicide was on the case, that meant Inspector Hellman. Well, he's a real nice guy, if you like his type. I had to do something soon. If I didn't, I'd have about as much chance as a pound of liver at a cat show. So I jumped into some clothes, and I was starting out of the apartment when I missed my wallet. The keys were attached, and that gunsel had taken the whole works. I began to get mad. For $70, you can get a Scotch hangover instead of the kind I had. And if you're lucky, a couple of good memories. So when I drew up at Pier 19, it didn't look like the sunny side of the street. Joe Powers was waiting for me.
You got the first round, Patsy. Homicide hasn't showed yet.
I'm full of luck tonight. Where's the boat?
Oh, right over here.
Lots of fog tonight, huh, Joe?
You're walking on it. Well, there it is. How's your insurance, Patsy?
All right, except I'm not carrying any on that dead guy. Who is he, Joe?
I don't know. He's your passenger. You roll him.
All right, give me a hand. No, push him over on the other side, will you, so I can get in the pocket?
Is he the same guy that took the keys?
I don't know. If he is, he never looked lovelier. There's nothing in this pocket. This one's empty except for a comb. He sure spent my $70 in a hurry. Must have thrown in the wallet for a nightcap.
No identification.
We should have bought a scorecard.
Hey, here on the floor. It's a key.
Let me see that, Joe. Room 425, Royal Arms Hotel.
Where is it?
That's a dive down on Turk Street. Well, say hello to homicide for me.
Oh, you're not bright tonight, Novak.
Well, I'm not going to stay around here. They'll pick me up faster than a gin fizz.
What am I going to tell them?
Anything you like, Joe. Shift into freewheeling and let them follow, but I'm not going to hang around for a pinch. I'm one boat and $70 short.
Tell it to homicide.
I don't like manual labor that much. See you later. I started for the Royal Arms Hotel, and on the way, I picked up the only honest guy I know, a bottle baby by the name of Jocko Madigan. He's a good man, except he thinks it's a waste of the taxpayers' money to put alcohol in torpedoes. I hauled him out of the Hunt Room bar, and we walked down the street to the Royal Arms Hotel. It was the perfect spot for a missionary. The lobby looked like the first act of Rain. There was a pinball machine in one corner, a couple of last year's girls in this year's slacks, and a bleary-eyed little night clerk. He looked like a well-groomed laundry bag, and he gave us the fisheye as we started upstairs. Room 425 was down at the end of the hall. Jocko didn't care if we ever got there.
Patsy, we have no business coming up here. We're in search of fool's gold.
We're in search of my $70.
Exactly. I view you as my penance, Patsy, the sackcloth for a misspent life.
If you can shake off that buzz, you'll find out I'm in trouble.
You'll always be in trouble because you're a patsy, and you're dangerous because you move in the twilight zone between good and evil without any predisposition toward either one.
Yeah, all right. Here it is. 425. Nobody home. Let's go in.
It's housebreaking.
Now, look, Jocko, I want my $70. I'm going in.
Patsy, sometimes you terrify me. I think you'd pick the lock to the gates of heaven.
I would if they had my $70. Come on. The guy's dead down in my boat. We won't hurt his feelings. We'll just nose around a minute and get up. It was a pretty room if you like dead women on your rugs. She was stretched out in a pale yellow dressing gown, as quiet as an April morning and twice as pretty. A dull red scar ran across her temple where somebody had laid an iron shovel. She didn't belong in this hotel because she was wearing a necklace and a bracelet that left a gap in somebody's pocket. And from the ringside, she looked all right. Jocko noticed it, too.
She has lots of character.
Yeah, but where's my $70?
She's a nightclub dancer.
How do you know?
Her picture's plastered all over the wall there. She's the headliner at El Palateo, Miss Rita Malloy.
I wonder who the guy on the desk is there.
Boyfriend, probably. Let's get out of here, Patsy.
Oh, wait a minute. How about that dead guy in the boat? Where does he fit in?
I'll listen to that one, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
What happened to the girl? She die laughing at you?
It's Rita Malloy, a piece of change from the El Palateo.
Uh-huh. Got a hat, Novak?
Nope.
Then you're all ready. Come on.
Oh, get your brain lined up and look at her. She's been dead a couple of hours.
You're still eligible, Novak. On your way down, you can explain that guy at Pier 19.
Oh, you can't be that dumb, Hellman.
I'm smart enough to see you peeking over the 8-ball. You look like a 10-to-1 shot, Novak, and I got my money on you all the way.
If you're going to make this thing add up, you can't do it alone.
I'll try.
Well, that's what Firpo said. So I don't look good on this one. I'll look worse if I leave it up to you. You couldn't find a hangnail if you knew what hand it was on.
You got 24 hours, Novak. I'm going to piece things together, and then I'm going to make a pinch. Pick out a soft spot.
Yeah?
Yeah. Stay near the phone. If it rings and a man answers, that'll be homicide. Good night.
Hellman was right. I looked like a sure bet for the rotogravure section. I was beginning to run out of silver linings, and I knew it. I didn't have an answer for anything. The guy in the boat was still a stranger, and Rita Malloy was still dead. I was sitting in the middle of a high-stake game with a pair of trays. When we left the hotel room, I had the funny feeling that there was something wrong back there. I didn't know what. I just knew there was something wrong, the way you feel when you pick up the wrong hat and put it on. The position of the body, those pictures on the desk, I didn't know, but there was one detail that didn't set right. Well, I told Jocko to hang around headquarters, and I started for the El Palateo. It was like all the rest. A little melancholy bar on Mason. A fire trap with a cover charge. The decor looked like early Franco. The floor show was on as I fought my way up to the bar. Excuse me, please. I'm sorry, lady. Can I get through here, please? How about a drink?
Your idea? What do you want?
Scotch.
Soda or water?
Water. You got a nice club here.
We like it. 80 cents.
Too bad about Rita Malloy.
Yeah.
You don't seem heartbroken about it.
I'm not a mother. 80 cents.
Anything wrong, Eddie?
No, boss. This guy's crying in his beer about Rita Malloy.
Oh. I'm Manny Ryan.
You own the club?
A piece of it.
My name's Novak. Call me Patsy at the moment. The police think I killed Rita Malloy.
When you go on trial, Mr. Novak?
I don't. That's why I came down here to find out which one of your people killed her.
I see.
She was mixed up to her ears with some thick hoodlum.
You, Mr. Novak?
No, a guy right out of your set. He came rolling in with the tide this morning, playing rigor mortis all over my boat.
Look, Novak, you better go see someone else to tell your troubles to. I'm a busy man.
Yeah, well, so am I, getting out of a murder rap. You knew her, Ryan.
In fact, I got an idea you knew her pretty well.
Let's not talk that way about the dead.
Your picture's splattered all over her apartment. Were you engaged to her?
That's one way of putting it.
You better have a big fat alibi ready for tonight. Homicide's going to think you killed her.
I'm betting on you for the finals, Novak. I don't need an alibi. She was a friend of mine.
That's why you need one. People just hate their enemies, but they kill their friends.
You better stay out of the public library, Patsy. You're not smart enough to understand epigrams.
I'm smart enough to find out where you were from 10 o'clock until midnight.
Go ahead. Circle around the club. But keep a drink in your hand. We run for profit.
I didn't get much out of the doorman. He wanted a first mortgage to talk, but one of the busboys opened up. He told me that Ryan and the girl had brawled the night before. Also, that Ryan left the club for about an hour tonight. Well, that put him on the list anyway. But it began to look more and more like a one-horse race. Well, I got one other lead. A clarinet player in the band wanted to harmonize with Rita Malloy, but there wasn't much else to go on. And then I spotted the gal who had taken Rita Malloy's job in the show. She was just finishing her number, and so I followed her back to a dressing room. When she opened the door, I got a nice warm feeling like a melted cheese sandwich, and I was looking around for a rope to hang on. She was pretty, and when she said hello, you knew it was time to send in the varsity.
Good evening.
For some people, you mind if I come in?
It's late in the season. I can't be choosy.
All right. I'm Pat Novak.
I'm Tony Drake. What do I do? Tremble?
Talk, mostly. Did you know Rita Malloy?
Around here, that was an occupational hazard.
The police think I killed her.
Did you?
No. When I got there, they were tearing down the goalposts.
Oh, that's too bad. I'd have been very grateful.
It's something I'd like to try.
Are you switching the topic, Mr. Novak, or have I been in the big city too long?
I just want to know who killed her. You got any ideas?
Nope.
How about your boss?
Maybe. She was getting a little frayed around the edges.
How's his temper?
No worse than a cobra's. He might have done it, but I doubt it.
Anybody else?
She was putting in a little overtime with a thug.
Not a big, porky guy with a deep voice?
I never saw him. I just heard that he was trying.
Must have been quite a line. Anybody else? How about that clarinet player?
No play. He was just a salmon swimming upstream.
I see. Well, do me a favor, will you, Tony?
All right. You only get one, so make it a good one.
They're tailoring me for a trip over the hill unless I show up with a fistful of answers. Now, can you give me a list of all of Rita Malloy's friends?
I can write them all down on a piece of confetti.
I mean everybody close to her. The people around the club here, the people on the outside. I'll pick it up in a half hour at your apartment.
At my apartment?
Yeah, at your apartment.
All right, don't get sore. I was just inquiring, not complaining.
All right. One other thing, Angel.
Yes, Patsy?
Don't forget to put yourself on that list. Be seeing you. Well, it was good to get out of there. When she started walking towards you, you felt like a shovel full of scrap iron in a Pittsburgh blast furnace. Well, I called up Jocko at headquarters. He didn't seem to be worried about me. He was thirsty. The guy on the boat hadn't been identified yet. The coroner said he died of severe bruises and that Rita Malloy checked out with a fractured skull. I gave Jocko Tony Drake's number, and I started for her apartment. I couldn't have done better with Aladdin's lamp. She had the list and a bottle on hand. I went over the list with her, and then it turned out she had insomnia. The radio was turned down to room temperature. I was working on my fifth drink when the phone rang.
Oh, let it ring, Patsy.
Oh, I better get it, baby.
I think you're a sissy.
No, prison pallor wouldn't look good on me. Hello.
Patsy?
Yeah?
Are you busy?
Well, depends on your point of view. What's up?
I'm not tearing you away from that list of suspects.
Let's have it, Jocko.
They just identified the dead guy on your boat. His name is Bruno Swice. He's wanted in Miami, Florida. He's a hired gunman.
Good. Now jump over and see Paul Stangl at the Chronicle Morgue, huh?
I already have. There's no tie-up between Bruno Swice and Rita Malloy.
There's gotta be. Those two killings are tied up like ham and eggs.
Hellman just got a report from the Harbor Patrol. They found a buoy knocked out of place. They figure your boat did it and Bruno got killed in the crash.
What does that do to things?
It clarifies them enormously. This way, you're going to hang for only one murder. Good night, lover.
I knew Jocko was right. Hellman could rig me as long as he had only one case to work on. He's a single-celled animal, and this was just about big enough to fit into his brain. Well, I left Tony's apartment, and I walked over to the El Palateo. Must have been about 4 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark enough for me to kick in a back window without being seen. I headed straight for Manny Ryan's office, and I started going through his stuff. It was like trying to separate a ton of salt and sugar dumped in the same bin. I went through most of the drawers, and in the last one, I got a hold of something. I grabbed the phone on Ryan's desk, and I called Hellman. Well, I wasn't sure, but I figured he could try this one on for size anyway.
Police headquarters.
Give me Hellman and Homicide. Yeah. They must have put their best men on his trail because they found him inside a half hour.
Hello, Novak.
I'm in Manny Ryan's office. He owns the El Palateo. I just rifled his desk.
It's a minor offense for you.
I got a hold of last month's phone bill. Guess what?
It's too high.
The office put through 2 calls to Key West, Florida, the last part of this month.
4 o'clock. I'm barely interested. Go ahead.
Bruno Weiss hired out as a gunman. San Francisco is a long way from home plate. That means somebody sent for him.
And you're trying to put the finger on Manny Ryan.
That's right. That silver frame you picked up at Rita Malloy's, take a look at the guy in it. That's her boyfriend, Manny Ryan.
We'll check on it. In the meantime, keep squirming, Novak. You look pretty.
Oh, you're smooth, Hellman.
Smart talk's not going to keep you out of the chair, Novak. Stay handy. We've only got a short extension cord.
Yeah, well... Hello, Hellman. Hello, Lupos? Frank, is Jocko Madigan there? Good, put him on, huh? Hello, Jocko. Now listen, I'm up at Manny Ryan's place. Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure, but I think that Ryan's the... My head must have looked like a jackpot. Everybody in town was hitting it. I rolled over and played dead for about 5 hours. It feels better when you've had a dress rehearsal. I woke up in my apartment. The sun was streaming through the window and hit the bed. I looked like the muslin counter after a sale. It turned out I was the host and didn't know it. Jocko was sitting at the table having breakfast. The bottle was almost half shot.
Good morning. How's the other world?
Can't you leave that stuff alone?
Do you have a headache?
Of course I have a headache.
Well, I haven't, so stop lecturing me.
How'd I get up here?
I dragged you here by the heels. I met all the other hucksters on the way.
All right, stop being funny and help me up, huh?
I am the victim of a common error. You don't like me because I'm not entertaining when I drink. You don't object to my drinking. You object to my lack of wit.
Oh, shut up, will you?
Well, it's discouraging to be condemned on moral principle when it's really a flaw in nature. By the way, I think they're going to arrest you for the murder of Rita Malloy.
What about Ryan?
I've recommended clemency.
All right, come on. What about Ryan?
You bungled it. By the time Hellman got to him, he had an alibi all framed. The calls to Key West could have been made by anybody in the club, and Ryan's covered for the time of the murder.
How about the others?
They look good, too. Your girlfriend, Tony Drake, was gone for a while the night of the murder. Hellman won't bite. She's just sitting there ready to spring an alibi.
That's right. With legs like that, she can dig up a cousin.
You better get worried, Patsy.
I am. The El Palateo is a dead-end street. I don't know where to go from there. That guy Bruno in the boat could help. There's some connection between Bruno's Weiss and Rita Malloy.
You're the only connection I can think of.
Yeah.
Hello, Novak. This is Hellman.
Yeah?
You were right about Bruno's Weiss and Rita Malloy. We just went through her safety deposit box.
I'll bet you handled the money.
She had a clipping on Bruno's Weiss from a Miami paper, 1937.
Go on.
Divorce action between Weiss and Miss Olga Pryor.
Well, did you look up Olga Pryor?
That's where we run out of gas. Nobody knew her. We have no description.
Well, how about Rita Malloy? Any dope on her before 1937?
I was going to ask you. You were in the room with her when she died, don't you know?
No, I don't.
I'm disappointed. I figured you to know a little about her habits.
Huh?
You wrote the book, mister. I figured you for an answer.
Yeah, I got one. And you just gave it to me, Hellman.
Huh?
Meet me at the El Palateo in a half hour. Now, if you're a real good boy, I'll tell you who killed Rita Malloy.
Are you going to be there?
Yeah.
That's all I want to know, Novak.
things were falling into place like a fixed roulette wheel. Right from the first, I knew that there was something goofy about the picture in Rita Malloy's hotel room. I wasn't sure. I just knew I had something in the back of my mind. I didn't tumble until Hellman tipped the mint. And then everything was cakes and ale. I sent Jocko up to room 425 in the Royal Arms Hotel, and I told him to get a description of every dress in the closet. I checked at the desk, and I got the name of Rita Malloy's cleaners. I ducked over there, and I got a list of every dress that she turned in for 3 months. I met Jocko, and we compared the list of dresses. Well, it jibed fine, except for one thing. There was a missing white dress. It had been to the cleaners before. It wasn't there now, and it wasn't in that hotel room. Well, we went over to the El Palateo to find it. Jocko didn't want to buy the scheme at all.
Patsy, I protest the notion of breaking into a lady's dressing room.
Oh, stop worrying, will you? She's not going to be there.
Then it's futile as well as immodest. Besides, how do you know Rita didn't throw away the dress?
I'll give you better than track odds on that one, Jocko. Here we are. Come on. Now, look, you take the closets and find that white dress. I'm going through the desk for grease paint.
You should be going through a woman's closet. It's more in the nature of things.
Just look, huh? There's enough grease paint here for the whole Iroquois tribe. Did you find anything?
Yes. What's this?
Just look for the white dress, Jocko. Hey, what's that in the corner?
Where?
Over here.
I don't see anything.
Well, down here, look, see? Oh. Well. That feels good, doesn't it, Jocko? Like a spell of perfect weather.
Same grease paint?
Well, it won't take us long to check. Here, you open a couple of these jars.
Don't forget your apron, Patsy.
Hello, Tony.
What are you doing?
Getting ready to build a fire under you? You're going to make nice smoke, too.
I liked you better when you were dumb, Patsy. You don't look good with a Ph.D.
Oh, put away the gun, baby. Remember, this is your second trip to the plate.
Give me the dress, Patsy.
It won't fit.
I'll worry about that. Just toss it over by the door here.
I'll do better. I'll bring
Stay
it.
where you are, Patsy.
It's my ticket out, chum.
You're a good guy, Patsy. Stay out of my way.
It's your role, baby.
Patsy, please stay away from me.
Come on, give me that gun.
Patsy, please.
Give me that gun.
Sorry, Patsy. That's all I could do.
Yeah, sure. You want to take a look at her, Jocko?
Put her down on the floor.
Yeah. What do you say, Jocko?
No dice.
Well, you can't win them all, Tony.
You play too rough, Patsy.
You still got a good batting average, Novak.
Hello, Hellman. You better make a fast pinch.
She do it?
Yeah.
She got kind of clumsy in the last round, didn't she?
Not at all, Copper. They had me coming and going. When you're as far back as I am, they don't pick up the option.
Let's get out of here, Jocko. I'll check with you later, Hellman.
Be a good boy, Patsy. I'm going to miss you. You were getting to be my favorite hobby.
Yeah.
I don't know how you were on the distance stuff, but you were sure something on the sprints.
Yeah. Be nice to her, Copper. She could go in the mud herself. Well, it was blackmail, of course. Tony was once married to Bruno's Weiss. Rita Malloy found out and started to squeeze Tony. Well, Tony wouldn't buy that, so she killed Rita Malloy in her hotel room. She made one mistake. I didn't tumble until Hellman mentioned a woman's habits. Then I knew what was wrong with that picture back in Malloy's hotel room. It hit me like a discordant note in music. Rita Malloy was lying on the floor in a dressing gown, but she was still wearing her bracelet and necklace. Well, when a woman undresses, she always takes her jewelry off first, and then she takes off her dress. Rita Malloy didn't do that, so I took a flyer and decided that somebody had taken the dress off her and put on a dressing gown. Why? Well, because there was something wrong with the dress. It pointed too much in one direction. Oh, it could be a lot of things, but probably grease paint. Tony called Bruno out here. He was supposed to use my boat to dump the body, and when he didn't make it, Tony got scared and lugged away the dress. My $70? Well, it would have looked better on a fixed fight. Well, Hellman asked only one question. How did I happen to know that when a woman undresses, she always takes off her jewelry first? I must have read it somewhere.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has just brought you Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adler. Be with us again next week when over most of these same stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire. Pat Novak for Hire was previously released by ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, for listeners in the United States, and rebroadcast for our men and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Friendly Divorce Murder Case. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder, brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in the Friendly Divorce Murder Case. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, and in the bustling city, most people are up and about their business. But the attractive apartment of Eric Belden is ominously quiet as Letty Stone, the daily cleaning woman, enters it. And she looks around her in surprise as she moves toward the bedroom door.
That's a funny thing. Mr. Belden's always up at this hour. He's usually finished with breakfast, too, and on his way to the studio. I don't see any breakfast dishes. Bedroom door. It's closed. And the key's on the outside. Well, that's strange. Mr. Belden? Mr. Belden? Are you in there? Mr. Belden? Guess I better open the door and see. Might be sick. Oh, Mr. Belden. Oh, dear heaven. Oh, he was shot. He's dead.
What's that?
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, Miss Katie, where'd you come from?
Well, I just came into the apartment. You left the front door open, Letty, but what's the trouble?
Eric.
He's dead, Miss Katie.
Oh, poor Eric. I knew he'd been depressed lately, but what a horrible thing to do to kill himself that way.
You think he did it himself, Miss Katie? I'd better call the police.
Well, go ahead and call them, Letty, but I tell you it's suicide.
But a little later, as Mr. Chameleon, the astute and dreaded detective, bends over the prostrate body of Eric Belden, he says to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, who is with him,
Dave, look at this. Position of the gun. It was placed here too carefully. This wasn't suicide, it was murder.
You think so, Mr. Chameleon?
There was no question of it, Dave. No powder burn at all. This gun was fired at a distance and then laid beside the body. Where are those two women?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon. Letty Stone. Miss Katie, come in here, please.
Mrs. Stone, you're the cleaning woman here?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you found the murdered man.
Murdered? Did you say murdered, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, he couldn't have been murdered.
He was, Miss Katie. Martha Katie, is it?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Tell me something about this man.
Why, Eric ran the Belden Fashion Studios. He supplied fashion photographs of models for the magazine.
And you are one of his models, I take it.
Yes, that's right.
And you, Letty Stone, when you came in here this morning to clean, was the apartment empty? I mean empty except for the murdered man.
Why, I thought it was, Mr. Chameleon.
But you could have been mistaken. Now, the murderer could have been hiding somewhere. Tell me, what is this key doing on the outside of the bedroom door?
Oh, so you noticed that.
My job to notice things, Letty. When you came in, did you find the bedroom locked?
Oh, well, no, Mr. Chameleon. That's the strange part. It was unlocked, and the key was on the outside. Mr. Belden always locked his bedroom door at night.
You say Eric Belden always locked his bedroom door when he went to bed? From the inside, of course.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Why did he do that, Letty? What was he afraid of?
He said he was afraid of burglars.
You sound as if you didn't believe it. Well, neither do I believe it, Letty. If Eric Belden was afraid of anything, he was afraid of being murdered. And for very good reason. Someone has murdered him, tried to make it look like suicide, but forgot to lock the bedroom door when leaving and take the key along. Miss Katie, what were you doing here at the apartment so early?
Beg your pardon?
I believe you heard me. What were you doing here in Eric Belden's apartment at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I had an appointment with Eric, a business appointment. We were going to Park Avenue, where Eric intended to take pictures of me modeling fall clothes.
And you stopped here first? To meet him, Miss Katie, or to take the key from the lock where the murderer had forgotten it in all the excitement?
Mr. Chameleon, you can't think that I killed poor Eric. Well, why should I? We were simply business acquaintances.
How about that, Letty?
Well, she was here an awful lot. She and Mr. Belden were thick as thieves.
Be quiet, you wretched old woman. And as for keys, you have an extra key to the apartment. You could have let yourself in, Letty, and robbed him and murdered him.
That's a lie, Mr. Chameleon. That's a wicked lie.
Did you have an extra key to the apartment, Letty?
Why, yes. Yes, sure.
Well, let me have it, please.
But I didn't kill Mr. Belden.
I haven't said you did yet. And as for Miss Katie's statement...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave, what is it? What's the minute?
Martha Katie. I just remembered.
Huh?
She was known as the Glory Girl. She's the model who was mixed up in that murder and blackmail case 3 years ago.
Of course, Dave. How stupid of me not to have remembered. Of course, Martha Katie is the same one.
Well, so what? That doesn't mean I killed Eric Belden. Why don't you go after Cherry? If anyone had a reason for killing him, she did.
Who is Cherry?
Eric's ex-wife. She was one of his models, too. He'd reneged on his alimony, and Cherry was threatening him. She and her old battle axe of a mother were both threatening him.
What about it, Letty? Did you know about this?
Well...
Did you?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Miss Cherry was here only last night. She and Mr. Belden had an awful row. She said he was a heel, and he was. He's the kind that should have been killed. But I had nothing against him.
Except that you hated him, apparently. Where does Cherry, Belden's former wife, live, Letty?
With her mother, Mrs. Holt. They have another apartment in this building.
What is the phone number, please?
Here it is. On this pad on Mr. Belden's desk.
Thank you.
Now you're using some sense, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh? Why, Miss Katie? Because I'm calling Cherry Belden and you think suspicion is diverted from you? Only it isn't.
Hello?
Hello.
I would like to speak to Cherry Belden, please.
Who's calling?
Is this her mother, Mrs. Holt?
Who is calling?
The police. This is Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Eric Belden has been murdered, and I want to speak to his ex-wife.
Well, Cherry's not here, and I don't know where she is.
Oh, really, Mrs. Holt? Is that all you have to say?
What else can I say? My daughter isn't here.
Oh, so you are Mrs. Holt. I was afraid that you might pretend that you were the maid. You don't seem disturbed by the news of your son-in-law's murder. Or didn't it come as a surprise?
See here, you can't speak to me like that. You can't insult me.
I am not trying to insult you, Mrs. Holt, but I want to know where your daughter Cherry is or when you expect her back.
I have no idea. I can't help you.
And we shall have to help ourselves.
Who are you calling now, Mr. Chameleon?
Central Police Headquarters, Miss Katie. A direct line to the police commissioner's office. Any other questions you'd like to ask?
Yes. You talked to Cherry's mother. Couldn't you tell from just talking to her she was a terrible woman?
Miss Katie, in a murder case, it's never smart for one suspect to run down another. It's often...
Hello, Commissioner speaking.
Hello, Commissioner. This is Chameleon. Eric Belden was murdered, and it was made to look like suicide. I want a general alarm sent out for his ex-wife, Cherry Belden.
Good. What's the description?
Letty, you describe her, please?
Well, she's very tiny and blonde and has blue eyes, Mr. Chameleon. She's in her 20s.
Her 20s? She's 30 if she's a day.
She's between 25 and 30, Commissioner. Blonde, blue-eyed, very small, lives with her mother, Mrs. Holt, here in this apartment building.
You think she murdered Belden, Chameleon?
Well, there's a chance of it, Commissioner. But she's not the only one who might have done it. Far from it. This chap Belden was a fashion photographer, and his life, I gather, was full of women. And I think Dave Arnold and I will pay a visit to his office, to the Belden Fashion Studio, which must have been a clearinghouse for some of the most beautiful girls in New York.
And a little later, we find Mr. Chameleon and Dave walking down the corridor which leads to Eric Belden's fashion studio. And Dave is saying,
You really think we'll turn up any leads here, Mr. Chameleon?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Dave, I decided to come down here, but...
Arguing with you,
Dave,
Mrs.
listen.
Belden. I don't care what
There's someone
you
in the
have. Taking
studio.
those silly letters with me. So get out of my way. I'm not moving, Mrs. Belden, till you put those letters back.
Mrs. Belden. That must be Cherry Belden. Come along, Dave. Good morning, ladies. I'm sorry to interrupt a private quarrel, but I am Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Are you Cherry Belden?
Why, yes.
And you, young lady?
I'm Beryl Carrington, Mr. Belden's secretary, and Mr. Belden isn't in.
I am well aware of that fact, Miss Carrington. I just left his apartment where he was found murdered.
Oh.
Shot through the head.
Murdered? Oh, no. Eric dead. I can't believe it. Poor Eric.
You really sound sorry, Mrs. Belden.
I am, Mr. Chameleon. If you're a detective, I suppose you've already learned that Eric and I were divorced, but it was a friendly divorce. We were incompatible, that's all.
Oh, really? And what are those letters that you've got there? I heard Miss Carrington forbid you to take them from the office.
They're nothing, Mr. Chameleon.
I shall be the judge of that. Let me see them, please. No. Well, I see they're written by your mother, threatening Eric Belden. I'd say they're very nasty letters.
Poor Mother was upset. She didn't mean half she said. Eric promised to pay me $250 a month alimony, and he didn't. I haven't been working lately, and Mother got excited.
So did you, Cherry Belden. Excited enough to try and get those letters that your mother wrote and destroy them.
Because I thought they put my mother in a false light. Good heavens, I didn't know that poor Eric was dead.
Cherry, oh, thank heavens you're still
Mother.
here. A detective named Chameleon is looking for you.
And he found her, Mrs. Holt. I'm Chameleon. How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? Well, so you found my daughter. Isn't that nice?
Yes, indeed. You lied to me, Mrs. Holt. You said that you didn't know where Cherry was. Why'd you lie?
Well, I wasn't sure she was here in Eric's studio.
I think you were. You knew that she'd come to get those letters. The letters that you wrote Eric Belden threatening him.
Threats were the only thing that Eric understood. Oh, not that he wasn't a fine man in many ways. It was a friendly divorce, you know, Mr. Chameleon. Just incompatibility.
In this case, Mrs. Holt, the word incompatibility may simply be another word for mother-in-law.
How dare you say that? Do you think I killed Eric? Why, Eric was our source of income. Killing him would be like killing the goose that lays the golden egg.
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Miss Carrington.
I'd like to speak to you alone. Do you mind stepping into Mr. Belden's private office? What for, Miss Carrington?
Yes, what for? Anything you have to say, you can say in front of us.
Miss Carrington apparently feels otherwise. Dave, you keep an eye on Mrs. Holt and her daughter, Cherry Belden. I shall be right back.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Carrington, what's on your mind?
Mr. Chameleon, I happen to know that in addition to the alimony Mr. Belden was paying Cherry, he also took out a life insurance policy in her favor.
A life insurance policy?
Mm-hmm.
For how much?
$50,000.
Tidy little sum. Thank you for the valuable information, Miss Carrington.
I tell you, I am going in there. I want to know what that Carrington girl is saying to Mr. Chameleon.
Well, I take it that Mrs. Holt would consider it valuable information, too.
Now then, Miss Carrington, what are you saying?
Mother, dear, please, you mustn't be so excited.
Mr. Chameleon, what has this girl been telling you?
Mrs. Holt, I want to ask you about a key. A key that was found on the outside of Eric Belden's bedroom door. The door to the room where he was murdered.
Is that what the two of you were talking about? Keys?
Mrs. Holt, Eric's murderer forgot that key. Now, who was it? Who was in his apartment last night? Your daughter, Cherry, for one.
That's not so. Cherry was with me all afternoon and evening.
Oh, that's very strange. The cleaning woman said that she was at Eric's apartment.
Yes, I was, Mr. Chameleon, just for an hour. Mother, you've forgotten. I went out for an hour around dinner time.
What? Oh, yes, that's right, Cherry. I did forget. I've been suffering a great deal lately from loss of memory.
You sound to me like a woman with an excellent memory. Mrs. Holt, do you or your daughter have a key to Eric Belden's apartment?
No.
Mr. Chameleon, that's not so. Mr. Belden told me that Cherry had a key she wouldn't return to him after their divorce. In fact, he was going to have the lock changed. Meanwhile, he always slept with his bedroom door locked.
Thank you again, Miss Carrington. Where is your purse, Cherry Belden? And on the table. Dave, will you search it, please?
Yes, sir.
This is an outrage.
Mother, you're only making matters worse. And you, Miss Carrington, I don't understand what you think you're doing.
Don't you, Cherry? I understand her perfectly.
Here, Mr. Chameleon. Here's the key. It's even marked. Eric Belden, 507.
Handle it very carefully, Dave. I want to send it in to be checked for fingerprints. Who knows? It might have Mrs. Holt's fingerprints.
That does it. Now I'm going to tell the truth. Mr. Chameleon, I said I understood Miss Carrington, and I do. But I've been too decent to say anything. This girl, Mr. Chameleon, this Beryl Carrington, was Eric Belden's secretary, and she was more than that. She was the cause of my daughter's divorce. She was the woman in the case.
Mr. Chameleon and the friendly divorce murder case continues in just a moment. The two most important kinds of relief to anyone suffering from ordinary headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain are fast relief and gentle, dependable relief. And genuine Bayer aspirin gives you both. It's amazingly fast because it's ready to go to work in 2 seconds. And it's completely dependable because its single active ingredient is so gentle to the system, mothers give it even to small children on their doctor's advice. Add to this the fact that no other pain reliever can match Bayer aspirin's record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. And it's easy to see why Bayer aspirin is one thing you can take with utmost confidence. So don't experiment with drugs that have not stood the test of time. For fast relief and for the dependable relief that's important to your health, do as millions do, use Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the friendly divorce murder case. It is a few minutes later, and in the Belden Fashion Studios, Mr. Chameleon stands facing 3 women who played such a vital part in the life of Eric Belden before he was mysteriously murdered. And he says to Beryl Carrington, Belden's secretary,
So you were the woman in the case, Miss Carrington. You are the real reason why Eric Belden divorced his wife, Cherry.
No.
There was nothing between Eric and me, Mr. Chameleon. Nothing except a business relationship.
That's not true, Mr. Chameleon. Miss Carrington was in love with Eric.
Then why tell me that yours was a friendly divorce, Cherry Belden? Your whole story sounds pretty fishy to me. And besides, you've lied consistently. You've lied consistently. You even told me that you didn't have a key to your ex-husband's apartment. And it was right there in your purse.
I didn't have a key. I don't know how that got into my purse. Isn't that so, Mother? I had no key.
Absolutely, Cherry. You should be ashamed, Mr. Chameleon, to accuse my daughter of murder.
Mrs. Holt, I have a motto. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. To prove that your daughter or anyone else is innocent, I must first prove who is guilty.
Mr. Chameleon, I didn't quite tell the truth. I know I first said it was a friendly divorce, but that was because I didn't want any scandal. Is that wrong?
It's wrong to accuse Miss Carrington falsely, Cherry Belden.
And that's exactly what she's doing. Cherry and her mother are trying to frame me to get themselves in the clear.
That's a lie, a vicious lie.
Please, that's all for now. You and your daughter may go, Mrs. Holt, but don't try to leave town, either of you. Dave, you show the ladies out, please?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon, you'll hear more of this.
I fully expect to, Mrs. Holt.
Well, this is a dirty business, Mr. Chameleon.
It certainly is, Dave. That attempts to frame Miss Carrington here certainly backfired. But I want the best men we have to tail them constantly. Have Davis and McCarthy go over to their apartment.
Right, Mr. Chameleon.
And as for me, I shall be looking for just one little thing, one small detail that I know will trap the killer.
What's that, Mr. Chameleon?
Fingerprints, Miss Carrington. I noticed some on the door of Eric Belden's bedroom. You see, I'm sure the murderer is an amateur. Being an amateur, they wouldn't stop to think of erasing evidence like fingerprints.
My gosh, Mr. Chameleon, everybody, including old ladies in wheelchairs, knows that killers shouldn't leave fingerprints around.
I know, Dave, but an amateur killer is very often emotional. They think of those things too late, like the key in the bedroom door. They forgot that, didn't they? Anyway, tomorrow morning, I'm going to search Eric's apartment. Search it thoroughly for any and all fingerprints.
But why tomorrow? Why not now?
Because first, Dave, I want to check on the past life of Cherry Belden and her mother, Mrs. Holt. So tomorrow is soon enough to look for fingerprints. Miss Carrington, goodbye. And thank you very much for your invaluable help.
If there's anything else I can do, please call on me, Mr. Chameleon.
I will. Oh, in fact, you might go through Mr. Belden's files and see whether there are any more threatening letters from Cherry's mother.
I'll do that immediately, Mr. Chameleon.
Good. Oh, one more thing. Did you know a model named Martha Cady?
Martha Cady?
Yes, I have a hunch that Eric Belden was quite crazy about her.
Yes, I remember her. I had very little to do with her, though.
Mm-hmm. And Letty Stone, the cleaning woman at Belden's apartment. Do you know her?
Yes, I saw her once or twice.
You're frowning. Why? Didn't you like Letty Stone?
She's not young, Mr. Chameleon, and she's a hard-working woman.
Who might welcome a few $1,000s. Well, that's what I figured. And I also figured that she knows Mrs. Holt, Belden's former mother-in-law. Must have known her.
She does, Mr. Chameleon. One of the few times I ever went to Mr. Belden's apartment, I found the two of them in the living room talking away like mad. They stopped the minute I arrived.
Mm-hmm. All ties in. It's quite possible that Letty, the cleaning woman, could have admitted Cherry's mother to Belden's apartment the night that he was murdered. Well, we'll soon see. Those fingerprints will tell the story. Goodbye, Miss Carrington.
Goodbye, Mr. Chameleon.
You're going to pick up Letty Stone and question her now, Mr. Chameleon?
No, not exactly, Dave.
What the heck? I don't get it. It's not like you to move cautiously. Why not grab her quick and question her?
I intend to, Dave, but not as Chameleon. I'm going to make an appointment with Letty Stone, that cleaning woman, to meet a special police searcher in Eric Belden's apartment. And I shall be there, disguised as that special police searcher, a very quiet but very thorough cop named Christopher Maiden.
And so, that night, we find Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Christopher Maiden, a police searcher, in the Belden apartment with Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold. And with them is the cleaning woman, Letty Stone, a badly frightened Letty Stone, to whom Chameleon is saying, in the voice of his disguise,
Mrs. Stone, my name is Maiden. I'm a special police searcher. I came to this apartment to look for further fingerprints. The murderers.
But, Mr. Maiden, why send for me? I mean, my fingerprints is sure to be all over Mr. Belden's apartment. I used to come here almost every day and clean.
Well, then you can't be much of a cleaner, Mrs. Stone. You leave fingerprints all over the place.
Well, there'd be sure to be some around. I couldn't help it.
What about Mrs. Holt, Belden's former mother-in-law?
What do you mean? What about her?
Well, you and she were friendly, weren't you? Make a deal? She promised you some of Mr. Belden's insurance money to keep your mouth shut?
I don't know what you mean. I never said 2 words to Mrs. Holt. Now, I got to get home and cook supper for my husband.
At 9 o'clock?
Well, he don't get home from work till 9 o'clock.
All right, Mrs. Stone, you can go. We're leaving immediately, too, right after you. Good night.
Well, good night, sir. And I don't know Mrs. Holt hardly at all.
Mr. Chameleon, for Pete's sake, you've done it again. Every time you get someone cornered in this case, you let him go.
Dave, it won't be long now before you see a very interesting little drama unfold. I'm going to call the police commissioner. As soon as I finish dialing, turn off all the lights, will you?
Oh, I get it. Letty Stone will think we're gone, and she may come back.
Mm-hmm. All right, you can turn off the lights now, Dave.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Commissioner. This is Chameleon.
Yes?
We're at the Belden apartment. What is the report on the key to the front door? The key that we found in Cherry Belden's purse?
Just what you thought, Chameleon. You hit the bullseye.
Good. Send the report to the corner drugstore where Dave will pick it up later.
Right. Good hunting.
I think we've got them, Commissioner. Goodbye.
Mr. Chameleon, I think someone's trying the front door.
Yes, you're right. Can you see in this darkness, Dave?
Well enough. Yes, sir. By gosh, the door is opening. Is it Letty, the cleaning woman?
All I can really make out is that it's a woman.
She's got a flashlight, Mr. Chameleon. She's wiping things off with a damp cloth.
Right, Dave.
Shall I grab her?
No. Not yet. Let's see if she goes to the bedroom door. Bedroom where Belden was murdered.
She's going there, all right. Now she's wiping off the door.
Let her go inside. Now, where's the light switch?
Right here.
Turn it on, Dave. Let's have light. Plenty of light. And see what sort of a bird we've snared in our net.
Oh.
All right, Miss Carrington. Put your hands up and keep them up. I have a gun which I shall use if I have to, the way you used one on Eric Belden.
Mr. Chameleon, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Only I happen to know what you're doing here, Miss Carrington. I scared you into thinking that you might have left fingerprints. I said I was going to look for those fingerprints tomorrow.
But why should I kill Eric?
Because of Martha Cady. This afternoon, when I mentioned her name, I watched you very closely. A look of complete hatred flashed across your face. Passed very quickly, but I caught it, Miss Carrington. Eric Belden had thrown you over for Martha Cady.
No, Cherry Belden killed Eric. That key was found in Cherry's purse.
You planted it there when Cherry Belden wasn't looking. You must have, Miss Carrington, since it bears your fingerprints.
No.
I just got the report from police headquarters. And besides, I saw a door key in your desk, Miss Carrington. The key to the front door of this apartment, which you used just now. I deliberately didn't mention it, hoping that you'd use it. And you did.
No, you have no evidence.
I have all the evidence that we need. You murdered Eric Belden, Miss Carrington. You murdered him, and your plan was to make it look as if Eric Belden had committed suicide in a locked room. But in the excitement of leaving after the murder, you forgot to lock the door. You left the key in the lock on the outside.
Stop it!
And then when I stated Belden's death wasn't suicide in a locked room, but murder, you tried to plant it on Cherry, a woman that you must have hated as much as you hated the other beautiful model, Martha Cady.
All right, I confess I did it. And all the time you were so friendly, I thought you believed me.
I know, Miss Carrington. It's the way we cops have to fool people. But what is really amazing is the way a criminal like yourself always believes that he or she is fooling the police.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Next time an ordinary headache threatens to spoil your plans, get fast relief by taking Bayer aspirin. You'll be amazed at how quickly Bayer aspirin works. And the reason is that these tablets start to disintegrate within 2 seconds after you take them. To see for yourself that this is true, just drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and watch what happens. Before it reaches the bottom of the glass, it will begin to disintegrate. It does the same in your stomach, hence brings relief with astonishing speed. Yes, and Bayer aspirin is dependable, too. No other pain reliever can match its record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. When you buy, ask for it by name, Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Suspicious Father Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
A remarkable scientific discovery now makes it possible to cut down tooth decay. You simply use new ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Based on a formula developed by University of Illinois scientists, it actually destroys bacteria Lactobacillus acidophilus, which cause tooth decay. Now think of the pain, worry, and expense this can save you. The wonderful difference it can make in the health and beauty of your teeth. So to cut down tooth decay, to have sounder, healthier, handsomer teeth, use ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Both regular Dr. Lyon's tooth powder and new ammoniated Dr. Lyon's are at all drug and toilet goods counters.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Suspicious Father Murder Case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now suppose we begin by calling on Mr. Holmes' biographer and friend, the genial Dr. Watson. We find him in his comfortable firelit study, leaning back in his easy chair, ready to begin his story. The fire feels good tonight, doesn't it, Dr. Watson?
Indeed it does, but sit down, Mr. Bell, sit down and let's get on with the story.
You are in a hurry, aren't you?
Well, I suppose I am. As a matter of fact, the adventure I'm going to relate was one of the most gruesome experiences I ever hoped to encounter. Perhaps I'd better not tell it after all. It brings up memories
Oh,
that...
come now, Dr. Watson. You're not going back on us now. You promised last week to tell us... what was the name of the story?
The Adventure of the Devil's Foot, or the Cornish Horror. The very thought of it makes my blood run cold.
I can hardly wait, Dr. Watson. But first, men, I'd like to remind you about this famous modern trend in hair grooming, which is preferred among top-flight executives and America's most successful men. It's called Kreml Hair Tonic. One of the many reasons Kreml has become such a nationwide favorite is that it never plasters the hair down with sticky goo, which makes your hair and scalp feel so dirty. It never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look. You see, Kreml is a very highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a unique and utterly different combination of hair grooming ingredients, which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why Kreml keeps unruly hair so neatly in place longer, with such a handsome, healthy-looking luster. What I especially like about Kreml is that after you use it, you can run your hand back over your hair and your hair never feels sticky or dirty. No greasy film comes off on your hand. Yet Kreml hair keeps hair in perfect order throughout the busiest day. always looking so handsome and well-groomed. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the Devil's Foot or the Cornish Horror?
It was the spring of the year 1897. Holmes's iron constitution had shown some signs of giving way due to a particularly arduous and nerve-wracking winter. In March of that year, Dr. Moore Agar of Harley Street gave positive injunctions that Holmes get out into the country for a protracted rest. Well, the third week in March found us settled in a small cottage near Poldhu Bay at the further extremity of the Cornish Peninsula.
Isn't that rather a bleak country for convalescent, Dr. Watson?
Bleak is putting it mildly. I've never known such grim surroundings, but it suited Holmes admirably. He seemed to blossom in that weird and foreboding fog-swept district.
Just his natural perverseness, I suppose.
Oh, I dare say. Our little whitewashed cottage stood on a grassy headland. From its windows, we looked down upon the whole sinister semicircle of Mounts Bay, that old death trap, with its fringe of black cliffs and surge-swept reefs. In every direction, there were traces of some vanished race which had left as its sole record strange monuments of stone. Holmes spent most of his time pottering round these weird ruins. Everything was going along peacefully until one morning our simple and healthy routine was violently interrupted, and we were precipitated into the middle of a series of gruesome and nerve-shattering events.
Quite a surf this morning, eh, Watson? You can see the spray flung up against our windows, and we're a good 100 feet above sea level. I don't think I shall venture out today. Bad weather. Old boy is certainly lashing himself into a fine frenzy.
What do you mean, the old boy, Holmes?
The devil, Watson. The devil himself.
Oh, what are you raving about?
Didn't I tell you that the natives hereabouts refer to that seething death trap down there as the Devil's Cauldron? They think the old gentleman himself lives there.
How unsettling.
Yes, a very interesting superstition. You know, Watson, this locality is supposed to have been the last resort of devil worship in England.
Oh, really? Well?
Many scientists believe that those huge prehistoric monuments of stone were part of a temple given over to the Prince of Darkness.
Preposterous.
Oh, I don't know. It's as logical as most of the theories that endeavor to explain their existence. The superstition goes on to say that when the devil was finally driven from his temple, he took refuge in the bay down there. Yes, they claim that on stormy nights you can hear his hoofbeats as he races up and down the rocks.
Holmes, what are you trying to do? Give me a case of nerves?
Hello, what's this? What's this? Someone is running up our path, his cloak flapping about like a giant bat.
Why, it's that Tregennis fellow, the one who boards with the vicar.
Mortimer Tregennis, eh? I wonder what's happened. Face as white as a sheet. Couldn't look more upset if he'd seen Beelzebub himself. Open the door, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, thank heaven I find you at home. The most terrible thing has happened. I can scarcely believe it.
Oh, sit down, my dear fellow, sit down. That's better. Now, perhaps you can tell us what has happened.
My family, my sister, we were playing cards.
Oh, slowly now, take your time.
My family, my sister and my two brothers. It's too terrible. Why, just last night I was with them at the house. Sardonic warfare, it's called. All well and happy. We played cards, and now, without warning, I can't believe...
Easy, Tregennis, easy. There's a good fellow.
I left them last night. My sister Brenda, my two brothers, Owen and George.
What time was that?
The clock in the church steeple over at Polo was chiming 10 o'clock as I closed the front door behind me. I'd left them all in the card room, laughing and in good spirits.
And?
This morning, being an early riser, I was out taking a walk before breakfast when Dr. Richards overtook me in his carriage with the news that he'd been sent for on a most urgent call from Sardonic warfare. Something terrible had happened to my family. I jumped in beside him and he whipped up the horses.
And what did you find?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, it was terrible, ghastly. My two brothers and my sister, there in the card room just as I had left them. But what a change. What a ghastly change.
Yes?
Brenda lay back stone dead in her chair, and my two brothers sat on each side of her, laughing and shouting and singing. The senses stricken clean out of them, and all three of them, my poor dead sister and my two demented brothers, retained upon their faces an expression of ghastly horror, a convulsion of terror.
How terrible.
Yes. Dr. Richard was so overcome at the sight that he fell fainting into a chair.
Anyone else in the house besides your sister and brothers?
Only Mrs. Porter, the old housekeeper.
I presume it was she who found them this morning.
Yes. She always goes through the house in the mornings, airing it out before the family comes down. When she reached the card room, the shock was too much for her. She's had a nervous collapse. We had to put her to bed.
Yeah, no wonder.
An exceptional case. Most exceptional.
That's what we thought. We could find no traces of strangers in or around the house. Nothing was stolen, nothing touched. The vicar believes you are the only one who can solve the case, Mr. Holmes. He insisted I come to you.
I shall be only too glad to handle the matter, of course. But first I must ask you a few questions.
Anything, Mr. Holmes, anything.
To begin with, Mr. Tregennis, why do you live with a vicar, separated from your family?
Well, as a matter of fact, we had a slight argument a few years ago about some property it was. But that was all settled long ago. We were on the best of terms.
Now, Mr. Tregennis, about last night. Do you recall anything at all that was out of the ordinary?
There was one thing that occurs to me. As we sat at the card table, my back was to the window. George was facing me. Suddenly, I saw him look hard over my shoulder out of the window. I turned quickly, and just for a moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of something moving.
Man or animal?
I don't quite know. My brother said he had the same feeling. It's uncanny, that's what it is. Something came into that room, and that something killed my sister and dashed the light of reason from my brother's mind. Something devilish it was.
If that should prove to be the case, I fear I shall be of very little assistance, Mr. Tregennis. But short of wrestling with His Satanic Majesty, I think perhaps we can solve your problem. Come, Watson. We'd best go down to Sardonic water at once.
This is the house, Mr. Holmes.
Whose carriage is this coming down the drive with the blinds down?
There's somebody in it. Listen.
My brothers. My poor brothers. It's Dr. Richard's carriage. He's taking them to Helston Asylum. It's too awful. My poor brother.
Easy, Tregennis, easy. Pull yourself together.
I'll do my best.
Good man.
Which are the windows of the card room?
This one here.
Oh, look out, Holmes. You've upset the watering can.
Dear, how clumsy of me. Sorry, Tregennis. I'm afraid I've drenched your boots.
No matter, Mr. Holmes, no matter. Shall we go in?
Yes. I've seen all I need to see out here.
This way. The card room is over here.
Do you notice anything, Watson?
No, I can't say that I do.
This is the card room.
I see the window's still open. The housekeeper left it that way, I presume?
Yes, she says it was locked on the inside when she came in.
Quite so. I think we may close it now.
Well, I'll do it, Holmes.
No, let me. Candles quite gutted out. Yes, cards still on the table. They had not risen from their chairs, I take it, and you left at 10. That sets the hour of death at some time before 11. Fire burned out. Why a fire? Had they always a fire in this small room on a spring evening?
It was cold and damp last night, Mr. Holmes. The fire was lit shortly after my arrival.
I see. Well, that seems to be about all. No disturbance of any kind. Strange.
Oh, come along, Holmes. Come along. The room gives me the jumps. There's something about the atmosphere, as though death was still hovering in the air.
I wonder. Come, Watson. We will return to our cottage. Should anything occur to me, Mr. Tregennis, I shall communicate with you. It won't do, Watson. It won't do. All the facts are negative.
Well, do you think Mr. Tregennis' account of his actions last night was truthful?
Quite, Watson. Quite. You remember the incident of this pilt watering can? I did that to obtain an impression of his foot.
I take it you succeeded?
I did. With that print as a sample, I was able to trace his movements last night. His story is correct. He left the house at about 10, went straight back to the vicarage and did not return. Nor did anyone else enter or leave that house.
Then it must have been the man or animal they thought they saw in the bushes. He must have returned and frightened them to death.
There was no such man or animal, Watson. Last night was a dark night. Anyone who had the wish to frighten these people would be compelled to put his face against the glass before he could be seen.
Well?
There is a 3-foot flower border outside the cardroom window, but there are absolutely no footprints there.
Yes, but that means...
Mr. Tregennis' sister and her 2 brothers were alone when death struck the sister down and drove the brothers insane.
But, Holmes, that would be supernatural.
I hope not, Watson.
Look, here comes another visitor up our path. Stranger this time. Big, savage-looking fella.
That, my dear Watson, is none other than the famous Dr. Leon Sterndale.
Sterndale, the lion hunter and explorer?
Exactly.
Oh, what's he doing in this neighborhood?
Oh, I've heard he owns a little cottage about 5 miles down the coast. They tell me he lives there absolutely by himself when he isn't off on one of his expeditions. Never mind, Watson. I'll do the honors myself. Come in, Dr. Sterndale, come in.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Mr. Holmes, I've come to you about the tragedy at Sardonic Water. The police are utterly at a loss. You have a keener brain.
Pardon me, Dr. Sterndale, but why are you so concerned in this affair?
Well, you see, during my many residences in this locality, I've come to know the family of Tregennis very well.
I see.
Their horrible fate has been a great shock to me, Mr. Holmes.
I'm so sorry.
As a matter of fact, I was on my way to Africa. I got as far as Plymouth when the news reached me this morning. I came straight back to help in the inquiry.
But that would make you lose your ship. One sailed for Africa this afternoon, if I'm not mistaken.
I can take the next.
When did you last see the Tregennis family, Dr. Sterndale?
I saw Brenda, Miss Tregennis, 3 days ago, just as I was leaving for Plymouth.
Oh. So you have been in Plymouth for the last 3 days?
Yes, in Plymouth.
But how did you get the news so quickly? Surely the Plymouth papers didn't carry an account of the matter in this morning's edition?
I received a telegram.
Telegram? Might I ask from whom?
You're very inquisitive, Mr. Holmes.
It is my business, Dr. Sterndale.
Very well. The telegram was sent by the vicar, Mr. Roundcay.
I see.
And now, Mr. Holmes, have you reached any conclusions?
Conclusions? No. That would be a trifle premature. But I have every hope of bringing this matter to a satisfactory termination. Satisfactory to me, that is.
Would you mind telling me if your suspicions point in any particular direction?
I do not feel that this is the moment to answer that question, Dr. Sterndale.
Oh, and I see that I've been wasting my time. I need not prolong this visit. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Close-mouthed fellow, Dr. Sterndale, isn't he, Holmes?
He told me more than he realized, Watson. But he knows even more.
How could he if he was in Plymouth?
But was he, Watson? That statement is something for us to look into.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the strange mystery of Sardonic Water. But first, men, remember, if you want to keep your hair handsome and healthy looking, one of the first requisites is a hygienic scalp. So why settle for just any hair dressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of a highly specialized hair tonic like Kreml? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why it keeps unruly hair neatly in place longer with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that cheap, greasy patent leather look. It never leaves hair feeling sticky, gummy, or dirty. Your hair and scalp always look and feel so clean with Kreml. And if your hair is so dry it breaks and falls when you comb it, start using Kreml at once. Let it make your hair feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. Kreml is also fine to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate the cutaneous circulation of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. So for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp, change to Kreml at once. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic.
I say, Holmes, must you go on smoking that foul pipe? The atmosphere's so thick I can hardly see across the room as it is. Oh, dear, I feel depressed. Who knows what evil thing is stalking abroad in this neighborhood?
Light the lamp, Watson. It's the gathering twilight that makes you gloomy.
Rubbish. Look here, Holmes, what about that Dr. Sterndale? Do you think he did it?
No, Watson. I've been in communication with his Plymouth hotel. His story was correct. He had been there for the past 3 days, and he did receive a telegram from the vicar this morning.
Oh, and he couldn't possibly have had anything to do with the Turgenis tragedy last night.
Quite. I didn't think he had a connection with the tragedy. But there is a connection with... Now what?
Mr. Holmes! Oh, Mr. Holmes!
Open the door, Watson. Ah, my dear vicar, come in, come in. Dear me, you look as though you'd seen a ghost.
It's tracked him down. The curse of the family. He's dead. Dead with that same look of terror on his face.
Who's dead?
Mortimer Turgenis. In his study at the vicarage.
Great Scott.
My servant found him there, sitting beside his table, his face turned toward the window, and distorted with that same convulsion of fear that marked the features of his sister. Oh, my poor parish. Satan himself is loose among us. We are devil-ridden, Mr. Holmes. Devil-ridden. This was his study, Mr. Holmes.
Depressing atmosphere.
It was worse. I had the servant open the window. He's quite ill from shock, poor fellow.
What a terrible look on Turgenis's face, Holmes.
The whole body is contorted and convulsed in a very paroxysm of fear. You've never seen death in this form before, Watson?
No, never.
You know of no poison that would have this effect?
Good heavens, no.
The lamp is lit. It was burning over an hour. Notes the oil consumed. Yet darkness has just set in. Did anyone call at the vicarage this afternoon?
No. I was out myself, but my servant says he let no one in.
Then Turgenis was alone when he...
I wonder. The window was shut at the time of his death, but the lamp was lit. Curious. The window. Let's see. The window. Yes, by Jove, I think I found something.
What's that you're putting in your pocket, Holmes?
And the lamp. Of course, the lamp. Notice this powder which has been spilled on the base of the lamp? Red-brown powder. Give me an envelope, Watson. I must have these specks of powder.
Why are you so excited about the powder, Holmes?
Because it contains the solution of our mystery, Watson. It is the source and the solution.
Holmes, you haven't touched your supper. What a foul night. The wind's rising again.
Oh, have another cup of tea and be quiet, Watson.
I don't want to be quiet. I want to talk. I'm tired of waiting here listening to that blasted wind and the roar of the water down there below. Why did you send for Dr. Sterndale?
Because he is an authority on obscure African poisons.
Poisons? Why are you interested in poisons?
Watson, there are two striking points in common in both cases under observation.
Yes?
In both cases, the atmosphere of the room had a curious effect on the persons who first entered it. The housekeeper and the vicar's servant were both overcome, as was the doctor who was called in.
That's right. I hadn't thought of that. The room was still stuffy when we entered it.
Right. And in each case, there was combustion going on in the room. The fire in the first case, the lamp in the second, and the lamp was not necessary. It was still daylight when it was lit.
Yes, but I still don't see what...
Something was burned in each case which produced an atmosphere causing strange toxic effects. An unknown poison.
Good heavens.
I believe we have a sample of that poison in the brown powder spilled on the base of the lamp.
Well, how are you going to prove it?
I'm going to burn some of that powder. Notice its effect. Just a small pinch of powder. Yes. Perhaps you'd better leave the room, Watson.
And leave you alone in here? Certainly not.
I warn you, it's risky.
Confound that wind. Come along. Let's get it on with it and get it over.
Very well. Place your chair opposite mine. Then we can watch each other for developments. If anything alarming happens, we can end the experiment.
All right. Come on. I'm ready.
Good. I put a pinch of the powder into our lamp.
Oh, I say, what a filthy smell.
Musky, subtle, nauseous.
Listen to the wind, Holmes. I'm afraid. I don't know why. That wind. I can feel my hair rising. Holmes, do you see it? That cloud bank, whirling, black, and sinister. It's monstrous. It's concealing something too wicked to imagine. Holmes, it's coming nearer and nearer. Can't you smell it? Sulfur and brimstone. You hear that, Holmes? It's hoofbeats. Hoofbeats. I know what it is. I can see it. I can't stand this. It's too terrible. Holmes!
Watson, for the love of heaven, don't give in. Don't breathe. I'll smash the window. I'll smash... There. That's better. Breathe in, Watson. Breathe it in. It's good, clean air. Whew. By Jove, what a narrow escape. I had no idea it was so powerful.
I thought I saw...
I know. It's a poison that affects the nerve centers of the imagination. The strain is enough to kill a man or drive him crazy. Hello, there's someone knocking at the door.
So that's what I heard.
Yeah, seems cleared out. Good thing there was a high wind. I'll close the shutters and draw the curtains. Watson, can you open the door now?
Yes, I think so. Phew, my knees are still shaking.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes. You sent for me?
Yes. Come in, Dr. Sterndale. Come in.
You look rather pale, both of you.
Yes. We've just been conducting a little experiment with the poison that killed Tregennis.
You?
Yes, Dr. Sterndale. Perhaps you'd like to tell us why you killed Mortimer Tregennis.
I? Preposterous. You can't prove it.
No. Let me tell you how you did it. You came over to the vicarage late this afternoon. You didn't want anyone to know you'd visited Tregennis. He was to let you in himself. But how could you attract his attention? You brought some pebbles with you, pink pebbles from a heap beside your house. You threw these at the study window, where you knew Tregennis was working. I found some of these pebbles on the windowsill. Tregennis came downstairs, let you in himself. You had a talk with him, made him light his lamp, placed a pinch of the poison powder in the flame, and left.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I did kill Mortimer Tregennis. But I'm not guilty of the other atrocity. I swear I'm not.
I believe you, Dr. Sterndale. But you know who did it. Perhaps you'd better tell us about it.
Very well. It was Mortimer Tregennis.
What?
He admitted it before he died. Mr. Holmes, I've been in love with Brenda Tregennis for many years. We were to have been married when my work in Africa was finished. I've lived so long in places where man is a law unto himself. He killed Brenda in cold blood. He killed her. I've nothing else to live for. By heaven, I'd do it again.
How did Mortimer Tregennis get hold of the poison? It was something unusual, almost unknown.
Yes, it was powdered pes diable.
Pes diable? Devil's foot, eh?
Yes, a root found in Africa. Shaped like a foot, half human, half goat-like. I have the only specimen in England.
And you showed it to Tregennis?
Yes. He came over the other afternoon when I was packing. He was interested in my African curiosities, particularly this powder. How he took it, I can't say. I thought no more of the matter until I had received the vicar's telegram and learned how they died. I returned at once. Looking into the tragedy, I was convinced Mortimer Tregennis was the murderer, that he'd done it to gain control of the family fortune. There was the crime, but what was to be his punishment? What jury would believe such a fantastic story? No, I decided to take the law into my own hands. Perhaps if you ever loved anyone, you'll know how I felt.
Dr. Sterndale, what were your plans when you set out for Plymouth?
I had intended to bury myself in Central Africa. My work is only half finished.
Go and finish the other half, Dr. Sterndale. I do not feel called upon to prevent you.
What a gruesome story, Dr. Watson.
Yes, next to the famous Hound of the Baskerville adventure, that was the most gruesome experience that we ever had.
There's just one thing I'd like to know. What did you think you saw in that cloud of smoke?
Mr. Bell, you will have to believe me when I tell you it was too horrible to mention. Just to think of it is enough to make my blood run cold.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Girls, Powers models are famous for their beauty and charm. And one of their most outstanding characteristics is their glorious, shining, bright hair. Now, here's how they keep it so shining.
Powers models use Kreml shampoo. This amazing, beautifying shampoo has been especially developed to actually glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair, revealing all its natural glossy luster.
Yes, and don't forget Kreml shampoo is wonderful for washing children's hair, too.
Of course it is, because there are no harsh caustics or chemicals in Kreml shampoo. And its luxurious active foam thoroughly cleanses scalp and hair of all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
Girls, if you could only see how Powers Model's hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights, I'm sure you'd want to try Kreml shampoo right away. You can get a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you about the adventure of the unfortunate brides.
Well, sounds intriguing, Dr. Watson.
It was, Mr. Bell. It was indeed. Intriguing. It concerned a honeymoon in Scotland and a bridegroom who turned out to be a cold-blooded and ruthless killer.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted by Edith Miser from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Devil's Foot. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the case of the unfortunate brides. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a stay of execution and ended with the death of a man's soul.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
I didn't like it. I didn't like any part of it. It's bad enough that the guy's got to die without being constantly reminded of it. Okay, so you can't live forever. I know that, but when the time comes, it should just end quick, with no warning, no anticipation, no nothing. Just like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not scared of the idea. That is, no more than the next guy. I just don't like it constantly tossed up in my face. That's why the managing editor could never sell me on covering the hospital beat of the city morgue. And an obituary is something that absolutely refuses to write itself out of my typewriter. That's what I was trying to tell the guy on the desk when he told me over the phone I had to go down to Joliet to cover an execution.
Sure, Randy, I understand, but...
No, you don't understand. He'd send somebody else.
How many times I gotta tell you I got no one else?
How about one of the guys on the day side? Hold him over.
Impossible.
What's the matter? Afraid to shell out for a little overtime?
Cut it, Randy. It's late now. You're gonna have to go some to make it as it is.
Now, look, Garrison, I don't want to pull rank on you. But when I took over this night beat, the managing editor assured me my assignments were completely my own. I found my own stories where I pleased. That was all through being a leg for the desk.
Well, I've got news for you, Randy. When he gave me this job, he told me he was making me an executive, and all I'd have to do was sit back and tell the boys what to do. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm telling you, get down to the depot and on that train as fast as you can. The execution has got to be covered. You better hurry. There's a storm coming up.
So I grabbed a cab. It was clouding up. When I got to the depot, the sky was as black as a city editor's heart. It wasn't my idea of traveling with her, but it's only a short run. We made it to Joliet before the storm broke. The train ground to a stop. It started to rain, and when I was in the taxi on the way out of the prison, it really came down.
A perfect setting for the undignified event I was going to be forced to witness. I showed them my press card at the main gate, and they took me straight to the warden's office. Randy Stone, Warden, Chicago Star.
Come in, Randy. I'm sorry you had to come down on a night like this.
Well, I can take the storm better than the execution, I'm afraid, Warden.
Oh, then you haven't heard.
Heard what?
Well, you should have been notified. There's been a stay.
A reprieve? When?
The governor ordered a stay of execution about an hour ago. His office was going to telephone the press. It's too bad you had to come all the way down.
It's a great pleasure, Warden, I assure you. Come next election, I might even vote for the governor.
Well, I'm pretty relieved myself. I've executed a lot of men, Randy, and I don't like it.
It's be pretty tough having to kill a man, even when the law tells you you've got to.
It's the toughest part of any warden's job, Randy. They're all human beings, and everyone with a story.
Yeah, but not the kind I like to write, thank you.
You driving back to Chicago?
No, I came by train.
Well, there's no train for a couple of hours. You're welcome to wait here.
Oh, thanks, Warden. I think I'll go on into town. Maybe catch a newsreel theater for train time.
No, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello. Yes, this is the warden. Oh, Dr. Graham. Yes, doctor. Just a minute, please. Randy.
Yeah.
Pick up the receiver on that other phone and listen to this.
Okay, sure.
Yes, doctor.
I said I wanted to come over and visit you, Warden.
Well, are you sure you want to come out here to the prison, doctor?
Yes, Warden, I feel I've got to come out there. I have to...
Yes?
Have to see it.
Have to see what, doctor?
Electric chair. I've got to see it.
Are you sure you want to see it, doctor?
Yes, I've got to. You gotta let me, Warden.
But you've telephoned so many times before, doctor, and then you haven't come.
I couldn't I? But this time I'll come.
Well, all right. If you feel that it's really what you want, you come ahead, and I'll take you over and show you the chair.
Thanks, Warden. This time I'll come. Thanks.
That's all right, doctor. Goodbye.
What is this? This supposed to be some kind of a joke?
I'm afraid not.
Well, how morbid can a guy get calling you this time of the night so he can come out and see the electric chair?
No, he won't come. He never does.
You mean this goes on all the time?
Whenever he's been drinking like this.
But a doctor, what did you say his name was?
Graham. Howard Graham.
Well, it doesn't make sense. No rhyme or reason.
No, he has a reason, all right. A pretty grim one.
It'd have to be.
His son was executed in the electric chair.
Oh, that poor doctor, no wonder.
He hasn't ever forgotten it.
What did the boy do?
He killed a girl. She was going to have a baby. They weren't married, and I guess he couldn't bear to disgrace his family.
Oh, and so he did this to his family instead. Theodore Dreiser wrote a book once called An American Tragedy. How many times do these things have to happen before people learn?
It doesn't seem they ever learn, Randy.
Oh, that poor old doctor. Why does the guy go on torturing himself like that?
I don't know. Maybe what psychologists call a substitution of guilt. The father feeling guilt for the crime committed by his son.
Yeah, but why? Why?
Who knows, Randy? You're the writer. You're the one that's supposed to have the answers about people.
Yeah, a lot of answers I got. Mind if I look this guy up?
No, not at all. I'll give you his address.
Might be a column in it.
I wouldn't bother him with too many questions, Randy. It's tough enough to forget as it is.
He doesn't seem to be doing too much forgetting by himself. The warden sent me into Joliet in his own car. We got to the business district. I switched to a cab and headed out to the doctor's address. If my life depended on it, I couldn't have told you why I suddenly had this intense desire to see Dr. Graham. I'd like to think it wasn't just a morbid interest in the other guy's grief, but then it wasn't in my line of duty either. Maybe my reason was as simple as the question, why? But if I'd stopped to analyze it, then I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have gone. Graham lived in one of the better residential neighborhoods, a 2-story brick house looking smug and comfortable behind a wide apron of lawn. I left the cab at the curb, walked up the path to the front porch. There was a light on inside. I rang the bell, waited for somebody to answer the door. The rain had let up for a while.
You ring the bell?
Yes, I hope I didn't disturb you.
What is it you want?
Are you Mrs. Graham?
She's dead.
Oh, I...
Killed herself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Over the boy.
I didn't know.
I thought everyone knew. I'm the housekeeper.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm a newspaper reporter, and
You'll be next. You wait and see.
Dr. Graham?
Well, who else you think I meant?
Well, I don't know, lady. Is the doctor in, please?
This time of evening?
You have any idea where he might be?
Where he always is. Not here.
Does he have an office?
Yeah, but I don't know what for. I don't have no practice left.
Would you mind giving me the address?
Morrison Building downtown, but it won't do you no good.
Oh, you don't think he'll be there?
Yeah, more likely in the hotel next door to the Morrison Building. In the bar.
I see.
Drinking himself to death.
Well, thank you.
If he ain't killed himself already.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good night. I thought things like that only came out on Halloween. Oh, well. I climbed back in the cab more curious than ever about Dr. Graham and the macabre set of characters and circumstances that seemed to have been lousing up his life. It was still an hour and a half until train time, so I asked the cabby to drive me downtown to the Morrison Building. The night watchman took me up in the elevator. I walked down the dim hallway to a door marked Dr. Graham, but the housekeeper was right. The doctor wasn't in his office. The night watchman evidently expected me to be coming right back down. The elevator was still waiting at the end of the hall when I got back.
Now?
Yeah, I was looking for Dr. Graham.
Yeah, figured you were.
Well, he's not in. The office is dark.
I could have told you that.
Well, what did you let me come up here for? Why didn't you tell me he wasn't in?
You didn't ask me. I'm one for minding my own business. They come and go, but listen, they ask me. I don't butt in.
Well, I'm asking you, do you happen to know where I might find Dr. Graham?
Well, you might find them at home.
All right, just came from there.
The only other place would be is next door.
What, in the hotel?
Yeah, in the bar.
Oh, swell, swell. Would you mind taking me down?
Sure thing.
You seem to know the doctor pretty well.
How so?
You know his son, too? The one that, had the trouble?
He got the electric chair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you know him?
That's right. That's what. Knew the girl, too. The one was killed.
You did?
Yeah, one of the old doc's patients. Rode her up in the elevator quite a few times.
Doc is, not doing too well these days, I hear.
No, kind of gone out of practice, you might say, since the trouble.
Uh-huh. Oh, thank you. I think I'll try and find him next door. By the way, what does the doctor look like?
Don't you know him?
No, that is, I've only talked to him on the telephone.
Oh, well, he be at the bar. He's a kind of middle-aged man, heavy set. He looks like a doctor. You'll know him all right.
I'm sure I will. I went back out to the street and told the cab driver not to wait. Then I went next door to the hotel, walked through the half-empty lobby, and into the bar. Just like the watchman said, I didn't have a bit of trouble spotting Dr. Graham. He was the only customer in the place, sitting on a high stool at the far end of the bar. I climbed up alongside him and motioned to the bartender who had his ear in the jukebox. Hey,
Yeah. What's it gonna be?
Make it a gimlet. That's,
Gimlet?
Yeah, you know, it's in a martini glass.
Of course I know. You're trying to tell me how to run my business?
No, certainly not. I just didn't know if you understood.
17 years I've been mixing drinks in the finest places.
Oh, look, fella, now don't get me wrong.
Shaved ice, dry gin, little sugar, lemon peel, and lime juice.
That's right. There's no argument.
Only. Lime juice got to be imported.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We ain't got it. Not imported.
Well, that's all right. Just make it a martini, then.
In taste, you can't tell the difference if lime juice is imported or regular. So I make you a gimlet. That's what you order, huh?
Sure. Make it any way you like. Imported, regular. What's the difference?
Nobody ever complained before.
I'm not complaining. Look, what's the matter with everybody in this town? Everybody I meet tonight gives me double talk. All I want's a drink. I don't care what you bring me.
Bring the gentleman what he wants, Bud.
Okay, Doctor.
Well, thank you, Doctor.
That's all.
I can really use a drink tonight. I'm a little on the jumpy side.
Nerves can be treacherous things.
No, it's more than that. I've been over to the state prison.
Tonight?
Yes, I came down to witness an execution.
In the electric chair?
It was called off. There was a stay of execution.
I've seen many men die. I'm a doctor, you know.
Yes, I know.
But I've never seen a man die in the electric chair.
Well, it's pretty rough.
Have you ever seen the electric chair?
Yeah.
Would you mind very much describing it to me?
Well, I'd rather not, Doctor. See, I know who you are.
I'm Dr. Gray.
Yes, my name is Randy
One
Stone.
gimlet, just like you ordered.
Okay, thank you very much. As I was saying...
Aren't you going to taste it?
Well, sure later.
Well, maybe you don't like it.
Well, sure, I like it. Here, if it'll make you happy. Oh, yes, it's fine. It's just fine.
Sure, I told you.
I'll call you when I'm ready for another one.
17 years. I'm mixing drinks. He tried to tell me how to make a kid.
As I was saying, Doc, I know who you are. I was in the warden's office tonight when you telephoned.
Warden's office?
Yeah. I'm a newspaper man. It's only fair that you know, because I want to ask you a couple of questions.
What kind of questions?
They're rather personal.
Well?
For one thing, why do you keep on telephoning the warden?
Didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he told me.
Because I want to see the electric chair.
Now, look, Doc, that's not going to help. You know it isn't.
I know I'll never be able to go and see it, but I've got to call him. It's compulsion. I drink and I telephone him, and I drink some more. It's kind of a circle.
But don't you realize you'll never forget that way? You're just torturing yourself.
No, down deep, I know why I call him. But it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know. You see, I'm the one that's guilty. It should have been me who died in an electric chair.
Look, Doc, I know how you feel, but you got it all wrong. A father can't go on being responsible for the sins of his son. Even in the Bible, it's the other way around. Try to bring up your kids the best way you know how, but after they reach a certain point, there's nothing you can do. You did your best, it just didn't work out.
No, you don't understand. It was my child. I'm the one who's guilty. I'm the one who should have paid. That's why I telephoned the warden. That's why I got to see the electric chair.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
By the time the bartender got through proving to me that he really knew his business, it got to be kind of late and just a little wet out, so I missed my train. As the evening grew more and more confused, so did Dr. Graham. And somehow, after talking to him, I didn't feel quite so sorry for him. He seemed to be enjoying his strange fixation on the electric chair. It was different from just a father's grief. The guy seemed to be going off his rocker. I vaguely remember pouring him into a cab after the bar closed and then checking into the hotel for the night. When I woke up, the sun was beating through the window. I put in a call to Chicago and got the paper on the phone.
Good afternoon, the Star.
Afternoon? Honey, is it that late?
I beg your pardon?
What time is it?
Oh, one moment, please. I'll give you our information service.
No, wait a minute, honey. It's Randy Stone.
Oh, Randy, why didn't you say so? Gee, everybody's been calling for you all morning.
Oh, fine. Give me the desk,
Just a second, Randy. I'm ringing.
Thank you.
City desk.
How are you, Phil? Randy Stone.
Randy, for the love of Mike, where have you been?
In Joliet, where you sent me last night, remember?
I know, but that was last night. Where are you now?
In Joliet.
But the execution was called off. Why didn't you come back?
I had to stay over. There was a storm.
Oh, rats, the trains were running.
Well, maybe next time you won't send me out of town on an assignment I didn't want in the first place.
All right. When are you coming back?
As soon as I can get dressed and catch a train.
Get dressed? At this time of day?
I work the night beat, remember? When you dayside lads are catching up on your beauty sleep, I'm working.
Just exactly what kind of work were you up to last night, Stone? Or does that come under the heading of personal?
Personal, my eye, was following up a contact, a human interest you're on, the warden touted me on.
And?
Well, it fizzled out, that's all. There was a doctor here whose son was executed last year for murder.
That's nice. Be sure and check in at the office when you get back.
Okay, I'll see you later, Phil. Hey, Phil, you worry too much.
Goodbye.
That guy's going to get himself a Nelson. Yeah.
Mr. Stone.
Talking.
This is Dr. Graham. I met you in the bar last night. Do you remember?
Oh, certainly. How are you, Doctor?
I wasn't sure whether you were still in the city.
Well, I kind of overslept. By the way, how did you know I was staying over at the hotel?
Why, you mentioned that you were going to last night before I left you.
I didn't think you'd remember. You were feeling no pain when I put you in the cab, Doc.
I always remember. Everything. That's my difficulty.
Well, what can I do for you, Doctor?
I said a lot of foolish things last night.
No, I don't think so.
It was the alcohol talking, not me.
Well, maybe the alcohol just made it a little easier for your heart to put it in words.
Did you believe the things I said?
Well, yes, certainly.
Everything?
Of course. I just didn't approve of everything.
I was hoping you wouldn't remember.
Well, fortunately, I do.
Yes. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
It isn't good to remember some things. They cause such unhappiness.
What are you trying to say, Doctor?
I shouldn't want them to bring you unhappiness. That would be such a pity. You'd be better off dead.
What the... Hello. Hello, Doctor.
Operator.
Oh, is this the outside operator?
No, this is the hotel operator. Can I help you?
I was just talking with somebody and I was cut off. Can you connect me again?
I'm sorry, sir, but that was an outside call and your party is disconnected. If you have the number, I will be glad to call it for you.
No, thank you. No, thanks very much. Never mind. I have an idea my party hung up. After that choice bit of dialogue, and before breakfast, mind you, I was convinced that the telephone, like the noble horse, had outlived its usefulness. I took a fast shower and climbed into yesterday's clothes and then stopped off at the barber shop in the lobby to get rid of the stubble on my chin. It was now after 2 o'clock. I could either have breakfast or stop at the bar to take care of the butterflies that seemed to be nesting in my stomach. The butterflies won out. My bartender friend of last night was back on duty listening to the same tired old recording.
Yeah. What's it going to be?
Hello. The doc around?
No, a little early for him. What's it going to be, gimlet?
No, I don't think so.
But you were drinking gimlets last night?
Yeah, I know.
You don't like them?
Well, not today. Thank you. I'll try a stinger.
You didn't like the lime juice because it wasn't imported.
I loved it. I just happened to want a stinger today, something to settle my stomach.
But stinger tastes like licorice.
I know. It's the anisette in the brandy.
My licorice is not good for the stomach. Maybe something with bitters.
Oh, no, not again. Look, just forget the whole thing. Forget I ever came in here.
What's the matter? You mad?
No, I changed my mind. I'm in no mood for another basic course in bartending. I think I'll have breakfast instead. With a little tomato juice and coffee under my belt, I felt some better, but not nearly so good as I would when I got out of this town and back to my own. I seem to be living upside down on a Ferris wheel ever since I got on that train yesterday afternoon. Or maybe it was just my subconscious still fighting against my undue familiarity with the general subject of death. Oh, I shook that ugly word out of my mind. After settling up with the cashier and checking the desk clerk about my train time, I made my formal exit from the hotel. The fresh air and the bustle of traffic picked me up, and I started walking in the general direction of the train station. There was a dark blue sedan parked in front of the hotel and started up just as I swung out of the lobby, but I didn't pay any attention to it. Not until I got to the corner, that is, and started to cross the street. The car had been inching along behind me, and just as I stepped out into the intersection, its engine roared, and the car came straight at me. This was no accident. The car didn't stop. Whoever it was had deliberately tried to run me down. I got a fleeting glimpse of the rear of a blue sedan as it sped down the street. I couldn't make out the license number, but right above it was one of those little green crosses, a doctor's car. Dr. Graham, it must be. And he tried to kill me. I wasn't hurt, but I was mad. I couldn't believe that I'd almost been killed. It didn't make any sense. I couldn't figure out why Dr. Graham, or anyone for that matter, would want to kill me. Unless the poor guy was really unhinged and he resented my putting my nose into his affairs. But that'd make him more than just psycho. It would make him homicidal. And that was something I just couldn't walk away from now. I brushed some of the street off the seat of my pants and headed back to the hotel bar. There was a question or two I wanted to ask the fancy drink mixer.
Well, you back again, huh?
Yeah, same guy. How about turning off that tune, huh?
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
I like it, but I've heard it before. Huh?
Okay. Gimlet?
Yeah, make it double.
Okay, double gimlet. You see? I don't give you no argument. Mm-hmm. You say double, I give you double.
Thank you. Say, has Dr. Graham been in here in the last hour since I was in before?
Sure. You didn't see him?
No.
I told him you was looking for him.
Well, I checked out of the hotel.
Yeah, he was asking about you.
He was asking about me? What do you want to know?
Well, just if you ask me anything about him.
Oh, I see. How long have you known the doc?
Oh, I don't know. He comes here.
Has he been coming here long?
Oh, mostly since the boy was... You know.
Yeah, I see. Before that?
Once in a while. Never drinks much before.
He come here with his son?
No. He come in sometimes with a girl, though.
What girl?
His patient. The girl the boy killed. They had a big argument in here one night.
With the doctor and the girl?
That's right. Doc kept saying he would kill his wife if she found out.
Found out what?
I don't know. Just if she found out. About the boy, I guess.
About the boy or about himself?
About the boy, of course.
And last night, why did he say the child is mine? I'm the one that's guilty.
What are you talking about? You crazy?
Now, sure, I must be crazy. Couldn't be true. So why would the doctor try to kill me?
Who tried to kill you? When?
Never mind. Tell me. Have you ever seen Dr. Graham's car?
Sure, lots of times.
What kind is it?
Sedan.
What kind of sedan?
Blue sedan. Why?
Now, where's your phone?
Booth in the corner.
Thank you. Graham, Gates, Gordon. Oh, great. Albert, Charles, David, Elmer, Frederick, Howard, Graham, physician residence.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Graham there.
He ain't in.
You know where I can reach him? It's urgent.
He's at his office.
Are you sure it's terribly important?
I said he's at his office. I just talked with him there.
Uh-huh.
You the man he was expecting?
Yes. Yes, I guess I am. Thank you very much. Now I knew it. Dr. Graham was a murderer. He was literally guilty, not just a substitution guilt. And last night he told me more than he wanted to. Sure, that's why he'd asked me on the phone if I'd believed him. He was as guilty as he could be. But of what crime? Once again, I took the elevator up to Dr. Graham's office, and this time he was in. I opened the door and walked into the reception room. Another door marked private was standing open. Inside, the doctor was waiting for me, seated at his desk, a small black revolver in his shaking hand.
Come in.
Well, I see you were expecting me, Doctor.
Yes. I was expecting you. Close the door.
Certainly.
You know, don't you?
Oh, yes. I know, but I can't understand it. I can't understand how any human being could possibly do such a thing.
You know. But you'll never tell. Because I'm going to kill you.
Oh, no, you won't, Doctor. Because you're afraid. You're a coward, Dr. Graham. You're afraid if you kill me, you'll be caught. Wouldn't be anyone left to blame it on this time. Wasn't your son, it was you who killed that girl, wasn't it?
You know.
She wasn't the boy's girlfriend at all. She was yours. Isn't that so, Doctor?
Don't say that.
An affair with one of your patients, and you were afraid your wife would find out. Wasn't that it?
You would have killed her.
Well, what about this? Didn't this kill her? And your boy, your own son, I don't see how anyone...
No. It was his idea. He wanted to take the blame so his mother would never find out. He would have killed her. He knew that. This way, it wouldn't be so hard on her, he said. The good lawyer could fix things so that he wouldn't have... So that he wouldn't have to...
Die in the electric chair?
The electric chair. Now you know why I had to see. Why I had to keep telephone. Why I could never go and see you. You're right, Mr. Stone. I'm a coward. I can't.
Well, that's why you're not going to kill me now. You're afraid. You know you're safe as long as I don't tell, and I won't tell, Dr. Graham. The police will never know. You'll never go to trial, and you'll never be sentenced. You'll never see the electric chair, Doctor. Every hour of every day, you'll pay for your crime. You'll die again and again and again. God pity you. Well, here I sit doing the one thing I swore I'd never do. Writing an obituary instead of a story. Dr. Howard Graham, age 51, died from heart attack following confession of murder. Let me see, what day is this? Monday, August 21st, 1950. Contributing cause, death of son, death of wife, and of his own soul. Yep. But who are we to judge? As it says in the book, leave him to heaven. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Warren Lewis with music by Frank Worth. The part of the Doctor was played by Bill Johnstone. Others in tonight's cast were Ted Von Eltz, Irene Tedrow, Wilms Herbert, Jay Novello, and Inga Yolis. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. 2 stellar chime stars will be back on NBC very soon. Beginning Tuesday, September 19th, that master clown Art Linkletter comes back to prove that people are funny. And Fanny Bryce returns as Baby Snooks in 7 weeks to add to NBC's top Tuesday of chime stars. Listen now for the first piano quartet on NBC.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says, Pat Novak for hire. It's about the only way to make a living down on the waterfront in San Francisco. Because if you ever tried to practice the 10 Commandments down here, they'd steal 9 of them and frame you with the other. So I rent boats and do whatever else comes in handy to make a buck change pockets. Sometimes the hustle pays off. Sometimes you get lumps instead. Last week it was neither of these. I hung around my place at Pier 19 day after day and nothing turned up at all. Just when I began to wonder if people had forgotten how to phone, a babe gives me a jingle. She sounds nervous and talks about trouble. Asks me to come up and hold her hand. I end up at a joint on the marina slant of Webster Street. It was probably important stuff once in the way of gold-plated living. Now it's just a tired wooden boarding house with about 30 people filling up space designed for a dozen. The paint was peeling off the walls. The garden had been on its own so long it was beginning to look like a jungle. When I rang the doorbell, I'd have given even odds a zombie would open it. I was nearly right at that. It was Hellman, a detective from City Homicide with a disposition made up of equal parts of hating people and confusion. Right then, though, he wasn't himself. His fat face was wrapped in smiles. He looked like a cat who'd learned to open the icebox.
Sorry, Novak, we don't want any fish today.
You're being glad. Somebody must have broken their neck.
You're wrong. Again, and as usual.
Somebody had some sort of bad luck.
As bad as you can get?
Dead, huh?
You're too late this time, Novak. The killer's already in the bag.
And you got the drawstring.
I'm not complaining. Now scamper off somewhere and find another sucker.
Put the brush away, Hellman. If you got the killer, it's even money. It turns out to be 4 other people.
I don't know. The department managed before you dragged into town. We stumbled, but we got by.
You can say that about a wine bum.
I can make it fit you. Stumble on out of here, Novak.
Yeah. But first, who done it?
The landlady. She evicted a guy named Burke, the hardware. He didn't live here. He rented a room for some kind of an office. He was a freelance bookkeeper. She said he made too much noise working his machines at night.
Did she confess?
It's open and shut, Novak. No room for your chisel.
Well, if she confessed, maybe you can pin it on her.
What do you mean, pin it on her?
The way you work, you couldn't prove Warren's governor.
That's not my department, but keep on being smart and see if I can prove you'll fit in one of our cells down in Kearney Street.
Don't strain your head, Hellman. I don't want any part of anything you're near, including this place.
I'll buy that, too, and I'll breeze out of here.
When the press shows up, don't worry about giving him your best profile. Either way, you'll look like a sack of potatoes.
Either way, you look like a sack of potatoes. Gee, that's good, Novak.
Before you tell Hellman that, you better go somewhere and grow a little.
Look, Novak, how'd you like a tip on a horse? I got a hot one in the 5th at Del Mar tomorrow.
I got a tip for you. Get out of my hair before I have to comb you out.
Gee, Novak, that's no way to talk. I could be your friend.
The guy was small, even for a midget. Since the rooming house was so full of interesting people, I decided I didn't want to go away after all. So I went back up the steps. Was just going to try my luck when the door opens from inside. The guy with the welcome is either middle-aged or he's done a lot of careful living. His face is as smooth and as neat as a barrel full of apples. You notice it because he acts like he forgot his face when he went into his act. The rest of him is as mysterious as an addict in a B horror picture. I didn't need any puzzles right then, so I started to brush him off. Especially when I noticed his suit. It was so ragged it looked like he was made up to put the bum on the town. But then I decided to play it for the laughs.
How would you like to make some heavy money in a hurry?
I quit buying oil wells.
I'm not fooling, would you?
Who are you?
Name's Jack Lansom. I'm Burke's assistant, or used to be.
Yeah, he looks like quick, easy money. For an undertaker.
For you, too.
Sure. Why not? And how?
Burke has some papers in his home safe that I don't want pawed over by any flatfoot snooper. They're my papers. Burke just kept them there for me. I want you to get them.
I don't see any splints on your legs.
I can walk, but I can't leave. Hellman's going to question all the tenants.
So what do I do?
Go to this address. It's on Nob Hill. Here are the keys. It's a wall safe, not a combination. Just 2 locks you have to open at the same time. The papers are in a sealed envelope marked Lansom Private. Get it and bring it here.
I don't know. When a guy dies, the feds move in. They'll want to list his stuff for taxes.
These aren't financial papers. They're just some private letters and things.
I don't like flirting with the FBI.
How would you like to flirt with $1,000?
If the stuff's worth that much, it must be hot.
I need those papers. Do you get them for me, or do I phone somebody else?
I could change my mind.
Here's $100. There's 900 more when the stuff's in my hands.
You had me fooled there. You don't dress to fit this kind of dough.
So I save my money. Are you going or not?
Give me the keys.
Lots of luck, Novak.
Hey, Novak, wait a minute. About that horse.
Go get a glass of water and drown yourself. It looked like a cinch. I flagged a cab up to the place on Nob Hill. It turned out to be one of those society page joints, all glass, brick, and snobbish doorman. Getting up to Burke's floor was as easy as walking up 6 flights of back stairs. The hall was empty and the key fitted. It was all so easy I began to get nervous. And you would, too, if you walked in on her that way. She was a toy-sized brunette with a perfect kind of face that could mean anything from nice people to quick death. She was smooth and beautiful. As you could say that about a whirlpool. If my breaking in bothered her, you'd never guess it from looking.
Oh, hello. Toss your hat on a chair.
I've been working the wrong districts.
I'm glad you're here.
Why, for instance?
Girl gets lonely in a place like this. Berkey's out, and I don't know when he'll get back.
You forgot something there.
Folks call me Blanche. What's your name, friend?
Pat Novak. You go with the lease?
I'm, in and out. Berkey doesn't like me to tell it, though, but everybody knows it, so, what kind of secret's that?
Didn't I surprise you when I walked in like that?
Berkey has a lot of friends. They come and go. I'm used to it.
For a bookkeeper, Berkey does all right.
He's, good at figures, don't you think?
If he had my account, I'd be nervous.
Don't you know? He just came into a lot of money.
I'll bet that's a comfort to his client.
Oh, to me, too. Have a cigarette. There's some in the box there on the coffee table.
These are cigars.
Oh? Oh, yeah, well, I have some in my purse.
Never mind. I'll settle for a drink.
Okay. What'll it be?
What do you got?
That's kind of hard to say offhand. Let's look in the kitchen and see. It ought to be up here.
But it isn't. I knew a girl that way once.
Berkey must have moved the bottles. Look around. Try those cabinets. Oh, I'll get there.
Hey, wait a minute. Take it easy.
What's the matter? Jumpy?
Good evening, miss. Is Mr. Novak in?
Yeah, I'm in. You and your horse are both out.
But Mr. Novak, it's a good horse.
You always come in crowds?
Yeah, that's Pinky. He's been on my tail all night. Aren't you curious about why I'm here?
You must be a friend of Burke's.
Would it matter?
What do you mean?
When you get tired of playing with those doors, let's admit you don't know where Burke keeps his booze. You don't know where he keeps his cigarettes. You don't know anything about the place because this is the first time you've been here.
You're acting like a detective.
Put it down, I'm just curious. And you can still fill in my question.
Why not say I, wandered into the wrong apartment?
You don't seem anxious to get out.
Maybe I like the company here.
Come on in the living room. He probably has the liquor in there.
That isn't what you were after.
Why don't we settle for my being lonely?
The town's full of lonely babes. None of them look like you.
I know a cure. Do you?
Let me guess.
Well, I guess when you can be sure. Like this.
Now I know. Fill me in on the rest of your visit.
Huh. I'm busy. Or, I could be.
All right, let's close the post office. Did you get the papers?
I could sulk. Men don't usually treat me that way.
They'd live longer if they did. Look, baby, I'm not swinging any bats until I know who's pitching. Do you give with where you fit in, or do I have to bend it out of you?
You know, I think I could like you. The dame gets tired of men she can twist around her fingers.
Yeah, sure. I'm fascinating. Give.
Don't flex your muscles. I'll tell you. Denver Red sent me.
You're sure it wasn't Pittsburgh Pete or Chicago Clark?
He's real. If you aren't too particular about what you call a man. He owns a nightclub called the Knife and Fork out on Geary Street.
Then what?
He sent me to get some papers Burke has hidden around the place. A small envelope.
Did you find it?
Sure. Here it is. You want it?
You give up easy.
I don't have to do this sort of thing to get along. I told Red that.
What else are you going to tell him?
I'll tell him you took the papers away from me. Unless you got a better idea.
Put down your flaps, sister.
What if I didn't go back to him? What if I went with you?
I don't like your recommendations.
Don't worry. I won't pretend I wouldn't drop you as soon as I found a better man. What do you want? Eternity?
I haven't got time for that.
All right, sucker. So, I'll go back to Red. He tears telephone books in half and things like that, so, watch him.
I'll try to manage.
Here's the booze. Let's drink to something or other.
Why not?
You sure you won't change your mind? About anything?
Why don't you leave me your phone number?
I got a better idea.
Sucker.
She timed it, but nice. I hardly started to get my hand up before she hit me with a bottle. The room began to spin, and I tried to stand up, but my knees gave way. I could hear her footsteps a long distance away, running. Then the door closed. I shook my head, and some of the cobwebs went away, but not enough for me to get started. By the time they did, I knew it was too late. I looked around, and the package of papers was gone. Yeah, the more I thought of how easily I'd been done in by that dame, the madder I got. Then I remembered no one was supposed to know about the papers except Lansom. Decided I better check on the play. I got on the phone and talked my way through a flock of bars until I ran down an alcoholic friend of mine named Jocko Madigan. He's an old-timer around San Francisco who knows more about the town than the city planning commission. He sounded good over the phone, which must have meant they were watering his drinks.
Patsy, my boy, how are you?
Curious. I'm sitting in on a racket that's beginning to develop too many curves.
You sound like you're in a Girl Scout camp. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, you nasty, immoral, antisocial...
Put down the horn for a minute. I want you to do me a favor.
If I had a daughter, you were even in the neighborhood, I'd lock her in the cellar. I can't imagine what those Boy Scout leaders are thinking about.
They were Girl Scouts a minute ago.
What did they do, pull a switch? And anyway, Boy Scouts don't camp, they hike.
Look, I just got sapped by a dame who stole some papers.
They up Mount Tamalpais, they hiked. That's
her name's Blanche. She's tied in with a guy named Denver Red. He runs the Knife and Fork Club out on Geary.
Oh, those poor kids. And that mountain's almost straight up, too.
She just left here. She ought to be heading for Denver Red's place.
What are the papers? I know you don't own them. You can't read.
They have some stuff in them that'll put the heat on a guy named Jack Lansom. He likes it cool. $1,000 worth.
Oh, speaking of money, there's a friend of yours here.
Hello, Patsy. This is Pinky. Imagine me talking to you on the telephone.
Imagine I've gone deaf. Hey, Jocko, if you can hear this, pull that punk off the line.
Okay, he's gone. He said he had a horse for you.
Look, dummy up to that guy. He's been floating around all night.
And I'd be floating, too, if you'd be nice to him.
I'll grab a cab and go out to the Knife and Fork Club. When Blanche shows up, see if you can find out what she does with the papers.
Are you buying the drinks and the cab fare?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I'm going back and see Lansom. This was supposed to be a closed deal, and will you hurry? The dame will be there and gone.
Don't worry about me. You couldn't keep me away from the place. I'm growing wings.
Yeah? Why the sudden lather?
Well, if you're buying the drinks, there's no use my scrimping. I'm suddenly developing an awful longing for some good, well-aged scotch. So long, lover.
I ducked out of the place and started along the street looking for a cab. It was growing foggy, and I couldn't see very well. In fact, I could see so little I didn't notice the car drive up. But I could hear the driver all right.
All right, Bub, inside the car.
Hey, you must not like arguments.
Don't think it won't shoot either. Get in. You're Patsy Novak, ain't you?
You can say Patsy twice.
Don't sulk. I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah, thanks for the ride.
I'm Reynolds. Gone Reynolds. Ever hear of me?
Yeah. You sell pipe dreams.
If you know that much, you know that shoveling the snow ain't no job for a preacher.
So you're tough. Then what?
And you give me Burke's little envelope.
What is this, a mass meeting?
You pass it over, or do we have to go out in the country and get it twisted out of you?
You're wrong twice. I haven't got it.
You must think I'm foolish.
Someone beat me to it.
Who, Murphy?
Murphy.
Yeah, the bookie. Did he get it?
A dame. She said she was working for Denver Red.
Out at the Knife and Fork? Well, that sounds all right.
Hey, what's up?
You don't know?
I was hired to pick it up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I believe that.
Take it or leave it, but let me out of here.
Don't get nervous. Wait till we hit a quiet street.
I'm broad-minded. Let me off anywhere.
I said a quiet street. Before you go, I'm going to search you. How do I know you ain't lying?
I'm beginning to wonder myself. Reynolds was a nice guy for an opium peddler. No bumps, no scars. He even dropped me near a car line. Pretty soon I began to breathe regularly again and headed back to the place on Webster Street. The house was dark except for a light in one of the upstairs windows. Just as I was leaning on the bell, I hear someone coming up the steps behind me.
I wish you'd stay put, Mr. Novak. Now, about that horse. He's a beautiful animal. Affectionate.
Look, I'm tired of this shadow act. What's your pitch?
Straight over the plate, Novak. I'm doing you a favor. Someday I may need one from you. I'm far-sighted.
Well, I'm nearsighted. Come here.
Hey,
Light up and be somebody. What's your racket?
Put me down, Novak. I got connections. You can't scare me.
Yeah, I can try.
Going in for kidnapping midgets, Novak? Put him down and come on in. I don't want to draw a crowd.
Make this the last time I see you, Pinky, or I'll fix it so you wish you had.
Who was that?
I don't know. I'm beginning to get curious.
Forget it. You got the envelope?
No.
Don't sound so cheerful. Why not?
Somebody changed my mind. Too much competition.
Keep it understandable. What do you mean?
Every tough monkey in town is after those papers, and Denver Red has the inside track.
Who else? Tell me about the others.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know about them.
I know how you feel. I didn't know a lot of things either, but I'm beginning to learn. Start talking.
Burke used to keep books for a lot of guys around town. That's where he really got his money, covering up the racket profits from the revenue boys.
Don't stop there.
That's all I know.
That's not enough.
All right. I don't know, but I can guess. Burke must have photostats of some of the records and use them to blackmail the gangsters.
So it's a free-for-all with me in the middle.
I didn't know about it. Honest, I didn't.
You didn't know, but I get slapped, sapped, and held up. Good for me.
You say Denver Red got the papers?
And he can have them. I'm bowing out.
Your $100 is nothing, don't you see? Get the papers and we'll both be rich. Richer than anyone in town.
No dice. You want them, you get them.
I'll give you $5,000.
How much down?
Here's the rest of the $1,000 I promised you. Is that fair?
Fair enough.
We're going to be rich, you hear? Rich.
Yeah. The richest men in the cemetery. Lansom must have thought I was the biggest sucker in the city. I was through with the papers as soon as I discovered how hot they were. I could have told him, but when I saw how anxious he was, I figured I might as well use his shakes to get the rest of the $1,000. I headed out to the Knife and Fork, but my only plan was to get Jocko off the hook. After that, I wanted a lot of time in the country until things cooled off. The joint was out near Golden Gate Park, one of those community center places where you get everything that'll go in a stomach, including bicarbonate. The brunette doll was nowhere in sight, but I saw Jocko over at the bar wrestling with a double-sized highball, eased over beside him.
Well, if it isn't the Boy Scout,
Patsy Novak.
That stuff's beginning to eat into your head, Jocko.
Don't you worry. My lobes are functioning smooth as ice in a glass. What can I do for you after you pay the bill?
Did the Dame Blanche show up here?
Yeah, about half hour ago. What kept you? She's pretty.
So's a tiger. Where is she?
She and your friend Denver Red went upstairs. He has an apartment up there. Now, that's the way to live. If he bored a hole in the floor and ran a pipe down to the bar...
Did you see the papers?
No, and do you know a guy named Reynolds, Gong Reynolds?
We've met.
He was in here. He looked around and ducked out.
Did he go upstairs?
I don't know. You're running in big company. Reynolds and Denver Red are two of the most powerful gangsters in town. If they've got anything to do with this, you better cash in your chips and get out of the game.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm all washed up with this.
I heard something else, too. This guy Lanson is no country boy either.
Measure him for me.
The grapevine has it he used to be a member of Murder Incorporated, the Brooklyn outfit. He got out before they grew into big-time operators.
Three of a kind. What do you know about Murphy?
Don't tell me Murphy's in on this. Murphy's got the horse wires sewed up. He sewed it up with bullets. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, I will in a minute. How do you get to Denver Red's shack?
The entrance is outside, but what do you care? Let's get out of here.
In a minute.
Patsy, they're hotter than summer in Panama. Leave them alone.
I'd kind of like to see that envelope.
Try the post office. It's full of envelopes.
Yeah, not this one. You coming with me?
No, Patsy. If you've lost your mind, you've lost it alone.
I'm beginning to wonder about that.
Well, so long, lover.
I worked out of the place without causing any fuss. Eased into the apartment entrance. The place was quiet. It was so quiet you could hear me breathing as I worked my way up the stairs. There was a carpet in the halls, but even then I was careful. I listened at the door, and there wasn't a sound inside. After a while, I tried the knob. The door opened. With the fog outside, you could barely make out anything in the place. Something told me to back out and forget it. There was something I wanted to know. I held my breath and listened. All I could hear was the jukebox faintly from the cafe below. And I felt for the light switch.
Don't move. You're covered.
What are you waiting for, Hellman? The payoff?
You, baby. Keep your hands up. Where's the gun?
I ate it.
I guess it wasn't much good at that. You didn't have any bullets left.
You counted them?
I counted the bullets in the body. 6 bullets, 1 load.
Who got it? Or do I have to guess?
Denver Red and his dame. Name's Blanche. Know her?
Yeah, I know her. She used to row stroke oar in my lifeboat.
She looks the type. You want to tell me about it, or do we go downtown first?
I didn't kill him, Hellman.
Who made those holes in them? Termites?
If they did, you better keep your hat on. They might get hungry again.
You got all the brains, Novak. You better shake them up. You're going to need them.
You ought to get a refund on that crystal ball, Hellman.
That's not a bad idea. Or maybe I can swap it for a television set. I'd like to see you on those San Quentin broadcasts.
You saw me come in, you fathead. You can't pin this one on me.
It's pinned, Novak, but good. In fact, it's a hat pin.
Try making sense.
Try making this knot fit your head.
This is my hat.
Now all you got to do is get rid of the 5 people who saw you wearing it earlier this evening at the boarding house, and you're clear.
We were halfway down to the Hall of Justice before I could talk Hellman into giving me another chance. Murphy was really the one who cinched it. I picked him up by phone at one of his bookie joints with Hellman listening in on an extension. Yeah, it was short and sweet.
Novak? Yeah, I've heard the name. What's itching you?
This may not be my business, but I got a good reason for wanting to know.
Spread it out, Novak. I got work to do.
Did you get a phone call tonight about an envelope with some photostatic copies of a bunch of records?
What's it to you, Novak?
You did then.
Yeah, some nut, I guess. Didn't give his name. Town's full of them these days.
He wouldn't be a nut if Burke had something on you.
Hey, what is this? Burke's got nothing on me. I pay my taxes. What is this, Novak? Some new form of shakedown?
Yeah, Murphy. But you're not up the tree. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it could fit.
Do I get a chance to prove it?
I can't let you go, Novak. But what if I should bend over for a minute to pick up this pencil and the door open and all?
Try it and see, Hellman. Just once. After that, I began to figure my bad luck had run out for the day. I jumped a cab and went down to the waterfront, but not to my pier. There was a guy at Pier 23 who was a friend of mine. He had a gun and a rowboat, and I borrowed both of them. I pushed off without being too careful because between the wind and the cross-chop, nobody was going to be hearing anything. Even with everything on my side, it was a long, hard row. When I hit the bottom of the ladder at the end of Pier 19, I had to sit in the boat to let my heart slow down. It was blacker than the inside of Hellman's dress shoes. I took my time edging down the pier. I was just about to slide into my boathouse when I tripped a booby trap. I did a Brody, and somewhere along the line I lost my gun, which put me even up with Lawson. He turned on the lights.
Novak, you have to sneak up in your own office? You ought to pay the rent regular.
I see the gags. You fix up this welcome?
I was all alone and didn't like the idea of being caught from behind.
What would you do about a frontal attack?
I've got this gun. But since it's only you, I don't have to worry.
I wouldn't say that. I think you've got all kinds of worries.
Everybody has got something.
And you've got Reynolds.
Where is he?
Take it easy. I just saw him earlier tonight, and he mentioned your name.
Let's keep that for the society column. I'll take the envelope.
I didn't get it for the simple reason that there isn't any envelope.
That fall on the head make it soft? You told me you saw it.
Nothing important. Just some regular business letters. Nothing to stand up in court.
I still don't understand this. You don't make sense.
And I don't make dough either. I don't have the envelope. Or do you want to search me?
I'm not getting that close to you. You're going off on some tangent that I don't understand. So we'll just sit and wait till you get ready.
Or until Reynolds gets here.
That's supposed to scare me?
Look at it this way. You don't mind if I talk?
I can listen. No, you sit there, with your back to the door. That's right. Now I'll just warm the place up by closing the door. Now, you were saying?
Suppose that the envelope was a phony. After I am on my way, you call up all the big-time hoods in town and tip them off.
Now tell me why.
The boys start pouring out of the woodwork to give me the business. The ones who chase me are the boys on Burke's lists. Then you could pick up where he left off. I'm not boring you, am I?
Not at all. Go on.
Everything was as cozy as an upper berth until Denver Red gets his girl into Burke's place before I make it.
You're everything but consistent. Now you'll be trying to tag me with the stiffs down at the Knife and Fork.
Thanks for the cue. You knew that if Denver Red spotted the envelope for a phony, the news would be all over town and your racket would be kaput, so you killed him.
Nice figuring. You should have been a bookkeeper, too.
You even told me to come down here so you could kill me if that planted hat didn't frame for the cops.
I hate to disappoint you. So since you know everything else, you might as well know the caliber of this gun. See?
I've looked into things like that before.
Everything has to end sometime, so... Don't touch that phone.
I ordered that call, just in case.
I said don't touch it.
You'll be hearing worse bells than that if you don't let me answer it.
Okay, but watch your language.
Novak speaking.
For a minute, I thought you was out. You're the hardest man to get hold of. But I guess it's because you're a busy guy.
Well, say something.
That's right, Reynolds.
Huh? This is Pinky, Mr. Novak, remember? Pinky Punk. What a name.
That's up to you, Reynolds.
What's he saying?
You want to talk to him?
You still there, Mr. Novak? And Mr. Novak...
Give me that phone. Now, look, Reynolds. I'm not taking any talk off you. You pay up or else...
You dropped something, Mr. Novak?
Yeah. How about that horse?
You want to get onto him?
I think I can toss a sawbuck into his feed bag.
Oh, gee, Mr. Novak, you'll never regret it.
Okay, Pinky. Who's the goat? Pinky, I said, what's his name?
Gee, Mr. Novak. What do you know? I forgot.
Pinky might have forgotten, but Lansom's memory was good. I handcuffed him to the chair and told him Reynolds would be down in a half an hour. Then gave him Hellman's phone number. He confessed to everything after sitting alone in my office for a while. I know how he felt. When the feds got the news, they moved in with a fine tooth comb, but they never did turn up anything. Nobody ever did. I'm pretty sure of that. But now and then I get the idea maybe I'm wrong. So I start nosing around for those papers. I never find the things. I usually find Reynolds instead. He's beginning to get gray. Who killed the bookkeeper? That was the landlady. Yeah, Hellman got her a room, too.
on tonight's presentation were Ben Morris as Novak, John Galbraith as Inspector Hellman, Jack Lewis as Jocko, and Mary Milford as Blanche, with Herb Ellis, Jerry Zinneman, Kurt Martell, and Dick Ellers. Special music by Otto Clare. Listen again next week at this same time when over most of these stations, the American Broadcasting Company presents Pat Novak for Hire. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Perfect Maid murder case. The scene opens in one of New York's most fabulous mansions, the home of Raymond Colby. And we see a young woman about to leave. Her hand is on the knob of the front door when she is interrupted by a maid whom we hear saying the words that lead to a gruesome, fantastic murder.
Excuse me, Miss Laura. Can I see you a moment before you go?
I haven't any time now, Fanny.
But this is important, Miss Laura. Terrible important.
Well, what is it then?
I want to give my notice, Mum.
Your notice? You mean you're leaving? Well, I thought you were a fixture in this house, Fanny.
But that's just it, Mum. I am a fixture here.
Then what's this talk about giving notice? What's wrong? If it's more wages...
Oh, it's not that, Mum. It's that...
Yes?
It's that I'm going to marry your father.
Your what?
Going to marry your father, that's what. Oh, well, it don't seem to set very well with you, but...
Are you completely and utterly mad? This is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, it is it? Well, let me tell you, I'm as good as you are.
Pack up your things and get out of this house as fast as you can.
I'm not packing, and I'm not leaving. I'm marrying into this house. Huh, just put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Get out instantly, I say.
I'm not going any further than my own room. You'll find me there if you want to be coming up later and telling me you're sorry. Ta-ta, dearie.
John! John, come here! John!
Don't shout, Laura. I heard it all. Great heavens, what a mess.
We can't let Father do this. He's gone mad. Ooh, that cheap, terrible creature.
I tell you, Laura, hysterics won't help. Besides, we don't want to wake the old man up and get him on our necks. We've got to think fast.
But what are we going to do? What can we do? Oh, this is too dreadful.
Listen, Laura, listen.
Yes?
You stay right here, Laura, and watch every door. Be as loud as you can if anybody comes.
You mean Father or that horrible Fanny?
Anybody. I've got the combination to Father's safe.
His safe? What are you going to do, John?
I know he keeps his will there. That's the first thing to do. He may have changed it in Fanny's favor. If he did, I'll burn it up.
And sometime later, we hear the Commissioner of Police assigning another famous murder case to the astute and feared Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces and disguises.
Oh, here you are, Chameleon. A murder in Park Avenue.
Oh, top draw case, eh, Commissioner?
Well, that's for you to decide, old man. The murder occurred in the Raymond Colby house.
You mean the mysteriously rich Raymond Colby's been killed?
No, not Colby himself, Chameleon. A maid in his house. A girl named Fanny Bilkins. Throat slashed open. Better get out there.
Righto, Commissioner. I'll take Detective Dave Arnold with me. Yep. Oh, here you are, Dave.
Yes, sir.
You come with me, please. Bye, Commissioner.
I suppose the case we're on is that parlor maid murder at Raymond Colby's house.
Yes, that's it, Dave.
I guess it'll be one of those jobs where the chauffeur killed some poor girl because he was in love with her and caught the butler getting away with it.
I've no idea, Dave. Let's get the car and buzz out there. Oh, personally, I'd be more interested if old Colby himself was the victim. I hear he's a queer character, the absent-minded professor type. He invented something somewhere that made him fabulously rich.
Here's the house, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, with a very pretty girl already holding the door open. Come ahead.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. You are from the police, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Chameleon. This is Detective Arnold. And you are,
I'm Laura Colby. Come in, Mr. Chameleon.
Thank you.
I'm rather surprised to see you here.
Surprised, Miss Laura? Why?
We didn't expect to see such a famous detective as you on an unimportant case like this.
Murder is always important.
Judy O'Grady or the judge's lady? I see.
I understand the girl who was murdered was a housemaid in your father's house, Miss Laura. Do you know anything about her?
Practically nothing, Mr. Chameleon, except that she was a perfect maid, really marvelous, and that she had perfectly wonderful references when she came.
When was that?
Oh, I don't really remember. A couple of years ago. You know how those things are.
Who found her body? One of the other help in the house, I suppose.
No, as a matter of fact, my father did. He and my brother John, that is.
Yes?
Well, what actually happened was that one of the other servants, our cook, became annoyed when Fanny didn't turn up to serve breakfast this morning. She thought she'd overslept. But when she knocked on Fanny's door and she didn't answer, she became alarmed and called my father.
So he and your brother went up there?
And when they opened the door, they found her dead. Father was very much upset, and so was my brother.
Odd that the cook didn't open the door herself when she got no answer to her knock.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. Oh, but I'm sure the cook wouldn't have killed her just because Fanny overslept.
No, scarcely, Miss Laura. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
You go to the kitchen and talk to that cook. Find out what you can.
I'm sure Cook can't tell you any more than I have, Mr. Chameleon.
One never knows, Miss Laura. She may be concealing something from you.
I'll talk to the cook now, Mr. Chameleon.
I don't. In the meanwhile, Miss Laura, perhaps your father or your brother will take me up to see the murdered girl's body.
John's in the drawing room, Mr. Chameleon. This door here.
Well,
Oh, John, this is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Chameleon? Horrible thing, isn't it? But one never knows what will happen with servants these days, does one?
What happened here, however, is a bit out of the usual run. Your sister says that you lead me to the murder room.
Well, of course, Mr. Chameleon. I don't like the job, but just follow me.
Thank you.
Here are the servants' stairs.
By the way, John, do you know anything about the murdered girl? I mean, do you ever notice anything strange about her? Signs of being afraid of something, upset, anything like that?
It's a funny thing, Mr. Chameleon. I never notice any servant particularly. To me, they're just faceless people. All I know is that my sister always said Fanny was the perfect maid. Laura's all in a dither. Says she'll never find another one like her. Oh, but here's her room.
Just about the size of a cell.
What?
Nothing. Poor girl. A horrible sight. Her head is almost severed.
If you're finished with me, Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to get out of here.
Oh, yes, I understand, John. I'm sorry. I forgot that we policemen are more accustomed to sights like this than people like you. Yes, you go back to the drawing room. I'll see you there presently.
Thank you, Mr. Chameleon.
Poor Fanny. Poor child. But if the dead can hear, you'll hear me promising to bring your murderer to the execution chamber.
Mr. Chameleon? Nothing from the cook except what Laura Colby already told us. But get this.
Yes, Dave?
Just as I was talking to the cook, the girl's father came in.
The murdered girl's father, Dave?
Uh-huh. A man named Ed Bilkins. He started accusing everybody of murder. He's pretty wild. I told him to stay put, but you'd talk to him.
The poor devil.
Wait till you get a load of him, Mr. Chameleon. He looks like a bad customer to me. Not so sorry as he acts. But that don't mean I think he killed the girl.
Dave, you call the morgue and have this body picked up. And here is the knife that slashed her throat. You send it in for prints.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
And then hold the murdered girl's father down below. I want to talk to John Colby and his father first. Well, John, feeling a bit more steady now? Forgive me for bringing you back to the murder room.
It's all right, Mr. Chameleon. Took a drink and feel better. Well, this is my father, Raymond Colby. Father, this is Mr. Chameleon.
Ah?
Mr. what? Didn't catch the name.
Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Colby.
Police headquarters, you say? John, what's a police officer doing here?
Investigating the murder of your maid, Fanny Bilkins, Mr. Colby.
Oh, to be sure. You know, things slip my memory, sir. And you say your name is...
Chameleon, Mr. Colby. Chameleon.
Unfortunate thing here, Mr. Canston.
Chameleon.
Oh, yes. Chameleon. Last thing I ever expected in my house, murder. Just one of the servants. Probably got herself into trouble. Queer lot, servants. Queer lot. Never know about them.
But still human, Mr. Colby. They sing and sigh, laugh and weep, feel happiness and sorrow just like you and me. Only probably suffer more.
Quite right, quite right. I didn't think policemen thought that way, though. Well, what can I do for you?
Tell me any little thing that you might know about the girl who was so inconsiderate as to be murdered in your quiet home. Why do you think, for instance, that she was killed?
I've no idea. Never paid any attention to her, no attention at all. My daughter Laura runs the house. You better ask her.
I did, and she told me just as little as you and your son John have, Mr. Colby. But I'll...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave?
You'd better come downstairs and talk to the man I told you was here. He's got something for you, something plenty hot.
What man, Mr. Chameleon?
After I see him, I'll tell you, John.
He's going to tear this case wide open, John. Wide open.
Tear it open, Detective Arnold? That's ridiculous.
Never mind, son. I fancy it's someone of Fanny's own class, and that it'll all turn out that a grocer's clerk or delivery boy killed Fanny.
Perhaps, Mr. Colby. I'll see you later, Mr. Colby.
John, get Laura in here right away.
What for, Father?
If you don't manage to hold yourself in, you and Laura will find yourselves up on a murder charge. Our Mr. Chameleon's one of the most penetrating men I've ever met. Up to the time you revealed excitement, our story was going down perfectly. Now be careful, my boy. I beg of you. I don't want to see my children convicted of murder.
What did the murdered girl's father tell you, Dave, to make you think he'd break this case wide open?
You better hear it from his own lips, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
He's here in the butler's pantry.
Oh, all right, Dave.
Mr. Bilkins, here's Mr. Chameleon. Now tell him what you told me.
It's fair terrible I ever brought my innocent daughter to this country, Mr. Chameleon. That's how she was done in.
What do you mean, Mr. Bilkins? Brought her to this country?
Didn't this here busy tell you, Mr. Chameleon?
Detective Arnold wanted me to hear the story direct from you, Bilkins. Now, let's have it, please.
Fanny and me come from Australia, where we should have stayed. And then she'd never have gone into service in this old duffer's house.
Well, I still don't know what you mean, Bilkins.
What I'm trying to drive home, sir, is that Fanny wouldn't have got herself engaged to marry the old man.
Do you mean to say that your daughter, Fanny, was going to marry Raymond Colby?
I'm not lying when I say it, Mr. Chameleon. I warned her proper about marrying out of her class. But Fanny had got American ideas into her head quick. Wouldn't listen to her father. And it all wound up in her being killed. Butchered like an animal.
Are you certain that your daughter was going to marry this fabulously rich man?
Look here. Here's your wedding license, Mr. Chameleon.
Huh?
She gave it to me, saying Mr. Colby didn't want it round the house, feared his son or daughter might find it. But they must have caught on some other way, sir. And that's why they killed her.
Dave, this is astounding. This license is genuine. Fanny Bilkins, age 24, Raymond Colby, 56.
It's on the up all right, Mr. Chameleon. I had it checked myself.
I'm taking the blame for Fanny's murder on myself, Mr. Chameleon. I'm her father. I should have given her a good thumping and made her leave this house. The likes of her thinking of marrying the likes of him. I always say that everyone stay in his own class.
Mr. Bilkins, come with me.
Where to, sir?
Upstairs to the drawing room, where I think we'll find Mr. Colby and his son, John.
Don't make me face him now, Mr. Chameleon. I can't face my daughter's dirty murderers. I can't do it, sir. I can't.
I understand, Bilkins. You wait here, then. Detective Arnold and I will go up alone.
You're a real gentleman, sir. Thank you. I'll never forget your kindness, sir.
Dave, come along.
If ever I saw one for the book, Mr. Chameleon, this is it.
If it's true, Dave, if it's true.
What? Well, don't you believe it? You saw the marriage license, didn't you?
Yes, indeed, Dave. And I also saw the shifty look in the bereaved Mr. Bilkins' eyes. If I were looking for a babysitter, and it wouldn't be Bilkins. Here's the drawing room now. I expected to find your father and brother here.
They're in Father's study, Mr. Chameleon.
I've just talked to your murdered maid's father.
So they have fathers, too.
Just as you and I, Laura. But tell me.
Yes.
When was your father, Raymond Colby, going to marry Fanny Bilkins?
Oh, I didn't realize detectives on duty kidded people, Mr. Chameleon.
Then you didn't know?
Know what?
You know what. Answer the question.
If you expect me to answer a ridiculous question like that, Mr. Chameleon... Are you serious? Imagine Father marrying a housemaid. It's too silly.
That the door to the study, Laura?
Why, yes. I'll tell Father you want to see him.
Don't trouble, thank you. I'll go in alone. And you stay here. I hope I'm not interrupting, Mr. Colby. Oh. I see you have your safe open. Something lost?
Father has an idea he misplaced his will, Mr. Chameleon.
I'm on the forgetful side, Mr. Chameleon. I'll find it later.
Why not look in the fireplace, Mr. Colby? Wait a second.
In the fireplace, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, John? Yes, here is what is left of your father's will. All but the top burned away, though. Do you mind telling me why you tried to destroy it, John?
My son didn't, Mr. Chameleon. Probably did it myself. I do such utterly stupid things without thinking.
Like arranging to marry your housemaid, Mr. Colby?
What is this, Mr. Chameleon? Father planning to marry that...
That murdered girl, John. Murdered.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, what in heaven's name gives you the idea Father was going to marry her?
This marriage license, John.
Marriage license?
John, I told you before that Mr. Chameleon was a very penetrating man. Trying to deceive him would be unfair to him and us.
Then you were going to marry her, Mr. Colby?
Oh, no. Not at all, Mr. Chameleon. I really don't know why I took out that marriage license.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't done simply to keep a perfect maid. Come, Mr. Colby, don't you think it's time to stop trying to protect your children?
Why should he try to protect Laura and me, Mr. Chameleon? We didn't kill that girl.
In my entire experience, I've never met with a clearer motive for murder. Never. Dave?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
What do we do, arrest John and Laura?
No, not now, Dave. Bring the murdered girl's father in here immediately, and then we'll...
Well, that's what I came up here to tell you, Mr. Chameleon. Bilkins slipped out of the house while I went into the kitchen to get a drink of water.
What?
I sent out a general alarm for him.
Have this house guarded, Dave. And get this straight, Mr. Colby. If either your son or daughter attempts to leave here, they'll be taken in on suspicion of willful murder.
Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case continues in just a moment. When you have a cold, you need Bayer aspirin. Need it because it's important to you that you get quick relief from the headachy, feverish feeling and the muscular aches and pains that almost always accompany a cold. And because Bayer aspirin gives you this important relief, it should be taken at the first sign of a cold before you do anything else. Regardless of what you do to stop or shorten a cold, we believe your own doctor will tell you that this is sound advice. And it's advice you can follow with confidence, for Bayer aspirin is used by millions to treat these distressing symptoms. It provides amazingly fast relief, makes you feel better, because it's ready to go to work in 2 seconds. And its single active ingredient is so gentle to the system that doctors prescribe it even for small children. That's why it's been used by millions of normal people without ill effect. So at the first sign of a cold, before you do anything else, take Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case. Fanny Bilkins has been viciously murdered in the home of wealthy Raymond Colby, where she worked as a housemaid. Mr. Chameleon has discovered that Colby had planned to marry Fanny in spite of the bitter protests of his son John and his daughter Laura. During the investigation, the murdered girl's father, Edward Bilkins, has disappeared from the Colby home. But an hour later, when Mr. Chameleon impatiently paces his office at headquarters, he suddenly finds that no general alarm was required to bring in Bilkins. For a strange surprise awaits him as Detective Dave Arnold rushes into his office saying,
Mr. Chameleon, I just brought in Fanny Bilkins' father in an ambulance.
In an ambulance, Dave?
He's got a knife cut straight down his left cheek. Didn't miss his throat by half an inch. But the ambulance doc patched him up on the way in, and now he's squawking loud to see you. He says...
Get him in here, Dave.
Come in, Bilkins.
Bilkins, what happened? Who tried to get you? Now get down to the point without wasting words.
Very good, sir. But it was a near one. Not satisfied with cruelly murdering my daughter, Fanny.
Who?
Raymond Colby. Well, I mean his son, John. But the fact is, I don't know for sure.
Where did the attack take place, Bilkins?
In the old duffer's study, that's where.
What were you doing there?
Nothing, sir, nothing. Just nosing around.
It won't do, Bilkins. Out with it.
Mr. Chameleon, here's a bag the boys took off Bilkins on the way in.
Give it to me, Mr. Copper. I never seen it before. Fanny gave it to me.
Looks like about $500,000 in jewels, Bilkins. And they look familiar. Very familiar.
But I don't know anything about them.
Dave, put Bilkins on detention. I got the answer to this case.
Look here, Chameleon, I got rights. Those jewels were planted on me.
Come along, Bilkins. Killed your own daughter, did you? I'll be right back, Mr. Chameleon.
Right on. Hello?
Mr. Chameleon, this is John Colby.
Yes?
Most of my dead mother's jewelry has been stolen.
Who discovered the loss, John?
Our butler did. Caught the robber in the act, but he got away. Can you come out here right away?
Not just now, John. You said only part of your mother's jewelry was stolen?
The butler came in the room just in time to save the rest.
I have got the stolen jewels, John. And the robber, too.
You've got the jewels and the robber both?
I'm pretty positive I have, John. But I want to make sure before I definitely charge the man that we're holding.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
Instead of coming myself, John, I'm going to send one of our expert jewel men out there. And he'll bring the jewels I have here out, too, for identification.
I wish you'd come yourself, Mr. Chameleon, instead of... What's that, Father? All right, I'll ask Mr. Chameleon. Sorry, Mr. Chameleon, but Father suggests...
Yes?
Father's worried about anybody coming but you, Mr. Chameleon. So is my sister, Laura. Can't you come yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm not a jewel expert. I'm sending our head man, Pierre-Antoine, out right away. And then I'll follow later. Goodbye, John.
What's all that about, Mr. Chameleon? Are you going out to Colby's in disguise?
Right you are, Dave. Disguised as Pierre-Antoine, the police department's chief man on jewels. Now, you will come with me. And the instant we get there and you introduce me, arrest John and Laura Colby on my orders.
Well, orders are orders, but I don't get you, Mr. Chameleon. Why not pinch them and be done with it?
Because I need the evidence I think their father, Raymond Colby, will give me, Dave.
And so, a little later, we find Detective Arnold with Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Pierre-Antoine at the murder house, as Dave Arnold says.
Evening, everybody. This gentleman is the police department's jewel expert. Mr. Chameleon sent him out.
Pierre-Antoine at your service. You, Mr. Raymond Colby, monsieur?
Yes, Mr. Antoine. This is my daughter, Laura.
Mademoiselle.
How do you do?
And my son, John.
Monsieur Jean. May we all sit down? Or perhaps you, Mademoiselle Laura, will be so kind as to bring the remaining jewels from the robbery for me to see?
Sorry, Monsieur Antoine, but Mr. Chameleon ordered me to arrest this lady and her brother and bring them back to headquarters.
That is absurd, Detective Arnold. Surely Mr. Chameleon is making a mistake.
Mr. Chameleon is a fool.
We won't go, Laura. Detective Arnold can't arrest us without a warrant.
Here's the warrant, John. Better come quietly.
John, you can only cause yourself and Laura trouble by not going with Detective Arnold.
But, Father...
You've got the right idea, Mr. Colby. Now, come on, John and Laura. No point getting tough about it.
My compliment to Mr. Chameleon, Detective Arnold. And be good enough to express my opinion that he is making a most stupid blunder. Arresting two such charming young people.
Stupid or not, I'm taking them, Monsieur Antoine. Good night.
Good night. Oh, a dreadful contretemps, Monsieur Colby. I thought better of that Chameleon. But there is your police mind.
Mr. Antoine, did you bring the jewels recovered from the man who robbed my safe?
In this very bag, Monsieur Colby. The robber was the father of the housemaid murdered here today. Your fiancée, I'm told.
Hand over those jewels, Chameleon.
What?
Shut up, Chameleon. I'm doing the talking now. Give me that bag, quick. They're the only evidence you've got that I killed that infernal housemaid, Fanny Bilkins. Now, let's have them.
When I take you in, Raymond Colby, it'll be for 2 murders. But, anyway, here are the jewels.
You're not taking me in.
No?
By the time they find your body, Chameleon, I'll be out of the country. Got any last wishes, cop?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to tell you how I caught up with you, Raymond Colby.
I'm interested, but hold your gab to 3 minutes.
Through a careful study of police records extending from New York to Sydney, Australia. You murdered the woman who owned those jewels, Lady Ashton Burl, in Australia 5 years ago.
That's past history, Chameleon, but suppose I did.
The one living man who knew you did was your murdered housemaid's father, a petty criminal named Ed Bilkins. And he followed you here, forced you to hire his daughter Fanny as a maid in your house, and then blackmailed you into a promise to marry her with your mysteriously and criminally acquired wealth.
Anything else, Chameleon? You've got 30 seconds left.
Only this, Raymond. Don't move, Colby. You hear me, Colby? I said don't move. That's odd. He doesn't answer. Colby? What? Oh, why did I have to become a policeman? Police headquarters? This is Chameleon. Connect me with Detective Arnold, please. Dave? Listen, Dave. Send the dead wagon out, please. Yes, the dead wagon. Well, I'm afraid I killed a man. Yes, the murder of Fanny Bilkins. I hit a fatal spot by mistake. I know, Dave, it's all in the line of duty, but still...
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Have you ever tried breaking an aspirin tablet to give your children the dosage your doctor has prescribed? If you have, then you'll appreciate the new children's-size Bayer aspirin tablets. These tablets are genuine Bayer aspirin, but they contain only half the amount of the regular-size Bayer aspirin tablets, and thus you can give your child the proper dosage as prescribed by your physician, and you can do it conveniently. And because they're made so you can break them right in half, it's also easy for you to give still smaller dosages whenever necessary. Another thing you'll appreciate is that they're uncolored and unflavored and therefore cannot be mistaken for candy, and you can use them with confidence. For the fact that doctors prescribe Bayer aspirin single active ingredient even for the smallest children shows how gentle and dependable it is. The bottle and carton are plainly marked children's size Bayer aspirin. 30 tablets for 25 cents. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Greenhouse Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. The members of our cast join with our sponsors in wishing all their listeners a Merry Christmas. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
Scientific studies show that the only sensible way to help prevent tooth decay is to keep your teeth thoroughly clean at all times. This is because teeth that are free of decay-breeding deposits and film actually resist decay. And to clean them, use powder. For there's nothing you can get that cleans teeth like powder. Thanks to its remarkable cleaning power, Dr. Lyon's tooth powder almost instantly helps remove deposits and film in which bacteria form. Bacteria that cause tooth decay. So to help prevent tooth decay before it gets started, use Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Ask for either regular or ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Greenhouse Murder Case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of Bayer Aspirin. For those who do not know who Mr. Chameleon is, we give a quick sketch of his character. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener will invariably know who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears. But the criminal he's tracking seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of his brother's murderer. Our story opens at Central Headquarters in the office of Mr. Chameleon, the most feared of all detectives, whose many disguises have made his name a byword among criminals of all kinds. But now he is relaxed. It is the well-dressed man sitting across from him whose pleasant face is strained and tense.
Mr. Chameleon, I know I'm imposing on our friendship, our acquaintanceship, I should say, since we've only met twice, but I had to do something. I couldn't let things go on this way. I'm convinced that my brother Lewis is about to be murdered.
By whom, Mr. Brenton?
By Florence, his wife.
Mr. Brenton, are you serious?
Do you think for 1 minute I'd make a statement like that if I couldn't back it up? Have you any idea what it cost me to come here and tell you these things? I've always been fond of Florence. What has happened to her is a tragedy. But my brother Lewis comes first.
Yes, naturally. You're partners in the contracting business, aren't you? I had dinner once at your brother's home. It's a very beautiful place.
Yes, it is. I'm living there now. I have been for 6 months. And I've watched this thing develop. I've watched it grow. This...
Tragedy?
Yes.
You spoke of tragedy in connection with your sister-in-law. Oh, incidentally, I've never met her. She was away when I was there, but I hear she's very lovely.
Oh, she is. I've always been deeply fond of Florence. That's why... Mr. Chameleon... She's losing her mind. For over 6 months now, she's been treated by specialists for a nervous disorder. But it's getting worse instead of better.
Oh, that's very sad.
Lewis has kept it quiet. He thinks it's something that will pass. I don't. Particularly not with Carl Robbins in the picture.
Carl Robbins, the architect?
That's the one. He's staying with them now, and Florence thinks she's in love with him. She's asked Lewis for her freedom, and Lewis won't give it to her. That's why I'm afraid. Terribly afraid of what she may do to Lewis. In the mental state she's in, she may try to murder him.
Mr. Brenton, it's the business of the police to solve a crime after it happens. But there's no reason, really, why we shouldn't try to stop one before it happens if we can. Tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to look over the situation. Do you think you could invite me to your brother's home for dinner?
Hello.
Chameleon?
Oh. Hello, Commissioner. To what do I owe the honor of this call, may I ask? Or don't you know that it's exactly 3 minutes of 6 a.m.?
Yes, I know it. Chameleon, you know Ralph Brenton, don't you?
Mm-hmm. I'm having dinner at his brother Lewis Brenton's tonight.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going up to the Brenton place immediately, but not on a social visit. Lewis Brenton is dead.
What?
Yes, he was stabbed to death with the scissors about 5 o'clock this morning.
So you see, I was too late, Mr. Chameleon, too late. If only I'd come to you a week sooner.
Mr. Brenton, you did everything you possibly could. Will you take me to your brother's room, please? I'd like to look around.
Yes, of course. The housemaid, Ida Webster, found him.
I see.
The bedroom door was open, which was most unusual, and she glanced in. My brother was on the floor, dead.
Where was his wife?
Florence claims she was walking in the garden.
At 5:30 in the morning?
She said she couldn't sleep. She got up and went out. She wanted to see the sun come up.
What about the other servants? They hear anything at all?
To tell you the truth, Mr. Chameleon, we're short-handed right now.
Lewis was expecting a new butler tomorrow, a Britisher named Arthur Leach. The former butler quit last week.
Then no one heard any outcry?
No one at all. Carl Robbins slept through it all, so he says. And so did I.
And your sister-in-law was in the garden watching the sunrise. Mr. Brenton, what sort of a scissors was used to stab your brother?
A fairly small one. It was taken from Florence's dressing table. Oh, but here's the bedroom.
Your sister-in-law shared it with your brother?
Oh, yes.
Very strong smell of perfume.
Perfume?
Yes, don't you notice it? Very strong.
So it is. Yes, that's strange.
What's strange about it?
Oh.
I must have knocked over a bottle.
Florence.
I can't remember, but I must have. There isn't anything strange about it, unless everything I do is strange.
Florence, my dear child, I didn't know you were in here.
Of course I'm in here. It's my room, isn't it? Lewis died here, but it's still my room.
Florence, this is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective. He's taken over the case.
How do you do, Mrs. Brenton? Very sorry about your husband.
Lewis was a good man. He loved me. He believed in me. And I must have spilled that perfume, but I can't remember. That's the terrible part. I can't remember anything.
Let's try again, Mrs. Brenton. What time did you go out?
I think it must have been about 5:15, Mr. Chameleon. I'd had a dreadful nightmare, and then I couldn't get to sleep. Or did I imagine it? I mean, is it possible that when I thought I was in the garden, it was simply a continuation of my dream?
In that case, you never left this room.
No, I never left this room. No, that's not possible. I didn't kill Lewis. I'm sure I didn't.
Mrs. Brenton, there were no fingerprints found upon the scissors, but a pair of your gloves were rolled up tightly and thrown in a bureau drawer. Do you remember putting on those gloves?
No. Where's Ralph, my brother-in-law?
Oh, he went downstairs. Detective Sergeant Arnold wants to question him after he's finished with Carl Robbins.
That's right. Poor Carl, he's in this too. Mr. Chameleon, tell me something. Do I seem like the kind of woman who lives in a world of fantasy? The kind of woman, for instance, who imagines that a man's in love with her when he isn't at all?
No.
You're being kind. I can no longer tell the difference between reality and unreality. I can no longer trust myself.
Mrs. Brenton, I understand that you've been under treatment for nervous disorders.
Yes, I have. I even intended to go to a sanatorium. Carl Robbins thought I should go.
Why? What sort of a mental burden have you been carrying that broke you down so that you needed a doctor?
I can't tell you. If I did, you'd surely be convinced that I was mad.
Well, you're quite wrong about that. Please believe me.
Believe you, Mr. Chameleon. I don't believe anyone anymore, least of all myself.
You in love with Carl Robbins?
In love with him? No, but that is...
He's in love with you. Don't be afraid to say it. That doesn't mean that the man's a murderer. Let's go downstairs, Mrs. Brenton, if you don't mind. I'd like to talk to you and Mr. Robbins together.
Mr. Chameleon, you really don't believe, do you, that I'm the sort of woman who imagines men are in love with her?
Mrs. Brenton, why do you keep harping on that?
Because What's that?
Oh, that must be Mr. Robbins and Detective Sergeant Arnold. They're in the library. You come along, please?
No, wait, please. I want to hear what they're saying.
Oh, very well. But if we must eavesdrop, let's get a little closer.
There's only one thing I want to know. All I asked you, Mr. Robbins, was why you were staying here at Louis Brenton's house.
I've told you that. I was designing a summer home for the Brentons. I happen to be their friend as well as their architect.
Nice work, if you can get it.
What?
Mr. Robbins, there's a rumor going around that you happen to be in love with Mrs. Brenton.
That's a lie.
Carl.
I'm sorry for Mrs. Brenton. She's been unhappy, and I advised her to see a psychiatrist. But I've never been in love with her, never said I was. If anyone thinks I am, they imagined the whole thing.
Carl. Oh, no.
Mrs. Brenton. Dave, will you get me some water, please? Mrs. Brenton has fainted. did she faint? I have a feeling, my dear Dave, that is the number one question on our list. Probably Florence Brenton fainted because Carl Robbins' words proved to her that she'd imagined that he was in love with her.
Probably, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, we mustn't forget. Carl Robbins might be afraid to admit he's been in love with her. You see, that could be a motive for him to murder her husband.
She's wacky. She has that look in her eyes, you know.
Dave, what did the housemaid tell you about the family relationship?
Ida? Oh, Ida had plenty to say, in between trying to get me to take her to the movies.
Oh, so that's the way it was. The irresistible Detective Sergeant Arnold, eh?
Oh, listen, Mr. Chameleon, that babe Ida would go for anyone. Anyhow, she said the usual, that Mrs. Brenton was sick, and the brothers Ralph and Louis Brenton were devoted to each other. Never a sharp word. Well, that's quite something when you consider they were business partners, too.
Yes. Dave, do you think she might go for me?
Who?
Ida.
The maid?
Mm-hmm. Now, sometimes servants know more about the inner workings of a family than the police can find out in a month of Sundays. If there were some way that I could get some real information from below stairs... Dave!
Yeah?
Ralph Brenton told me that they were expecting an English butler, Leach. Yes, that was it, Arthur Leach. Curly hair, rimless glasses, thick around the middle.
Is that the way he described him?
No, I'm describing myself, Dave.
You mean you're going to turn up there tomorrow morning impersonating Leach, the new butler? But what about the real Arthur Leach?
You can stop him. Find out where he is from the Employment Bureau. Take him to headquarters, explain the circumstances to him, and tell him that he will be compensated for anything that he loses. And meanwhile, the Brentons, whether they want to or not, are going to acquire a very unusual butler. Well, Dave, did you take care of Arthur Leach?
Yes, we headed him off about an hour ago, Mr. Chameleon. You all set? I swear I'd never know you in that getup.
Well, you better beat it now. Don't want anyone to think that I'm friendly with a common detective.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Arthur Leach, the new butler.
Oh, come in, Mr. Leach. We've been expecting you. Mr. Ralph said to take you right up to your room.
Might I ask, just who is Mr. Ralph?
Mr. Ralph Brenton, Mr. Lewis's brother. Mr. Lewis is dead.
So I hear. I must say I find it rather odd to come into a house where a murder has been committed. Not accustomed to working for that type of person.
Me neither. I'd quit, only they won't let me go. I don't know why they don't just arrest her and get it over with.
What is your name?
Ida Webster.
You might as well know from the beginning, Ida, that I never discuss my employer's affairs. If Mrs. Brenton murdered her husband, that is most unfortunate, but I consider it her business and none of mine.
It was her husband's business too, wasn't it? He got killed. I could tell you plenty if I wanted to. Wouldn't you like to hear it? Wouldn't you like to have a cup of tea with me down in the kitchen?
Afraid I don't care for American tea.
Nor do I, Mr. Leach. I'll make it strong. Do you know something? I like you. I always go for men with curly hair.
I'm flattered.
Whenever I see curls like yours, I just want to run my fingers right through them.
Oh, I say.
So how about it, eh? A nice little cup of tea. I could tell you things I didn't even tell the police. For instance, there's a secret closet hidden in this house, and yesterday morning I saw someone putting something there.
Really? Secret closet? Where is it?
I won't tell you. Not unless you come downstairs for a cup of tea.
Very well, Ida. In 40 minutes, eh? Tell you the truth, I'd like a spot of tea, as long as it's strong, and you sit and talk to me while I drink it.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of his brother's murderer continues in just a moment. If you suffer with ordinary headaches, remember this about genuine Bayer aspirin. You needn't accept anybody's word for its quick-acting properties, for your own eyes will give you the evidence. Simply drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and watch how fast it acts. You'll see it start to disintegrate before it reaches the bottom of the glass. And that's what it does in your stomach. It begins to disintegrate within 2 seconds. Hence is ready to go to work almost instantly. Now, this amazing 2-second disintegrating action is one reason. A reason you can actually see why Bayer aspirin gives you relief with such astonishing speed. Keep this in mind the next time you have a headache and want fast relief. And remember, too, that Bayer aspirin also means reliable relief. You see, Bayer aspirin has been used for years without ill effect by millions of normal people. So when you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, never by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of his brother's murderer. It is half an hour later, and in the Brenton drawing room, Ralph Brenton is talking to Mr. Chameleon. Not that Ralph Brenton is aware of this fact. On the contrary, he believes he is addressing the new butler named Arthur Leach, and he says apologetically,
I'm very sorry that you had to come here under such unhappy circumstances, Leach. I can't even promise that we'll be able to keep you on.
It's quite all right, Mr. Brenton, sir. I understand.
Naturally, my sister-in-law is very much upset. My brother's death, you know. Well, there's no telling what will happen.
Dreadful business, sir. Your American police aren't very quick, are they?
The American police are doing just fine, Leach. I'd back them against Scotland Yard any day of the week.
Everyone is entitled to his own opinion, sir.
Also, we have a very famous detective working on the case, a man named Chameleon. Maybe you've heard of him.
Oh, yes. Chap who goes around in false face and putty noses and all that sort of thing. Rather silly.
Well, everyone is entitled to his own opinion. But Chameleon's a good man. I'm counting on him.
Yes, sir. You suppose that I could see Mrs. Brenton?
As a matter of fact, she's been looking for you, Leach. She went down to the kitchen. I think she's there now.
Very good, sir. I'm on my way down there anyhow, if you'll excuse me, sir.
By the way, shouldn't you have dark hair?
Beg your pardon?
It's funny. It was Wilfred Dodd who recommended you, and I could almost swear he said you had dark hair.
My hair is really brown, sir, and indeterminate brown, but I've been out in the sun a great deal and it's bleached it.
I see. Not that it matters. I have a hunch that you're extremely good at your job, Leach.
Thank you very much, sir.
As good at your job as a butler, let us say, Leach, as Mr. Chameleon is at his job as a detective.
So I'm as good at my job as Chameleon is at his, am I? Wonder what he means by that. All I can say is I better be a good butler. Devil is the kitchen. All these doors down here. And maybe this is it.
But, Carl, don't you see that? Oh.
I beg your pardon. I thought this was the kitchen.
Well, it isn't the kitchen. It's the jam cellar. Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Arthur Leach, sir, the new butler, and I'm looking for Mrs. Brenton.
I'm Mrs. Brenton. I'd like to talk to you, Leach.
Oh, in that case, I'll clear out. I'll see you later, Florence.
Carl, wait. Leach, that was our friend, Mr. Robbins. He's staying here for the present.
Yes, madam.
Shall we go into the servants' sitting room? We'll be more comfortable there.
Certainly, madam. First, if you don't mind, I'd like to stop in the kitchen.
The kitchen? Why?
Which one of those doors is it?
That one there, but what do you want in the kitchen?
Your housemaid Ida is brewing some tea for me. I'd like to tell her that I'll be delayed. Ida? Ida?
Maybe she isn't there.
Kettle's on the stove. Ida?
What's the matter? Ida! Leach, she's dead!
Yes. She's dead, Miss Brenton. Been stabbed to death.
Five stab wounds, Mr. Chameleon. Whoever did it sure wanted to make a good job of it.
Poor Ida. Someone must have overheard her suggesting that I have tea with her. Tea and conversation.
Both Carl Robbins and Mrs. Brenton were down in that basement. If you ask me, they...
Are you coming with that coffee?
Yes, Mr. Brenton. Be right there, sir.
Not that there's any hurry, but we can all use some coffee.
So can I. Boy, I can still see that poor kid's face. And she wanted me to take her to the movies tonight.
Well, you can have your coffee later. Go to it, Dave. You have your orders.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon, but I'd rather stick with you. Someone in this house is awful handy with a knife. Are you sure you're going at this the right way?
Dave, I've had a theory for quite some time as to what lay behind Lewis Brenton's death. Now I want facts, and I intend to get them.
But, Mr. Chameleon, if
My
you...
dear chap, will you please get out of my way? The people are waiting in the drawing room for their coffee.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Leach. I'll be seeing you again.
So, Mr. Leach, you are Mr. Chameleon. But what you don't know is that I had my ear to the keyhole at just the right moment.
Sugar, Miss Brenton?
What? Oh, yes, thank you, Leach.
My dear Florence, your hand is trembling, so you'll drop that cup.
Did you say something, Ralph?
I say your hand is trembling.
So it is. How stupid. Aren't you having coffee, Carl?
I told you I wasn't. How many times must I say it?
There's no need to be rude to Florence.
Well, I'm fed up. There's a murderer on the loose in this house. I want to get out of here, but fast.
So do we all, Carl, but the police say we can't leave. As a matter of fact, I'm very much surprised that we haven't accomplished more than they have. I'm disappointed in my friend, Chameleon.
More coffee, Mr. Brenton?
Thank you, Leach. Yes, I must say I'm very much disappointed. Mr. Chameleon certainly hasn't been much help.
We haven't been much help to him either. None of us cooperated. I least of all.
Do you mean that you lied to him?
No, Carl, I didn't lie. I didn't kill Lewis. Only maybe I did. Maybe I did.
Florence.
I could have killed Lewis during a mental blackout. I could have killed Ida. All right, if I did, I want to be put away where I can't harm anyone again.
You're hysterical, Florence.
Yes, I am. But at least I know now what I want to do. I want to see Mr. Chameleon. I want to tell him everything. All the things I was afraid to tell him before. Leach.
Yes, madam?
Will you please put through a phone call to the New York police? Central Headquarters, I think he called it. Ask for Mr. Chameleon. Tell him to come immediately.
No, wait. I'll make that call.
No, Carl. Leach will do it.
Don't you trust me, Florence?
I don't trust anyone anymore, least of all myself. Leach, will you please make that call?
Yes, of course, madam. But first, might I be a bit presumptuous and tell you what I think of this tragedy, if I might call it that?
I think you might safely call my brother's death a tragedy, and Ida's too.
Thank you, sir. Well, my theory is this.
I'm not interested in your theory. I want to make that call.
But my theory is very interesting.
Leach, will you go and call Mr. Chameleon, or must I do it myself?
No, Florence.
Carl, let go of me.
I want to hear this theory. This is rather amazing. What is your theory, Leach?
That Mr. Brenton's murderer spilled perfume on their clothes.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, definitely, Mr. Robbins. I noticed the odor of perfume in the upper hall. I was told it came from Mrs. Brenton's room. Now, when the murder occurred, the bottle was knocked over. The clothes were drenched with perfume, but the murderer didn't have time to dispose of those clothes. They knew the closets would be searched, the whole house would be searched, so they had to hide those clothes until later things were quieter. Follow me?
Yes, we follow you.
About the maid, Ida. I'm certain that she was murdered because she intended to tell me about a closet.
A closet?
Seems, Mrs. Brenton, that there is a hidden closet in this house. Ida knew about it, and so did someone else, apparently. Ida told me that she saw someone carrying something to that closet. Don't you agree it must have been perfume clothes? Well, don't you?
That little moron was probably on the make for you, Leach. She was trying to impress you.
Quite possible, Mr. Robbins. Nevertheless, I feel that I should report it to the police, don't you? Yes. Now I'll go and make that phone call to your Mr. Chameleon.
No, Leach!
Don't you try to pull a knife. Very handy with knives, aren't you? Drop it! Drop it! Miss Brenton, you get Detective Sergeant Arnold. He's upstairs looking for that hidden closet.
But Leach, you're Mr. Chameleon.
Definitely, Miss Brenton. And this fellow can't do any more damage with that knife. All right, Ralph Brenton, the game is up. Show us that hidden closet. It'll save a lot of time. You are feeling better, Miss Brenton?
I feel awake, Mr. Chameleon. For the first time in months, I'm not groping my way through some hideous nightmare.
When did it all start?
About a year ago.
Oh, was that when your brother-in-law, Ralph Brenton, first told you that he loved you?
Yes. At first I tried to treat it as a joke, but it got worse and worse. He wanted me to leave Louis. And then when I told Louis that Ralph had to go, Ralph pretended that I'd imagined the whole thing. He convinced my husband that I was losing my mind.
No, not quite, Mrs. Brenton. You didn't quite convince him. The two brothers must have quarreled about that when Louis was killed.
I'll tell you one thing. Ralph almost convinced me I was mad. And Carl Robbins. I swear to you he said he loved me. When I heard him deny it, I was sure I'd imagined everything. Even now, Ralph insists he didn't kill Louis. We have no proof.
I have proof that he tried to kill me. And I...
Chameleon.
Yes, Dave?
Here it is. We've got it. That closet was behind the stairway that leads to the servant quarters. And inside, we found this suit.
Miss Brenton, did you ever see this suit before?
Yes. It's Ralph's.
It smells strongly of perfume. And the trouser leg is soaked in perfume. There is your evidence, Mrs. Brenton. You didn't imagine that. And from now on, you need never doubt yourself again.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. When you seek fast relief from an ordinary headache, use quick-acting Bayer aspirin. As you can see for yourself by dropping a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water, Bayer aspirin starts to dissolve or disintegrate in 2 seconds. It does the same in your stomach, and because of this amazing 2-second disintegrating action, Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost instantly you take it to bring you really fast relief from pain. And remember, besides quick relief, Bayer aspirin also means reliable relief. No other pain reliever can match Bayer aspirin's record of reliability, its record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. So when you buy, always ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin. Never buy the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Case of the Blood-Stained Dollar Bills. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
Now at last you can get an utterly new, radically different, incredibly better toothpaste. It's revolutionary new Lion's toothpaste, and it's better because thousands of laboratory tests on scores of individual teeth show that it actually gets teeth brighter. 2.5 to 5.5 times brighter than any of the 5 leading brands, brighter by far than any other toothpaste. New Lion's toothpaste does this because it's a new kind of toothpaste with a formula that's completely new, radically different. A toothpaste that cleans without soap, polishes without chalk. Try it. Buy Lion's toothpaste.
Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in another performance next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Dream House Murder Case. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin and Phillips Milk of Magnesia tablets. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Dream House Murder Case. The scene opens in the charming dream house of Philip Adams and his wife Molly. The kind of little house so many of us dream of having one day. But over this one, the clouds of murder are slowly, ominously gathering as we hear Philip say,
Molly, do you still think this is the most wonderful house in the world?
Of course I do, Philip. And so do you.
I did at first, but now...
Now what, silly?
Oh, Molly, do you ever get a feeling there's something strange about it?
What?
Something dreadful. Something fearful.
What on earth are you talking about, Philip?
Molly, I've got to tell you the truth. I can't stand living here any longer.
But, Philip, it's our dream house.
Oh, but there are other dream houses, dear. We can sell this one and buy another.
But, Philip...
I have a premonition. If we keep on living here, something unspeakably terrible will happen to us.
Philip, darling, you've been working too hard. You're getting unwholesome ideas. You need a rest.
Rest? When I walk the floors of this house all night, think of it all day, let's get rid of it. You love me, don't you?
Yes, dear. And that's why I won't let you give up our dream house. Oh, that's the doorbell. I'll answer it. Oh, Mrs. Wall, come in.
While you were out, somebody left this package for you at my house, Molly.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Wall.
Oh, no trouble at all, Molly. Oh, good evening, Philip. How are you?
I'm all right, Mrs. Wall. But Molly thinks I'm crazy.
What? Oh, I don't think any such thing.
I wish you'd help me convince Molly we should sell this house.
Philip has a silly idea. Something dreadful will happen to us if we stay living here.
I'll go mad if we don't get out. I can't stand it another day.
Well, I guess that's something for you to settle between yourselves. I've got to run back home. Bye.
Bye. Well, I wonder what's in this package. I don't remember ordering anything. Look, Philip. It's a perfectly beautiful cake.
Throw that cake away, Molly. You don't know where it came from. It may be poisoned.
It comes from Ballard's Bakery, and they don't make poisoned cake.
I tell you, throw it away.
Just to show you how silly you are, Philip, I'm going to cut a piece and eat it.
Don't eat that, Molly.
Silly? It's a little stale, but it tastes marvelous. Philip, help.
Molly. Molly!
I'm dying. I'm dying.
This is the house, Mr. Chameleon.
Mm-hmm. There's a gray-haired woman at the door.
Are you the police?
Yes. I'm Chameleon, and this is Detective Arnold.
Well, my name is Mrs. Wall. I live next door.
I see.
The poor murdered lady's husband's all done in. Got him stretched on a sofa in there.
His name is Philip Adams, and his murdered wife is Molly. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Her body's in there.
Mrs. Wall, do you know what happened here?
I just got here myself, Mr. Chameleon. And Philip was so mixed up he couldn't talk. Poor man.
All right, come along, Dave. We look at the body. She died while eating a piece of cake.
Uh-huh. Piece of it's still in her hand.
Well, obviously the cake was poisoned, Dave. Yes, no question of it.
Looks like she just got it. There's the whole cake on the table with the box and wrappings.
Yes, with only one piece cut from it. All right, now let's talk to the husband. Mrs. Wall, will you please show us to the murdered girl's husband?
He's in that room over there, Mr. Chameleon. But he's in no condition to talk now.
Well, we'll step back to see him anyway, Mrs. Wall. Are you Philip Adams? I'm Chameleon of the police.
I knew something like this would happen if Molly and I stayed on in this accursed house. She called it a dream house. I had a premonition it was a murder house.
What gave you that idea, Philip?
I don't know. I just had it, that's all.
Well, your wife met her death by a piece of cake that was poisoned. I don't get the connection between it and this house.
I begged her not to touch that cake, Mr. Chameleon. Oh, but she thought I was crazy. She thought I was crazy, too, when I told her there was something horrible about this house. I wanted to sell it, get out of it, never see it again.
Now, try to calm down, Philip.
Mr. Chameleon, can't you realize my wife is in the next room, murdered?
Yes. And I am here to find her murderer.
You never will, Mr. Chameleon. You never will. It's supernatural.
There is nothing supernatural about a poisoned cake, Philip. Why did you beg your wife not to eat it?
Because she didn't know where it came from, Mr. Chameleon. She didn't know where it came from.
She didn't know where it came from?
That's just the point. That's why I was afraid of it.
Well, it got here some way, Philip.
Of course it did. Mrs. Wall brought it.
What? Mrs. Wall brought the poisoned cake here? The same Mrs. Wall that I've just been talking to?
Yes.
Well, that settles the whole affair, then.
Oh, let me finish, Mr. Chameleon. Somebody tried to deliver the cake here when Molly was out and left it at Mrs. Wall's next door. She took it in and brought it over later.
Well, well. Try to get a rest, Philip. I'll see you later. Mrs. Wall?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Why didn't you tell me that you brought the cake that poisoned Molly into this house?
What? I bring it?
Philip told me that you did.
Was that package I brought here the cake?
What did you think it was? You know a cake when you see one, don't you?
Certainly, but this one was in a box.
Mm-hmm. A box with Ballard's Bakery special marshmallow cake printed on it. What's the answer to that?
Don't try making out I killed Molly Adams. Why should I poison her?
I have no idea. All I know is that you brought the cake here that killed her.
I didn't know it was a cake. It was all done up in heavy wrapping paper.
Exactly where did you get that cake, Mrs. Wall?
A young man left it at my house next door. Asked me if I'd be kind enough to give it to Molly Adams when she got home.
Did this delivery boy come from Ballard's Bakery?
No, Mr. Chameleon. Ballard's is cash and carry.
Mm-hmm. You get things there, too, eh?
Well, nearly everybody in the neighborhood does.
I see.
Well, if you're finished up with me, Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to get back home. I'm expecting some company. We're going to hold a seance tonight.
The what, Mrs. Wall? A seance?
Yes, a seance. I'm trying to talk to my husband from his grave. You know what I mean. Talk to his spirit. It's high time I did.
We're in a nut house, Mr. Chameleon.
Is that so, Detective Arnold?
One moment, Dave. Let Mrs. Wall go on. No doubt she has some very good reason for wanting to communicate with her deceased husband.
I certainly have, Mr. Chameleon. My husband built this row of dream houses. Now he won't let me live peaceful in mine. Night after night he comes back to haunt the place and scare me half to death.
This dame is nuts, Mr. Chameleon. And so's the murdered woman's husband. The place for both of them is a loony bin.
I think Mrs. Wall is a thoroughly sane person, Dave. Go on, Mrs. Wall. You were saying...
I was saying he comes back and scares me to death out of his grave. But he won't say a word.
You actually see your dead husband's spirit, then?
No. All he does is throw pebbles against my window, turn things upside down on the kitchen porch. He's trying to chase me out of the house we both lived in. That's why I say it's high time for me to communicate with his spirit.
Yes, I understand, Mrs. Wall. Well, go home to your seance now.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chameleon. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wall.
Hey, have you gone nuts too, Mr. Chameleon? I'm sorry, but I mean, what's it all about?
The question in my mind, Dave, is, did Mrs. Wall tell that fantastic story to the murdered woman's husband, Philip?
What?
See, it might be that Mrs. Wall was trying to frighten him into selling this house for reasons of her own. She looks too down to earth to me to believe in ghosts.
Want me to ask Philip about it?
No, I'll do that myself. You take the poisoned cake in the box that came into Ballard's Bakery.
Okay.
Find out if the cake actually was baked there, Dave.
Gotcha, Mr. Chameleon.
And rush the paper it was wrapped in to fingerprints right away. We'll soon see whether anybody delivered that cake to Mrs. Wall or not. Philip, you said you had a premonition of danger in this house and urged your wife to let you sell it.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. I was in deadly fear for Molly and me to live here.
I imagine you got that feeling because Mrs. Wall next door told you of the dread that she had of living in her own house.
Yes, she did, Mr. Chameleon. There's something supernatural about these accursed dream houses her husband built.
Don't get excited again, Philip.
I can't help getting excited. My wife, Molly, is lying in there murdered. Heaven only knows why.
When the medical examiner gets here, he'll give you something to quiet you down, Philip. Hold on to yourself, old man. I think I'll phone the commissioner. Something darn queer about this case.
Hello, Commissioner of Police speaking.
This is Chameleon, Commissioner.
Oh, yes, Chameleon.
Try to get a line, will you, on a building contractor named Wall, who died a few months ago, and also on his widow.
Wall, you say, Chameleon?
Yes, Commissioner. Wahl. Does that ring a bell?
I'm not sure, but I think it does. I'll have it looked up.
Okay, Commissioner. Goodbye. Well.
Mr. Chameleon?
Did you get anything at Ballard's Bakery on the poison cake, Dave?
Ballard says he sold nearly 100 cakes like it yesterday, Mr. Chameleon.
Sold them yesterday? Not today?
Yes, sir. Marshmallow cake is a Tuesday specialty there. He's got no idea who all bought them.
But did you ask him if Mrs. Wall had bought one, Dave?
He knows Mrs. Wall, all right. But he can't remember whether she was in yesterday or not, Mr. Chameleon.
That's a tough break, Dave.
Mr. Chameleon! Mr. Chameleon! Here's a letter I just found among Molly's papers. Read it.
From a real estate firm, Jones and Abel.
Read what it says, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Philip Adams, dear sir, since we have received no reply to our previous letter, our client will withdraw the offer of $18,000 for your house on Saturday of this week unless we hear from you before then.
What do you make of that, Mr. Chameleon? What does it mean?
It seems that somebody was trying to buy your dream house, Philip, and your murdered wife was afraid to tell you because she didn't want you to sell it. Incidentally, it's dated 2 weeks ago.
If Molly had given me that letter, we'd have been out of this house. She wouldn't be lying in there, dead.
When we know who was trying to buy your house, Philip, we'll know who the murderer is.
Mr. Chameleon and the Dream House murder case continues in just a moment. If you've tried one thing after another in a vain effort to relieve upset stomach, gas, heartburn, and other unpleasant symptoms of acid indigestion, listen to the wonderful news about a marvelous preparation called Phillips Tablets that is bringing more and more people the quick, effective relief they've always hoped for. You'll find that Phillips Tablets ease away acid indigestion so quickly you feel like a new person almost at once. The reason Phillips Tablets bring you such remarkably fast relief is they contain one of the fastest, most effective stomach sweeteners ever discovered by medical science. Besides giving you incredibly fast acid indigestion relief, Phillips Milk of Magnesia tablets also provide pleasant relief, for they have a clean peppermint flavor that leaves your mouth feeling so wonderful lots of people find them as refreshing to take as after-dinner mints. So whenever you have acid indigestion, let 2 or 3 flavorful Phillips tablets melt in your mouth and see how quickly you feel fine again. Always carry Phillips tablets in your pocket or purse to take after meals or wherever you may be when acid indigestion causes you distress. Pocket-sized tins of 30 tablets cost only 25 cents. Ask for Phillips Tablets. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Dream House murder case. When Molly Adams is murdered by poison in the charming little home which she had called her dream house, Mr. Chameleon learns that her husband, Philip Adams, had a morbid fear of the place. A next-door neighbor, Mrs. Wall, whose dead husband built the house, is also involved. But Mr. Chameleon has just discovered that someone has been trying to buy the house, and a few minutes later we see him and Detective Dave Arnold in the real estate office of Jones and Abel. We hear Mr. Chameleon saying to a young woman seated at a desk in the residence sales department,
I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters, and this is Detective Arnold.
Oh, yes, I've read about you in the papers, Mr. Chameleon. My name is Lucy Pearson.
Well, I've spoken to your employers, Lucy, and they tell me that you made an offer in behalf of a client to purchase a house owned by a Mr. Philip Adams.
Yes, I did, Mr. Chameleon. But Mr. Adams never answered our letters.
Who was the client that made the offer, Lucy?
Why, it was made by a Mrs. Otto Wall. She lives next door.
You say that Mrs. Wall was your client? Are you certain of that?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Wall's husband built a whole row of houses on that street before he died. He advertised them as your dream house. They were lovely houses at the price.
Philip Adams' wife, Malloy, was murdered in one of those houses.
What? Mr. Adams' wife murdered? What a dreadful thing to happen. I guess Mrs. Wall is glad now that Mr. Adams didn't accept her offer. It's almost impossible to sell a house where a murder took place.
Did Mrs. Wall mention why she wanted to buy Mr. Philip Adams' house?
No, I guess she didn't like them as neighbors.
I may ask you to testify that Mrs. Wall made that offer through you, Lucy.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Good girl, Lucy. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Pearson. I told you that Wall woman was bugs, Mr. Chameleon. She's yowling about being afraid of living in her own house because of her old man haunting it. And then we find out she's trying to buy the house next door. Plain nuts.
Uh-huh. Very queer, Dave. Let's get back to headquarters. The commissioner will have a report on my desk. The name Wall rang a bell in his mind. And I think it's also ringing one in mine. Well, Dave, here's the report the commissioner promised. Mrs. Wall's late husband, Otto, got a stretch for bank robbery years ago. That fits in with these.
Huh? Oh, they're $20 gold pieces. Where'd you get them, Mr. Chameleon? Gold was withdrawn from circulation on government order in the 30s.
Right you are, Dave. I got these out of a chamois-lined bag the murdered Molly Adams had on her body. And they have dried-up particles of mud on them.
And this report on the late Otto Wall says the loot from the job he pulled was never recovered.
Everything ties together, Dave. Let's start moving.
Where to, Mr. Chameleon? To that Wall dame's house?
Where else, Dave?
Oh, Mr. Chameleon. I'm Detective Arnold. Come in.
Thank you. I stopped by, Mrs. Wall, to ask if your seance was successful this evening. Did you make contact with your dead husband's spirit?
No, nothing come off. What's more, he was throwing pebbles against my window right before you came. He's trying to drive me out of this house, doing it from his grave, Mr. Chameleon.
Mrs. Wall, would you know a $20 gold piece if you saw one?
Oh, what's that got to do with my husband's spirit haunting me, Mr. Chameleon?
Here are 3 of them, Mrs. Wall.
So what?
I found them on the body of Molly Adams, your next-door neighbor. I think she found them in an unfinished part of the cellar in her house.
Huh?
Is that where your husband buried the loot he robbed a bank to get? Is that why you attempted to terrorize Philip Adams into selling his house to you?
What? Me? Tried to buy that house?
Oh, come now. We have a credible witness that you did. Lucy Pearson is her name. She's with the real estate firm of Jones and Abel.
Lucy Pearson? I never heard of her. And let me tell you something else.
Tell me what?
My husband didn't build that wing on Philip Adams' house where the cellar ain't finished. Phil put that on himself before he married Molly.
No, did he really, Mrs. Wall? Let's go, Dave. Don't leave this house, Mrs. Wall. Goodbye.
And I thought she was nuts, Mr. Chameleon.
You hustle back to headquarters, Dave. See what fingerprints they found on the paper the poisoned cake was wrapped in. I am going next door to see the murdered woman's husband a moment. Philip, I must know something from you.
What, Mr. Chameleon? What?
Who built the extra wing on this house? Mrs. Wall says that you did. I don't believe her.
Mrs. Wall built it herself. She took over her husband's contracting and building business after he died.
These 3 $20 gold pieces.
What?
They were in a chamois bag on your wife's body.
Did she ever mention them to you?
Oh, no. Where did my wife, Molly, get them, Mr. Chameleon?
I don't know yet, Philip. Now, don't say anything to Mrs. Wall about them. You be very careful that you don't.
Oh, I won't. I won't. I promise not to, Mr. Chameleon.
The reason I tell you is that we have evidence that Mrs. Wall is the client who tried to buy your house.
What? Well, then she'll try to kill me, too.
I warned her not to leave her house. Now, take it easy, Philip. Good night.
Trying to buy Molly's dream house, was she? Well, I won't sell it. I'll stay here till Molly's killer is brought to heel.
Well, for your sake, I hope I can do that, Philip.
And now it is 2 hours later in Mr. Chameleon's office at headquarters, and we hear him impatiently asking Detective Dave Arnold,
Dave, won't that fingerprint report ever come in?
The boys are screening the whole country like you ordered, Mr. Chameleon. Now, look, you've got the tin of poison from Mrs. Wall's kitchen that matches the poison in the cake. You've got the $20 gold pieces. What more do we want?
The report on the fingerprints. From the paper the poison cake was wrapped in. What is the delay?
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, while we're waiting, what's the idea of that disguise you're wearing? You look like a picture from the book. And what's that stick you're carrying?
That's a divining rod, Dave, that points to buried treasure. My disguise is that of old Nicholas Marker, finder of lost treasure with his divining rod.
Hey, good idea. I guess that's the fingerprint report now. Thanks, Foley. Here's the report, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, this clinches it, Dave. Get Lucy Pearson, the real estate girl, quick. Take her to the murder house and have Mrs. Wall and Philip there, too, in the unfinished part of the cellar.
Okay.
Now, here is the voice of my disguise, Dave.
You, bring your spade for digging like Mr. Chameleon told you to, Detective Arnold?
Okay, Mr. Chameleon. I'll introduce you to them as Nicholas Marker, treasure finder.
And a few minutes later, we hear Mr. Chameleon speaking in the voice of his disguise as he enters the earth-floored cellar of the murder house.
You, bring that spade for digging like Mr. Chameleon told you to, Detective Arnold?
Who is this man, Detective Arnold?
I'm, old Nicholas Marker. Guess you're Mrs. Wall, huh?
Yes, I am. What are you doing here?
See this divining rod in my hand, Miss Wall? Magic, ma'am. When I hold it this way, point to buried gold. That is, if there's any here.
Think I believe in that kind of poppycock?
Mr. Chameleon told me you believe in spirits haunting you, ma'am. This divining rod's no different.
Get on with your work, Nicholas. Don't lose time gabbing.
Okay, Detective Arnold. Start in this corner. Look, divining rod points over there. Dig that spot up. Now let's find out.
In all my born days, I've never seen such nonsense.
Shut up, Mrs. Wall. Jump and catch. Your divining rod is right, Nicholas. Look at this. A box of $20 gold pieces.
I told Mr. Chameleon this wing to the house was built after my husband died.
Mr. Chameleon told me, too, ma'am, but this was the backyard then. Mr. Chameleon figures you tried to buy this here dream house to get the loot your robber husband stashed here.
Sure, Nicholas. And when Mrs. Wall couldn't buy it, she dished up a poison cake to Mr. Philip Adams' wife because the poor girl wouldn't give up her dream house.
That's a lie. I didn't know my husband had buried the loot here. Oh, but maybe that's why he's been haunting me. What he was coming back from his grave to tell me.
Oh, tell that to my aunt, Mrs. Wall.
So that's why my wife, Molly, was murdered.
Looks that way, Philip.
Heaven help us all.
Hey, Detective Arnold. Divining rod of mine's acting funny. You see, it's pointing over there. Must be more gold there. Dig up that spot.
He's wrong, Detective Arnold. That spot was dug up because there was a leak in the sewer.
Dig it up anyway, Arnold. Old Nicholas Marker's divining rod ain't ever been wrong yet.
Okay, Nicholas.
No, you don't, Detective Arnold. Give me that spade. This is my house. I won't have that cellar dug up anymore. There's nothing there.
Move one more step, Philip, and I'll shoot you down. Dig up that spot, Dave.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon in disguise.
Right, Chameleon the cop. Keep digging, Dave.
Great Scott, Mr. Chameleon. It's the decomposed body of a woman.
No,
Mrs. Wall's husband must have killed the woman and buried her here, Mr. Chameleon. I sensed this dream house of Molly's was a murder house. I sensed it.
It's the body of your first wife, Philip Adams. The woman you killed before you married Molly.
What are you saying, Chameleon?
Your fingerprints on the wrapping paper of the poison cake you sent Molly matched those in an unsolved murder case in Brooklyn. You killed Molly because you saw those $20 gold pieces she found in this cellar. And you were afraid she'd go further and find the body of the other woman you murdered.
Keep Philip Adams away from me, Mr. Chameleon. He got me to write that letter to buy the dream house. He said we'd take the money and go away. I loved him.
He used you as a dupe, Lucy.
Oh, no.
And he terrorized Mrs. Wall next door by throwing pebbles against her window and gave her the idea her husband was haunting her, a trick to make it look like he was afraid to live in this house when he couldn't have been blasted out of it with dynamite.
How did you get me, Chameleon?
I found this bag of pebbles in your room, Philip. The poison cake you sent your wife was stale. Only a man would send a stale cake. And the letter from Jones and Abel wasn't stamped and mailed. You brought it here yourself. The case looked complicated, but it wasn't. All right, Dave, take him. The Dream House murder is solved.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. The very first thing to do when you feel a cold coming on is to take genuine Bayer aspirin. You should do this before you do anything else. Because a cold is almost always accompanied by muscular aches and pains and a headachy, feverish feeling. And it's important that you relieve this distress, relieve it quickly. No matter what you do to try to stop or shorten a cold, we think your doctor will tell you it's sound advice. And one reason Bayer aspirin provides the relief you want, makes you feel better fast, is that it's actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds. And remember, Bayer aspirin's single active ingredient is so gentle to the system that doctors regularly prescribe it even for small children. That's why it's been used by millions of normal people without ill effect. So at the first sign of a cold, before you do anything else, take Bayer aspirin. And when you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Fairy Godmother, Murder Clue. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue written by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. It is directed by Richard Leonard, with music by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
Has a change in your smile stolen some of the sparkle from your personality? Then perhaps it's because you've changed your way of cleaning teeth in the last year in an effort to prevent tooth decay. So if your teeth are no longer as white and bright as they were, try a dentifrice that not only helps prevent tooth decay, but also whitens and brightens your teeth, really cleans them. And no dentifrice cleans teeth like powder. Try Dr. Lyon's tooth powder, and if you don't agree that it gets your teeth cleaner than your present dentifrice, whitens and brightens them so your smile gleams with all its old-time luster, return the package, and your money will be refunded. Get either regular or ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Fairy Godmother, Murder Clue, next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat. Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. In a newspaper office, the night seems especially reserved for all sorts of screwy crank calls. And if every wild tale that came in over the telephone was tracked down, there wouldn't be enough reporters left around to make up a game of solitaire. This yarn started with one of those calls, but it ended differently. And how differently it ended. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. A heavy rain was falling, and I found an excuse to sit it out by polishing my next day's monumental trivia for the column. I was looking for the capital A on my typewriter when the phone rang. Stone talking.
Mr. Stone, please listen.
I'm listening.
A bomb in the plane to Denver.
A what?
In the Denver-bound plane tonight. A bomb. Don't you understand?
What's your name?
You have no time. The passengers...
If you're on the level, you give me a name.
No, my husband. I've got to go now. My bus is leaving.
You're in a bus depot. Which one?
Mr. Stone, you're wasting time. It's true, I tell you. The Denver plane.
Well, what time does the flight leave?
8:30. I couldn't call till now.
You say 8:30?
Yes. Oh, please.
Well, lady, you phoned exactly 10 minutes too late. It's 20 minutes to 9 right now.
Oh, no.
I repeat, some nights are good for a dozen crank calls, but I couldn't take chances with this one. I called the control tower at the airport.
Control.
This is Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Yes, Mr. Stone.
You had an 8:30 flight to Denver?
Yes, sir, but...
Oh, well, you better contact that pilot immediately and tell him to make an emergency landing wherever he is. Have him load the passengers and let no one near the plane till the police get there.
Yeah, but the Denver plane hasn't taken off. Fog came in suddenly, and the flight has been grounded till it lifts.
Where is she now?
Far into the strip.
Oh, good. Well, keep her there and warn all personnel to keep clear, and I'll be out there as soon as I can.
Well, listen, Stone...
No, you do as I say. I phoned police headquarters, and they sent a radio car to pick me up. In 5 minutes, I was sitting in the back seat with Sergeant Skalski while the driver ripped up the streets at 70 miles an hour.
If there's anything I can't stand, Randy, it's bombs.
What time you got, Sergeant?
8:55. And me off duty 20 minutes ago. I was getting a ride home when the call came through.
Oh, there she is. You can stop here.
Okay.
Come on.
I don't mind telling you, Randy, I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
I hope that call was a phony.
It was a bomb, all right, and a big one. The explosion threw me to the ground. When the earth stopped tossing me around, I looked at the burning DC-4, and people were pouring towards her out of the main building. I saw a jeep with a fire crew race for the plane, and I fought my way back to my feet.
You hurt, Randy?
I'm shaken up, that's all. We'd better get over there, Kalski.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Step back. Now, let's clear the field now. Back inside the waiting room, all of you.
The fire boys already have it licked.
Yeah. It looks like a ghost lying there.
Well, what do we do now, Sergeant?
Poke around a bit. It's safe now. I have to make a report on this. CAB boys will take over in the morning, but I got to make a report anyways.
Well, exactly what are you looking for?
Bomb fragments, maybe. Maybe a hunk of the container the bomb was in. Who knows?
Oh, this is some mess. What's this?
Let's see. Could be a bomb fragment. If you see any more, don't handle them. Prints.
You mean prints that stay on after an explosion like that?
Yeah. Crazy, ain't it? Step aside for a minute.
What?
Another fragment, just like the other. And this one is embedded in a piece of leather.
Yellow pigskin leather. Figure the bomb was in this bag?
Maybe. Maybe not, but it's something to go on. Now, let's go talk to the passengers.
Why would a passenger put a bomb in his own luggage if he knew he was going to be blown to kingdom come?
Nice guy, whoever did it. All right, folks. All right, settle down. We've got a little talking to do. Everybody here, there was to be a passenger in Flight 63?
Officer, my name is Stephen Bradley.
So?
We're badly shaken up. Some of us need medical care. You have no right to hold us here.
Only the right to find out who tried to murder 40 people.
All right, Randy, I'll handle this.
Well, then it was murder. I knew it.
Now, take it easy, folks, and you'll all be out of here in a few minutes. I said quiet, everyone. Now, we'll call you up one by one. All you have to do is tell us if this piece of yellow leather pigskin was part of your luggage. There's enough of it here to identify. Okay, Bradley, you're in a hurry. We'll start with you.
36 potential corpses lined up and filed past the piece of yellow leather. None of them claimed it. Then Sergeant Kalski checked their addresses and gave them the routine spiel about being available for further questioning, and he let them go.
There's not much more I can do. Tomorrow the Aeronautics Bureau will take over. I'll phone my report in. My watch, right? It's just 9:45.
Yeah, it's right.
You coming back to town with me?
Well, if it's okay with you, I'll stick around here and do a little checking on my own.
Okay. But I tell you what, if anything hot comes up, call me at home. Don't phone it into headquarters. I don't want them to think, you know.
Perish the thought. Kalski gave me his home phone number and left. A little prodding, and the baggage man remembered seeing the yellow pigskin suitcase. And then came the first big break. The baggage man found a delivery slip from the Minerva Messenger Service testifying to the fact that they delivered in good order one pigskin leather suitcase to be checked on the ticket of one of the passengers, Mr. Stephen Bradley. I found Bradley at his hotel. He hadn't checked in yet. Then I called Sergeant Kalski. There was no real welcome in his voice.
So glad you called, Randy. Got the thing all wrapped up?
No, but I found out who owned that yellow bag. Stephen Bradley, one of the passengers.
Yeah, I remember him. I'll go out and pick him up.
No, it's not going to be that easy. He's not at the address he gave us.
I'll get him, all right. So that's who it was, huh? I'll have him by midnight. What time is it now?
It's 25 to 11.
Where'll you be?
At the Minerva Messenger Company, 24-hour service.
Never heard of it.
You will. The brakes were with us. The Minerva Messenger Company had a complete record of the pickup on the suitcase. They'd found an envelope in the mail slot that evening with $2 bills and a key in it, and a typewritten unsigned note had instructed them to pick up a suitcase in the locker at the Arlington bus depot and take it to the airport to be checked on Stephen Bradley's ticket. It was nearly 11 o'clock when I got to the bus station. And near a row of long, unbooed telephones, there was a candy and cigar stand.
Yes, sir. Something for you?
Those are the only payphones here?
Uh-huh. No closed booths. When it's quiet, you should know some of the conversations I listen to.
I guess you make change for a lot of them, huh?
Yeah, it drives me nuts. My boss don't like me talking to men during working hours.
Well, I'm disqualified. I'm a reporter.
Reporter? No kidding.
No kidding. I'm trying to locate a woman who phoned me from here. She's about 20 to 9. Were you working then?
Yeah. Yeah, what'd she look like?
I don't know. She'd been crying. I'd say she was in her early 30s, kind of a sexy voice.
20 to 9? You say she was crying?
Well, toward the end of the conversation, she started crying.
I think I know who you mean. I talked to her.
Go on.
She came in about 15 minutes after 8, maybe 20 after. She looked scared, like she'd run away from somebody, so I watched her. That's my slow time.
You said you'd talk to her.
She asked me if anyone had left a note for Mrs. Curran or Curran, some name like that. Oh, Mrs. Hal Curran. That's what it was.
You think she was Mrs. Curran?
I know it. She said if anybody asked for her that she'd be back. A few minutes later, she made the call. It must have been to you. She burst out crying and hung up.
What did she look like?
Like I wished I looked. Dark hair, 5'3" or 4. Beautiful figure. No wonder you're looking for her.
She was alone?
Nobody with her that I know of. And she got on the bus all alone.
You wouldn't happen to know what bus?
Sure, the Lake Forest bus. She asked me what time it left, and I told her. Say, that should make it a cinch. Her name is Mrs. Hal Curran, and she lives in Lake Forest.
Well, that's almost too easy. It looks like she loaded you with information knowing that I'd be around.
In a way. Maybe I don't blame her.
Now, what's your name?
Marion. Why?
Well, if this story breaks, I'll share my byline with you.
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'm all for it.
I was looking for a Mrs. Hal Curran, the girl who'd phoned me from the bus station to so accurately prophesy the bomb explosion on the Denver-bound plane. And she left a trail easy enough for a tenderfoot Boy Scout to follow. In less than an hour, I was pounding on her door.
Is that you, Hal?
Open the door, please.
Who is it?
Let me in.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
I'm Randy Stone, Mrs. Coran.
I don't know you. Please, get out of
you
here.
called me earlier this evening at the Chicago Star, remember?
Oh, you're mistaken.
Mrs. Coran, you warned me that a bomb would explode in a Denver-bound plane. Well, it did.
What plane? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's face it, you're not very good at this sort of thing, Mrs. Coran. You gave yourself away half a dozen times. First, you made your phone call from a bus depot. I found out which one it was by tracing the baggage back to the Arlington. That's where you called from.
You're crazy. I wasn't out of the apartment all day.
Then you walked up to a bright young girl at the candy counter and asked her if there was any messages for a Mrs. Hal Coran. I talked to that girl. She described you to a T. Want some more?
You have no right to talk to me like this.
I'm just trying to refresh your memory. You took the Lake Forest bus, correct?
No.
You could have made it easier if you wanted me to find you, and I think you did.
Oh, I never thought of it. Stupid.
You wanted me to stop that plane and get to the person responsible, didn't you?
I tried to stop him. I begged Hal not to do it, but he was like a crazy man.
Your husband? He engineered this little thing?
Poor Hal. Poor mixed-up Hal.
Well, give me a description of him. We got to have him picked up.
No, it's too late, I tell you. He said he was going to take his own life after the bomb went off.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This month of September, many thousands of children will be going back to school. 4 times daily, these children will be walking to and from school. You are urged to be careful, to be watchful, to be safe. In 1 year's time, 61,000 children were killed or injured by motor vehicles. Watch for children darting out from that blind spot between parked cars. Watch for them as they get on and off school buses. Watch for children playing on the sidewalks and crossing the streets going to and from school. Remember this: a child may dare, so drive with care. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I got his description and phoned it into police headquarters. I asked them if Sergeant Kalski had brought in Bradley, and they told me he hadn't. All the while I've been on the phone, Mrs. Coran sat there crying. Sergeant, if you locate Kalski, tell him I'm at, what's the number here, Mrs. Coran?
Evergreen 31074.
It's Evergreen 31074, thank you.
He's dead. It's my fault. It's just like I did it.
Well, there's no point in blaming yourself, Mrs. Coran.
It was the quarrel. Hal and Bradley had started the business together. They were equal partners.
Mrs. Coran, I'm a reporter. Maybe you'd better not say anything.
No, just like I killed him, I've got to talk to someone.
He may not be dead.
About 6 years ago, Hal gambled with company funds. Bradley found out and said he'd prosecute if the money wasn't returned. Where could Hal raise $6,000?
Well, that's quite a mound of greenbacks.
They made a deal. Bradley was to get Hal's interest and agreed to keep Hal on as one of the shop foremen. After that, he lost all his initiative. He stayed a laborer in a business he'd created. I begged him to break away, but he wouldn't. We quarreled about it often. I didn't know it would lead to this.
Maybe you better try and have a rest.
Last night, Hal came home from work. I'd never seen him look so old and beaten.
Ellen?
Just a minute.
Hiya, honey.
Hi. How come you brought all your things home from the office?
Well, let's not talk about it now. I'm dead.
Hal, something's wrong.
Not now. After supper, please.
Oh, it's always not now with you, isn't it? Tell me, Hal.
All right. I lost my job. Out of work, canned.
Lost your job? Hal.
I'll get another one.
Bradley fired you? Why?
It wasn't Bradley. It was the new people.
What new people? Why is it you never start from the beginning? What new people?
Bradley sold him the business. They didn't want me, so I'm through.
Bradley sold out? That business is half yours, Hal.
We've been over that before.
Oh, without a fight, you let him sell out without opening your mouth. What kind of a man are you?
What was I supposed to do? Hit him over the head?
No, that takes nerve. He's a dirty, rotten. And he didn't say anything to you till it was all over, huh?
No, he came up this morning and said goodbye. He's going to the coast to live tomorrow night.
To the coast to... with your money. And you just stood there and said, good luck, Bradley. Oh, Hal, this is the last straw. I can't go on living with a man who won't fight back. Spineless, incompetent.
Oh, that's enough of that. Shall I kill him? Is that what you want?
You kill. You coward.
I'm no coward, Ellen. And I'll prove it to you. I'm going out now.
Hal, come back. What are you going to do?
What do you want? Kill Bradley. Kill Steve Bradley.
Oh, who said anything about killing? Just go up to him and demand what's coming to you.
That's not what you really want, is it, Ellen?
Oh, try talking sense, Hal.
I'm talking it for the first time in my life.
Hal, come back, Hal.
And this was last night?
I didn't know he meant it, but this morning he brought it home. He had a gun, too. He said he'd kill me if I tried to interfere. He was crazy.
What did he do with the bomb?
He put it in a suitcase and made me go with him to the bus depot. Put the suitcase in a locker. Later, he had a messenger pick up the key and check the bag through to the plane.
But why a bomb? Why take the lives of 40 people to murder one man?
I told you, he lost his mind. He wouldn't talk to me all day. He just watched me every minute.
And after the messenger came?
He said goodbye to me. He said as soon as Bradley was dead, he'd kill himself.
Well, we've got to find him. When he finds out Bradley wasn't killed, he'll go gunning for him.
Bradley isn't dead? But the bomb, you said it went off.
Well, it did, but the plane was still on the ground. Your call was in time after all.
Then nobody was killed.
What's the matter? Don't you understand? Nobody was killed. Nobody.
Hal killed himself for nothing. Poor Hal. Even this last thing couldn't come off right for him.
Well, I'm not so sure he's dead, Mrs. Coran. He may have been at the airport when the bomb went off. He may be looking for Bradley now. And with a gun.
He's dead, I tell you. He's killed himself.
The outburst tapered down and Mrs. Coran fell back exhausted on the couch. I called the police again, still no news. Neither Bradley nor Coran had been located. Mrs. Coran had fallen asleep and I sat opposite her and waited. I heard someone opening the door and I turned around. He stood there in the doorway. An old man in his early 30s. His shoulders sagged and there was a look of utter dejection about him. And he blinked stupidly at me and then he walked slowly over to the woman on the couch.
What's the matter with her? Ellen?
No, let her alone. Let her alone. She's exhausted. You're Hal Coran.
I got to talk to her. Ellen. Wake up.
What do you want?
It's me. Hal.
Hal, you didn't...
I couldn't do it. I couldn't go through with it.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
What's the matter with you?
She's hysterical. That's what's the matter with her.
Poor kid. It's my doings. Ellen, baby.
Get away from me. Don't touch me. I hate you.
Ellen, listen.
I'm arresting you, Mr. Coran. A citizen's arrest.
Me? What for?
Well, just to remind you, the bomb in Bradley's suitcase. If that plane hadn't been grounded and your wife hadn't called me...
What are you talking about? I couldn't go through with it, do you understand? I was going to, but like Ellen says, I got no guts. When it comes to a pinch, I got no guts.
Oh, Hal, lying won't do you any good. Haven't you even got the strength to admit what you've done?
I took it out of the locker and brought it home early this afternoon.
What?
You were out, Ellen. I disconnected the fuse and I put it in this drawer, and that's the truth. Right in here. Come here, mister. I'll show you.
Well?
It was here. I put it here myself.
Oh, it's funny. Honest, it's funny, the mess he makes of things.
I'm phoning the police to come and get you, Coran.
Put that phone down.
Oh, give me that gun, Corinne.
I mean it. I put the bomb in that drawer. Somebody took it out.
The gun, please.
Hal, what's the use?
Helen, somebody took the bomb out of the drawer.
Corinne.
Stay put, mister. I'm leaving.
How long do you think you'll last?
Long enough. And don't try to follow me.
I phoned the cops again and brought them up to date, and then I went looking for him. I figured he might be hiding close by. In a few minutes, the neighborhood was swarming with police, so I went back to stay with Mrs. Coran. I heard some movement behind her door. I was sure it was Coran. I wanted to get in quietly so that I could grab him from behind. A man was standing near Mrs. Coran when I got inside, but it wasn't her husband. Bradley. What?
Oh, Mr. Stone. Oh, did
No, we haven't got him yet. It won't be long, though.
This the newspaper man you told me about, Ellen?
Yes.
Where you been keeping yourself, Bradley? A lot of uniformed men have been looking for you.
Oh, he knew at the airport that Hal had put the bomb there, didn't you, Steve?
Yes, I recognized the letter. I'd given that back to him for a birthday present.
Well, why didn't you tell the sergeant?
I wanted to square it my own way.
I tried to stop it. I tried all I could.
You tried all right.
Hal!
I locked the door. Line up against the wall, all of you.
Give me that gun, Coran.
Get back. I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Well, the cops will be here in a minute.
That's all I need. A minute.
Hal, darling, put the gun down.
We can settle this without guns, Coran?
It came to me all of a sudden. A few minutes ago, I got the total. I did take that bomb home.
Oh, he's lying. He never came home all day.
So I asked myself, who put it back in the suitcase and had it delivered? The answer was so simple, I had to laugh. Ellen. She took it back.
Please.
Coran, you're not on trial here. Save your defense for the right place. I'd suggest that you
don't move. Anybody tries to stop me now gets killed.
Why bring Ellen into this? Why don't you be man enough to take
I asked myself that, too. Why would Ellen...
Isn't anybody going to stop him?
Then it hit me. Ellen been working me up on Bradley. Not because he was running out on me, but on her. Get it?
He's crazy.
When I told her Bradley was leaving, I couldn't understand why she went wild like that. Then I started remembering little things. Like useless trips Bradley would send me on. Stuff like walking into a room and seeing him laughing about something. You know, that special kind of laugh.
Hal, you're being ridiculous.
Poor Hal.
When he showed he was going to run out on us, she wanted him dead. And she took the bomb out of the drawer, rigged it up again, and sent it to the airport. You see the way it added up?
Lies. Every word of it's lies.
You prove all that in court and you're in good shape, Hal.
I can't wait for the court to straighten my accounts. I just got the total tonight, and I gotta pay it off.
Steve, he's going to kill you.
Hal, look. You're not yourself. What do you want? Money? I'll give you some. Lots.
Steve will make it right with you, Hal. He will.
Tonight, I got the picture. Bradley, Ellen, and Hal. Ellen, Bradley, and Hal. Hal always laughed.
No, that's not true.
You know when it all came to me? After I left you a little while ago, Ellen. I didn't go running through the streets looking for a place to hide. I went to the apartment house next door. I sat down on the fire escape. Open up in there. Keep quiet, all of you. Know what room I could see from the fire escape? This one, Ellen. I saw Bradley come in.
Hal, you... Oh, Hal, honest. It didn't mean anything.
You ran up to him, and I saw a look on your face, the same look I used to see when we were first married.
Andy, you in there?
Hold it. Kowski's got a gun.
Shut up. You took that look away from me and gave it to Bradley. That made it a clean sweep for him, my business, my job, my wife.
Hal, I'll make it right. Just give me a chance.
You, Bradley? You don't owe me anything. It's Ellen. What she's taken from me, there's only one way to square.
Me? Hal, you're going to kill me?
Coran, listen. I believe you. The court will, too.
You love me, Hal. Don't you love me?
Yes, Ellen. I love you.
Then you wouldn't...
Coran.
Goodbye, Ellen. He did it. He killed her.
Yeah. Yes, I was in the middle of that one. Now I've got to write it up for tomorrow morning's eye-opener. Now, whose point of view will I handle it from? Hal's? You couldn't do that. He's a murderer. You wouldn't want to sympathize with him. And Bradley's? What's he done that a million other men haven't? And Ellen? That reminds me of the song, Please Don't Talk About Me When I'm Gone. Now we better leave Ellen out of this, too. How about a nice bit on the grain exhibit at the museum? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. This transcribed story was a Lewis and Russoff script, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ellen was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were John Stevenson, Paul Frees, Stan Waxman, and Sandra Gould. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time, and every week, as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Protect yourself, your savings, your very way of life by becoming an investor in America. Buy new, improved United States defense bonds regularly. Yes, buying defense bonds is the way you can directly contribute to America's security and your own. And it's so easy to save the defense bond way. Just join your payroll savings plan where you work, or if you're self-employed, sign up for the bond-a-month plan where you bank. This way, you automatically put aside as much money as you want to each month. Before you know it, you have a backlog for emergencies, savings for a trip, the down payment on that new home, as well as having helped Uncle Sam in the all-important job of defense. And defense bonds are now an even better investment than ever, with new improved interest rates and a quicker return on your money. So become an investor in America today. Buy more defense bonds more often, because they're now...
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company brings transcribed to its entire network one of radio's most unusual programs. Pat Novak, for hire.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you always bite off more than you can chew. It's tough on your windpipe, but you don't go hungry. And down here, a lot of people figure it's better to be a fat guy in a graveyard than a thin guy in a stew. That way, you can be sure of a tight fit. Oh, I rent boats and do anything else that makes a sound like money. It works out all right. If your mother doesn't mind you coming home for Easter in a box. I found that out Wednesday night about 9 o'clock. I closed the shop early and I came home to read. It wasn't a bad book if you ever wanted to start a forest fire. It was one of those historical things, and the girl in it wandered around like a meat grinder in ribbons. I was moving along all right. She was just getting her second wind before going after the world's record when the door to my apartment opened and the place began to get kind of crowded. From where I sat, the crowd looked good. She sauntered in, moving slowly from side to side like 118 pounds of warm smoke. Her voice was all right, too. It reminded you of a furnace full of marshmallows.
Good evening.
Yeah, thanks for knocking.
I don't think you mind my coming in without warning.
No, I get the cabbage smell from next door the same way.
Does it pay to be that polite, Mr. Novak?
Saves you the trouble of saying please. What's on your mind?
That bottle in front of you. Will you pour me a drink?
No, I won't. You'll save dough if you look up a bartender.
All right. I came to use you instead of your whiskey anyway.
Let's hear.
My name is Lee Underwood. I'll give you $300 to do something for me. It'll only take an hour.
That's too much dough unless it's murder, and if it is murder, it's not enough dough.
Are you afraid?
I just don't like paid murder. I told you. When you get caught, the pain gets expensive.
If it were murder, I'd do it myself. Mr. Novak, I want you to frighten someone for me.
Why don't you hire a friend? Are they too pretty?
It's a man named Dixie Gillian. You'll find him in an office down on Folsom Street at this address. I promise nothing will happen to you.
That's what they told Benedict Arnold.
He'll be in this office until 11 tonight. I want you to go in and see him. Tell him you're from Adrian and that he's to get out of town by tomorrow noon.
Suppose he wants to put it off.
He won't. Don't let him know who hired you. Just tell him Adrian said to leave.
Look, lady, you better go on home. For $300, I won't buy a tissue paper plot. Now tell me more or say goodbye.
There's not much more I can tell you, except there won't be any trouble. He's a rotten little beast, and I want him frightened badly.
Why?
He's been bothering my sister.
Why doesn't he bother you?
Because I bother back too fast. Do you want the $300, Mr. Novak?
It's going to be a long summer. Put it on the table.
Good. And you'll need this, too.
No, you keep that. I don't want a gun.
It's empty. Don't worry. See? No shells. It's perfectly safe.
Now, look, sis, I got a nasty disposition. You can rent that for $300, but if you want more, find a gunsel.
I don't want you to be a gunsel. That's why I want you to use this gun. I know it's empty. Use it on Dixie, and he'll scare fast. It's just a way to save some breath.
All right. It's your $300.
You'd better go now.
Yeah. Wait till I get a code with you. If your doorbell rings, don't play mouse.
Oh?
Because I may look you up.
Am I too young to ask why?
Because if anything goes wrong, I'll be around looking for you. And from there on, it won't be nice. I'll dirty you up like a locker room towel.
Relax, Patsy. You'll never learn to fall in love that way.
She handed me the gun and walked out of my apartment. Seeing her leave made you feel like Frank Buck losing an argument. She walked with a nice, easy swing of a satisfied leopard. And for a small leopard, she had pretty good spots, too. Well, I put the gun in my overcoat pocket and I went down to Folsom Street. The address was down near the bridge entrance, and the street was deserted except for a couple of winos near the corner trying to buy back 1926 at $1 a jug. I stopped in front of the place. It was a machinery company, and I could see a light burning in the back. I began to walk through the place. It was so quiet you could hear a worm with whooping cough, and there were enough shadows around to keep a ghost happy for years. When I got to the office back in the corner, through the glass, I could see a man sitting at the desk. When I opened the door and walked in, he didn't seem surprised.
Come on in, mister. You're bad on noise.
Yeah?
That's right. You make too much for a thief and not enough for a customer. What do you want?
About 10 words, if you're Dixie Gillian.
Go ahead.
You better look up a timetable.
What makes you that tough?
This.
Oh. Well, you look tougher with a gun. Does it make you talk faster?
Now, look, I'm going to say it slow, mister. Pack up your rompers and get out.
Is that you talking or somebody else?
I'm just the guy with a gun. Adrian does the talking.
And he says get out.
That's right. You got the whole message now.
All right, you told me, so wander out and spend your dough.
I will.
Oh, you'll need part of it, though. Because I'm going to give you an answer for Adrian. I'm going to take that gun away from you, mister. You can pick the pieces out of your head on the way home.
You better stand back or I'll share it with you.
You've got your offer, mister. Let's see you make good.
Oh, save your muscle, fella. Drop that gun. Save your muscle, fella. The gun's empty.
Somebody fooled us, mister.
Sometimes you can get a home run with a half swing. That's the way it was this time. He couldn't have made it with a prayer book in both hands. He slid down to the floor and trembled for a minute and then flattened out like a leaf in a pool of water. Just before he died, he grabbed his side as if he didn't like the way it hurt. And then he didn't care. I rolled him on his back and let him look at the ceiling. His eyes were open, and he looked surprised, like a guy who didn't figure on a change in the weather. There was a scar that ran across his forehead and dug deep into his hairline. And he was lying there with a bunch of pink gum showing as if he was trying to pick up a few bucks with a toothpaste ad. Well, I didn't have time to tell him how sorry I was, because if homicide caught me here, I'd have about as much chance as a canary in a basement full of cats. I started for the door, but right then I knew I could start ordering birdseed. It was Hellman, and he walked over to look at the body.
Hello, Novak. The guy looks embarrassed.
Yeah, I guess he is, Hellman.
What's he doing dead?
Putting in a beef somewhere, I guess. He rates it.
He'll like you for that, Novak. How'd it happen?
A team play. We worked it out together.
But you've got the gun.
That's right. I got the gun.
Yeah. You feel like a bet?
No, just keep stealing the old way.
You know how I feel, Novak?
You feel flabby to anybody else, but to yourself, I suppose you feel good. Look, I walked in here with a gun. There was some quick fight talk, and I killed him, but it's still not a good rap.
I can get a long price on it for you, Novak.
I'll bet you can, Hellman. You can give me a bad deal, but part of the time it'll be from the other side of the deck.
Worse than that, Novak. It'll be all the time. And I want to watch you because I think you're going to be a crybaby.
I'm going to scream, if that's what you mean, Hellman. I'm going to scream about a gal that sent me in here with an empty gun.
That's a big hole for a cap pistol, Novak.
I got a last-minute curve. It was empty once.
Yeah, that's the only way they make a gun. I don't want you for an hour ago. I want you for this dead guy on the floor.
All right. I told you I didn't come in here to kill the guy. I don't know him. He may even be a good guy. I'm sorry he's dead.
All right, Novak. Just wait a few weeks. You can tell him personally.
Hellman had me up against the rail, and he knew it. When we left there, he was wearing a big, toothy smile. It was big enough to sew on his ears. He called the coroner and told him to pick up the stiff, and then we rode downtown. He dropped the gun into ballistics and hauled me into his office. The reporters were there. He gave them the whole story and told them how to spell Hellman. After that, we wound up at the desk, and he booked me on suspicion of murder. The next hour and a half was the kind of stuff they don't write about in the paper. They call it interrogation, and when you're finished, you've been through a lot of tight spots, like an atom up at Caltech. About 11 o'clock, Hellman brought me into his office, and from there on, it happened kind of fast.
I just talked to the DA. He's going to streamline things for you.
Well, he's going to look funny going to trial on a guy you can't identify.
We'll find out all about the dead guy.
Well, you can't count his fingers without making a mistake. If you want to know who he is, talk to that girl. Her name's Lee Underwood.
We've been through all that, Novak. Now, suppose you tell me who Dixie Gillian is.
I don't know, Hellman. The girl said his name was Dixie Gillian.
I won't press you. I don't have to, Novak. I've got the only parlay I need. You, the dead guy, and a big fat murder gun.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Hellman talking. Yeah, I know it was a .38. They're crazy down in ballistics. I saw him standing over the dead guy. They must have made a mistake, that's all. No, I don't want him in here. I don't want him in here. Hey, Tony,
You're getting pale. You need some more rouge, Hellman.
I got some bad news, Inspector.
Well, keep it or you'll take more home to your wife. I'll talk to you later.
No, talk to him now, Hellman. If that bullet doesn't match the gun, talk to him now.
That's right, Inspector. A .38 bullet, but it won't match the gun you brought in.
It's got to match. I came in and found him standing there. He's already admitted it.
It's a neat trick, then. If he fired the bullet out of that gun, he retooled it in midair.
I'm not that fast, Hellman. Come on, get out of that chair so you'll have room to squirm.
You keep still, Novak.
I won't bother you. I'm going home.
Huh?
I'm walking out of your jail, Hellman. You got a broken-down .38 that won't fit anything but your thumbs. You can't hold me on that.
I found you over the body. I can hold you on suspicion of murder.
Yeah, but it'll hurt tomorrow morning, Hellman. The papers will be down for a follow-up, and you'll have to tell them what it looks like out in left field.
I'll handle them.
You can't afford to let them start laughing at you. People get the idea it's your face.
You can save car fare if you stay right here, because I'll have you back by noon tomorrow.
You're not that good, Hellman. You couldn't hold a moth with a searchlight. The town ought to thank you.
What?
Oh, it's a nice jail, Hellman. With you around, it'll last for years. When I walked out of headquarters, I had a nice mess to juggle. It was like trying to walk the baby on a floor full of marbles. If things didn't add up for Hellman, they weren't going to do any better for me. I knew that gun I had went off. If it did, what happened to the bullet, and where did the other one come from? And why weren't there 2 shots? Well, I couldn't put my finger on a thing, and nothing added up. It was like trying to follow a grain of rice in a Shanghai suburb. So I looked up Lee Underwood's address, and I went by her apartment. The girl downstairs told me that she worked at a nightclub out on the Bay Shore Highway. Well, I had to hit a couple of places, so I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. A good man until he began to figure the last drink in the bottle is just as easy to get at as the first. I found him in a little leather-trimmed sink on Powell Street. It was a grimy little hole where they washed the glasses once a week in stale beer. But Jocko was more at home than a vulture in Calcutta.
Ah, Patsy, you're just in time to celebrate my return to health. Something mild for Mr. Novak. A double stinger, perhaps.
No, forget it, Jocko. I got to talk to you.
Patsy, I've just passed through a crisis. A few minutes ago, they set before me a glass with a woman's lipstick all around the rim.
All right, Jocko.
I took one gulp and looked at the glass, and in this dim light, I thought I was bleeding to death. It took them 10 minutes and 3 mirrors to calm me down.
Jocko, I'm in trouble. You got to help me.
But they washed the glass for me in ammonia. They must have left a little ammonia in the glass because the next drink had a very odd tang about it. I've had 3 more just like it, a sort of ammonia Collins.
All right.
So far, they've been using domestic ammonia. When the imported stuff comes in, I may give up whiskey altogether.
Calm down, will you, Jocko? I got a bum shake tonight.
Yes?
I either killed a guy or thought I did.
That uses up the alternatives. What are you doing now, taking a vote?
I got hired to scare a guy down on Folsom Street. 10 minutes later, the guy was dead.
Patsy, you take your work too seriously. Couldn't you have just scared him into a lingering illness instead of killing him?
One of the props was an empty gun. Only when the fight came, it grew bullets. Hellman walked in right after on a telephone tip.
What are you doing out of the gas chamber?
The whole thing backfired down at headquarters. The bullet and the phony gun wouldn't match. Oh, it doesn't add up, Jocko. That call to Hellman's a tip-off. I was framed, but why wasn't I framed all the way?
Who is the dead man?
Oh, just a guy with a falling blood count. His name was supposed to be Dixie Gillian, but there's no identification and no record on him.
You shouldn't have hired out as a gunsel.
I told you I didn't hire out as a gunsel. It was somebody else's idea.
You have no conscience, Patsy. It's just a sort of soap opera rule of thumb you put into practice now and then, but no real conscience. You'd let a dying woman lie in the middle of the highway unless her head was resting on a pile of savings bonds.
All right, Jocko, I'll cry with you later. I need help now.
What sort of help?
I want you to break into a girl's apartment.
Yes?
Don't worry, she won't be home.
Is that supposed to be an incentive?
It's at this address here, up on O'Farrell. Her name is Lee Underwood. She's the one who hired me.
If the girl's not there, what am I supposed to find?
Anything that'll connect her with a dead man. He's a big guy with a scar.
Well, that doesn't help much.
You can't miss. Go through the desk and drawers. Pick up everything you can, will you? And leave a message at my place.
As soon as I've finished this drink.
Oh, hurry up, will you, Jocko? Leave the glass alone and get going.
Don't rush me.
Hurry up, will you? The glass is empty anyway.
Yes, that's what you thought about that gun, but the fellow got an awful jolt out of it. Good night, lover.
I went by a horse parlor on O'Farrell Street and borrowed a car from a guy. It was after midnight when I started down the Bay Shore Highway, and about a half hour later, I pulled up in front of the Cat's Paw. It was a long, rambling place on the left side of the road. There was no plan. It just followed the erosion line until they ran out of material. There was enough neon in front to light a main intersection in heaven. In the lobby, I saw a picture of Lee Underwood, one of those shadowy things that was supposed to make you think she'd die in a cold climate. She was sitting at a piano with a little microphone in front of her, and you got the idea right away. She didn't have much of a voice, but plenty of songs that made your wife lean over and ask you to explain. I asked a 50-year-old busboy, and he said she was back in her dressing room getting ready for the 1 o'clock show. When I walked in, she was sitting in front of a mirror working on an upswept hairdo. If she swept it up any more, it was going to leave her head. I stood behind her, looking at the pink, fresh part of her neck that didn't show when the hair was down.
You seem fascinated, Patsy.
No, I just want to know where to break it.
Oh. Sit down on the footstool next to me. That's it. I like to look down on people. Let me brush that strand of hair back. Or do you like it in your eyes?
Now, brush it back so I can see your answers. Who's Dixie Gillian?
What difference does it make?
None to him and some to me. He's dead.
No, he couldn't be dead.
Yeah, well, he'd like to believe that, too. I couldn't sell him that story about an empty gun.
He couldn't have been killed with that gun.
No?
No. I put in a blank, Patsy.
Somebody used a hard-working bullet because Dixie's dead.
There was no reason to kill him. I don't understand.
Yeah, well, that makes you even with homicide, but they got a bigger team. Now, look, I made a diagram, Angel. Up at my place, I ran over murder with you. I don't like it. If you kill people, you don't get invited out enough. So if it's you or me on this one, I'm going to push you all the way.
Don't understand it, Patsy.
Who's Dixie Gillian?
He was after some microfilm. I thought I could scare him away.
You better be ready to identify him because homicide stopped. Even that scar didn't help.
What scar, Patsy?
The scar across his face, there's no record on him.
No, Patsy. Everything goes wrong. Everything you touch goes wrong. That's the wrong man, Patsy.
Yeah. Well, it's too late for a recount.
You've got to get to that body, Patsy. I don't know how, but some way you've got to get to him.
You look good, Lee. We'll make a nice picture.
Wait a minute, Dixie.
You don't need your coat. Come on.
I don't know how it happened, Dixie. I didn't mean it that way.
If you like it that way, all right. Bring your boyfriend, too.
No, don't let him, Patsy.
The gun's too big. I'm going with him. It was a short trip. He led us out of the dressing room and down a thin hall to the back door. On the way past the kitchen, you could smell onions and used grease, and that's about all you noticed except the sound of a jukebox somewhere out in front and somebody laughing in a loud, mirthless way. When we got to the door, it was raining outside. We walked about 40 feet over near some trees where the dark was working overtime, and the gunsel made her stop.
Pick your spot, Lee.
You can't be that crazy, Dixie.
She's going to get wet, mister.
You'll have a little trouble yourself.
When I woke up, it was still raining. I was lying on top of the mud like a stubborn seed. My wallet was gone, and the gunsel had ripped open my pockets. I stood up and walked over for a last look at Lee. The rain had washed the makeup off her face, and she looked small and tired as she lay there, like a broken doll that had been tossed out in the rain. I guess she was. Well, I got to my car, and I drove back to town. I checked my place, but there was no word from Jocko, so I went up to Lee's apartment. When I opened the door, the room was dark, but I knew somebody was on the rug. Either that or they'd varnished the floor with bourbon. I flipped on the light and bent over Jocko. Hey. Wake up, Jocko. All right, Jocko. Come on, wake up. Come on.
A little ammonia, I think, would bring me around.
What happened?
I was sapped, I guess.
Everybody's got the same act tonight.
Help me up. Come on. Where have you been?
I went down to meet the girl.
Where'd you meet her? In a swimming pool?
I've been in the rain all night. She's going to stay longer. What'd you find out?
The fellow with the scar is her husband.
Yeah?
There's a picture in the desk.
Are there any more pictures?
A few. Take a look.
Okay. Where, in here?
Yes.
Well.
Who's he?
It must be Dixie Gillian. He was down to pay off a debt tonight. She called him Dixie once.
There's a note with that name and an address in the other drawer.
He's our boy. We better get up there.
Not if he's already killed 2 other people.
We can't wait for Hellman. If he gets away, I'm all through. I won't have a leg to stand on.
That's my point. When the other fellow gets through with us, we won't have much standing to do.
I felt better now. Gillian was the only guy left in the picture, so I dragged Jocko up to his place. It was an apartment up on Post Street. The elevator operator took us up to the 8th floor and said that Gillian had come in a few minutes before. There was no answer, so we tried the door, and it was open. Jocko didn't like the idea.
Patsy, Patsy, this is folly. Risking my life is one of the bravest things you do.
Keep still, Jocko. What are we supposed to do? The door was open, wasn't it?
Saw a lot of graves, but I've never been tempted.
Hey, look at the furniture. There's been a fight in here. I'll look in here. You check in the bedroom, huh?
Well, if I'm not right back, don't expect me at all.
All right.
Patsy.
Yeah.
Patsy, come here.
All right.
There's somebody on the fire escape.
Come here. Stand back here.
Oh, he's not moving. He was leaning that way when I first saw him.
All right, I'll get on this side. You raise the window. Now go easy, Jocko. Can you see him from there?
Raise it a little more.
All right.
He's still leaning there. I can reach out.
All right, watch yourself. If he's kidding, you'll lose an arm.
I've got it. Good. Raise the window more.
Take.
Patsy, he's falling. Give me a hand.
Oh, here, let me through there.
Oh, it's too late. I can't hold it.
Hang on, Jocko.
He's falling. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, he was probably dead anyway.
If he wasn't, that was a step in the right direction.
Well, it was an easy night to die. 3 of them had checked out already, and there was still time to look for more. Jocko and I went downstairs to see the guy. He was lying face down in the alley, and as you looked at him, you got the funny feeling he belonged there. He didn't disturb the scene. He just fitted in like a dirty, wet newspaper under a grandstand. There was a gun in his pocket, probably the same one that killed the girl, but there was no way of knowing. Jocko and I watched him for a minute, but your eyes begin to hurt when you see your only warm lead in a deep freeze. It was past 2 when I got down to headquarters and looked up Hellman. I briefed him on the girl and the guy in the alley, and then I asked him if any microfilm had turned up on the first guy in the morgue. That was a waste of time. Hellman couldn't find a brass ring in a dead man's nose, but we went over to the morgue for another look. So far, it was working out like a crossword puzzle torn in half.
It's your time, Novak. I got more after tomorrow. You haven't.
The microfilm must be on the guy. 3 people have been killed for it, and I got roughed up just for laughs.
We searched the guy once. Here it is.
All right.
Help me roll it out.
Yeah. Well. He sure got thin under that sheet, didn't he?
Wait a minute.
Oh, you run a good morgue, Hellman. What'll the paper say when they hear the stiff got up and walked out?
They got him in the wrong place or something. He didn't walk out.
Well, he's gone, Hellman. You got an answer?
He's been moved, I tell you. The guy was dead, and I saw him put in here. Couldn't be walking around with a hole in the middle of his back.
I don't know, Hellman. You do it with one in your head. Don't sell the guy short. When Hellman found out the body was gone, he stood there and stared at the empty slab. And then he started looking around in a nervous way, like a man trying to find the sugar bowl at a restaurant counter. A few minutes later, he turned and walked out of the morgue, and we were halfway downtown when it happened. It must have hit us at the same time, sharp and quick, like a piece of candy in a bad tooth. The guy back in the alley had come off that slab in the morgue. We got out to Dixie's place, and we began to check. There was a phone operator downstairs, and she said that Dixie had put through a call about 2 hours ago. Hellman checked the number, and it was the ticket office of a railroad. We got downtown and ran through the timetable. There was a train leaving the Oakland Mole in about 40 minutes. Well, it was an outside chance, but tonight that was the only kind for sale. We got down in time to slide on the last ferry over to the Mole. It was still dark out when the ferry pulled away from the slip and started across the bay. But over toward the Berkeley Hills, it was beginning to get light. The sky was the color of a bruise spot on a man's arm.
We'll get up to the pilot house and tell him not to dock until we've gone through all the passengers.
He doesn't have to be on this one.
We'll check the train when we get there.
Wait a minute. You don't have to check. There's your boy.
Where?
Up there on the rail, see? Now, you better go easy, Hellman. He's not a scale model.
Yeah. Just walk quietly until we're behind him.
All right.
Turn around, mister. You'll get a better view.
Hello, Novak. How was the wind and the rain in your hair?
Meet Inspector Hellman. You better turn in your ticket.
I hope you brought your muscle.
Grab him, Hellman.
That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, copper.
Watch it. I'm being pushed over on the rail.
I'm worried, Hellman.
Watch it, Novak. I'm going over. Oh!
That's one down, mister. Now for you.
I landed on the deck and watched him disappear into the dark. Halfway down, the guy turned in. I got up and followed him down the ladder and along the main deck. He ducked into one of the engine spaces, and I started in to look for him. It didn't take long because he turned out to be real helpful.
You got the idea yet, Novak?
I'll come closer. Tell me then.
Suit yourself. But I'll knock you down hard when you show.
Watch that platform. You're backing into trouble.
Stay back there, Novak.
Watch out for that platform, will you? You're backing into the engine.
I kind of wound up last, huh?
Yeah. That's the way it looks. Did you get the microfilm?
Yeah. I got a big hurt. Does it show?
A little.
Yeah. It's been a long night, Novak. Huh?
Yeah. But your worries are over. It's almost dawn.
I don't know if I can use it. But I'll give it to you.
They fished Hellman out of an oil slick a few minutes later. It was the first time his hair ever looked good. Dixie Gillian lasted long enough to piece a story together for homicide. Lee Underwood knew her husband was carrying microfilm, and she was worried, so she hired me to scare off Gillian. Oh, it might have worked, too, but the first slip came when Lee's husband went by to make a deal with Dixie without telling her. When I jumped him, Dixie was outside and figured it was a double cross, so he killed him with a silencer when that phony gun that Lee gave me went off. Dixie knew that the microfilm was still on the dead man. The only way he could be sure was to get the body out of the morgue. He took it up to his apartment, and when he got the film, he planted the gun and put the body on the fire escape. It was a little safer that way. There was a 50-50 chance the police would miss it the first time around, and he'd have a fair lead. Well, almost worked out for him, except for that phone call. The microfilm was in a capsule next to the roof of the guy's mouth. So old it was new again. Well, Hellman asked only one question. In that fight, did I have anything to do with pushing him against the rail? I told him sometimes those ferry boats roll as much as 45 degrees.
The American Broadcasting Company has just brought you the 10th of a new series, Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced and directed by William P. Rousseau. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be with us again next week, when over most of these same ABC stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire. This program came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Gallencamps present Pat Novak for Hire.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this in Gallencamp charade.
More miles to a Gallencamp. Yes, Gallencamps, the family shoe stores with the yellow fronts, the largest shoe chain in the West, with stores from Canada to Mexico to serve the West. Gallenkamps, Gallencamps present Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak, for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you don't get prizes for being subtle. If you want to make a living down here, you got to get your hand in the till any way you can. You rob Peter to pay Paul, and then you put it on the cuff. It's a happy life if you don't mind looking up at a headstone, because sooner or later you draw trouble a size too big. I found that out Tuesday night. It was about 11 o'clock when I came out of the office, and I started down the waterfront. It was raining, and the street was as deserted as a warm bottle of beer. As I got near the corner, an old man stepped out of the darkness and started across the street. It was a short trip because a car started up down the street, and the old man couldn't have made it with a pocket full of aces. Well, I started over to him. The car slowed down for a moment and then turned the corner and disappeared. As it passed under the streetlight, I caught a glimpse of the license plate in a dull, surprised way, the way you'd grab a feather out of an angel's wing. I bent over the old man and I rolled him on his back. He was breathing hard as I cushioned his head.
Please help me. Can you please help me?
Well, that's a big order, mister.
I must talk to you.
Well, if you got any good quotes, you better get them off your chest fast.
My pocket. Inside my pocket. Please put your hand.
In here?
Yeah.
Sure. 2 envelopes. What about them?
One is money for you. You have the other one.
So far.
The other one, please keep sealed. And you will give it to John St. John.
John St. John?
Yeah.
Well, where does he live?
You don't understand. It's not... I want to tell you. You don't understand.
Well, he was right on that one. I didn't understand a thing except he slipped out of my arms and stopped paying taxes. I dragged him over to the side and I went through his stuff. There was nothing there, no identification, just a card with an address on the other side of town. I opened the envelope and $300 tumbled into my breast pocket. The other one was sealed. There was no name on it, but up in the corner there was some kind of marking. It looked like 2 crosses spliced together. There wasn't anything I could do for him except pray, and I owe some back dues, so I went over to my office and called police headquarters. I told him where the old man was, and then I checked in the phone book. There was no John St. John listed. Well, so I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. A good guy, but to him, a hangover is the price of being sober. I finally found him singing in a Mason Street bar.
Dinky, dinky, dobby, dinky, dinky, day.
Jocko, I want to talk to you.
Ah, Patsy, you're just in time for the counterpoint. I'm singing a song, a little sentimental thing from my childhood.
It'll keep. I got a problem, Jocko.
You'll always have a problem, Patsy, because you can't keep out of trouble. You know that, don't you? You have no self-control.
Yeah, all right, Jocko.
You have no more self-control than a bucket of mercury dumped in a marble staircase.
All right, Jocko, check the bright talk. I just saw a guy get killed.
You're like some violent disorder in nature, some large but unprofitable storm. You
Yeah.
keep whirling in circles, Patsy. And if you ever go more than 10 feet in one direction, it's because some woman is 9 feet away. Then
Yeah.
it begins all over again.
Are you all through?
Yes, get to the point. That's another of your troubles. You never get to the point.
Some old guy was killed down on the Embarcadero. He checked out 50 feet away from me.
Who killed him?
I don't know.
And why do you care? Professional jealousy?
Some car came out of nowhere and clipped him.
You're sure it wasn't an accident?
Yeah, just like the fall of France. Will you stop needling me, Jocko? I told you the guy got killed. He was murdered right in front of me. I gotta find a guy called John St. John.
How, St. John?
John St. John. I don't feel like vaudeville tonight, Jocko. The old man gave me $300 to deliver a letter. I made him a promise.
Well, you can break it now with only the slightest risk.
I got the license number of the car. I want you to hop down and look it up. Then check at headquarters to see if the guy's got a record.
I don't like policemen. They depress me.
Check it. I gotta go out here to this address. Here.
Uh-huh.
Well, what kind of neighborhood is it?
Well, it's not exactly a neighborhood. It's more like an architectural afterthought, a lingering defense against the early California bear.
All right. No speeches. Just check on that license plate. Now, if I'm not at my place, try this address here.
Yes, that's always very interesting at this time of night. Well, goodbye, lover.
Well, Jocko was right about the neighborhood. When I left him, I doubled by my place, and I left the envelope. I put it in another envelope and stashed it behind some books. Then I headed out to look up John St. John. Must have been about midnight when I got there, and it was the kind of a neighborhood where a for rent sign reads like a ransom note. I found the place, though. It was an old rooming house, a third-floor apartment. I knocked at the door, and when she opened it, I knew it was time to wire home for money. If they pick a Miss Blowtorch of 1946, she'll be right up there in the running. A tall, blonde blister with lots of Fahrenheit. She stood there leaning against the door, smiling and looking at you as if you had gold-plated muscles. Gave you a weak feeling where your dinner ought to be. And her voice came right out of the oven.
Well, you're out kind of late.
Yeah. I'm looking for a guy named John St. John.
Oh? Won't you come into my cobweb?
Sure. For a spider, you're nice and chubby.
Well, a Spider-Man. My name's Lee Norton. You want to write it down?
I'm Pat Novak, and I'm looking for a guy named John St. John.
You seem to be running a temperature on the subject. I don't know a John St. John.
Well, I found a dead man lugging around your address. Why?
I don't know. Perhaps he admired me from afar. Like a sunset or something.
No, he stopped admiring sunsets about 20 years ago.
I see. What are you, the avenging angel?
He gave me a sealed envelope.
And you were supposed to give it to a man named John St. John.
That's right. He gave me $300 to ease the pain.
Yeah, I figured that. You don't look like the charitable type.
He was a nice old guy, so I'm going to find his boy.
Perhaps I could help you.
You got a clear, fast track. Let's see you go.
I told you I don't know John St. John, but I'll do this much.
Yeah, I know. You're going to be big-hearted and offer to take that letter just in case you ever meet someone named John St. John. How did you pay the rent this month?
Keep the kettle on. I'll only be a moment.
Hello, Lee. If we're early, just give us a magazine.
No. Come on in. Well, just enough for bridge.
You're right. You're only gone a moment. Who are your friends?
Don't sulk.
Did they lock the manhole before they left home?
His name's Novak.
Yeah, that's a pretty name. Don't rhyme with anything, but it's pretty, huh, Joe?
Yeah, it's all right.
Let's have the letter, Novak.
You got hold of a bad rumor, fella.
The one I got's good. Let's have it.
I don't want to strain your mind, Junior, but try to understand. I don't have a letter.
Ask him again.
Go on home, mister. You're not going to get anything out of me except a small tip. Now, if you're a good boy, I'll give you a nickel for your friend, too.
All right, Joe. Now, hold him up.
Yeah, just a minute.
He's got a head of hair. Hold him up.
All right, Mike. That's enough. Oh, that's enough.
All right, baby. Don't look so sorry. You can't have everything.
We'll be back to Pat Novak in just a moment. Have you ever worn uncomfortable shoes? Perhaps the size was wrong or the shoe was the wrong shape for your foot. But no matter why, there's nothing more uncomfortable than shoes that don't fit. The more you're on your feet, the more you know it. Gallenkamp specialize in properly fitting shoes for the whole family, right from the toddler's first important step. And Gallenkamp's good shoes are built to give support to active feet. Listen to an authority on shoes. He's Mr. John F. Stahl, 64 years young, a retired postman with a hobby. You guessed it, he likes to walk. He says,
I've been on my feet most of my life. Since 1935, when I retired as a letter carrier, I walked 10,000 miles. I just walked to San Francisco from Trinity Center, California. That was 410 miles. Walking is fun, but take it from me, you must have good shoes. That's why I stick to Gallenkamps. Gallenkamps are good shoes.
And there you have it from a man who knows. Gallenkamps are good shoes. That's why Gallenkamps are the West's favorite shoes, and Gallenkamp's tremendous volume makes possible Gallenkamp's reasonable prices. For style, for quality, for reasonable price, for good shoes for the entire family, visit the stores with the yellow fronts. Mr. Stahl walked 410 miles to shop at Gallenkamp's, but there's a store in your neighborhood. And now back to Pat Novak for Hire.
You know, it's easy to sleep if you got the right friends. When those two gon-ups were through, I hit the floor and made Rip Van Winkle look like an insomnia victim. I didn't like the floor, but it was in better shape than my face. I don't know how long I was there, but it must have been a couple of hours. I rolled over once and tried to get up, but it was like trying to barbecue a cake of ice. There was a sick, sweet smell in the room. I tried to place it, but my nose was out on strike, so I went to sleep again. Next thing I knew, it sounded like New Year's Eve.
Here you go, Patsy. Now, up on the couch.
What's the matter?
Nothing. If you're a kitchen stove, the room's full of gas.
Oh, some of my playmates, I guess.
Well, you weren't at the apartment, so I tried here.
Yeah? What time is it?
2:00. Who got the quaint idea of the gas chamber?
A girlfriend. It was love at first sight.
Did she get the letter?
I left it home.
You're getting smart.
Yeah, $300 worth. They lifted my dough.
Well, you couldn't use it where you were going. I checked on that hit-and-run car. It's listed under the name of Sidney Bronson.
Has he got a record?
No.
Well, everybody's a beginner. Well, let's go home.
It'll be dull, but you'll get used to it. Wait till I wash my hands.
Sure.
Patsy,
Yeah?
what did your girlfriend look like? Was she the lively type?
Yeah. Why? What's the matter?
Because she's not anymore.
Yeah. Those gunsels play rough.
She's kind of pretty. What did she do besides send out vibrations?
I don't know. But she knew all about John St. John.
Yeah?
She picked up a bait like a hungry bass. Also, look at that ring.
How did you get around to that?
The insignia on it. It's the same one that's on the envelope. Spliced crosses.
Let's go home, Patsy. The police will be here.
Yeah. Even Hellman will know she's dead. Come on, On your way out the door, Jocko, try it sideways because I think it's blocked.
Hello, Novak. You look pale.
It's my color scheme. What do you care, Hellman?
None. She looks peaceful.
Yeah. Be quiet or you'll wake her up.
I'll tiptoe. She always cut her throat before she goes to sleep. Who is she, Novak?
I don't know.
It's awful cozy here for a bunch of perfect strangers.
I don't know every dead girl in town, Hellman. You'll have to check.
You can still write, can't you, Novak?
Huh?
That's all you'll need down at headquarters. Come on.
Get out of the haze, Hellman. You don't know who's dead yet, but you're going to book somebody.
Yeah. What are you doing up here, praising the joint?
I came up to find a guy named John St. John.
She doesn't look like a guy named John St. John.
She was my lead. I came up here to smell out a rat. She had a half Nelson on me when two gunsels walked in.
They came up to fix the gas meter, I think.
You stay out of this.
I'll make every effort.
Now, if you're smart, you'll fingerprint this place, Hellman. Those boys were cute. They've been in somebody's jail.
I'll handle my job. You stick to murder.
It'll go a long way to pin this on me, Hellman.
I can go a long way, Novak.
Not with what you got to drag.
We get a call in the middle of the night, come up here and find you standing over a dead girl.
That's right.
And you want me to sprinkle powder all over. Back up and take a better look, Novak.
The view's fine, Hellman. And if you'll take a good look, you'll know why. You haven't got anything to give the DA except a slim lead and a fat hand. You're going to need help.
Not on this one.
You need help to find the street. Come on back to center, Hellman. Even with both hands, you couldn't...
Yeah.
Oh, forget it.
So take the medicine like a good boy. I'm not going to walk out and let the two of you tour the town. I'm going to book one or both of you on a murder charge.
All right. Book Jocko here, then.
I love you in a generous mood.
You got a string, then, Hellman. Somebody's got to find John St. John.
Who's going to find Jocko?
Stop worrying, I'll bail you out.
You haven't got the right size heart, Novak. You'll let him die on the vine.
Helm, sometimes you're guilty of unexpected wisdom. I know it's reflex action, but it's consoling anyway.
I want you, Novak. I want you bad. I'll take this guy as a down payment, but I'm going to close out with you. Remember that.
I will.
All right. Come on, mister.
Wait a minute. Patsy, you're not going to let him lug me off like this?
What else can I do? The guy likes you. Now, it was a bum curve to throw Jocko, but somebody had to dig us out of a hole, and Jocko wasn't the boy. You can't shovel dirt with a bar rag. I had no idea where to start. There were two murders, and they were both tied up with John St. John. He didn't look like a good guy to know. There was that insignia, too, the one on the letter, and the girl's ring. Oh, sure, it could be coincidence, but that's what they said about Bluebeard. The only thing I could do was open that letter, so I went back to the apartment. I didn't have to turn on the light. They were running in pairs tonight. She was sitting there on the couch, proud of a pair of long silk legs and smiling like a guy who knows he's got $1 million in the bank. She was blonde, too. A little more lemon juice, maybe, but blonde anyway. She was nice and comfortable, and I got the idea she'd just signed a lease.
Good evening. How do you do?
Not very well so far.
A sly remark, Mr. Novak?
No, I'm just bringing you up to date. Your girlfriend's dead.
Yes?
Yeah. I just want to let you know the gas jet's out in the kitchen.
Oh, don't shout. I'd like you better if you purred.
I don't need your vote. Who's John St. John?
I don't know John St. John. Is he worth breaking your heart over?
There's a good guy down on the clink sweating out a murder rap for me, so I want John St. John.
You've got nice friends.
Who's Sidney Bronson?
How does that fit into the picture?
This started with a waterfront corpse. The leftovers belong to an old guy that was hit by a car. The car's registered in the name of Sidney Bronson.
Mr. Novak, you seem so intense. It's a pity to waste it on random speculation.
I told you. I got a friend in the jug.
Loyalty's a nice trait. One of your nicest.
Yeah.
You're a pretty thing, Patsy.
Well, don't get fooled by the rapper.
I'll take a chance.
Anybody ever brief you on trouble?
You're hard to see that far away. Come on over into focus, Patsy.
Yeah.
You're pretty, Patsy.
You look like you want to bill a sale.
I'm the gentle kind, Novak. I'd just like to break your ribs.
Go ahead. I can get a brace.
Come here. Mr. Novak, I'll bet you do a swell rumba.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
What you're going to say when you find out about this gun.
Huh?
That's right, sweetheart. My finger isn't hollow. Back up and take a look at the gun.
Oh. You got to that purse, huh?
That's right.
Well, you've ruined my confidence.
I'll give you a testimonial. In the meantime, I want the letter.
You go after everything the same way.
I want the letter.
Well, it's in the desk. Come on. Right here in the top drawer.
Oh, let go. Stay away from me.
I'm already here, lady. Come on, all right. Drop the gun, sis. Drop it.
Well, you can let go of my arms now.
Well, that's your version.
Let go of me. Let go of me. What was that for?
A little something on the house. Now beat it.
Well, you've ruined my confidence.
You're lucky. Go on home.
You won't change your mind about that letter?
No.
Suit yourself. I'll be going. Oh, Patsy.
Yeah?
I can't help you on John St. John, but I wouldn't worry about that fella, Sidney Bronson.
Huh? Why?
Because I'm Sidney Bronson. See you soon.
It began to look like a big, fat, well-fed double cross. I had to find out what was in that letter, so I made tracks for the bookcase. All I could do was browse because the letter was gone. Well, things didn't look rosy for me or Jocko. I was about to buy a file and bake a cake when the phone rang.
Hello, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
The coroner got a report on that dead girl. She died at 12:30.
Well, that's pretty close. What's he got, a stopwatch?
15 minutes either way. Those fingerprints panned out, too.
Yeah?
A couple of L.A. strong-arm men.
Well, that's new for L.A. You got a call out?
We already picked them up. Your favorite's named Welcome Dangliers.
I could make a joke.
I already got one. They're set up with a perfect alibi for 12:30.
That means I killed the girl.
Nobody's arguing. I got some more news.
Yeah?
I'm out at the Seal Rocks.
Well, you got the figure for it.
We just found an envelope floating around the water. It's one of yours. You better come on out.
You found an envelope, so what?
So the envelope turns out to be in some guy's pocket. Come on out.
Well, that only meant one thing. Whoever took the envelope out of my place got popular. It was getting late, so I grabbed a cab and rode out to the beach. When I got there, Hellman was standing down near the water. He had Jocko with him. The surf was rolling in, and Jocko wasn't much better.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Jocko. How's jail?
Dry.
Thanks for coming, Novak. You're sweet.
Where's the envelope?
Here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same one.
That makes you look good.
There was a letter in here. Did you take that with the guy's money, Hellman?
You got all there is.
This guy on the beach is the third one.
It's my opinion the case will solve itself. We're running out of people.
Who is the guy?
His name's Walter Avery. Here's his stuff.
Yeah, what's left? Well, this spliced cross really gets around. Keeps bobbing up. Here it is on this guy's fountain pen.
I'm going to run this guy through the morgue, and then I'm going to look you up, Novak.
Yeah?
Sure. We want you down with us.
That's right. I'll introduce you to all the best people. Good night, lover.
It was close to 5, so I tagged by my place for some sleep. I tossed around like a fish on the living room rug. Hellman called about 9 to throw more dust in my eyes. He said one of the airlines had a passenger to Portland named Walter Avery. Just to make it tough, the guy made the 12 o'clock plane and got off at Portland. I had left field all to myself. I got dressed and I looked up Sidney Bronson's number. There was no answer, so I went over. The place was locked, and I looked up the janitor. He wasn't going to let me in, but it turned out that his wife had a birthday coming up. Well, I found something in the apartment. It was a card, and it said Bellcrest Sanitarium. And down in the corner there was a guy's name. Dr. Emil Schoenig, psychiatrist. Vienna without the walls. The Bellcrest Sanitarium was down on the peninsula, so I borrowed a car and headed down that way. Everything was fine until I got in the front door. They didn't even let me register. I woke up on a couch in Schoenig's office. It was dark outside, and my left arm was throbbing like a love story in a woman's magazine. The radiator sitting beside me was Sidney.
You're a deep sleeper.
I think I got some help. What happened to my arm?
Hypodermic. You only need one arm anyway.
In your case, I need a spare. Who did it?
Dr. Schoenig.
Oh, he's a darling boy. Where is he?
Out on the phone trying to figure out what to do with you.
What's that make me, a patient?
That's one way of putting it. You made things easy. We were coming to you for the letter.
Do you want to try that over again?
We were on our way when you stumbled in.
You're wrong, Sid. Somebody's given you a fast pitch. That letter was gone when you were up at my place.
I don't want a bum rib, Patsy. I want that letter.
You're trailing the field angel. I told you. The letter's gone. A guy by the name of Walter Avery took it out of my place.
Walter Avery?
That's right, and somebody thanked him. They found him this morning making like a dead seal.
Walter Avery left for Portland last night.
A plant, sweetheart. You better read up on your friends.
Yeah. Thanks, Patsy.
I told you to watch him, Sid. You had more shots.
What's the difference?
Oh, none, I suppose. Why don't you mix us a drink while I talk to Mr. Novak?
I'll be right with you.
Well, Mr. Novak, you're one of my best patients.
Well, that's because I like your needles. You better go easy on that drink.
Yes? Why?
Well, you'll get drunk and run somebody down the way you did that guy on the waterfront.
Oh? A good guess. You should be proud. That's a good, sensible, final emotion.
Here's your drink, Emma.
Thank you, my dear. It's to you, Mr. Novak. Sorry, there's no drink for you, Mr. Novak.
He probably will be.
Huh?
Forget it.
Emma, I talked to Mr. Novak before you came in. He thinks you're a heel.
He does.
And so do I.
I can stand it.
He told me about Walter Avery.
I'm sorry about that.
Walter got that letter. You killed him and took it. I was supposed to blunder around until you got rid of me, too. That's a bum joke, Emil.
You're getting hysterical.
With laughter, Emil. You put one of your boys on the plane. Only Novak aired the wash too fast.
Suppose I did. Somebody ought to bring you up to date, Sidney. You've been hanging on too long. The free ride's over. I might as well tell you now you're all through. I carried the whole bunch along and... and I'm all through.
Steady, Emil.
What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me, Sid?
Give him a hand, Novak. He just had a bad drink.
You wouldn't do that, Sid.
I'm full of surprises. You got a stomach full of poison. You got a stomach full of poison in 15 seconds, Emil. Put down that gun, Emil.
I want you to, Sid.
Please, Emil, put down the gun.
I'm a selfish fellow. This happens kind of fast for you, fellow.
Lots of noise, huh, Patsy?
Yeah. I'll get you a pillow.
I'd rather have your lap.
You get mercy, not love, baby.
Well, thanks for small favors. How do I look?
Not so good. That was the 3-2 pitch.
Yeah, I had it coming up. I'll tell you about John St. John.
I know. There was no such guy.
That's right. It was the name of the group.
Those spliced crosses?
Yes. You found out a little late, but it's always that way. That's the way I found out about you.
Yeah?
I had a funny little hunch about you and me. I found out a little late, but I know now, Patsy. Does that help?
Well, John St. John was the name of an organization buying and selling government information. That old man tried to tell me, but he checked out too fast. I began to figure something like that when those spliced crosses started showing up. Schoenig killed the old man in Sidney's car. He couldn't stop because I was around. The two girls and Walter Avery were both in on the deal. Schoenig knew who I was when he saw me go into my office. He trailed me to my place and left Avery there to look for the letter. He killed that girl up in the rooming house, and then he found out she didn't have the letter. When Avery showed up, he took it away from him and threw him to the fish. He was trying to shake Sidney by sending her up to my place after he had the letter. The scheme went haywire when I showed up at the sanitarium. He was trying to work himself out of that one when the payoff came. John St. John? Well, right from the start, Jocko said he was either dead or in the state pen because anybody with a name like John St. John would have killed his parents as soon as he got old enough to find out about it.
We'll return in a moment to find out what bothered Inspector Hellman. But now it's Cinderella time.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this. In Gallencamp she'll raid.
A pretty face, a graceful figure, lovely shoes. That's a combination that no man can resist. What a delightful feeling to know that from the top of your head to the tip of your toes, you are the picture of glamorous perfection. Here's what Marilyn Buford, Miss America 1946, says.
Probably the most fun of being chosen Miss America is modeling the gorgeous clothes. What girl wouldn't be thrilled to select costume after costume from a collection of America's leading designers? And after seeing the importance they attach to the right shoes for every costume, I'm glad I learned about Gallencamps years ago.
Yes, Marilyn, there's magic in a pair of shoes, as every woman knows. And having the right shoes is no longer a luxury thanks to Gallencamps, the home of lovely shoes at, reasonable prices. And that's why Miss America's favorite store is the favorite store of America's misses.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this. In Gallencamp she'll raid.
And now back to Pat Novak.
No, it worked out all right. They found the letter out at Schoenig's place, and there were some plans for jet planes and a few other trifles. Hellman asked only one question. How come Schoenig didn't kill me before I could talk to the girl? It's always that way with a guy who commits murder. Either he goes too far or he doesn't go far enough.
Be sure to join us next Sunday evening and every Sunday, same time, same station, for radio's newest show, Pat Novak for Hire. And don't forget the store with the yellow front is the Gallencamp Shoe Store. Gallencamp shoes are good shoes. There's something about them you'll like. Franklin Evans speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a man who was blind and ended when he saw his blindness went deeper than his eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It was after 11 when I turned into that section of North Clark that begins to wake up then. Tonight it was jumping no more than usual. It just seemed that way. I threaded my way through the visiting playboys from Keokuk and St. Louis and the whining panhandlers and the sad-eyed gals. Then I stopped for a minute to watch old Pop. There he stood as I'd seen him stand night after night before the little burlesque theater, sawing away at the same old tune and the same old battered fiddle. I walked up to him, listened for a moment, and then...
Thank you, thank you.
Business good tonight, Pop?
Randy.
Uh-huh. You never missed, do you?
Not my regulars. How have you been?
Oh, good, good. You?
All right.
Business good?
Lousy.
Well, still early. Midnight shows ought to bring in some tariff.
Uh-huh. What's it look like tonight, Randy?
Well, I don't have to tell you, Pop. I think you can see more than I can.
Yeah, that's the trouble with being blind. It's not what you miss without eyes, but what you do see. I can feel them, Randy. The cheap sports. The ones who drop a penny in my cup. Drop it in from way up because it sounds heavier when it hits. Big shots. The ones who drop $50 when they're with a girl and pass me up when they're alone.
Where do I fit in, Pop?
You never change. Always a quarter. Night you drop in something else, I'll know something's wrong.
Well, show's breaking. Here come the girls.
Dancers, they call themselves. Dancers, cheap,
Oh,
shoddy.
careful, Pop.
Well, if it ain't Horace Greasy.
Greeley. It's Horace Greeley. How are you, Pearl?
Feet are killing me.
From what? Standing in one spot?
So I should move around? Here,
Thank you.
for nothing. Ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, Randy.
Now, you have to wait your turn.
See the show?
No, should I have?
Nah, new one's moving in tomorrow. Bigger and better.
And bearer.
When I'm paid to wear more, I'll know I'm washed up.
How's it going?
Same old grind. Ha, get it?
Every night the same lousy joke.
So what? Every night you play the same lousy tune.
Oh, who asked for hyper?
A long time ago, I played better.
Yeah, I played fiddle for the Tsar, so comes the revolution. Honest, Pop, you know anything else?
Who'd recognize it around here if I did?
So where's your hi-hat?
Oh, shut up.
Now listen.
Cheap burlesque dancer.
Hey, wait a minute. Who you calling a
You, all of
Hey,
you.
Pop, now, Pop, take it easy. What's the matter with you?
Now let me alone. Just let me alone, that's all.
Hey, wait a sec. Well, what's eating on him?
He blew up like a boiler.
Yeah. He ain't never done that before. And calling me a cheap dancer. Who does he think he is? Plays for nickels and sops himself in cheap wine when he's got the price. Hey, Randy.
What?
No wonder. He was sober.
Yeah, I saw that, too.
First time I ever seen him come out from under that cloud. He's sick.
Well, maybe there's something else, Pearl.
Nah, he'll take his nickels and dimes, buy a bottle, and soak in it. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with Pop that a wet cork won't cure.
I don't know. There was something else.
Honest, you give me the willies.
Okay, Pearl, I'll throw in a cup of coffee. Come on. So we had coffee and we talked about Pop. No one knew where he'd come from. He just showed up one night with a battered fiddle under his arm and started playing. It was a half hour or so after I left Pearl. I moseyed through the street, found myself back at the same place I started, but Pop wasn't there. I told myself he was well in the middle of the pickling process. Nothing to get excited about. He'd show up tomorrow night. But that ever-loving curiosity rang up a tilt inside me. I went hunting. I didn't find Pop. And when I passed an all-night hock shop, something in the window sent me inside.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you see something you like?
Yeah, that violin in the window.
Oh, the violin? Oh, sure. You want to see it?
Yes, I'd like to.
Sure. It ain't often I get a piece like this. No, sir. It ain't often I get a chance to offer something like this. Horowitz himself couldn't want one any better.
Yeah, I'll tell him when he gives up the piano.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where'd you get this?
From a collection. It's a fine old violin, maybe 100 years. A few scratches.
How much did you give him for it?
Give who?
The blind man who brought it in.
Yeah, how come you know where I got it? Huh? How come?
I'd know this violin in 100. Now, come on. How much do you want for it?
$20.
15.
I paid that.
Okay, 20. Give me the receipt.
Just take it. Give me the money and take it.
The receipt, Buster. I need it for my expense account.
You a copper?
Why ask that?
If you ain't, why you asking all the questions? Why,
What's bothering you? If you got this violin legitimately, you'll sell it without all this ping-pong.
I got it legitimately.
Okay, then. The receipt. Neither of us is getting any younger.
Well, yeah, I ain't got a receipt.
Oh? Why not?
Look, the guy comes in. He wants to hock this fiddle. I can't give him no dough on it, not like he wants anyway.
So?
We make a deal of swap.
For what?
I'm only telling you this because I don't want no trouble. But he wants a rod, a heater.
You let him have a gun?
Yeah, but...
Was it loaded?
Maybe a couple of shells in it, but...
Got anything on paper? His address, maybe?
No.
But you let him have a gun?
He was blind. I ain't going to give anybody a rod if they look like they're going out for a heist. I got a legitimate business. What could a blind guy do with a gun?
Figure it out.
Look, I'm trying to tell you that I'm clean. I tell you I'm clean.
I had no idea where to look for Pop, but I thought maybe one person might know. Pearl. I found her backstage just about ready for our last turn.
You like it, boys? Come on, boys. Hey, Randy, grab yourself a fan and cut in any place.
Pearl, this has got to be quick. You know where Pop lives?
Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong?
He traded his violin for a gun.
What for?
I'd like to know. Now, come on. You got any idea where he lives?
No. But I walked a couple of blocks with him one night. He was too stiff to do it alone.
Yeah?
Then he turned off in some street. I didn't go no further. Street was killing me.
Which street?
I never look at street signs. There was a candy store on the corner.
So you know the street?
I guess so.
All right, then let's go.
But my aunt...
Forget it for now. Pop's liable to do something with that gun.
Okay, I'll fix it. Don't make no difference anyhow. New show opening tomorrow. Hey, Gracie! Gracie!
Yeah?
Come here.
Sure.
Oh, pleased to meet you. You ain't. And you ain't gonna. Now, listen, you gotta go on in my place.
Me?
Me? You've been yammering how good you are. Now's your chance, honey.
I don't know nothing.
It ain't education they want out there. Here, take my balloon. Blow it up a little bigger. You need it.
Oh, but I can't.
All you gotta do is be careful of the guy in the first box. He's got a rubber band and some bent pins. Let's go, Randy.
We tore out of the theater before she had much more than just time to throw on a coat. I'll say this for Pearl. She didn't catch cold easily, but if there was a wind blowing, she'd have been a sensation. Anyway, she found the street and a few questions and answers sent us to what is politely known as a theatrical boarding house. And then outside Pop's door.
Bust it in, Randy.
Pop! Hey, Pop, it's Randy. Open up.
Bust it in.
Okay, look out.
Wait. Pop.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. What do you want?
We're coming in, Pop.
No.
We're coming in.
Yo, Sponge, what's the idea of throwing a scare in
Wait a
there?
minute, take it easy, Pearl. All right, let's have the gun, Pop.
There it is, Randy.
Give it to me.
You look better in a fiddle.
Crying Jack, that's what it is, a crying Jack.
No, he's sober.
And for this, I let Gracie do my act. I'm ruined.
Get out of here, both of you. Leave me alone.
Just a minute.
Randy, don't point that.
You couldn't fire this in a million years. The firing pin's filed off.
He cheated me.
No wonder he let you have it. Okay, Pop, what's the idea?
I thought I could kill myself.
Okay, you thought you could kill yourself. Why?
I wanted to stop living this way. I wanted to stop lying to myself.
So all of a sudden you don't like the way you've been living?
Shut up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Pop, you want to talk about it?
Well, he already did. He already said
No. That's not the whole story.
You know, don't you, Randy?
I know there's something else. What is it?
Yes, there is. There's 9 years of lies and cheating. 9 years of running away from something I want to face but can't. Tonight, I want to stop it.
Stop what?
Stop the whole thing from coming down. Coming down and killing me. And her.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on the Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. The stories presented on Cavalcade of America feature Hollywood and Broadway stars who portray the many men and women responsible for the building of our country. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
For a moment after Pop said that, he stared into space. His sightless eyes seemed to be seeing something neither Pearl nor I could sense. And then...
Over on the dresser, Randy. Picture, face down. Get it?
Okay. You mean this one of a girl?
Yes, bring it here.
Gee, nice.
Here, Pop.
I haven't seen it in 5 years. Since my eyes...
She's a beautiful girl, Pop.
That's Vicky, my daughter.
This classy-looking dame?
Yes.
You know, I've seen her someplace.
She's famous.
What about it, Pop?
I'm a great old man for a kid like that. Busted, broken down, blind, playing for nickels and dimes.
Look, if she's the right kind, what difference does it make what you did?
I lied to her. For 9 years, I've lied.
Well, what about? And when did it start?
Well, when she was a kid. I was playing in a vaudeville house. She was going to school. That and learning to dance.
And her mother?
Left. Ran out. But I didn't care. I had Vicky. On days when I didn't have to be at the theater, We had big dreams. Great big dreams. I'd play for her. She'd dance. You're not allowed to get tired. Now, come on. Once more. Just right, Vicky.
That's enough, Dad.
Okay, lazy. Come here. What's the matter, honey?
Nothing.
Now, come on. Let's have it.
I can't dance as good as the rest of the kids.
Who said so?
Me?
What's your teacher say?
Nothing.
What do you want her to do? Hang flowers on you? Now, listen. Listen. What do we always say?
We'll go all over the world together.
That's right. And you'll be the greatest ballerina in the world. I'll lead the orchestra for Vicky. France, Italy, England. Great big oysters full of pearls. You wouldn't let me down now, would you, honey?
I don't want to.
Besides, we've always got each other, Vicky. No matter what happens, we've always got each other.
I don't ever want to leave you.
You won't, honey. Never. Now, come on. Let's try it again. Better. Better. Yeah, she got where I said she would, Randy. Famous.
But you, what happened between the two of you?
Things got bad. I had to take a job with a cheap band. Traveled. I kept her in school, and then...
Go on, Pop. Then?
I hit a grease toboggan.
Bottoms up, huh?
Yeah. In my eyes. But I kept writing to her, telling her I was doing all right. I sent her money, all I could. I lied to her. Told her I was playing with a big orchestra. 1,000 times I tried to pull myself together. I didn't.
Where is she now?
Coming here. To Chicago.
How do you know that?
Randy, on the table there, a copy of the billboard. Get it? Turn to the personals.
Mm-hmm.
I get it every week. No matter where we were, we'd keep in touch that way. I pretended to keep moving around. I mailed in fake addresses so she wouldn't know.
What's in this one, Pop?
I always had somebody read the column to me, and this morning, you'll see it, Randy.
Oh? Dad from Vicky. That it, Pop?
Yes.
Dad from Vicky. We'll be in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me Washington Boulevard and State under the clock at 10 in the morning. Please be there.
But I can't.
How did she know you were here?
It was my last address. She just put it in, hoping.
Well, look, what's so tough? Just meet her. Like I said, if she's any good at all, she won't care what you do.
No, I won't.
Pop, you've been running away for 9 years. You can't keep on doing it.
Let her see me? No, don't you see, Randy? She's famous. She's Mivanya.
Wow, she is famous.
And it's still 10 to 1. She's got legs like a piano.
Oh, come on, hold it, Prue. The ballet's here in Chicago, huh?
Yes, I heard that their first American tour in 10 years. Randy, I want to meet her. Talk with her. Touch her face again, but I can't. Not now.
Pop, you're going to meet her tomorrow.
No.
She'll be here for only 3 days. During that time, you'll be what she thinks you are. She doesn't have to find out anything else.
I never told her I was blind.
Well, is that a crime?
Oh, Randy.
Pop, you're going to be under the clock tomorrow morning at 10. It was easy to say, just like that. But I wondered what would happen. Playing with other people's lives is like splitting an atom and including yourself in the chain reaction. But I wanted Pop to meet Vicky. I stayed with him that night, got him into a clean press suit, made him shave and stay out of striking distance of anything that looked like a bottle. And then it was 10 in the morning.
That's 10, Randy. That's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Give her time, Pop.
Let's go, Randy, before it's too late. Let's go. Take me away from here.
You look all right. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
She's bound to find out.
Not from me or you.
She'll want to know what I've been doing, where I've been. Randy, I've told so many lies.
I'll have a few more on me.
Do you see her?
Not yet.
I hope she doesn't come. I hope she does.
She will.
What'll I say? Randy, tell me what to say.
You'll know, Pop. Nobody'll have to tell you. Now stand still. Take it easy.
Help me. Help me tell one more lie.
He didn't have to tell one more. Vicky didn't show up. Not at 10, not at 10:30, or not at 12 when we finally left the corner. I didn't want to leave Pop alone, so I took him to my apartment. I left him there in the lobby with the clerk keeping an eye on him while I went calling. Calling on a lady named Vanya. My press card works magic, especially backstage. I got in to see him, Vanya, all right.
It is so charming, Monsieur Stone.
Yes, of course, charming. I expected to meet you earlier.
Oh, so? I'm glad you did not. I'm afraid I do not look my best before noon or later.
Maybe that's why you didn't show up.
Pardon? Show up?
Hello, Vicky.
You called me what?
Just Vicky, for the present. I may think of something else later.
I do not understand.
Look, baby, I got a hunch you were there this morning. You saw him and decided not to stop. Is that it?
Well, if this is a joke, Monsieur Stone, I do not appreciate it.
Oh, please, let's stop the polite tennis.
But you're insane. How it is tennis?
He was blind. You saw that. He wasn't what you expected after all these years. Or maybe, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, maybe you didn't recognize him.
You will please to excuse me one moment. Igor, please come here. You would like maybe a drink?
No, thank you. Look, Vicky, you can drop the Iron Curtain disguise. You see,
Oh, Igor, please come in.
Pleasure.
Igor, this man is crazy. He says he's from a newspaper.
Oh, that is very nice.
And who are you?
I am the ballet master. What else?
We'll leave that unanswered for the time. To get back to you, Vicky.
He calls me Vicky.
Huh? Why?
Well, that's her name. Now, look, don't give me any more of this now.
Yes?
But you're a brunette.
A little gray, perhaps, but understand.
Wait a minute. Let me get a closer look.
Igor, keep him away.
I will go for help.
No, never mind. You're not Vicky, are you?
Please, Monsieur, I am Mivanya.
Ludmila Mivanya Krochenko.
One of those is enough. Okay, I'm sorry. It's all a mistake. I thought you were someone else.
But that is impossible.
I know. I apologize again. I made a very bad mistake. Please forgive me.
Oh, it is nothing. Please do come again.
Sure. Invite some fawns over. We'll spend another afternoon. She wasn't Vicky, but she was Mivanya. I felt a little like the guy who opened the wrong door in a Turkish bath. I hurried back to Pop, took him up to my apartment, sat him down, and told him what had happened.
I'm not lying, Randy. I'm not.
I saw Vicky's picture. I saw Mivanya. At first, a guy could make a mistake, but not with a good second look.
Randy, I swear to you.
Come on, Pop. Give it to me straight. What's the deal?
Why should I make up such a story?
That's what I'd like to know. Brother, I bid. Hook, line, and sinker. I took the bait. Why'd you throw it?
For the last time, Randy, I didn't lie to you.
A gun with no firing pin, a fine, long story about a daughter. Great build-up.
I'm going, Randy.
Okay, Pop, go ahead.
You still think I...
Excuse me, won't you? Yeah. Pearl. Oh, sure, we were there. We had a... What's that? Oh, now, look, honey, if you... Give me that again. Now, hold on a minute. Pop!
What?
Pop!
What?
Sit down, wait a minute.
I'm going.
You're going to sit down and you're going to wait. Now, come on.
Oh, what's the matter, Randy? Is that...
No. Okay, Pearl, give me the rest. Yeah? What's the address? I got it. Now, look. I'm going to bring Pop to you. Hold on to him like a mink coat. Don't let him out of your sight, and then I'm going to go to that address.
Yes?
How do you do? My name is Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star. Here's my press card, Social Security.
What do you want?
May I come in?
What?
Thank you.
Hey, you've got a nerve.
Yeah, today I've got to have. May I sit down?
And if I say no?
Well, I'll have to stand. I can say what I want standing up.
All right, what do you want?
I want to know why you weren't under the clock at 10 this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dad, from Vicky in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me.
Where'd you find that out?
Billboard magazine, personal column.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I do. And so does your dad.
Where is he? How is he?
Well, first tell me why you didn't show up this morning.
Is he all right?
I guess so.
You guess. Don't you know? Answer me.
Vicky, you are Vicky, aren't you?
Yes, what about Dad?
You want to see him, don't you?
More than anything else in the world.
I thought so. Now, how about tonight?
Tonight? But
I'll fix it.
you know who I am.
As far as I'm concerned, you're Vicky. That's all I care about. That's all he cares
I
about.
want to believe that.
Well, you can't. Now, how about tonight?
What'll I say?
Vicky, you'll know what to say when you see him.
I wanted to be there this morning.
Now, look, don't give me the excuses or reasons. Just meet me tonight.
Where?
I'll pick you up. A date?
Why are you doing this?
Human interest stuff. Let it go at that, huh?
But...
Tonight, and Vicky.
What?
Maybe you'll be a little shocked.
I will?
Yes, maybe you will. No, I'll see you tonight. And this time, show up. I stayed with Pop all the rest of the day. I had a story now, right up to the final paragraph. What the tag would be, I didn't know. I wouldn't know until that night. All depended on how things turned out, and I wasn't at all sure. When you play Mr. Fix-It with people's lives and emotions, you're cooking up a surprise party. Anyway, I had to try it. And so that night...
Randy, what are you doing?
Now, take it easy, Pop. Everything will be all right. I hope.
Well, why did you bring me back here?
Well, this is where you always stand, isn't it? Right in front of the burlesque theater?
Yes, but I can't...
Pop, you've got to trust me. Do you?
I guess I have to, Randy.
Okay. Here, take this.
What is it?
You'll know what it is.
My violin.
Yeah, it was lonesome in that hock shop. It needs a chin to cuddle up to. Try yours on for size.
No, I don't want it. Randy, take me away from here.
Now, look, Pop. Today I stood under a clock for 2 hours. I made an idiot of myself in front of two people I never saw before in my life, and all for you. Now you're going to do something for me. Now you get ready to play that violin.
Randy?
Yeah, hiya, Pro.
Come here. Excuse us, Pop.
Randy.
I will be a second, Pop. Well?
Yeah. It's all set.
Good. How long?
Just a few seconds. Randy?
What?
You got your fingers crossed?
All 12 of them.
Run for your lives, boys. The dam is burst. Here they come, the gals of the chorus. 8 luscious beauties. Count 'em, boys. 8.
All right, stand over there.
Randy. Randy.
Yeah, I'm right here, Pop. I'm right next to you. Now, listen. Remember that piece you used to play for Vicky when she was a kid, learning to dance?
This one?
That's it. Play it, Pop, huh? Now?
Why?
Oh, Pop, play it. Now, go on.
But...
Play it. Play it for me, huh, Pop? Hello there.
You...
Recognize the tune?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Randy, who's that?
Ask her.
No, it's... Dad.
Vicky. Vicky.
Oh, Dad.
Yes, Pop. Vicky.
Here. No.
Yeah. Here, Pop. She's a big star, all right, but not quite in the same line you figured. But it's still dancing.
Dad, forgive me. I've been wanting to write to tell you, but I've been lying all these years. I pretended
You
that
lied. You pretended.
I was tired of lying, running away. I knew you'd find out I wasn't with the ballet when it came over here. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not dead.
You're not.
Why should she be, Pop? Now, how about you?
Vicky, my baby.
Pearl.
Huh?
Come on.
But we waited for this.
We didn't wait 9 years, Pearl. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
See you later, Pop.
He didn't even hear you. Come on.
Worked, didn't it?
Could have gone haywire.
Oh, I don't know. The odds were with us.
Yeah. I gotta apologize to her.
Hmm? What for?
No muscles in those legs.
the finish. It's funny. Two people lying to each other, dodging, pretending, and all it took was a couple of words to end years of fear and doubt. Well, it just goes to show you. Blood's thicker than water, and pride is a lot thinner than love. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes with music by Frank Worth. The part of Pop was played by Charles Seal. Others in tonight's cast were Lou Krugman, Charlotte Lawrence, Betty Moran, Veronica Pataki, and Ann Whitfield. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs, get your programs here. More action-packed adventure mystery programs are yours for the listening Wednesday night on NBC. Hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, and Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment. For stellar suspense-filled radio drama, tune here Wednesday for great adventure mystery shows. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of Bayer Aspirin. For those who do not know who Mr. Chameleon is, we give a quick sketch of his character. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener will invariably know who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears. But the criminal he's tracking seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of the woman who sensed murder. It is 9 o'clock at night, and there's a light burning in the office of the Commissioner of Police. He is sitting across the desk from Mr. Chameleon, the man of many disguises, the detective who has been the nemesis of so many criminals.
Well, here's the letter, Chameleon.
Yeah?
My dear Commissioner, I have thought long before writing this, but the time has come when, compelled by fear, I am forced to write. I am an old woman, but a sane one, and many things have occurred in this house which make me believe that some person in it has planned to murder me.
But go on, Commissioner.
I am writing to you, Mr. Commissioner, because my attorney, Mr. Huntington, is in Europe, and I have no other place to turn. I have been reading about your Mr. Chameleon, and I wondered if he could visit me. I knew his mother and remember him as a lad, and I'd feel rather safer in his hands than in those of an ordinary policeman. Signed, Helen Audrey. Well, feel safer in your hands, Chameleon, than in the hands of an ordinary policeman. Well.
Commissioner, I think that a letter like this from Mrs. Audrey may have a very, very black background.
When are you going to see her?
As soon as I can get there.
Mrs. Audrey is one of the richest women in New York. She has a tremendous amount of money. Too many people stand to benefit from her death. You get me a squad car and have Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold meet me downstairs at once.
That's the Ardrey Mansion, Mr. Chameleon, and it's all lit up. Guess they're giving a party.
Well, there's only one car. Dave, look at the license. That's a doctor's car. Come on. Oh, this looks like the doctor coming out. I beg your pardon. Are you the doctor?
I am Dr. Hammond, Mrs. Ardrey's physician.
Then Mrs. Ardrey is sick?
Mrs. Ardrey is dead.
Dead? Dr. Hammond, I am Chameleon of Central Headquarters.
Yes, I've heard of you.
Tell me, Doctor, how did Mrs. Ardrey die?
The symptoms are those of an overdose of heart medicine. But I am willing to give no opinion further than that they are the symptoms of an overdose.
Thank you, Doctor. I wondered if you could wait inside a moment. I may need to ask you some further questions.
Gladly, Mr. Chameleon. I'll be in the library.
Thank you. Dave.
Yes?
Not one word about the letter the commissioner got from Mrs. Ardrey. When I talk to these people, I want their guard down.
Okay.
I smell murder. Dr. Hammond, how did Mrs. Ardrey happen to take that overdose of medicine? Wasn't she warned that an overdose would be fatal?
I warned her repeatedly, Mr. Chameleon. I said only one tablet at a time. Oddly enough, when I just looked in the box, there was only one tablet missing. Yet she must have taken more.
Who was with Mrs. Ardrey at the time of her death?
Not a soul. Servants were out. Her 2 sons were out. Even her daughter-in-law, Stella Ardrey, was not at home. She says that Bobby, that's her 12-year-old boy, wanted to see a movie.
It was Stella Ardrey who discovered the body, wasn't it, Doctor?
Yes.
When can I question her?
Not till morning, I'm afraid, Mr. Chameleon. She's in a state of prostration.
Oh. Very well, but that is the deadline. I must question her then. So you see, Mrs. Ardrey, it seems very, very strange to me that your mother-in-law should have died here completely alone.
Strange? Oh, it was horrible. Simply horrible, Mr. Chameleon. I'll never forgive myself for going out last night. But I was positive that Joseph and Alfred were with her.
Those are her sons, I take it, the famous Ardrey twins.
Yes, that's right.
If famous is the word for their cafe society antics.
Oh, I know, but Mr. Chameleon, in all fairness to them, their mother treated them like children.
What happens now? Do they inherit the Ardrey fortune?
Why'd you ask me that?
Because I want to know everything. Everything that you know.
It all goes to me and Bobby. My mother-in-law gave all her love to my husband, Mr. Chameleon, and then to my boy, her grandson.
Mrs. Ardrey, could it be that your mother-in-law took this overdose of heart medicine purposely and dropped the curtain on her own life?
Oh, no. No, it must have been an accident. And she couldn't have been murdered.
Who was murdered? Sure, I don't know what's going on here, Miss Stella.
Oh, Nanny.
And who might this be? And why is he bothering you?
Nanny, this is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective from Central Headquarters. And this is Nora Lowry, who's been with Mrs. Ardrey for many, many years.
Except the one time she needed me, God rest her poor soul. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
And I'm sorry I spoke so sharp. But how could she be murdered when no one was here? And she couldn't have taken an overdose of that medicine on purpose.
You think not, Miss Lara?
Oh, no. But poor soul, there was an odd thing about her, sir. She was scared to death of dying alone like she did. Isn't that so, Miss Stella?
Why, yes, that's true, Mr. Chameleon. Mrs. Ardrey used to talk about it. It was a phobia, as if she had a premonition. Just like the stupid phobia I have about being cut with a knife.
Cut with a knife?
Oh, it's childish, isn't it? When I was a little girl, I was badly cut one day while playing. Ever since that time, I've had a horror of a knife. I can't even pick one up.
Well, that's quite understandable. All right, Mrs. Ardrey. Thank you for your cooperation. And you too, Miss Lara.
Then I'll get on with the packing, shall I, Miss Stella?
Oh, yes, do that, Nanny.
Packing? Does that mean that you're going away, Mrs. Ardrey?
After the funeral, Mr. Chameleon. My mother-in-law had a summer cottage at the beach club.
Oh.
Now, especially, I want to get Bobby away from this house. Why'd you look at me so strangely?
I was just wondering whether it might not be better for you to stay in New York. Well, maybe not. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Audrey, I think I'll join Detective Sergeant Arnold and the nightclub twins. Or didn't you know that your brothers-in-law are known about town as the nightclub twins?
And who are you to ask us such personal questions? Wasn't the shock of Mother's death bad enough without having to put up with a couple of policemen?
He means us, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, I gathered as much, Dave.
Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon, is that who you are?
Yes, Mr. Joseph. Or are you Mr. Alfred?
I'm Joseph Audrey. But really, this is surprising. The famous Chameleon working on a simple case like this.
Which resulted in your mother's death.
Poor Mother,
Stop it, Alfred. Mr. Chameleon, you're such a famous detective. I always pictured you as turning up in some impenetrable disguise and handling only big cases.
Well, this may be a big one. Suppose I told you that it was murder.
Then I'd say you were mad.
Mother wasn't murdered. A heart attack is death from natural causes.
Mr. Chameleon, whatever it is you're suspecting, I'd like to remind you of one important point. My brother and I are still quite penniless. Stella and Bobby inherited everything.
Is that a fact?
That is a fact, Detective Sergeant Arnold. However, I'm sure that Stella will be glad to take care of us. We expect to go with her and Bobby to the cottage, the beach club. Why not? Alfred and I are quite used to being parasites. We don't like it particularly, but we'll stand it if we have to.
We police have the idea that where murder is the issue, people have to stand a lot. I'll tell you one thing, Dave. Joseph Audrey meant it when he said they didn't enjoy being parasites. Those two want money badly.
And they're spending the summer under the same roof with Stella Audrey and her son. I don't trust those guys, Mr. Chameleon. But say, what about that heart medicine?
That interests me very much, Dave. There were 10 tablets in that box. Now there are 9. Yet Mrs. Audrey got an overdose. Where did the extra tablets come from?
And who gave them to her?
Yes, that's the point, Dave. Who? And that terrible fear that she had of dying alone. Stella Audrey with her fear of a knife. Why did she tell me that?
Too deep for me, Mr. Chameleon.
You know, the more I think of that summer cottage, the less I like it. Wait a minute, I have it. Where's Madeline Evans?
Oh, she's going on vacation.
How right you are. Nice long vacation at the beach club.
What?
A lady detective on a holiday. Such a beautiful detective. She can keep an eye on the Audreys.
And are you going up there too, Mr. Chameleon?
Well, now let's see. I play tennis, I can swim, I can ride. You suppose that the beach club, at the urging of the police, would like to hire a sports instructor. A sports instructor named Michael O'Rourke.
Gee, Miss Evans, that was a wonderful shot.
Oh, thank you, Bobby. You like to play tennis, don't you?
I like to play with you. You're terrific.
Would I be speaking out of turn if I disagreed with the young man?
What?
What?
Well, I've been standing here watching you. And if the young lady will forgive me, her backhand drive is very weak. She doesn't hold the racket properly.
What do you mean? She's perfect. Who are you, anyhow?
Well, my name is Michael O'Rourke, and I'm the new sports instructor.
Oh, how do you do? My name is Madeline Evans, and this is Bobby Audrey.
Pleasure, I'm sure. Certainly be a pleasure to teach a pretty girl like Miss Evans to hold her racket properly.
You leave her alone. She's all right as she is.
Oh, Bobby, I'm simply dying of thirst. Would you get me a glass of water?
I'd do anything for you, Miss Evans. And you leave her alone, Mr. O'Rourke.
Oh, I certainly will.
I see that you've made a conquest, Madeline.
Mr. Chameleon, when did you get here?
About 2 hours ago. Detective Sergeant Arnold probably join us tomorrow. Right now he's checking up on old Mrs. Audrey's will and also investigating the private lives of the sons, Joseph and Alfred Audrey.
Oh, those creatures. You're right about Bobby, Mr. Chameleon. I have made a conquest.
How is Bobby's mother, Stella Audrey?
Oh, not so good.
Oh.
She looks like a ghost. She takes long walks all alone down by the sand dunes. Nanny, who keeps house for them. You've met Nanny.
Oh, yes. It's for Nanny's benefit that I've worked hard on my brogue.
Well, Nanny tells me she's worried sick. But then...
Miss Evans, sure you don't grip the racket correctly at all.
What?
Somebody's coming.
Now, the proper way to hold it.
Miss Evans!
Why, it's Nanny.
Where's Master Bobby? I've got to find him. He mustn't come near the cottage. Not till the ambulance has taken her away.
The ambulance?
What do you mean?
They found his mother 2 miles down the beach. She went on one of her walks and someone robbed her. They took her rings and they stabbed her. They're afraid she won't live through the night.
Stabbed with a knife.
I wonder how Mrs. Ardrey's getting along, Mr. Chameleon.
O'Rourke, if you please. Mike to you, Madeline. Watch that.
On a beautiful night like this, death seems very remote.
No, not to Stella Ardrey, who was stabbed with a knife. And death may be approaching us right now. Here comes one of the twins.
Well, that's Joseph. Mr. Ardrey! Mr. Ardrey!
Yes, Miss Evans?
How is your sister-in-law?
Stella is dead.
Oh, no.
We're taking her body back to New York tomorrow.
And what becomes of the little lad?
If you're referring to my nephew, my brother and I are his guardians now. We're taking him back to New York with us, of course. Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Chameleon, did you hear what he said? Those 2 men are Bobby's guardians.
Yes, Madeline, I heard, and I heard something else. Mrs. Ardrey is dead, stabbed. Like her mother-in-law, she died in the way that she feared most. Now, doesn't that strike you as very odd indeed? And, Madeline, doesn't it tell you something about the killer?
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the woman who sensed murder continues in just a moment. Whenever you wake up in the morning with an ordinary headache and are afraid you're in for a bad day, take 2 Bayer aspirin tablets with a full glass of water the moment you get up, and chances are, before you finish dressing, your headache will be gone. You'll feel perfectly normal. Your day will be saved. Thousands of normal people use Bayer aspirin in this way and get reliable, fast-acting relief. That's because Bayer aspirin starts to disintegrate within 2 seconds after you take it, hence is ready to go to work almost instantly. To see Bayer aspirin's astonishing 2-second disintegrating action, drop one of these tablets in a glass of water. Before it reaches the bottom of the glass, it will start to disintegrate. It does the same in your stomach, and that's why Bayer aspirin gives such fast relief. Remember, besides quick relief, Bayer aspirin also means reliable relief. Bayer aspirin has been used without ill effect by millions of normal people. So for fast, dependable relief from headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain, always ask for Bayer aspirin by its full name, never by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the woman who sensed murder. It is the following morning, and along a wooded bridle path come 2 horsemen, Mr. Chameleon and Detective Sergeant Arnold. Both men look extremely grave, and Mr. Chameleon is saying,
So after Bobby's death, Joseph and Alfred Ardrey would at last inherit the Ardrey fortune.
What do you mean after, Mr. Chameleon? I mean O'Rourke. You'd think the boy was already dead.
I'm afraid it's only a matter of time. That was an interesting will, Dave. Very interesting. Makes me all the more interested in those heart tablets that killed old Mrs. Ardrey.
But where's the guy that killed the old lady?
Not a trace yet. See, that's the trouble. It may take time to break this case, and we haven't got time. Bobby hasn't got time. I wonder what he's afraid of.
Oh, the kid?
Yes. You see, his grandmother, remember, was afraid of dying alone. That's how she died. Stella, his mother, had a dread of being cut. She was stabbed to death. There's a queer, sadistic pattern there, Dave. I know that boy may be murdered, but I don't know by whom, and I don't know how.
Mr. Chameleon, there he is, coming out of the paddock.
Oh, probably waiting for Madeline. You better beat it, Dave.
Okay, see you later.
No.
Well, hello there, young fella. You waiting for Madeline?
I'm waiting for Miss Evans.
We're going riding together.
You like to ride, don't you?
You're not going along, are you, Mr. O'Rourke? Miss Evans told me that just her and me, that we could spend the day together.
Oh, I wouldn't come near the two of you. But you know, Bobby, you really have the makings of an all-round sportsman. You ride, you play tennis. Are you scared of guns?
Oh, me? No.
Ah. Did you ever go up in an airplane?
Sure, often. We flew to California last year.
Is that a fact now? Well, Bobby, you're a better man than I am. I wouldn't go up in a plane on a bit. I'm just a coward, that's all.
You are?
Oh, sure. All of us are about something. With me, it's flying. I'm not ashamed to admit it.
Mr. O'Rourke, if I tell you something, will you promise not to tell Miss Evans? My Uncle Alfred says I'm a coward, too. And I am.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Yes, I am. Whenever I go in swimming, I stay close to the shore. I don't even swim to the raft because I'm scared of the water. Only I'm going to get over it.
Well, Bobby...
Yes, I am, Mr. O'Rourke. I'm going to make myself get over it. Someday soon, I'm going to make myself go out in the water beyond my depth.
So there we are, Madeline. Now, at least I know the method of the killing. When? Early in the morning, no doubt, when there's no lifeguard on the beach.
But, Mr. Chameleon, how awful. Because a child wants to prove he isn't a coward, he's going to be murdered.
We can stop it, Mr. Chameleon. We can patrol the beach.
Yes, but the murderer won't come to the beach with Bobby. They'll watch. Yes, but from a distance. See, the trouble is, if we save Bobby's life, they'll try again later on, when the boy's been taken beyond our reach.
But you've got to save his life.
We can't let him drown.
No, Dave, but appearances can be very deceiving. Now, look at me. Heavy tan, reddish hair, plus an Irish brogue, and I am Michael O'Rourke. Only I'm not, you see.
But, Mr. Chameleon, what the heck has that got to do with the kid drowning? I don't get it.
Well, you will, Dave, you will. Meet me at the beach at 6 in the morning. You better be prepared to get good and wet.
For Pete's sake, Mr. Chameleon, how long do we have to stay here in the water?
Keep your head down, Dave. I don't want anyone to see us from the shore.
We've been hanging onto this raft for hours.
Oh, 15 minutes at most. If Bobby's coming. He'll come soon.
We should have patrolled the beach.
Oh, they wouldn't do it, Dave. They must think that the child is dead. Oh, look, there he is.
Bobby?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he's alone. I thought he would be.
Do you think they're watching him?
Why, I'm sure of it. Yes, he's coming into the water now. Starting to swim toward the raft.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Chameleon, what sort of a person is it who can stand by and watch while a child drowns?
That question will soon be answered.
He's slowing down. It's too far for him all the way out to this raft.
Keep out of sight, Dave. I'll bring him round to the back of the raft.
But that's a long way for you to swim underwater, isn't it?
I'll make it. I've got to.
There he goes. He's calling for help.
Okay, Dave, keep out of sight as if your life depended on it. It's Michael O'Rourke, Nanny. The love of your life.
Mr. O'Rourke, this is no time for joking. We're going back to New York to bury Mrs. Archie.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was stupid of me. Let me come in for a moment, won't you? I'd like to say goodbye to the little lad.
Well, Master Alfred and Master Joseph are having their breakfast.
Oh, let them. I don't mind.
Well, all right. Come on in. I'll go and fetch Master Bobby.
Who's that, Nanny?
It's Mr. O'Rourke, the sports instructor, Master Alfred. I'll be right back.
Fine, Nanny. Well, good morning, gentlemen.
What do you want?
Alfred, there's no need for you to be rude just because other people have no manners.
I came to say goodbye.
To whom?
To Bobby.
And why the devil are you so interested in Bobby?
Master Bobby isn't here, Mr. O'Rourke. His room's empty.
What?
But where is he?
I don't know, Master Joseph. I can't imagine.
Would he by any chance have gone to the beach for a swim?
Not Bobby. He'd be scared to death to go in at this hour.
Oh, wait now. His bathing suit always hung in that closet. I'll just take a look.
What made you think Bobby might have gone swimming, Mr. O'Rourke?
Oh, no reason.
It's gone. His bathing suit's gone.
You're crazy, Nanny.
He couldn't have gone for a swim.
Well, he must have. Oh, heaven help us. What has the poor child done? There's no lifeguard there at this hour, Mr. O'Rourke, and he could hardly swim at all.
Well, then why did you urge him to try to swim to the raft?
What?
Why did you tell him that he mustn't be a coward? That Miss Evans wouldn't like him if she knew he was a coward?
What the devil are you talking about? Are you crazy, too?
Oh, the man must be touched in the head. I never told Bobby he should swim to the raft.
Yes, you did, Nanny. You told me just this morning.
Who said that? Who said that?
It was Bobby. He's here.
He can't be. I imagined I heard his voice.
You told me it would be good for me to swim to the raft, Nanny. Just like you told Mother to walk to that lonesome place down the beach.
Stop it, sir. I won't listen.
Look, Nanny. There in the doorway.
Bobby. All dripping wet. It's his ghost come to plague me. He's dead. I watched him die.
Yes, but he didn't die, Nanny. Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold and I saved him.
Oh, you couldn't have. I didn't see. Well, why should I do a thing like that to darling little Bobby?
Well, I'll tell you why. Under the terms of old Mrs. Ardrey's will, you receive $5,000 a year, unless you outlive both Stella and Bobby. In that event, your yearly income is $25,000 a year.
How do you know this?
Detective Sergeant Arnold brought me a transcript of the will.
But I don't understand. What's happened to your brogue? Who are you?
I'm Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters, and I arrest you, Nanny, for the murders of Mrs. Ardrey and her daughter-in-law, Stella Ardrey.
No, I didn't do it.
Well, here is the proof. Dave, come in, please.
Here I am, Mr. Chameleon.
Dave, that handbag that Nanny never lets out of her sight. Get that for me.
No, you can't have it.
Give it to me. Yes. Here are the rest of the tablets of death. Nanny, for months you stole them one at a time from old Mrs. Ardrey, and then you murdered her with an overdose.
Mr. Chameleon, you're a wicked man. I loved Mrs. Ardrey. If she were here, she'd tell you I loved her.
Very touching, Nanny. But it won't go. See, first Mrs. Ardrey wrote the Commissioner of Police that she thought her life was in danger. And then we found this note. A little safe even you didn't know she had, Nanny. And it ends this way. And should I be killed, the person I suspect is Nora Lowry.
You've made it all up.
My motto, you know, is the innocent must be protected, the guilty must be punished. And you come in on the last sentence. Dave, you bring in the state's witness, please.
Okay. Come in, Mr. Smithers.
Him!
Mr. Smithers, do you identify this woman as the one who purchased from you this knife that killed Stella Ardrey?
I do. I identify her, sir. And I've already identified the knife.
Oh, it's all against me. Mr. Alfred, Mr. Joseph, help me.
Leave us out of this. You murderess. I was always afraid of you.
But I did it all for you. I killed them both for you.
No, you didn't. You did it for yourself. Come along, Nanny. We're going.
Now that you've settled this case, Chameleon, what's going to happen to the boy, Bobby?
Well, he's going out west to live with his mother's sister, Commissioner. I understand she's very fond of him. And, if you please, he's being personally escorted there. Madeline, you come in here, please.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. I just stopped in to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Madeline is using the rest of her vacation, Commissioner, to see that Bobby reaches his destination safely.
Well, that's very kind of you, Miss Evans.
Not at all, Commissioner. I expect to enjoy the trip.
Yes, and she will. You know, this girl is an expert at making conquests, and a woman doesn't have to be a detective to know that a train is a perfect setting for conquests.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Here's something it will pay you to keep in mind whenever you're suffering from an ordinary headache and want really fast relief. Because genuine Bayer aspirin starts disintegrating in your stomach within 2 seconds after you take it, it quickly relieves the pain. Actually, this remarkable 2-second disintegrating action means that Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost instantly. And that's important, for when you're suffering, you want fast relief, very fast relief. And you also want relief you can depend upon. And here again, that means Bayer aspirin. For of all pain relievers, none can match Bayer aspirin's record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. So when you buy, do as millions do, ask for genuine Bayer aspirin. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Case of His Brother's Murderer. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
New Lion's toothpaste does what no other toothpaste can. Thousands of laboratory tests on scores of individual teeth reveal that New Lion's toothpaste actually gets teeth 2.5 to 5.5 times brighter than any of the 5 leading brands, brighter by far, in fact, than any toothpaste on the market. Remember, it's not just another toothpaste, not just another old toothpaste with an added ingredient. Lion's toothpaste is utterly new, radically different. It cleans without soap, polishes without chalk. Lion's toothpaste.
Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in another performance next Wednesday night at this time.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now let's drop in on Sherlock Holmes' friend and ours, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Here you are. Come and sit down.
Thank you.
I trust that you'll join me in a glass of port.
I think I'd better, if only to fortify myself against the horrors of the story you promised us for this evening. The adventure of the Iron Maiden, you called it.
Well, yes, Mr. Bell. For your last visit of the season, I promised you one of our most macabre adventures. And as soon as you've had a word with our listeners, I'll tell you about the Iron Maiden, or as she was known in Nuremberg, Die Eiserne Jungfrau.
Men, on hot summer days, does your hair get out of hand and look dry, wild, and unruly? After a swim, does it feel sticky and stringy, so matted and tangled? Then remember, Kreml Hair Tonic keeps dry, wild, sun-baked hair looking perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day, as if your barber had just combed it. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hair dressing has just enough light oil to keep hair neatly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. It leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. So make Kreml a daily must this summer for that handsome, clean-cut look from morning till night. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, I'm sure we're all as anxious as I am to hear the strange story of the Iron Maiden.
Well, it was just before the turn of the century, and Holmes and I had brought to a successful completion a most delicate mission for the reigning family of Saxony. We were spending a day of relaxation in the picturesque old German town of Nuremberg, preparatory to a leisurely trip on the Rhine, and then back to England. As we were getting up from breakfast in our rooms in the hotel, Holmes said,
"Wonderful weather, Watson. And I see you're admiring the excellent view of this quaint old town from our window."
"View? Well, yes, I suppose the view's all right."
"You don't sound very enthusiastic."
"I'm not. You know what the trouble with Germany is, Holmes?"
"No. What?"
"It's full of Germans." Well, I must Must be the waiter. Come in.
Have I the honor of addressing Mr. Sherlock Holmes of London, England?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, sir. My name is Watson. Dr. Watson.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Holmes, so celebrated colleague.
Oh, that's very good of you.
Permit me that I introduce myself, gentlemen. My name is Ferdinand Langer.
Yes, Mr. Langer?
My friend, the chief porter of this hotel, told me of your arrival, and I have come to beg of you if perhaps you can help me with my so difficult problem.
If it is a matter for the police, Mr. Langer, I fear that I shall be unable to assist you. I have no official standing here. And besides, Dr. Watson and I will be leaving tomorrow.
Oh, the police. To the police I have been, Mr. Holmes. At me they laugh. I am, how do you say, chief keeper of the 5th Eggiger term.
What?
The 5-cornered tower of the castle of Nuremberg. You have heard of it?
Of course. And of its famous torture museum.
Torture museum? That sounds distinctly unpleasant.
For 35 years now I work in the tower. In the last 18 years I am chief keeper. All this time there is never a complaint about me. But now, these last few weeks, the letters have started to come. Each one with more awful threatenings.
Threats, Mr. Langer? Threats of what?
That too old I am getting. That I should resign my position. That if I do not, something terrible will happen. Here is the latest. For yourself, you shall see, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes. If my knowledge of German serves me, vague threats, nothing specific, quite a typical letter. From the irregularity of the handwriting, Mr. Langer, the slanting lines and certain other definite characteristics, I'd say that the writer of this letter is definitely unbalanced.
Ah, so? You mean mad, Holmes?
Perhaps not outwardly so, but most definitely abnormal. And from the fact that these threats are evidently designed to make you resign your position, Mr. Langer, I deduce that the author of them must be connected in some way with the affairs of the tower. Have you any suspicions?
This I do not like to say, Mr. Holmes. But there is a young man, my assistant, Heinrich Schiller, who but waits to step into my shoes. He even presumes to pay court to my daughter Elsa.
Oh, well, we're only young once, Mr. Langer.
Oh, my daughter, I have better things in mind than this insolent young man.
Oh, really?
So, you too, Mr. Holmes, think Heinrich wrote these letters? You think I should have him arrested or dismissed?
I think you'll require more evidence than a mere guess, Dr. Langer.
But how shall I get it?
Well, perhaps we might combine business with pleasure. What do you say, Watson? Suppose we have Mr. Langer show us through Nuremberg's most famous site, the 5-cornered tower.
Here we are, gentlemen. If you will just follow me through this gate here. This way, gentlemen.
Just a moment, my man. Are you in charge here?
Yes, madam.
Then why are these people being admitted to the tower, while my friend Miss Simpson and I are kept standing about and debarred from entrance?
Oh, do please be careful, Amelia. It isn't as though we were home.
Nonsense. I insist upon knowing.
I am sorry, madam, but the tower is not open for visitors until 11 each morning, as you will find if your Baedeker you will consult. And it is now but 10 o'clock.
Then why are these two men being admitted?
Because...
No excuses. I'm English, my man. And in England, we believe in fair play. No favoritism.
I'm sure, Mr. Langer, that you have no objections to showing these two charming ladies through the tower with us.
Oh, of course, Mr. Holmes, if you say so.
I do indeed.
Thank you very much, sir. Just what I should expect from a fellow Britisher.
A pleasure. After you, ladies. Lead the way, Mr. Langer.
At this point, in the very center of the castle we are. Cut from out of the solid rock, built by the prisoners from 1253 till 60 years later.
1253? Victoria? Make a note of that.
What in heaven's name is that black pit yawning in the center over there?
The tiefer Brunnen, the deep well. Lean over and listen while I drop a stone.
Oh, it must be almost bottomless.
About 340 feet, I'd say.
You have been here before, Mr. Holmes?
No, I merely counted the interval from the time you dropped the stone until the splash.
Oh, Amelia, down that corridor, look. That gigantic shadow. It's getting nearer.
No. Control yourself, madam. It's merely somebody approaching with a torch.
Good morning, Herr Langer. I did not know you were showing a party so early.
That is Heinrich, Mr. Holmes. Follow with us, Heinrich.
Yes, sir.
Here are the dungeon cells where were kept the prisoners.
It's most insanitary, I call it. Nothing but damp stone.
Barbaric. Just what I should expect of foreigners.
And here, the torture chamber.
What are all those strange objects? Oh, at least there's a couch for the poor prisoners.
Hardly that, I fear. That wheel-like object at the head of it proclaims its true purpose.
Yeah, Mr. Holmes. This was the rack. On it they would tie the victim, and with the wheel they would stretch and stretch and stretch his limbs until his bones cracked.
Oh, how awful. Come, Victoria. No weakness.
Pleasant idea, I must say. What's that iron collar thing up there?
That, Doctor, fits into that larger iron frame which over there you may see. Around the neck of a prisoner, it was snapped and locked, so that the unfortunate man neither sit nor lie down nor sleep could.
Regular chamber of horrors.
And there is the boot, the iron frame in which a prisoner's leg was slowly crushed, and the braziers for melting lead, and heating tongs and pincers. They are all here.
And that large iron affair beneath the embrasure, that, Mr. Langer, I assume to be the famous Iron Maiden.
The Iron Maiden? It looks just like a statue.
I can't say that I consider it a very beautiful one.
It is a statue, madam, but a hollow one. And for good reason.
I think I'd rather not hear about it. Victoria, keep a stiff upper lip.
The two halves of the statue swing open, and within are many iron spikes, as in a moment you will see. Into it was placed the victim, and slowly the door upon him was closed. The maiden's kiss, the executioners called it.
Imaginative bunch of fellows they must have been.
A most graphic description, Mr. Langer.
Thank you. Perhaps one of the ladies would like to open the statue and see within?
Oh, no, not I. Nonsense, Victoria. The ghosts of prisoners who've been dead for 500 years can't hurt you. Here, Mr. Guide. I'll open it.
Good. You lift this bar here, so, and then pull open with this handle.
It works rather stiffly. There, now it's opening.
Good heavens!
Oh, there's something inside.
The body of a woman. No, don't touch her.
Mr. Holmes, the letters. Something horrible they spoke of. Now it has happened.
It's unbelievable.
Control yourself, Victoria.
Schiller, take these two ladies out into the air.
Yes, sir.
Now,
yes.
chin up, my dear. Chin up. Lean on me if you like, but chin up.
Oh, I must say, Holmes, that's about as nasty a sight as I've ever seen.
Quite so, Watson. Mr. Langer, do you recognize this woman?
Never saw her before.
What time yesterday did the last visitors go through?
The museum is closed from 6 o'clock on, Mr. Holmes.
Then the body of this unfortunate young woman must have been placed here between that time last night and the present moment.
Yeah, but how I cannot understand. Now, at last, to me, the police will have to listen.
Undoubtedly. And you'd best send for them at once. Dr. Watson and I will be leaving Nuremberg tomorrow morning, and the authorities will no doubt wish to take our statements.
Immediately, I shall send for them.
We shall wait here for their arrival.
Oh, this scandal. It will wreck the museum. Mr. Holmes, you have seen Heinrich. Tell me, could he so terrible a thing have done?
That, Mr. Langer, is a question we'd best leave to the police.
I fetch them at once.
A curious problem, Watson. The solution is, of course, obvious to you.
Solution? This murder, you mean?
Murder? There's been no murder, Watson.
The devil do you mean, Holmes? with the corpse literally staring us in the face from inside that revolting iron statue.
If you will examine the corpse for a moment, my dear Watson, you'll notice that it exhibits no signs whatsoever of rigor.
By Jove, you're right. But what on earth does it mean?
Simply that this poor woman was dead long before her body was put into the Iron Maiden. I've no doubt that the police will quickly be able to establish that a corpse is missing from the morgue or one of the local hospitals.
But Holmes, what can be the purpose of so fiendish and so horrible a plot? I hardly expect you to tell me it's merely a practical joke.
Far from it. Madness lay at the bottom of those letters that Langer showed us, and madness placed this body within the statue. But the difficulty, Watson, will be to reveal the madman behind these acts.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the mystery of the Iron Maiden. Men, on hot, sticky summer days, your hair needs extra special care. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. Kreml gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. It keeps the hair perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day. It never looks or feels greasy or sticky. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, refreshed, and alive. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most prosperous men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair and more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what did Sherlock Holmes do to uncover the madman behind the strange deed in the five-cornered tower of Nuremberg?
Well, by the time that the police had finished with us, it was late in the afternoon. Considerably shaken by the events of the day, we returned to our hotel, where the two ladies who had spent so grim a morning with us were also stopping. After a tub and a whiskey and soda, I don't know which was the more welcome, I came back into our room to find Holmes in conversation with young Heinrich Schiller.
Anything I can do, Mr. Holmes, I will. I know that the police suspect me of these letters, and how can I prove that I did not write them? Elsa's father shows clearly that he thinks it is I behind all this horror.
If you will carry out my instructions, Mr. Schiller, I think we may succeed in clearing up this matter this evening.
Heaven bless you, Mr. Holmes. If only you can remove the shadow that hangs over Elsa and myself.
Yes. And now goodbye. Until later.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye. That young fellow looks as though he was at his wit's end.
If the police, the father of the girl you loved, and even the girl herself suspected you of being an anonymous letter writer with a latent streak of insanity, I'd greatly doubt that even you could maintain your usual poise.
Possibly. But I wouldn't write anonymous letters or put corpses in Iron Maidens.
I trust not.
Well, I'm ready to do good justice to a great dinner, and then a good night's sleep before we start our trip down the Rhine tomorrow.
I hope that the dinner will be good. But I'm sorry to tell you that your chances of a good night's sleep look extremely poor.
Oh? Why?
Because by 10 o'clock this evening, you and I must be securely hidden in the torture room of the castle.
Oh, really?
Quite. And before we dine, I'd be obliged if you would unpack your service revolver and make certain that it's loaded. We may well be depending upon you before the night is out.
Well, just a moment. Where are you off to?
I'm going downstairs to see Miss Atterbury. I'll meet you in the dining room.
That grim-faced old trout? Well, don't tell me you're going to ask her and that mousy little companion of hers to dine with us.
Not at all, my dear fellow. I want Miss Atterbury's assistance in baiting a trap. So there, Miss Atterbury, you have a frank statement of my problem.
I understand, Mr. Holmes.
The difficulty, you see, is that although the man in question is undoubtedly as mad as a hatter, there's no way in the world by which I can prove it. And what I fear is that, having begun with threatening letters and graduated to stolen bodies, his mania may at any time break out in an even more violent form.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you don't mean... Murder? Don't be idiotic, Victoria. Of course Mr. Holmes means murder. Oh.
If you are willing to take the risk, Miss Atterbury, it is my belief that a sudden and violent shock may serve to bring his madness into the open. But I'll not disguise from you the fact that, although Dr. Watson and I will take every precaution, you may still be running a considerable personal risk.
Don't do it, Amelia. This is no concern of yours. Think what the dear vicar would say.
The vicar would probably faint. I, however, am made of sterner stuff. Mr. Holmes, I shall be glad to assist you to the best of my ability.
Capital. Then I shall see you at about 11 o'clock tonight, Miss Atterbury. Although you will not see us.
It's only 11 o'clock, Holmes. I feel as though we'd been here most of the night. The cold dampness of this infernal torture chamber is like a breath from a tomb.
I only hope, Watson, that my estimate of our man's psychology has been accurate. I'd hate to think that I'd put Miss Atterbury into jeopardy unnecessarily.
She looked to me the sort of female who could take care of herself if she were charged by a mad elephant.
Nothing wrong with her courage, though. There are not many women who would... Listen. Do you hear that, Watson?
Yes. I hear them.
Now you understand why I point at the hour of 11. The moon has risen, and enough of her light comes through that narrow embrasure so that you can shoot straight if the need arises.
I have my revolver ready, Holmes.
Be in readiness for anything, Watson. Once they're in this room, we shan't be able to make the slightest sound.
Right you are.
You are sure, Miss Atterbury, that no one knows about this visit?
No. I made a point of telling nobody.
Good. Only because you have shown such great interest and been so understanding would I, through the tower, show you at night when the museum is closed.
It's too good of you, my dear Mr. Langner. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. But I did so want to see it by moonlight. When I get back to England, I know I shall be the envy of all my friends.
It is because the proper spirit you show to the memories of the old days that I bring you here now. It is best at night. Those who once screamed aloud in this room, almost you imagine that in the moonlight you can see them and hear them.
Oh, really, Mr. Langer, you have the most remarkable ability for summoning up the ghosts of the past. When I think of what this room must have known, it makes the cold shivers run down my spine.
It is because you have the imagination that you so feel. That is but right and proper.
I was so disappointed today when you were unable to complete your description of all these fascinating devices.
There is no reason why now you should not them all be seen.
That pair of objects hanging on the wall, there, they look almost like gloves hanging at the end of those iron chains.
They are gloves, but of a variety most strange. Come to the wall here. To you I show them. See, it is most ingenious. So, the iron gloves open, and into them were the hands of the prisoner put.
May I try them? It would all make it seem so real.
But why not? Here, your hands you place inside.
Like this?
Yeah. And then.
Oh, you've closed them?
Yeah.
Most interesting, but it's rather uncomfortable standing here against the wall with my hands chained over my head. So, if you don't mind...
But that is only half of it. All you have not yet seen. I pull back this lever so, and slowly the stones of the floor under your feet move away.
Oh, dear.
Until you are hanging above a pit that goes down into the deepest depths of the castle. And there you shall hang. All shall hear you until ready I am to pull the lever that the chains will release, and down you will go.
Don't touch that lever,
He's reaching for it.
Quick, Watson.
Ah!
Good work, Watson. And just in time.
Is everything all right, Mr. Holmes? I watched the corridor as you told me.
Quite all right, Schiller. Just reverse that infernal device and let's release Miss Atterbury.
Oh, thank you so much.
Are you all right, Miss Atterbury?
Quite. Although it was not an experience I should care to repeat.
I can well believe that. But there's nothing wrong with your courage, madam.
I believe I'd like a cup of tea.
Well, we'd better get this fellow to the hospital, Holmes. I got him through the shoulder. Nothing fatal, but he's losing a lot of blood.
Well, I will carry him, Mr. Holmes. I will take him to the hospital.
Go ahead, Miss Atterbury.
Oh, thank
I'll
you.
hold the torch.
I realize, Holmes, that the man was mad. That a trap you set finally brought his madness out into the open, but...
It was the only way, Watson. A long shot, but a successful one.
I can't understand what Langer was attempting to gain.
I imagine, Watson, that his mind had become twisted by his many years among his gruesome exhibits of the past. And his hatred of young Schiller, both as a prospective son-in-law and as a successor to his own position, must have hatched this mad plot.
Well, it all ended well due to your foresight, Holmes, and to your pluck, Miss Atterbury. Oh, very good show, I must say.
It was a pleasure. Tell me, Dr. Watson, I believe that Mr. Holmes said that you and he are leaving tomorrow morning for a trip down the Rhine before your return to England. You're not by any chance going aboard the steamer Earl Kearney, are you?
Yes, we are.
Oh, how very fortunate. Miss Simpson and I are going on the same boat. So we shall all be shipmates for a delightful week.
Oh, yes. Delightful.
Are you a bachelor, Dr. Watson?
A bachelor? Yes, I am.
The Rhine scenery, they say, is most romantic.
Yes, so I've heard. Just a moment, Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
My shoelace has come undone. You go on ahead, Miss Atterbury. We'll catch up with you in a minute.
All right. Don't be long.
I say, Holmes, you take her back to the hotel. I got something else to do.
Going to change our tickets, Watson?
Huh? How'd you know?
I thought you might be thinking of giving up the Rhine trip and getting out of Germany by the fastest train.
A brilliant deduction, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary.
Ladies, when you want your hair to look its radiant best for an important date, just do this the night before. Give your hair a 10-minute glamour bath with Kreml shampoo.
I certainly agree with that, Mr. Bell. And you know, Kreml shampoo is the same shampoo used by those famous beauties, the Powers models.
Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair so that it fairly radiates natural, dazzling highlights. It leaves the hair simply gleaming with natural, glossy luster. And what's more, your hair stays that way for days.
And please bear in mind that Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's not a drying detergent. Not a harsh soap. It's entirely different.
Yes, Kreml shampoo uncovers all the natural highlights that lie concealed in every woman's hair. Yet it never dries the hair. In fact, Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle. It removes dandruff flakes the first time you use it.
Kreml shampoo whips up a luxuriant, active foam, even in the hardest water. It rinses out so easily and never leaves any dull, soapy film.
So, ladies, why not buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and glamour bathe your hair to a vision of shining beauty, like the lovely $1 Million Powers models. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Well, Dr. Watson, I'm afraid that this will be our last visit for a while.
Yes, I'm afraid so, Mr. Bell, but it's been a pleasure to be with you and our listeners for so many weeks. And I hope you've enjoyed hearing my stories of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes as much as I have telling them.
I think I speak for all of us when I say that we certainly have.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bell.
You know, Dr. Watson, beginning 1 week from today, Kreml will present a new series of programs featuring Eddie Duchin, to be heard Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons over most of these ABC stations. Consult your local newspaper for the time.
I'm sure that they'll be very fine programs. And before saying goodbye for the summer on behalf of Tom Conway and myself, I'd like to thank all of those whose assistance has made our weekly visits possible. Claire Wiedener of the American Broadcasting Company, Carl Hefferman, our engineer, Bill Verdier and Vic Clivotti, who so capably furnished our sound effects, Shirley Wilson, our charming script girl, Alex Steinert, who composed and conducted the music, Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher, Edith Miser, and Leonard Lee, who wrote the dramatizations, and last but not least, our producer and our director, Tom McKnight.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Final Problem. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and wishing you a happy and prosperous summer. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Chicago was known as the Windy City, and for good reason. The winds blow by the hour and the week and the month. Off Lake Michigan, up from the plains country, and down from the heavy timbered north. If you cock your ear, you can hear 27 languages whistling in from the suburbs. Lift your nose, and the breezes will fill it with the scent of foreign cooking, the perfume of the shop girls, and the aroma of businessmen's cigars. Push your hand into the wind, and you can feel the dampness of the tears. And if you really tilt your head the right way, close your eyes, hold your breath, and listen hard, you can hear the moans of the dying. It was a busy Wednesday night. Barnes on the city desk asked me to lend a hand, and I filled in on rewrite for a couple of hours. I just finished taking a leg man's notes over the headphones when the switchboard buzzed me on a personal.
Randy Stone?
Speaking.
My name's Richards. I'm a doctor on a receiving ward at Cook County Hospital. Stone, an accident case just came in asking for you. A fellow by the name of John Smith.
That's a familiar name.
He was hit by a car on a Damick Street about an hour ago. We've done everything we could. Hasn't got long.
That bad?
The chaplain just administered last rites.
John Smith, huh?
Yeah.
Tell him I'll be right over, Doctor. In my day, I've run into maybe 100 John Smiths, all of them with a story to tell, a piece of news to peddle, or a lie or two they just give away. But I wondered what kind of a story this particular John Smith wanted to tell me before he died. Dr. Richards met me at the desk. We shook hands, and he walked me down to the end of the hall.
Poor devil, he's really all cracked up.
Well, what happened to him exactly?
Accident report says he crossed the Damick Street in front of the Singer Hotel. Taxi was passing a truck. It was dark. Man in good health might survive such an injury, but not this man. He's at a dangerous point of debility. Hasn't eaten properly for months. A lot of drinking. Terribly neglected.
I see.
Here we are. He's in there. You don't remember me, Randy?
John Smith, I'm afraid.
Bend down, Randy. Take a good look.
No, it can't be.
John Smith for the obituary columns, Randy.
Frank Lyons.
Yeah, that's right, Randy. What's left of it? You were just out of the cub ranks in my day.
Frank, how did you get
It's
it?
a long story. I'm afraid I haven't got time to tell it.
Oh, what's on your mind?
A guy named Felix Henderson, Randy. Ever hear of him?
No.
Not many people have. But he's a real story. I asked you to come here because I thought maybe you...
I'd write it for you. Sure.
When I got out of Northwestern, I said I was going to be the biggest newspaper man in this town.
You were once.
Yeah, but it didn't last. In 1940, I met Cora, my wife. She was sleek and smart, and just as ambitious as I was. Maybe it doesn't fit in with the general idea, but we got married on one condition. That we both go right to the top and stay there. It worked, too. But this one night when I met Felix Henderson, Cora and I were having cocktails.
Give me the news, Frank.
Can you stand me for another 5 years, honey?
Well, that depends.
Well, I just signed up for a 5-year renewal with the paper. My own time, my own stories, and my own column. I'm going to climb all over this town, and both of us will wind up right on top.
Frank and Cora Lyons against the world.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, tell me we aren't doing it wrong, playing it this way. Winners or nothing. It is right, isn't it?
Well, of course it's right. We've come this far together. What's the matter? Is the pace too much for you, kid?
No, Frank. You would walk out if I failed you in any way, wouldn't you?
You know it, baby. Same way you would walk out on me if I slipped. So, here's to no slips, honey. You know, I like being with you.
And I like being with you.
Mr. Lyons?
Oh, yes.
My name's Felix Henderson. Could we talk? I've got a story for you.
Well, sure. Sit down. This is my wife.
How do you do?
My car is parked out front. Could we talk out there?
Well, I do. Okay. Sorry, darling. Business.
I'll wait here.
Okay, Henderson, what is it?
Lyons, I looked you up because they tell me you're a reporter.
I always want a story, Henderson.
Well, this isn't just a gift. I'm not offering you a rumor or something. This is my car.
Okay. Well, I'll give you just 3 minutes to interest me.
It's about old Stan Callahan, the big contractor. They're going to get him on an embezzling charge.
Stan Callahan on an embezzling charge? Well, you're crazy, Felix.
Yeah? I've got the proof right here in this briefcase. 500.
Okay. Let's have it, but it better be straight.
In a nutshell, it's this. Here's his bookkeeping records. It's all down here in fine print, how he did it.
Oh. Can I borrow these?
You cannot. You can sit here in the car and make a longhand copy of anything you want.
Well, these look like IOUs.
They are. Old Stan Callahan's daughter, Patricia, lost a lot of money to a gambling syndicate. Wrote them these IOUs. Callahan refused to come across it first, but the gamblers put the pressure on him. So old Stan stole the money from the company and paid off for his daughter.
Where do you fit in, Felix?
I'm a private detective. A certain gambling interest asked me to keep an eye on Patricia Callahan just in case she tried to leave town or something.
Okay, Felix, this is a story, and you'll get your 500. So I wrote the story. My paper printed it. The banner was sued for libel, but Callahan was never indicted. All that stuff Felix Henderson had shown me was so much junk. I was bounced and blackballed and washed up overnight. I tried to tell everybody that it was a frame, but nobody would believe me.
What about this Felix Henderson?
I never could break it because Felix Henderson vanished. Whoever wanted me broken, whoever it was, hired him to frame me. Never had the satisfaction of seeing me run out of town with my tail between my legs.
Easy.
I've hung around here every day since then, letting this happen to me, waiting to get hold of something that put me up there again. And today I saw it.
What?
Felix Henderson, walking down the Damick Street. I tailed him, and when he crossed to go into the Singer Hotel, I followed. Only, with my luck, here I am. A loser again.
I'll go and see him for you, Frank.
Thank you. Thank you, Stone.
Frank, this wife of yours, would you like me to...
No, forget her, Randy. She kept our agreement and divorced me a long time ago. She's with a new winner now. Henderson, that's who I want you to see. Just Henderson.
The clerk at the Singer Hotel told me Mr. Henderson was out and that he wouldn't be back for 2 hours. So I went back to the Star morgue file and pulled out the clippings on the old Callahan story. Everything was just as Frank Lyons had said. That is all one could see on the surface. Stan Callahan had died 2 years ago and left his daughter Patricia as the only heir. I got her address, a Gold Coast apartment, and I went over to have a talk. She was pretty as a postcard and as innocent looking as your sister.
Frank Lyons? Oh, the reporter.
Yes, that's the one. He's in a hospital right now. I wanted to look into his story a little.
Well, after what he wrote about me and my father, you can't expect him to care, can you?
He's dying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look, Miss Callahan, it doesn't make any difference now what happens. It's all over. There are no witnesses here. Tell me, did Lyons ever do anything to your father that would make him want to get even?
Frankly, that's what's mystified us. We never met the man before in our lives.
I journeyed back to the Singer Hotel to see Felix Henderson. He said he was in the bar. I found him. A tall, lanky, gray-haired guy with a hard face.
Yes, I'm Felix Henderson. What's on your mind?
Frank Lyons. He told me about the old Callahan story. He told me that you framed him with those papers that you gave him.
Well, that wasn't very nice of him. I didn't give Frank Lyons any papers. He made all that up.
It's kind of strange you left town at the same time, isn't it?
There are a lot of strange things in life.
Here's the way I see it, Felix. Pat Callahan is clean. You were hired to frame Frank Lyons, probably to keep him from printing some other story.
That's how you figure it, eh?
I said it.
Tell me, how you fix the money?
Well enough.
All right. I'll level with you as much as I can. I'm broke. I need money. Nothing makes any difference anymore. It's all over. So if you've got a couple of bucks, I'll give you what I know.
And the way you gave it to Lyons?
No. But you can take it or leave it. I'm not making any apologies for what I'm selling.
All right, where can we talk?
Up in my room.
So we finished our drinks and climbed up the stairs to his room. He looked nervous and a little scared, and frankly, I didn't know what to expect. I walked behind him all the way. He unlocked the door, and we went in.
I never can find that light switch.
Should be on the right over here.
They've got the dumbest reporters in the world in this town.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Here's a program note. Be sure to hear the new adventure series, Martin Caine, Private Eye, featuring popular stage and screen actor Lloyd Nolan, beginning this Sunday over NBC. And remember your two Friday evening favorites, The Amazing Mr. Malone and The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Yes, Friday evening means top mystery entertainment with The Amazing Mr. Malone and The Man Called X. And beginning Sunday, hear Martin Caine, Private Eye, all on this, your NBC station.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Death is the most intense drama of all. And no matter what the decorations, gunshot, disease, drowning, or old age, you're never quite prepared to cope with this single spectacle that all men have in common. Maybe that's why I made my promise to Frank Lyons as he lay dying in the Central Receiving Hospital. What did I get out of it? A crack on the noggin by a professional bully boy named Felix Henderson. When I came to, a fuzzy glance around his hotel room told me he'd gone. And with him, he'd taken my story for the next edition, and Frank Lyons' story for the next eternity. I was going through the shaking head cold water routine when his phone began jumping around on the hook. Hello.
Felix?
Yeah, this is Felix. Who's this?
I'm told you were at my office today. Obviously, you're in town hoping to collect more money from me. Felix, 3 years ago, I explained you were to stay away from Chicago.
Well, a guy gets lonesome.
You were paid quite well for your service at that time. There will be no more.
I sold a story to Frank Lyons once. Maybe he'll be in the market again. I think he'd like to know some things.
No doubt. But your return was for nothing.
Yeah?
Frank Lyons was critically injured in an accident today, and at this moment is on the brink of death. Understand me. Get out of Chicago, Felix. Get out before I have you picked up.
A nameless voice on the telephone obviously belonged to a man who had engineered the frame-up of Frank Lyons. There was no way to find out who he was, even though that was my job and my promise to a dying reporter. So I beat it back across town to Central Receiving Hospital, praying all the way that Frank Lyons would still be alive.
He's hanging on, Stone. Been conscious on and off since you left. I don't know how, but he's hanging on.
Can I talk to him, Doctor?
Sure, why not? As far as he's gone, it doesn't matter.
Come on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Stone. I'll stand by.
Thanks, Doc. Hi.
Randy?
Yeah, it's me again. I'm like a cub, Frank. You gotta steer me a little nearer to the story.
Did you talk to Henderson?
Yeah, but I got nothing out of him.
Randy, I'm hanging on here waiting for it. You've got to get it.
I'm doing my best. Don't try to talk right now. Just listen to me.
All right.
Frank, what did you have on the fire then? What story was so big that somebody'd want to frame you out of the business? Frank. Frank.
What's that, Stone?
Is he gone?
About an inch away. Has lapsed again. This time it may be for good.
I hung around the hospital for another half hour, hoping he might come to long enough to answer my questions, but he didn't. And then I remembered he'd been married once. It occurred to me that most guys talk to their wives about things, so I decided to look up his ex-wife. She'd married a lawyer named Palmer, and they lived in Glencoe. Took me 3/4 of an hour to get out to her address. A big brown house that was a shade smaller than Soldier's Field. I was asked to wait in the library.
I'm Addison Palmer. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Stone. Mrs. Palmer and I have guests tonight. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Stone. Forgive me, but I don't seem to recall your name.
You don't know me, Mr. Palmer. I'm a newspaperman.
Newspaperman? Oh, really?
I asked the man who answered the door if I could speak with Mrs. Palmer.
Oh, and I must have misunderstood. I thought you came to see me. Are you an old friend of my wife's?
No.
I asked because Mrs. Palmer's former husband was a newspaperman also. Wait here, Mr. Stone. I'll get Cora.
Addison Palmer went through the double doors at the far end of the room, and 3 minutes later, Mrs. Addison Palmer came in. Neat, trim, groomed, self-assured, and she was tailored for the kind of house she lived in and the kind of life she was obviously living.
My husband said you came here to see me. Mr. Stone, is it?
Yes, that's right, Randy Stone, reporter. I'm on a story. I thought perhaps that you might help me.
Well, in what way?
You were once married to a man named Frank Lyons.
Yes, that's true. What exactly do you want, Mr. Stone? You're entertaining tonight.
Well, Frank once had quite a reputation for getting stories that no one else was ever able to get. He stepped on a lot of toes. He incurred a lot of anger around the state. You remember any story he was working on at the time he lost his job that might have caused someone to want to ruin him or shut him up?
Mr. Stone, Frank told me nothing of his stories. I seldom inquired.
Oh. Well, I just thought you might have something that would help.
Why don't you ask him? I hear he's still in Chicago.
Oh, Frank was hit by a car today. Right now, he's dying at Central Receiving.
Oh. That's too bad.
Is that all you have to say?
Look, we were married for 6 years. Some of them were good years and some of them were bad years. We finally parted and that was that. Do I make myself clear?
Clear enough, I guess.
Just what do you expect me to do, Mr. Stone?
Well, just, go down to the hospital, maybe to hold him in your arms or look at him and talk to him or do anything that would make his dying like this a little easier, that's all.
Very well put, Mr. Stone. I'm moved.
Oh, that's great. Mrs. Palmer, I'll see you around.
Wait, I am moved, Mr. Stone. From my point of view, I wouldn't mind crying for all the good days and all the good years Frank and I had together. It's just that the bad ones keep getting in the way. Both of us arranged that. We wanted more excitement, more sophistication.
Cora, dear, our guests are waiting. Cora, you look miserable.
It's nothing, Ed.
Mr. Stone, I don't know what you've been saying, but I request that you leave my home.
I was just leaving, Mr. Palmer. It's sort of cold in here.
Wait a minute. What hospital did you say he was in?
Central Receiving, under the name of John Smith.
I'm going to see him. I hope he's still alive.
Cora, what is this?
Frank was hurt in an accident today.
Oh, so this is the news you brought in, Mr. Stone.
I've got to see him, Ed.
Well, Mr. Stone, I don't believe you and I have anything further to discuss.
I don't think so.
Oh, what paper are you on?
Chicago Star.
I dislike having my evening upset. I'll do my very best to have you fired, Mr. Stone.
Addison Palmer didn't mean anything to me at the moment, and I didn't pay much attention to what he said. All I wanted to do was get out of there as fast as I could. I was whipped. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. I wasn't going to be able to keep my promise to Frank Lyons after all. I was sitting in my car across the street from the Palmers, smoking a cigarette, when my first real break showed up. A tall man in a dark suit and coat climbed out of a cab, paid the driver, and headed for Palmer's front door. He didn't see me, but I saw enough of him to recognize a familiar face. It was Felix Henderson. I hurried to the phone booth of an all-night drugstore and put in a call to the paper. I got Poby in the file room.
Hello.
This is Stone, Poby.
Oh, yes. Still working on the Frank Lines thing?
Yeah, I just got something that's got to be checked.
Sure.
Can you tell me who handled the Callahan libel suit?
Hold on. Still got the clips out. Yeah, two attorneys. Fellows named Martin Jessup and Crane Killard.
Oh.
If you want to talk to them, they're part of legal firm of Granger, Jessup, Killard, and Palmer.
Did you say Palmer?
Yeah, sure. Anderson Palmer. Richards Creases, that one. Lives out in Glencoe in a 20-room bungalow.
I know, Poby. And you ought to see who's on his guest list tonight. I drove back to Palmer's place, and even though all the lights were out and all the other cars were gone, I pulled on the doorbell. No one answered. Then I noticed the door was open a crack, and I just walked in. There was a light on in the bar, and a man swaying behind it with a glass in his hand. Then before I could get to him, he pulled half the bar down as he fell.
No, Felix. No, please.
This isn't Felix Henderson.
Let go of me.
I'm just trying to help you up. Now stop fighting or I'll hit you with a beer mug.
Oh, it's you, Stone.
Yeah, and I should have left you there. Hey, come on, I'll walk you over to the sofa. Now, what was that for?
I just don't like you. Now get out of here. I don't need your help.
If you weren't half dead already, I'd break every bone in your face. Now, don't swing at me again or I'll do it. Now, sit down there. I'll make this short. My paper tells me you were part of the legal firm who advised Callahan to bring up the libel suit that ruined Frank Lyons. That means you hired Felix to work the frame.
I won't admit anything.
You did it to get Frank's wife. Although why you'd want her, I don't know. You knew she'd never leave him while he was on the top, so you kicked him to the bottom.
I never had to kick anybody to the bottom. Let them alone and they'll find their own way.
Well, that's the way it's going to be in the paper tomorrow. You see, I met Felix Henderson earlier tonight myself, and I also met you on the phone when I was in his hotel room.
Oh. Well, you need better proof than that, Mr. Stone. I broke one man for libelous statements. I'm capable of breaking you. Mr. Henderson's testimony, if you should ever locate him again, would be of no value without documentation. There is no such thing. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I follow you. I had Frank's story, but I couldn't print it. Nobody could ever print it. So I went back to the hospital to tell Frank about it if he was still able to listen. Dr. Richards met me.
What about 5 minutes ago, Stone? Sorry.
Oh, I had something to tell him.
If it's any comfort, he died with a smile, Stone.
Yeah?
His ex-wife came in and held his hand. You have anything to do with that?
Oh, I talked with him.
Oh, here she comes now. I'll see you later.
Mr. Stone, it's all over. I did what you asked me.
So I heard.
You see, I was moved, Mr. Stone. Buy me some coffee or something, will you, please?
I bought her some coffee, and that seemed to help. And after that, I told her what I'd found out and how I'd found it out. She listened good and hard, didn't ask any questions, and a look in her eyes didn't tell me anything either. When I finished, she sighed and made one comment.
So Addison Palmer actually went to all the trouble of wrecking Frank's career so he could marry me.
Yeah.
Oh, don't blame poor ridiculous Ad too much. Blame me. I wanted everything all the time. Always took, never gave. It's no way to live. Why did I do it, Mr. Stone? Can you tell me why?
Well, probably because you loved yourself more than anything else in the world. That's common.
Loved myself? I despised myself. I could see myself in the mirror, watch myself wrecking not only my own life, but everybody else's. Somehow I couldn't seem to stop.
Uh-huh.
The biggest laugh, though, is on Edison Palmer. Wanting me. That bad. It's like wanting to get smallpox.
I won't argue with you.
I wish I'd get hit by lightning or something.
But you're not the type that attracts lightning.
No, I guess not. I don't know why I talk like this in front of you.
Maybe I'm just the voice of your conscience.
I don't have one. I can't change myself, Mr. Stone. I am what I am. Well, thanks for the coffee.
Oh, sure. As I said before, I don't know what to say to a woman like you.
Don't say anything. So long, Mr. Stone. See you in the papers.
And there it was, a story I found and I couldn't print. But I made a promise to myself. The next time I ran into a story, a good big one, I'd print it and slug Frank Lyon's byline on it as a sort of going-away gift. Well, I don't know if you can see a moral in it, but I can. The moral... Well, life has so many little ways of catching up with you, of balancing the budget. Right when you think you got it licked, and right when you figured you've outsmarted the whole world, out of the blue you come face to face with yourself. Copy, boy.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder, brought to you by the makers of Bayer Aspirin. For those who do not know who Mr. Chameleon is, we give a quick sketch of his character. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself. Appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener will invariably know who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears. But the criminal he's tracking seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the Brownstone murder case. In some circles, 11 o'clock at night is considered early. At the Carlisle Arms, it is very late indeed, for the paying guests at the Brownstone front in the East 70s, which is now a genteel boarding house, retire around 10. After that, the musty halls are usually deserted. But now on the second floor, outside of one of these rooms, Madame Lorraine is talking to her friend, Mrs. Kramer. And Mrs. Kramer, a timid, rabbity little woman, is saying,
I wish you wouldn't go prowling around. Really, Madame Lorraine, you ought to stay away from that end of the hall.
Well, I don't intend to, Mrs. Kramer. I'm telling you, I heard voices last night in the back part of the house that's supposed to be shut up.
It is shut up. It hasn't been used in years.
It was being used last night. Either that, or there was someone in Professor Haywood's room. And the professor is away. His room supposedly is locked. Anyway, I'm going to do a little private investigating.
But what for, Madame Lorraine?
Just to satisfy my curiosity. I've always been a curious woman, Mrs. Kramer. And now I'm a bored one. I'm sick of the old fogies who live in this place. Colonel Robbins, for instance. Speak of the devil. Did you ever hear anything like that radio of his?
Colonel Robbins can't help it if he's deaf. He doesn't play his radio for long.
Well, at least it'll stop anyone from hearing me go down the hall.
What about Miss Darling? You know how queer she is. She's warned everyone not to go snooping around her room. And her room's right next to the door that leads to the empty wing.
Miss Darling is a silly neurotic. A young neurotic. That's even worse than being an old one. She can't scare me. Live dangerously, that's my motto, even after 50. But go back into your room. I'll see you tomorrow.
I still wish you wouldn't.
My dear, indulging my curiosity is the only pleasure I have left in life. Good night.
Good night, Madame Lorraine.
Poor little rabbit. But then all of us here in the Carlisle Arms are pathetic has-beens. Really, that radio. Oh, well, the Colonel has his radio. Professor Haywood has his bridge. I have my curiosity. And here we are. Here's the door that leads into the empty wing. Ah, that's strange. It isn't locked. Well, this is very interesting. Where does that stairway go to? There's a light on the stair. Who closed that door? No! Oh no! Please!
And now at Central Headquarters in the office of the Commissioner of Police. With him is the famous Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most feared man.
So there you are, Chameleon. There are the facts of the case. Madame Louise Lorraine was found strangled this morning in the second-floor hallway of a boarding house, the Carlisle Arms. A piece of wire had been knotted around her throat. The body was lying in front of room number 3, a room that usually was occupied by a Professor Haywood.
What's he professor of, Commissioner?
I wouldn't know.
Oh.
One of the boarders, I suppose. Anyway, Chameleon, it's a brutal business.
And in such refined surroundings, too. Amazing. The Carlisle Arms, a home away from home for gentlefolk. Well, Commissioner?
Get over there immediately, Chameleon, will you? And find out just how gentle those gentlefolk are.
Mr. Chameleon, it's so awful to think this should happen in the Carlisle Arms. I've worked so hard to build up a high-class clientele, and now I'm afraid I'm going to lose them all.
Madame Lorraine lost her life, Miss Carlisle.
I'm sorry. That was very selfish of me. She was such a person, too. So vital, so alive. She was a former opera singer, you know, and she still had plenty of temperament.
Little too much, perhaps?
Well, yes. She and Colonel Robbins, he's the gentleman in room number 2, they had a few arguments about his radio. He's hard of hearing. He turns it on a little loud occasionally.
Oh, yes. I see what you mean, Miss Carlisle. Who else lives on this floor?
Well, there's Mrs. Kramer and Miss Darling. Miss Darling is a bit eccentric.
In what way?
Well, she's young, Mr. Chameleon, but she wears the most dreadful old clothes. And she never fixes her hair. She never uses makeup. Sometimes, well, she gets a bit hysterical. Oh, but she's really a fine young woman, and she comes from a fine family.
That's fine. Now, let me see. That would be her room over there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
What's the door next to it?
Oh, that's always kept locked. That opens into the wing of the house we never use.
And this room here, this number 3, this belongs to Professor Haywood?
Yes.
Where is the professor?
Right now? Well, I have no idea, Mr. Chameleon. He's always going away for a couple of days at a time, but he's such a nice young man. I assure you
he comes from a fine family, yes.
Yes.
Well, maybe so, Miss Carlisle, but where was he last night when Madame Lorraine was murdered? Are you positive that he wasn't in his room?
Of course, I'm positive. He left on Monday.
Well, he could have sneaked back. Remember, the dead woman was found in front of his door.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, surely you don't think the professor... Oh, here comes Colonel Robbins now. Ask him what everyone thinks of the professor. Oh, Colonel Robbins.
Did you call me, my dear?
Yes, Colonel. This is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective from police headquarters.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Chameleon?
How do you do?
Nasty business, what? Fine figure of a woman. Who do you think killed her?
Well, offhand, Colonel, I couldn't say.
Who?
He doesn't know, Colonel, but he seems to suspect Professor Haywood.
The professor? What nonsense. Fine, upstanding chap. Excellent bridge player, too. Never overbids. You really think he did it, Mr. Chameleon?
Colonel, over my desk at Central Headquarters there hangs a motto. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. If Professor Haywood is guilty...
But he wasn't even here last night.
Well, perhaps not. The coroner tells me that Madame Lorraine died between 11 and 11:30. But you heard nothing, Colonel Robbins.
You're mistaken, Mr. Chameleon. I didn't hear a thing.
That's what I said. You heard nothing in the hall.
Oh, no. As you may have noticed, Mr. Chameleon, I'm slightly hard of hearing.
Mr. Chameleon? Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, Detective Sergeant Arnold is calling you, Mr. Chameleon. He's downstairs.
What is it, Dave?
Come on down here, will you? I've got something to show you. Just drop everything and come on, quick. Mr. Chameleon, I want you to hear them. That is, if they're still going out at hammer and tongs.
Who is it, Dave?
Two of the roomers, Mrs. Kramer and that Miss Darling. They're in the music room. Music room. Did you ever see such an old mausoleum?
Don't you like the Carlisle Arms, Dave?
It gives me the creeps. Full of poor old dodos, most of them just waiting to die.
Well, one of them did die, Dave. It's possible that she died because she had more life and vitality than the others.
Wait a minute, Mr. Chameleon.
You have no right to talk to me
Yep,
like that, Miss
they're
Darling.
still at it.
I have, Mrs. Kramer, and you're going to listen.
Take a look at that Miss Darling. A cute little trick, isn't she, Mr. Chameleon?
At least she's young, Dave.
Yeah. And what good is it doing her?
I know perfectly well you saw Madame Lorraine last night just before she was murdered.
No, I said good night to her, and then I left her.
And she told you what she was going to do. She told you where she was going.
No.
You're lying. Mrs. Kramer, you're going to tell me what Madame Lorraine said to you before she went to her death. You've got to tell me.
I won't.
All right. But let me tell you one thing. You keep away from my end of the hall. I warned Madame Lorraine, and I'm warning you. You keep your distance, or else.
Or else what, Miss Darling?
What?
Well, go on. What will you do to Mrs. Kramer if she doesn't keep away from your end of the hall?
Who are you?
This is Mr. Chameleon. I told you he was on the case.
Oh, of course, the great Chameleon. Mrs. Kramer, we're honored. This is the famous detective I'm sure you've read about.
How do you do, Mr. Chameleon?
How do you do?
But I don't know anything about it. All I know is there's something horrible going on in this house, and I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Well, now, don't be afraid. But, Mrs. Kramer, if there is anything that you can tell us...
No, just let me go to my room. Though I'm afraid to even go through the halls alone.
Well, Detective Sergeant Arnold, go along with you. You go ahead, Dave.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon. I'll be seeing you before you go back to headquarters.
And remember what I told you, Mrs. Kramer?
Miss Darling, just why are you threatening that poor woman?
Because she knows more than she's telling, Mr. Chameleon, I'm sure of it.
Well, what has that got to do with her keeping away from your room?
Nothing, except that I like my privacy. I've got a phobia about privacy.
Tell me, aren't you pretty young to be living in a place like this?
Mr. Chameleon, I live exactly as I please.
Oh.
Maybe I like this atmosphere of creeping death. Anyway, it happens to be none of your business.
Everything that happens in this house is my business, including you, Miss Darling. Where is your family?
I have no family. They're all dead. Anything else you want to know, you can find out on your own.
I will.
Oh, I'm sure you will. After all, you're the amazing Mr. Chameleon, aren't you? The famous detective, always turning up in all sorts of disguises.
That's right.
Must be fascinating. Though you're so attractive, it seems a shame to cover it up.
Thank you so much, Miss Darling. But I'll tell you something about a disguise. You work from the inside out. You see, you feel differently, so you act differently. That's what does it.
How interesting. I read that you'd even posed as a woman, everything from a prince to a street beggar.
Oh, you compliment me.
Well, let's see what you can do here, Mr. Chameleon. Let's see what you can get away with at the Carlisle Arms.
I'll do my best. What about this, Professor Haywood?
Professor Haywood, he's all right. Rather vague, but bearable. Why?
I wondered where he was at the time of the murder. And I wondered just when he was coming back. What's the matter, Dave? Glad to get out of the Carlisle Arms?
So help me, Mr. Chameleon. I can't stand that joint. No, Miss Carlisle's okay, but some of her guests, boy, there's something awful funny going on there.
Well, there's been something funny going on there for quite a while, Dave.
What do you mean?
Madame Lorraine's death was only the beginning. I'm very much afraid there's more violence to come.
Well, Mr. Chameleon,
Better get back in there immediately tonight, perhaps. No, this afternoon might be better.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't tell me that place is under surveillance.
Yes, it is, Dave. We've kept it quiet, but we've been watching it for weeks. I have a very good idea what's going on there, but no evidence. Now it's up to me to bring in the evidence, and fast.
Well, I still don't see... Say, Mr. Chameleon, what's that? That in your hand.
What is? Oh, that's a key from the Carlisle Arms. Room number 3.
Room number 3? But that's Professor Haywood's room.
Yes, Dave. I'm Professor Haywood.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the brownstone murder continues in just a moment. There's no need for you to let an ordinary headache upset you and spoil your whole day. To get relief that's so fast you'll be amazed, take 2 Bayer aspirin tablets with a glass of water. Bayer aspirin works quickly because it starts to disintegrate within 2 seconds after you take it. Now, to see this astonishing speed for yourself, drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and watch what happens. Before it reaches the bottom of the glass, it begins to disintegrate. That's exactly what it does in your stomach, and that's why Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost instantly you take it. So when you want quick relief from headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain, do as millions do who want fast relief. Take genuine Bayer aspirin. Always ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, never by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the brownstone murder case. It is late afternoon, and in front of the Carlisle Arms, Detective Sergeant Arnold has accosted a man of indeterminate age, with rumpled clothes and thick glasses. And as he climbs the steps carrying a suitcase, Dave Arnold says to him,
Hey, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Why, to my room, of course. I happen to live here, Detective Sergeant Arnold.
Huh? Chameleon?
I beg your pardon. The name's Professor Haywood.
Gee, I'm sorry, but no kidding, you sure look different.
Well, take it easy, Dave, and follow me upstairs.
Professor Haywood, I was afraid we'd never see you again.
Oh, why not, Miss Carlisle?
Why not? Haven't you read the papers? Don't you know about Madame Lorraine?
Oh, that, yes. That must have been ghastly. Poor woman, I liked her, though she was a bit overwhelming.
Just how well did you know her, Professor?
Is that any affair of yours?
Please, Detective Sergeant, can't you leave my guests alone? For years I've worked to build up a nice clientele, and now the police are driving them away.
Oh, I don't suppose the murder had anything to do with it, Miss Carlisle.
Well, isn't that one of the worst aspects of murder, that the police come butting in?
Is that supposed to be a joke, Professor?
Yes, aren't you clever?
Quite a card, aren't you? Well, let me tell you, Professor, and you too, Miss Carlisle. A little later, we're searching this place from top to bottom, including the unused wing.
Detective Sergeant Arnold, I'm just as anxious as you are to find Madame Lorraine's murderer.
Well, what are you laughing at, Professor?
I beg your pardon? Oh, I was just thinking that is rather amusing. I mean what I just said, that the worst aspect of murder is the police butting in.
Miss Carlisle, is he quite right in the head?
The professor? Of course he is. And it's your manner I object to. I don't mind your searching the house. But to think that all my nicest people may be driven away...
Who, for instance?
Well, Mrs. Kramer, for one. She's packing right now. She's leaving first thing in the morning.
Oh, dear, that is too bad. She always made our fourth at bridge.
Is that all you can think of?
Detective Sergeant Reynolds.
Arnold.
Arnold Reynolds, whatever it is. Do you mind very much if I take my suitcase to my room?
Not if you don't mind if I go along with you.
There isn't very much I can do about that, is there? But, Miss Carlisle, please don't worry. I shan't be leaving.
Oh, thank you, Professor. I'm very glad to hear that.
I'm just wondering, if Mrs. Kramer is leaving in the morning, do you suppose she'd still be willing to play bridge this evening? I've been looking forward to having a little game with her and Miss Darling and Colonel Robbins. Okay, Dave, we can talk, but keep your voice down.
So Mrs. Kramer is trying to clear out of here, is she, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Mrs. Kramer is terrified, Dave, and she has reason to be terrified.
Well, what do you want me to do? Keep her here?
No, let her think that she can get away. Let other people think that she can get away.
Yeah, but look, Mr. Chameleon, does it occur to you she might have murdered Madame Lorraine? She could have.
You're quite right, she could have. But let things rest as they are. Just search this place with a fine-tooth comb, especially that empty wing that's been untenanted for years. Oh, you know something? I wouldn't be at all surprised if I found out more than you will over the bridge table this evening in my role of the professor.
It's your bid, Professor.
I'm well aware of that fact, Miss Darling. I was just thinking.
I make it one, no trump.
I haven't bid yet, Colonel.
Oh, I thought you said a spade. Sorry, my dear boys.
That's quite all right. I pass.
What did you say, Mrs. Kramer? Mrs. Kramer, please keep your mind on the game.
How can I, Miss Darling? With the police upstairs. Why are they taking so long to search the place? And why isn't that Mr. Chameleon supervising the search? He was so courteous, so attractive.
Did you say 2 hearts, Mrs. Kramer?
Mrs. Kramer said nothing, Colonel. Her hands are shaking so she can hardly hold her card.
I can't help it. All I want to do is to get away from here to... Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
What is it, Mrs. Kramer?
The ace of spades, Professor. Right here in my hand. The ace of spades means death.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well, it does mean death.
It also means a re-deal. Shuffle them, Professor.
No, wait. Colonel, that detective sergeant is right behind you.
Really? Is the search all over, Sergeant?
Yes, the search is over, Colonel.
Well, what did you find out?
Nothing, judging from his face.
Maybe more than you think, Miss Darling. Professor, may I see you alone?
Oh, yes, certainly, Detective Sergeant.
Professor Haywood, he's not taking you away, is he?
No, he just wants to see me alone. Will you excuse me, ladies? Well, Dave?
We didn't find a thing, Mr. Chameleon. Not a blasted piece of evidence. We went through everything, every room, including that empty wing. Whoever the killer is, whatever is behind this, someone is awful smart.
But not quite smart enough.
Well, how did you make out? Did the cards tell you anything?
They told Mrs. Kramer that death was very close. And maybe they told me something, too. This is a case, Dave, where the culprit has to be caught red-handed.
But when, Mr. Chameleon?
Tonight.
Tonight?
Mm-hmm. Things are going to start happening tonight. And I'll know when there's going to be a signal, and I'm pretty sure I know what that signal will be. Colonel Robbins! Colonel Robbins!
Did someone call?
Yes, Colonel.
Oh, Professor. Come in, my dear boy. Come in.
I saw your door was open.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Your door is open. I wondered, would you mind very much not playing your radio just for tonight?
You want to listen to the radio?
I want you to turn it off. I've a bad headache and can't get to sleep.
I sleep better too, Professor, if I listen to music late at night. What are you doing?
I've turned the radio off, Colonel.
But you can't do that. I'm listening to my favorite program. It'll be over within 15 minutes. Half an hour at the most.
Half an hour will be too long. Even 15 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry, Professor, but I intend to hear my program.
Turn that radio off, Colonel.
I will not. A man's home is his castle, Professor. I realize I may have it on a little too loud, but since I'm slightly hard of hearing...
Are you, Colonel?
Am I what?
Hard of hearing. Tonight at bridge, I said as softly as I could, that detective sergeant is behind you, and you heard me perfectly.
Why, yes, I did.
You're not deaf, Colonel Robbins, not at all. Please turn off that radio, or I'll turn it off for you. Well, that's better.
Turn it on immediately.
Why, Colonel? What have you been covering up with all that noise? What do you expect to cover up now?
Are you out of your mind, Professor? Get away from that radio.
Oh, that's it. That's what you hope to drown out. All right, Colonel Robbins.
Professor, where did you get that gun?
Part of my academic equipment. Keep your hands up and keep moving ahead of me fast. The scream came from Mrs. Kramer's room.
Who are you? I'll turn you over to the police.
Think it may be the other way around. Here we are. Miss Kramer, you all right?
Yes, Professor. But Miss Darling here tried to kill me. I woke up and she was bending over me in the dark. Then Miss Carlyle rushed in and saved me.
Well, how could you tell if it was dark, Mrs. Kramer? Maybe it was Miss Darling who rushed in to save you.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not. It's true, Professor. It was Miss Carlyle who intended to murder Mrs. Kramer.
She's lying, Professor. But I don't understand. What are you doing with that gun? Colonel, why is he pointing that gun at you?
The professor is an imposter, my dear.
Yes, I am an imposter. We all are, in fact, including Miss Darling, whose real name is Evans, Madeline Evans, plainclothes policewoman, who was sent here to keep an eye on this house.
What?
Yes, I looked you up in the files this morning. You're a very pretty girl under normal circumstances, Madeline.
Yes,
You see, the powers that be thought it was best that we shouldn't know we were working together under the same roof.
What the devil?
Chameleon! You're Mr. Chameleon!
But that's not possible. Yes. Yes, he is Mr. Chameleon. Why didn't you recognize him, Colonel?
Why didn't I recognize him?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because you'd known me for weeks as Professor Haywood. You were accustomed to Professor Haywood's mannerisms, his personality. You'd accepted him and catalogued him as being perfectly safe.
But we've done nothing. Why should you be watching this house?
Miss Carlyle, you and Robbins both have prison records.
What?
Go way back, of course. But later, you decided to operate a hiding place for criminals on the lam. You had a wonderful front, a highly respectable boarding house, perfect hideaway for men wanted by the police.
Mr. Chameleon, do you mean that Madame Lorraine, that most of the guests here are criminals?
No, indeed, Mrs. Kramer. Only Colonel Robbins. But every once in a while, haven't there been odd-looking transients? Of course there have. They were hidden away in that empty wing.
And spirited out during the night, I suppose.
Exactly, Colonel Robbins, with your radio drowning out any sounds.
Then Madame Lorraine, that explains her murder, Mr. Chameleon. That's where she was going, to try the door of that empty wing. She'd heard voices. She told me.
Well, she tried the door. The chances are she even went through it, to her death. They were going to kill you, too, of course, Mrs. Kramer, because you knew where she was going.
And just how can you prove all this, Mr. Chameleon?
Miss Carlyle, there is the wire lying on the floor. You had to drop it before you had a chance to use it on Mrs. Kramer. But I'm sure that same sort of wire strangled Madame Lorraine.
No, that's not true. I had nothing to do with killing Madame Lorraine.
Well, then who did?
He did, Colonel Robbins.
You filthy liar! Chameleon, she's the one who planned the whole thing. All I did was to play my radio.
No, he killed her.
She slipped the wire around Madame Lorraine's throat. She used a pair of pliers to tighten the wire. They're in her pocket now.
Shut up, you fool.
Okay, Miss Evans, look for the pliers. And then we'll all of us take a ride down to Central Headquarters. And, of course, as you know, Mrs. Kramer, the pliers were in Miss Carlyle's pocket. Immediately afterwards, she, Robbins, confessed to everything. Anyway, my dear lady, it's all over now, and you can draw a free breath.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, if it hadn't been for you, I'd be dead.
Oh, nonsense. We cops simply did our job. Didn't we, Miss Darling? I mean, Miss Evans.
We did. And, Mrs. Kramer, I hope you'll forgive me for threatening you. It was the only way I had of warning you to keep away from that door to the empty wing.
My dear, you saved my life. Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, go ahead and say it. Tell me how bungling, how incompetent I was not to penetrate your disguise. That's what you're thinking.
I was thinking how very attractive you are, Miss Evans, and what an excellent operator. The only thing is, the next time when I ask to have you assigned to work with me, let's see to it that we play bridge as partners, not as opponents. You're much too good. And I'll tell you a secret. I hate to lose.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. The next time an ordinary headache threatens to spoil your day, get fast relief by taking genuine Bayer aspirin. You'll be amazed at how quickly Bayer aspirin works, and the reason is that it starts to disintegrate within 2 seconds after you take it. To see for yourself that this is true, just drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and watch what happens. Before it reaches the bottom of the glass, the tablet will begin to disintegrate. It does the same in your stomach, hence brings relief with astonishing speed. So the very next headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain you have, use Bayer aspirin for really quick relief. And when you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer Aspirin, not by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer Aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces, in the case of Death and the Dependent Husband. The part of Mr. Chameleon was played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
Listen, everybody. Thousands of laboratory tests on scores of individual teeth show that new Lion's toothpaste actually gets teeth brighter, 2.5 to 5.5 times brighter than any of the 5 leading brands. Brighter by far than any other toothpaste. And the reason is that it's not just another old toothpaste with an added ingredient, but is completely new and radically different in formula. A new kind of toothpaste that cleans without soap and polishes without chalk. So get more brightness in your smile. Go to any drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Lion's toothpaste.
Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in another performance next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, screen actor Frank Lovejoy comes to the NBC microphone as reporter Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me tell you about some of our other mystery features heard on this station of the NBC radio network. This Sunday, the Falcon brings you mystery, adventure, and intrigue as he investigates the case of the Helping Hand. Later Sunday, make a date to hear Lloyd Nolan as he brings you thrill-packed listening as Martin Kane, Private Eye. And every Monday evening, you're invited to tune to this NBC station for Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy. Now there's Adventure with Frank Lovejoy, starring on Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Christmas Eve. Jingle bells, silent night, boughs of holly. Yeah, they say there's a warmth about Christmas that spreads out like a fan and touches everyone. The holiday spirit, it's called. But right at the moment, I'm thinking of one character who was nearly left out in the cold last Christmas. None other than yours truly. Me, myself, Randy Stone. It started out like any other Christmas Eve. An exchange of gifts, a few drinks, some off-key caroling, everybody killing time until the going-home nod from the boss. Everybody, that is, but me. No, I wasn't going home, because as far back as I can remember, Christmas has been another work day for Stone. I waited around for the noisy holiday gang to leave so I could settle down to work. And then Sam Bullock, the big boss, sent for me, and I walked across to his office.
Oh, come in, Randy, come in.
How are you, boss?
Sit down, Randy.
Oh, such politeness can mean only one thing. I'm fired.
No, this is even more embarrassing, Randy. I'm going to give you a little something in the way of a present.
Ah, I'll come back when you're sober.
When's the last time you had Christmas off, my boy?
I can't remember. Why?
Well, you're having this one off. 5 days of it to spend with your family.
Well, what family? Boss, you know better than that. What'll I do with myself?
Well, a man who knows as many people as you do, it'll be the best thing in the world for you.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, it might really be something. Say, I could call Alex Stevens. He's been bothering me for 8 years to spend Christmas with his family.
Sure.
Or maybe Alice over in Classified. I'm beginning to like the idea.
Okay, well, you'd better beat it before this noble impulse of mine evaporates.
Well, you hang on to it. I'm leaving now.
And, Randy.
Yeah?
Merry Christmas to you.
Right back at you, Chief. And thanks for the break. The revelers had gone now, and the office was empty except for one man. Old Ed Collins sat watching the teletype machines. He looked up when he saw me.
Thought you'd gone, Randy.
No.
What are you looking so smug about?
Boss gave me 5 days off.
Swell. What are you going to do, go home?
Home is a bachelor apartment on 7th Avenue. No, Collins, I'm going to call my old pal Alex Stevens in Decatur and tell him to meet the morning train.
Good idea.
Long distance? I want to call Decatur. The Stevens residence. Alex Stevens in Decatur. I'll wait. Phone's ringing all right.
Good.
Oh, this little floor, Alec. 8 years he's been after me. Must have an old maid sister-in-law or something.
Careful, Randy. Tried to marry me off once when I was younger.
Should have answered by now. Oh, what's that, operator? Oh, no. No use ringing anymore. He must have gone out of town for the holidays.
Gone out of town, eh?
Yeah. I guess I'll have to settle for female company.
Not home either?
Well, that was a screwy idea. I don't know why I went for it. Phoning people the last minute like this.
Guy, with the friends you have...
Oh, sure. The friends I have, millions of them, till I go looking for one.
Oh, there's a Christmas card for you on my desk. Keep forgetting to give it to you.
I'll get it later.
Hey, my folks only live 40 miles out. Boy, would they be glad to have you spend a few days with them. I could call them.
No, Ed, forget it. What's a guy like me want with a holiday on Christmas? I'm shoving off, Ed.
How about that envelope on my desk?
Later. Looks like I might be back to play a little pinochle with you.
Now, my ma, all I've got to do is phone her.
No, I'll make out all right. See you later.
And have yourself a time. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. I didn't want to make any more calls in front of Collins, so I headed for the nearest phone booth. Well, I made another 3-4 calls. No dice. Randy Stone, a guy who couldn't walk a downtown block without saying hello to half a dozen people, couldn't find one lousy bum would be his friend tonight, Christmas Eve. I went back to the office hoping some big story had broken so that I could put myself to work. Nothing come in, Ed?
Not a thing. Even the thugs are home tonight.
Anybody phone me?
No. Here's that letter I was telling you about.
Oh, thank you.
What's that, money?
It's a 50-cent piece.
What's he want, your autograph?
It just says, God bless you, Mr. Stone, signed Catherine Malloy. I don't know any Catherine Malloy. Hey, this is all the earmarks of an office gag, and a pretty poor one at that.
It's $50.
Yeah, it'll buy a drink.
Say, Randy.
Yeah?
I thought maybe you'd change your mind about going out to my folks' place.
No, thank you, Ed. No, thank you.
My ma, she...
No, I said no. Ed, no, thank you. Outside it was snowing, light and fluffy, like it had been specially ordered for the occasion. And the people went about their business humming and singing little snatches of song. You know, oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Yeah, there was warmth and good feeling everywhere. But my mood was more than a match for it, and I was beginning to feel sorry for myself. Like an unwanted cat, I took my mood out to get it drowned at Bobby's bar.
Randy, how are you, boy? How are you?
Wow. What's with this place? It's like a morgue.
Well, haven't you heard? It's Christmas.
Yeah, I've heard. Will you put a dime in that thing, get something snappy?
Okay. There we are. Hey.
You lonely, Randy? Give me a whiskey sour.
Yeah. That's the way it is with me, too. I don't need nobody. Nobody needs me.
It's all right, I guess, only 2 or 3 times a year you wish it was different. You know when it hits me? Christmas, Easter, and May 17th. That's the date my mother died. But Christmas and Easter was a big time in our house. You know, we had 11 kids.
Look, why don't you write a book?
You act like this was something new to you. To me, it's like this every Christmas. You know, the important thing is don't be alone.
How much do I owe you?
50 cents.
Here.
You know, when you try and fight it, you gotta lose. Randy, are you going into a new business?
What do you mean?
Well, I thought maybe you might have gone into manufacturing.
Manufacturing what?
Coins. But, brother, if you are, you got a lot to learn. This is about the phoniest $50 I ever saw.
Phony?
Yeah.
Give it to me. Yeah, That was somebody's idea of a gag. Some half-wit in the office.
Ain't much of a joke, I'll tell you.
Mrs. Malloy, huh? I'll fix those guys.
You gone?
Yeah.
Hey, well, what's your hurry? You ain't gonna leave me here alone, are you? Wait till somebody else comes in.
So long, Bob.
Well, you ought to stick around so we can talk, Randy.
You're wasting it on me.
Okay, Randy, but remember what I said. Don't be by yourself. Whatever you do, don't get to be alone.
I stopped at the corner drugstore and bought a couple of magazines and went to my apartment ready to spend a quiet holiday. 7 o'clock. Great. Nice, long evening ahead of me. Lots of time to hate the world and feel sorry for myself. I poured myself a quick drink, and then somebody rang my doorbell. Yeah, just a minute.
Hi.
A 10, 11-year-old kid stood in the doorway looking up at me. His face was clean, but his clothes were patched and ragged. He wore a red pullover sweater at least 5 sizes too big for his skinny frame.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Wow, what do you want?
Don't you remember me?
I remember 10,000 of you. What do you want, a handout?
I'm Jerry Malloy. Remember Mrs. Malloy?
Who sent you up here? Whose idea was it? McFarland's, the office-wise guy?
My mother sent me.
Well, you go back and tell your mother not to send phony coins through the mails. And if your mother happens to be McFarland, tell him that...
She said for me to give you this letter. I'm to wait for your answer.
Look, kid, take your letter and beat it. Enough is enough.
She said maybe...
Will you take the letter? Now, come on. What are you waiting for?
I'll leave it with you.
No. Here's 2 bits for you. Now, go tell McFarland the joke is over. Now, beat it before I get mad.
Mother said to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Beat it. I no sooner slammed the door shut when I began feeling like a heel. And I opened the door half hoping I'd find him standing there. But he was gone. But resting on the mat in front of my door was the quarter I'd given him. I picked it up and I stood there with the coin burning my fingers. I knew I wouldn't feel quite clean again until I'd found that kid and made it right with him. Somehow. I had to get to the kid, but how? The logical starting point seemed to be the newspaper office. I put my coat on. I was about to leave when a sharp knock sounded on my door. I opened the door and a policeman came in.
Mr. Stone?
Oh, yeah, come in.
Thanks. I'm Lieutenant Saunders. Know anything about this?
Well, this envelope's addressed to me. Where did you get it?
Do you recognize it?
A kid came in here about 15 minutes ago and wanted to give it to me.
You sure this is the same letter?
Well, the writing's the same as another letter I got at the office. Why? What happened?
The boy who brought you this letter. What's his name?
I don't know. He said it was Malloy, but I don't think it is.
Give me a description.
Oh, he's, 10, 11 years old. 95 pounds. Light brown hair. Wearing a faded red sweater, patched trousers. What's this all about?
Hit by a car. Driver picked him up and took him away.
Hit? How bad?
Nobody knows. Woman who saw it from a window thinks the kid was dead.
The car got away?
Yeah. She didn't see the license number. When we got there, we found this letter on the street.
And the kid may be dead?
Yeah, it looks like it. Said his name was Malloy, huh?
Yeah, that's what he said. Can I see that letter? Maybe there's something in it.
Sure. What's it say?
It's kind of hard to read.
Looks like some kid wrote it.
Dear Mr. Stone, we're hoping that you'll come out to have Christmas dinner with us. I've told Jerry not to leave till he brings back your answer saying yes. It's signed Mrs. Catherine Malloy. I don't know a Catherine Malloy.
Well, maybe they mistook you for somebody else.
I thought it was part of an office gag, and I still think so. Let me go back there and check. I'll call you later.
Where do you work, Mr. Stone?
Chicago Star.
Oh, you're that Randy Stone. Well, look, if you get any information, phone it into the precinct.
Hi, Randy. What's the matter with you? You look like you've been run over by a streetcar.
Well, that's how I feel. Collins, you gotta help me.
Well, if I can, sure. What is it?
Now, first of all, tell me. Did anybody in the office plant a phony coin in an envelope and send it to me in a Christmas card?
Well, not that I know of. Who'd pull a crazy stunt like that?
I don't know. I gotta find out about that kid.
What kid?
Well, he came to my apartment with a message, and on his way home, he was hit by a car.
Bad?
The driver picked him up and took him away, and the cops think that he was dead.
And you don't know the kid?
No. He said his name was Jerry Malloy. He said it like it should have meant something to me. But it doesn't. I've never seen him before.
Well, maybe it's someone you've forgotten. A guy meets a lot of people in this business.
Yeah, that could be. I want you to do something for me, Ed.
What?
Check with as many of the boys you can reach at home. Find out if they know anything about the kid, and then phone the police and see if they've found him. If you want me, I'll be in the library.
What are you going to do there?
Well, something that makes me shudder, but I'm going to do it anyway.
What's that?
I'm going to dig back through all my stories for the past year and see if I can find a Mrs. Malloy.
Well, maybe you didn't use her name.
Well, I'll see what I can find. You get busy on that phone. Collins left me alone, and I went to work. It's funny how inane some of the stuff you write seems after it's been buried. Only 3 of the bits offered any idea of who Mrs. Malloy might be. One about a woman who'd refused to leave a cat in a burning house. Another about a middle-aged lady bookie. And the last about a woman and her family who were being evicted from a slum apartment for lack of rent money. The story was about the bystanders and how they dug into their pockets and raised $40 so the woman could get back into her place.
How you doing?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think I've got something.
Well, I called the boys. They don't know anything about the kid or the letter.
You phoned the police?
Yeah.
Well?
They want you down at headquarters.
Me? What for?
To identify the kid. They think they found him.
Dead?
Not much chance to live.
Where is he?
State Hospital.
It's a pleasant chore for Christmas Eve, isn't it?
Dandy.
Well, then I guess they want me to go and see his mother and say, guess what I brought you for Christmas.
Snap out of it, Randy. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah. I phoned headquarters, and they sent a radio car to get me. From there, we went to State Hospital. Lieutenant Saunders was there waiting for me. A nurse led us down a long hallway.
Severe concussions and possible internal injuries, the doc said. Doesn't think he'll live. In here. This is the boy. Go on, Stone. Take a look.
All right.
Well, is that him?
No, that isn't Jerry Malloy. For a minute, I felt a sense of relief, but I knew I was kidding myself. Sooner or later, Jerry's body would be found, and until then and after then, I'd feel the guilt to be mine. You see, by now I knew the kid was on the level. He'd been sent to me with a message offering me a home for Christmas, and in my blind stupidity, I sent him away. Nice guy, this Randy Stone. The cops dropped me off at the paper and told me they'd keep in touch.
Well?
No, it's not him.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to find Mrs. Malloy.
That 50-cent coin, that's what makes it interesting. Why money in a Christmas card and a phony coin at that?
Well, maybe she didn't know it was phony.
All right, then. She didn't know it was phony, but why was she sending you money? You lending the stuff out at 15%?
What? Hey, wait a minute. You got something there. Maybe she did owe me some money. That woman that was tossed out on the street, $40 we raised for her, she took my name and said she'd send me my $5 back.
Well, can you remember where she lived?
It was on the south side. I remember the building. Yeah, I can find her. Collins, I can find that kid's poor mother.
Well, isn't that what you wanted?
I don't know. You know what I really want? I'd like to start this whole evening over again. Think you could arrange it for me? I suppose I could have let the police handle it, but I'd developed a burning need to tell her myself. I hopped into a cab and went scouting for the building she'd lived in. I hoped I wouldn't find it, and yet I knew I wouldn't stop until I did. I found it all right where it had always been, pressed between the ugliness of two warehouses. I hung around outside for 10 minutes before I could find the courage to go and face her. Apartment 6 she'd lived in. I stood in front of it and listened to the muffled sounds of a radio playing dance music inside.
Well, hello.
May I come in? I've got to talk to you.
Oh, I'd like very much to have you come in, but my husband, he's a bouncer in the nightclub. Maybe some other time.
Look, Mrs. Malloy, I've got to talk to you.
What about Christmas Eve? Go away. Hey, what Mrs. did you say I was?
Malloy, Catherine Malloy.
I'm not Mrs. Malloy. I never was, never will be. My name's Mrs. Manty, Carol Manty. You know, the more I look at you, the more I wish I was your Mrs. Malloy. But I'm not. I'm really not. How do you like that?
Well, I like it a lot more than you'll ever know. You know where I can find her? She lived in this apartment 4 or 5 months ago.
Never heard of her. Maybe if you ask the caretaker, he'll know.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do that. I was glad this woman wasn't Jerry's mother. I'd built a picture of Mrs. Malloy that didn't jive with a slightly tipsy frump staring at me out of hazy eyes. I called him the caretaker. Yes, Mrs. Malloy lived here, but she'd moved a couple of months ago, and he didn't know where to. He told me to try Kozlov's grocery store. The storekeeper there was a living city directory. Mr. Kozlov?
None other. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Malloy who used to live in the Elkin Apartments. I was wondering if you knew where she'd moved to.
Malloy?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, I remember her, but I don't know where she moved to. A good woman. Didn't owe me a penny when she left.
I've got to find her.
She was working steady when she moved. Wages every week makes difference.
You think some of her neighbors would know where she moved to?
Oh, they do a big turnover in some of those places, but with wages coming in regular, I think I know how you can find her.
How?
It's a pattern people follow. When things can't be worse, then they live in places like the Elkin Apartments. But when they're working and a little money is coming in, they move up a notch. That's the way it works.
Where is this notch, this step up?
It's a gamble. But if I was you, I'd try Blake Avenue, somewhere around 20th. That's the way it goes, from Elkin to Blake. Sometimes back to Elkin. Sometimes not.
Sometimes 3 hours can be an eternity. It was 10 o'clock now. 3 hours since the kid had knocked on my door. The streets were full of happy, smiling people, and the snow made everything look like a Christmas display window in one of the big stores. I'd have given 10 years' salary to be like the people rushing into the stores for the last-minute presents for Aunt Agatha. I went into the stores all right, but to ask them if they knew where I could find a dead kid's mother. Took me about 15 calls to locate her. A druggist gave me her address, 1461 Burkell Street, apartment 9. Before going there, I called the office.
Hello?
Oh, Ed, anybody phone?
Nope. I guess I haven't found him yet.
Well, how about the mother, Mrs. Malloy? You think she'd have called the police by now?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Well, maybe she didn't phone because she thought the kid was in good hands.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Randy.
Well, I've located her. And now comes the pleasant part of the job, telling her about it. How will I start? Merry Christmas, Mrs. Malloy, and a Happy New Year. May the New Year bring you...
Why are you going off the deep end like this, Randy?
Yeah, I know. It wasn't my fault. I was just an innocent bystander. So long. I made another call, police headquarters. They had nothing new on it. The kid would turn up, they said. He'd be pretty dead, but he'd turn up. I told them I was going to see the kid's mother, that I'd located her. Lieutenant Saunders thought that would be a swell idea. I walked down the street to Mrs. Malloy's apartment house, and I stood there a minute. From where I was standing, I could see the sign on top of the Chicago Star building. Mrs. Malloy lived only 3 blocks from my smug little tower. From Star to empty apartment to Malloy and back to the Star. But that's the way it looked geographically as well as symbolically. Another 20 minutes wouldn't matter much, I thought. So I walked the couple of blocks it took me to get back to Bobby's Bar and Grill.
Hi, Randy. You're not making the rounds of the bars, are you?
No. Make it a double bourbon. Water.
Double bourbon?
Yeah, double. Not much trade tonight.
Oh, later they come. Randy, why is it hitting you so hard?
You scratch a little of the veneer off, and what do you find? A sentimental slob.
What's bad about that?
Well, then you find that you can't do things that have got to be done.
Like what? What needs being done tonight?
Like telling a woman that her young son is dead and that I had a lot to do with it.
You're kidding.
I'm not. How do you go about a job like that?
Well, how did it happen?
Does it matter?
No. You think whiskey will help?
Close the place up, Bob, and come with me. You don't have to say anything. Just stand there with me.
No.
It's a one-man job, huh?
As far as I'm concerned.
Well, maybe you're right. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
I climbed up the creaky old stairs. It was no better than a tenement house. Only one thing distinguished it from a slum, and that was a cool, clean smell. The walls were torn and the woodwork was scarred and marred, but it was clean. I know it's crazy, but I got a lot of courage out of that feeling of cleanliness. I stood in front of apartment 9, listening. Then I knocked on the door.
Who is it?
It's me, Randy Stone.
Mr. Stone, how welcome you are. Come in.
Thank you.
I'll close the door to the children's room. They are only fallen asleep, and if they hear us, they'll be sure you're Sunday.
She walked away to close the door, and I wondered how I'd ever come to forget Mrs. Malloy. Her face was overflowing with a deep spiritual beauty that lighted up the whole room. She came back and sat down near me.
I'm so happy you hadn't forgotten me, Mr. Stone. I was afraid you might have. Then when I was able to make a small payment on that loan, I thought I would ask you to come to see us. God will never let me forget what you did for us that night, Mr. Stone.
Mrs. Malloy, I
don't mean to embarrass you, really, I don't. But I knew if you possibly could, you would share some part of Christmas with us. I knew that the old and shabby furniture would make no difference to you. This humble home...
Well, Christmas began in a humble home.
Yes, that's what I told Jerry.
Mrs. Malloy, about Jerry, I don't know how to say it.
Say what? What is it, Mr. Stone?
Well, about Jerry not being home.
I don't understand.
The bedroom door opened and a boy walked out. I caught my breath and held it. It was Jerry. Jerry!
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Jerry Malloy, go back to bed this minute.
Oh, no, please, let him stay. Jerry, I heard that you were hurt.
Oh, that. I was just shook up a little. The man drove me home.
Jerry, you didn't tell me about that.
It was nothing.
Jerry, when you knocked on my
I told
door...
Ma all about it. About the way you made me come into your room and have some fruit and candy. And how glad you were when you read that letter.
That's right. And he told me how you said you would get down to our house tomorrow night if it was the last thing you ever did.
That's what you said, wasn't it, Mr. Stone?
I tell you, Mr. Stone, this boy of mine is uncanny. Do you know what he told me? He said he shouldn't be surprised if you came down to visit us tonight.
Did you say that, son?
Didn't you, son?
Yes.
Tell him your exact words, Jerry. Go on. Mr. Stone is no stranger.
Say it, Jerry.
I said I wouldn't be surprised if he even comes to see us tonight. He needs us that bad for Christmas.
In those 3 little rooms on the edge of the city's slums, I learned that human beings can find happiness. And don't listen to what your banker tells you. It's a thing of the spirit, not of the pocket. In that shabby little apartment with a cracked linoleum and a threadbare sofa, I learned the magic of the words. Merry Christmas. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis, edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Warren Lewis and Lou Rusoff, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Kate McKenna, Sammy Ogg, Ralph Moody, Jan Arvan, Bill Conrad, and Gail Bonney. Don Rickles speaking. Our star, Frank Lovejoy, and all of us on Night Beat wish you a very Merry Christmas. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday morning, hear Mind Your Manners, and later the Somerset Maugham Radio Theater starring Peggy Ann Garner. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Hanging Judge murder case. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in the Hanging Judge murder case. The story opens as the famous Judge Hatch, known far and wide as the Hanging Judge, is seen striding rapidly and impatiently along one of the corridors of the Cyrus Blackstone Museum in a quiet residential section of New York. And with the judge is his young and obviously puzzled daughter, whom we hear saying,
Father, what's this all about? Why did you insist on coming here to the museum today?
You'll soon find out, Barbara.
But I want to know now. After all, you've never come near this museum before, even though Cyrus Blackstone was your cousin. And then suddenly you decide that you have to come here this afternoon. Father, are you listening to me?
I've seen that man before.
Which man do you mean?
Yes, I've certainly seen him before. Barbara, come in this room, quickly.
But Father, what
Come
is this?
in here, quickly. I don't want him to see me. I'll pretend to look at this antique wooden box.
But Father, the sign there says do not touch. All these things are very valuable.
Never mind the sign. I'm going to look at this box. Then I propose to have a little talk with the head of this museum, Miss Priscilla Ames.
Miss Ames?
Yes. Incidentally, this box is a work of art. Come and look at it, Barbara. Come.
Father! Father! Oh, good heavens, he's dead! He's dead!
And a little later, we find Mr. Chameleon, the astute and dreaded detective, entering the still room where Judge Hatch lies lifeless. And he is saying to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold,
What a place for murder, Dave. Quiet sanctuary like this, surrounded by wonderful works of art. Never expect violence to take place within these walls. But it did, all right. Bullet hole in his left temple.
Shall I have the doors locked, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, please, Dave. No one is to leave the museum under any circumstances.
Okay.
Who's that weeping? Oh. Are you Judge Hatch's daughter?
Yes. I'm Barbara Hatch.
I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Were you with your father at the time of the murder?
Yes. He was looking at that antique wooden box when I suddenly heard a shot.
You didn't see who fired it?
No, I was so startled. Mr. Chameleon, who could have killed my father? I was always afraid something like this would happen.
Why?
He was known as the hanging judge. Hard but just. He sent many men to prison.
Yes, that's very true. Did he receive any threats recently?
He wouldn't have told me.
Miss Hatch, I'm sorry to have to question you, but of course I must. Silas Blackstone, who founded this museum, wasn't he a cousin of your father's?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, then you came here often?
No, we didn't. This was the first time we ever visited here.
What?
Yes. But today Father insisted on coming here. He wouldn't tell me why, except he said that he wanted to see Priscilla Ames. Just a moment before he was shot, he mentioned her name.
Who is Priscilla Ames?
She's in charge of the museum. Father's whole behavior lately was very strange, Mr. Chameleon. For a whole week he'd been absent-minded and worried.
Now, you say that he was disturbed by something. Have you any idea what?
No. But just today, he told me to put his gun in the shopping bag I carried. That bag there on the chair.
Oh, let me see the gun, please.
Father had never taken the gun out of the house before.